Chapter 2277 Golden Flame. Jin Wushuang had come into contact with poison before. There were many experts in the eternal chaotic world who excelled in using poison. There were many who had also excelled in using poison back in the ancient past. However, out of all of the poison Jin Wushuang knew, none was as terrifying as what he was experiencing. This type of poison could have killed any divine demons even back in the absolute beginning divine world without the restrictions of heaven and earth easily, much less a mere chaotic realm expert like Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang understood why Long Rushue was able to use such a terrifying poison. After all, Long Rushue had a unique constitution. Back in the green fire world when Long Rushuang had controlled her own body, she had possessed the icy bone poison, which was a nightmare for any expert in the green fire world. Now that Long Rushue was much more powerful than before, the poison she could use was much more terrifying. What Jin Wushuang did not know was that her unique constitution was Heaven's Mandate Unique Constitution. It was also called Heaven's Mandate Narcotic Constitution. This was an extremely destructive unique constitution. The reason it was so destructive was because of the poison the people who had this constitution could use. Long Rushue was far too weak. The poison she controlled was nothing compared to that of other, more powerful experts. If she continued to grow, she could take trillions of lives with a single thought if she could fully control her constitution. At that point in time, one could die simply by being near her for a long time. The Heaven's Mandate Unique Constitution was this terrifying. However, it was impossible for this position to hurt Jin Wushuang even though it could kill divine demons easily. Jin Wushuang was in the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation and had the perfect chaotic holy body. No poison, fire, or water could kill him. He was invincible. Initially, the gray poison within his body could move around smoothly. Within moments, it was stopped by a large amount of divine power from within Jin Wushuang's body. It soon cleared all of the poison within his body. In the air, Jin Wushuang opened his eyes again as though nothing had happened. Looks like the unique constitution of an inverse cultivator is much more powerful than I had imagined. You can clear my Heaven's Mandate poison so easily. Long Rushue stared at Jin Wushuang with a hint of surprise in her eyes. It had never been her plan to kill or wound Jin Wushuang using Heaven's Mandate poison. If Heaven's Mandate poison cannot harm you, then try this. Long Rushue said as a ray of unique light stirred in her gray iris. This light was gray and seemed magical. Soon, the gray light started to change and eventually turned into gold. It was extremely bright and shiny, like two burning golden balls of flame. Heaven's Mandate, Golden Flame. A spark of the golden flame appeared in front of Long Rushue. Initially, it was only a spark of golden flame. The instant it appeared, it was as though it was lit in the middle of a dry grassland. The small spark instantly lit the entire place on fire. Instantly, all of the gray mist turned into golden flames. The sea of fire surrounded Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang was at the center of the sea of fire. He turned pale when he felt how high the temperature of the golden flame was. The golden flame is really terrifying. Jin Wushuang was sure the temperature of the golden flame was far higher than that of any of the flames he had seen before. Not only was its temperature high, its destructive power was also unprecedented. Most importantly, the golden flame could burn forever under the control of Long Rushue. I never thought that, aside from the poison, she could control such a terrifying golden flame. Her unique constitution, Jin Wushuang clenched his jaws tightly together. He did not have much time to think. This was because the golden flame had burned up the divine power that surrounded him and given him a safe space. The golden flame was not headed for him. Humph! Jin Wushuang grunted as waves of thick divine power erupted from his skin. Once the wave of divine power appeared, the golden flame burned it into clear air before it continued to head for Jin Wushuang. With the protection of the divine power, Jin Wushuang's divine body was not harmed. He started dashing out of the sea of fire as fast as he could. Within moments, he was out of the sea of fire and had appeared in the air once again. The side of his mouth twitched as he checked himself for injury. I used 20% of my divine power just to prevent the golden flame from touching me on my way out of the sea of fire? Jian Wushuang was really shocked. After he reached the ultimate phase of the 7th step inverse cultivation, his divine power was extremely vast. It would be enough to fully restore his divine body at least 10 times. He had only used 10% of his divine power when head battled Bing Shan, fought the experts from the ancient past, and restored his divine body once. Now, he had used 20% when all he had done was protect himself when he charged out of the Sea of Fire. How terrifying was the Sea of Golden Flame! Luckily, I am an inverse cultivator. If it was any other expert, even a real divine demon, they would probably have been burnt to ashes, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Even Long Rushue was shocked when he saw Jian Wushuang walk out of the Sea of Golden Flame alive. She then shook her head and thought to herself, I have yet to perfect my control over the Golden Flame. I cannot redirect it. If not, I can direct the Sea of Golden Flame in the direction of his escape. There is no way he will run out of the radius of the Sea of Golden Flame. Even if he has the body of Undying, he will still die. Even though Long Rushue felt that it was a pity, there was nothing she could do. She had awakened her unique constitution not too long ago. She had learned to cast the Golden Flame in an even shorter period of time. It was not easy for her to cast it, much less control it and direct it around. Looks like there is no way I can kill you. Long Rushue stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. You cannot kill me, but I can kill you. Killing intent was clearly seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Right when he was about to attack, boom, heaven and earth started shaking, and this shaking persisted. Everyone was surprised by this sudden change as they looked over at heaven's horizon. There, a complete and stable passageway had appeared. Chapter 2278 Dissension. It appeared. A complete passageway finally appeared. All of the experts from the ancient past who wanted to get into the passageway and get back into the absolute beginning divine world were elated. The passageway has completely opened. Looks like you are out of time, Long Rushue stared at Jian Wushuang and said. So what if it had completely opened? All will be all right as long as you do not walk through the passageway, Jian Wushuang said coldly. Is that the case? Jian Wushuang, your understanding of this world is far too shallow. You are not to blame as you are always in this heaven and earth. You have yet to see what absolute beginning divine world has to offer. Even though I only saw that world through the opportunities that my master left, I am already much more well-informed than you. Long Rushue smiled coldly. Jian Wushuang, do you think this is all that my master is capable of? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang turned pale as he had a bad feeling of what was to come. At the next moment, who is that? Someone exclaimed as the experts on the battlefield, including Jian Wushuang, looked over at heaven's horizon once again. At the edge of the dark mist, a blurry figure was walking out of the passageway. It was a lady who was over 2 meters tall. She walked out of the passageway and appeared in front of everyone. The black mist around her finally dissipated, and everyone could clearly see what she looked like. She was extremely beautiful. It was as though she was a fairy from the fairy tales. Her looks were on par with Long Ruxu's. Her temperament was the most attractive part of her. She was extremely cold, just like Long Rushue. Aside from her coldness, she was very proud. This was the type of pride that only those who were at the highest level of their fighting power would have. She scanned the battlefield with her icy eyes. She did not care about even the extremely powerful and famous people back from the absolute beginning divine world like One Star Man, Bing Shan, Elder Shihua, and Saint Soul. To her, they were insignificant. She is... Many of the experts from the ancient past widened their eyes in shock as they looked at the lady in disbelief. Many of the experts gulped down air, not out of lust but because of their fear. Master of Holy Land. It is a Master of Holy Land. The Master of the Holy Land has come personally. Oh my God. These experts from the ancient past were stunned. The Master of the Holy Land, the most powerful person in the absolute beginning divine world. Whatever they did, there would be rippling effects across the entire absolute beginning divine world. In the absolute beginning divine world, the numbers of Master of the Holy Land were limited, and one could count their numbers with just the fingers on their 2 hands. This type of figure had come down to this heaven and earth personally? It is her. One-Star Man widened his eyes as he stared at the lady. There was fear in his eyes. He knew who she was and her true identity. She was a true master of Holy Land. As a master of the Holy Land, one was on an equal level to heaven's will. Even though One-Star Man was one step away from being one, their fighting powers were nothing alike. Only the leader of the 7 stars, Emperor 13, could hope to go against the master of the Holy Land. The other 6 stars had to back off when they encountered her. No, there is no way a master of the Holy Land can come to this heaven and earth personally. That is a consciousness embodiment, One-Star Man said deeply. Indeed, an almighty master of Holy Land would never come to this heaven and earth personally. This was because even if they came here, they would be placed under the restrictions of heaven and earth and would not be able to use their true fighting power. Under these circumstances, many things could go wrong. The master of the Holy Land was completely invincible back in the absolute beginning divine world. Once one reached this level, they could do anything they wanted as it was almost impossible for them to die. However, there was a big chance that one would die here in this heaven and earth, given how powerful the restrictions of heaven and earth were. No master of the Holy Land would dare to mess around with their own lives. Hence, they would send an unconsciousness embodiment in their place. However, even their consciousness embodiments were incredibly powerful. Greetings, Master of the Holy Land. Greetings, Lord. The experts from the ancient past greeted the lady respectfully. The beautiful woman ignored all of these people, including Bing Shan. She shifted her eyes and fixed her gaze on Long Rushue. Master. Long Rushue still had her white hair, gray irises, and a cold attitude. However, she immediately became more respectful when she spoke to the beautiful lady. Is that her master? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes as he studied the lady. He felt a pressure like never before. He had felt this pressure from Emperor 13. However, the pressure from this lady was slightly stronger. I am here to bring you over to the absolute beginning divine world. Let's go. The beautiful lady spoke coldly and firmly. It sounded as though she would not tolerate any disobedience. She was one of the most powerful people in the absolute beginning divine world for a very long time. Over the many eons, no one had dared to disobey her as everything she said was an order, not a suggestion. This was the absolute power she had. Yes. Lung Rushue nodded her head and started to head towards the lady. Lung Rushue took a step back right when she was about to start walking. In the space less than 10 meters in front of her, a sword light that was strong enough to tear even heaven and earth apart sliced the space mercilessly. If she had taken that step out, she would definitely have been hit by that sword light. Huh? You still dare to stop me even in the presence of my master? I do not know if you are really stubborn or really dumb. Lung Rushue squinted her eyes slightly as she looked over at Jian Wushuang. Evidently, that sword light had been created by Jian Wushuang to stop her. If you want to enter the passageway, you have to pass through me first, Jian Wushuang said coldly and firmly. How dare you? A cold yell exploded in this heaven and earth. Killing intent was clearly seen within the irises of the beautiful, tall lady, who stood beside the black mist. This killing intent turned into 2 flashes of lightning which attacked Jian Wushuang, threatening to turn him into ashes. Jian Wushuang turned around as he swung the Blood Mountain sword, which seemed as though it contained a storm, in rage. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Blast Rainstorm. Even when the Master of Holy Land was here personally, Jian Wushuang would not back down nor bow his head at all. Chapter 2279 Master of the Holy Land Boom. 2 terrifying bolts of lightning turned the space-time into dust with a loud bang. The incredible sword light was also reduced to nothing. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang's body swayed before he dashed backwards. The tall, beautiful lady remained there. Even I am affected this much by the restrictions of heaven and earth, the beautiful lady muttered. A wave of destructive aura erupted from her and swept out in all directions. Instantly, it traveled trillions of feet. Within this area, heaven and earth trembled as the formation that covered the entire eternal chaotic world was also affected by this wave of aura. The Master of the Holy Land is really powerful. She can affect restrictions of heaven and earth with her own power. Jian Wushuang clenched his fists tightly. Even though the restrictions of heaven and earth were very powerful in this world, it was not invincible. For example, the Blood Emperor had managed to affect the restrictions of heaven and earth with the formation he had come up with over the long time he was here. Then, he had sacrificed the lives of all the experts in the three emperors' world to cast the formation which affected the restrictions of heaven and earth and enabled him to use the power of a divine demon. Blood Emperor required the help of the formation and the blood essence of countless experts to affect the restrictions. However, experts at the level of Emperor 13 did not need to pay any price or help. They could affect the formation with their own power to enable them to use the power of a half-step divine demon. Even though a beautiful lady was only a consciousness embodiment, she could do the same. Furthermore, the fighting power this beautiful lady was displaying was incredible. Even though she is weaker than me in power level, she can suppress me with a casual strike. This is a master of the Holy Land. Jian Wushuang looked dark. Under the restrictions of heaven and earth, I need to put in more effort to kill you. However, I can still do it, the beautiful lady said as she raised her fingers once again and pointed at Jian Wushuang. A wave of destructive power that made Jian Wushuang breathless erupted from her fingers. A humongous finger made up of entirely gray divine power was formed in the air. The gray divine power gave Jian Wushuang goosebumps. Poison. That is deadly poison. It is the same type of poison that Lung Rushua has, but it's much more lethal. Jian Wushuang turned pale. He finally understood why this master of the Holy Land would take Lung Rushua as a lineal disciple and pay so much attention to her. It was because this master of the Holy Land had the same unique constitution as Lung Rushua. Both of them had Heaven's Mandate unique constitution and could control Heaven's Mandate poison. The poison Lung Rushua can control can kill any ordinary divine demon. I can use my perfect chaotic holy body to counter it. However, the poison that the master of the Holy Land controls. The poison that the master of the Holy Land controlled was 10 times, or even 100 times more lethal, even though she was under the restrictions of heaven and earth. Jian Wushuang was sure that his perfect chaotic holy body could not take this poison as it was too lethal. When this finger made up of gray poison appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, a sword light appeared out of nowhere. This sword light had appeared far too suddenly. It sliced the humongous finger into two, and the gray divine power started to seep out in all directions. It too was met with sword lights as they were extinguished instantly. The beautiful lady was caught off guard. She immediately looked towards a space to one side. A figure stood there silently. It is you. The beautiful lattice eyes turned extremely cold. Lord Emperor 13. Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. That is right. The man who had sliced the poisonous finger into two was Emperor 13, the leader of 7 stars, the man who could go even against masters of the Holy Land. Emperor 13, you dare to show up in front of me? The beautiful lady roared in anger. When she saw Emperor 13, the beautiful lady erupted in anger as killing intent saturated her eyes. Why wouldn't I? Looks like your injuries have completely recovered, Syria. Hearing this, the beautiful lady became even angrier. Her name was Syria. However, not many people knew what she was really called due to her status as a master of the Holy Land. Even if there were people who knew, no one dared to call her by her name. However, Emperor 13 did not care at all. He called her by her name in front of everyone. As for the injury Emperor 13 was talking about, it was the greatest disgrace she had ever experienced since becoming a master of the Holy Land. Many years ago, she had fought Emperor 13. Even though she had had the absolute advantage in that battle, Emperor 13 had still managed to injure her with his crazy sword skills and leave a deep scar on her arm. She felt embarrassed as she had been injured by someone who was not at the level of the master of the Holy Land yet. This was why she had always wanted to kill Emperor 13 badly. The main reason why she had helped out back in the great battle of the ancient past was because she had wanted to kill Emperor 13. However, it was almost impossible to kill someone at the power level of Emperor 13. Emperor 13, thank you for appearing. I can finally wash away the shame from that sword wound, the beautiful woman said coldly. You also said that back in the great battle, What happened in the end? Emperor 13 replied in disdain. He then looked at Jin Wushuang and said, I will help you handle this woman right here. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Jin Wushuang said gratefully. Immediately after, Emperor 13 and the beautiful lady started their battle. The two most powerful people back in the absolute beginner divine world, one who was in the realm of Master of the Holy Land, and the other who had the fighting power at the level of the Master of the Holy Land, even though his realm was lower. These two experts fought head-on under the restrictions of heaven and earth, at the power level of half-step divine demon realm. Even though both were under very powerful restrictions, their battle was still extremely destructive. Feeling the destructive power coming from these two experts, Jin Wushuang was shocked. However, his gaze became sharper than ever. He fixed his sharp gaze on Long Rushue. Jin Wushuang whipped out a scroll out of thin air. The scroll fused into the space around him and disappeared with a wave. Chapter 2280. The area filled with black mist now. No one can disturb us anymore. Jin Wushuang looked at Long Rushue coldly. Long Rushue knitted her eyebrows before relaxing. She said indifferently, Do you really think that you can suppress me alone? Well, we won't know if I don't try, Jin Wushuang muttered before falling silent. In the air above, there had originally been a dark and vast space. Now, it had been replaced by an extremely vivid and beautiful picture scroll world. There were mountains, there was water. There were 9 extremely large and majestic provinces. Each of them looked extremely realistic. 9 province seal. The 5th seal. Jin Wushuang then formed various seals with his hands. From the picture scroll world, a majestic continent appeared with an incredible pressure. The 5th seal of the 9 province seal was the strongest seal that Jin Wushuang could cast given the amount of divine power he had. He could cast the 6th seal, but he had to use certain trump cards. Even though Jin Wushuang had only cast the 5th seal, he felt that it was sufficient as there was no way Long Rushue could take its power. The terrifying but majestic province descended slowly. This province was so large that it completely covered Long Rushue and the space around her. No matter how unique her martial art motion was, it would be impossible for her to use it under the pressure of the majestic province. I am afraid that you cannot suppress me with just this level of power, Long Rushue said with coldness in her eyes. If this is not enough, how about now? A ray of killing intent flashed across Jin Wushuang's eyes. There were 9 stars that hovered between Jin Wushuang's eyes. The overbearing bloodline power of an ancient god flowed within him. The 2 ancient god stars at the very top crumbled instantly. Ancient god's secret skill, star destruction skill. Jin Wushuang destroyed 2 stars at once as his overall power level rose by a great amount. The power of the majestic province that was descending skyrocketed. Long Rushue finally turned pale. I am not an expert at exchanging blows using brute power. It will be difficult for me to withstand this attack. There is no other way. I have to use Golden Flame again. Long Rushue made the decision immediately. Heaven's mandate, Golden Flame. Within Long Ruksha's gray irises, a spark of golden light appeared once again. The light was still slightly gray and blurry initially. However, it burned like 2 golden fireballs within her eyes. A spark of a hot golden flame appeared in front of Long Rushue. It then exploded and covered the entire space. When the majestic province came into contact with the golden flame, it started to burn at a crazy speed as the divine power that made up the province started to evaporate. At the same time, the sea of flame made up by the golden flame also headed for Jin Wushuang. This move again? Jin Wushuang's face turned dark. He knew how powerful this move was. He immediately channeled his divine power and left the area burning with the golden flames in the shortest time possible. Sure enough, I have used another 20% of my divine power. Jin Wushuang frowned as he whipped out a 7-treasure divine elixir and drank it. With the help of the 7-treasure divine elixir, Jin Wushuang's divine power started to regenerate at an incredible speed. Before long, he had recovered half of his total divine power. Jin Wushuang looked over at Long Rushue once again. Long Rushue looked very miserable. She had only gained control of the golden flame recently. It was already very difficult for her to cast it once. This was the second time she had cast it within a short period of time. This time, she had been severely injured by the powerful backlash of forcefully casting this skill. She spat out a mouth of blood which immediately dyed her veil crimson red. She did not fall to the ground. When Jian Wushuang dashed out of the sea of golden flame, she was already headed for the passageway using the martial art motion she mastered. You will not escape. A flash of killing intent was seen in Jian Wushuang's eyes as he pointed towards the space Lung Rushue was in. Ancient God's secret skill, moon-picking skill. Boom. Spacetime shook. With his immense divine power and bloodline power, the spacetime was completely sealed off before it started to collapse on Lung Rushue. What? Lung Rushue was shocked. She had mastered an eerie martial arts motion, but it was difficult for her to move when the spacetime around her was sealed off by the secret skill. At the same time, a soft palm appeared out of nowhere. This palm felt as though it belonged to a mother as it headed for Lung Rushue in a slow and gentle manner. Master! Lung Rushue screamed for help. The beautiful lady was in the middle of an intense battle against Emperor 13. Even though she had seen this and wanted to help, she could not as she was too busy fighting Emperor 13, unable to pull away. Get to the area covered in black mist, the beautiful lady said in a low voice. Lung Rushue focused her vision at the area covered in black mist. The passageway was where the heaven's horizon was, and where this heaven and earth's limit was. It was within the area where the black mist was. Even though she was still a distance away from the passageway, she was relatively close to the area covered in black mist. I am going to risk it. A flash of madness was seen on Lung Rush's face as the golden light lit up her eyes once again. The golden flame appeared again. This time, the area it covered was extremely small. It was barely large enough to cover the large hand. The large hand dissipated as the golden flame burnt it away. At the same time, the seal of the spacetime around her was gone. Even though Jian Wushuang was right on her tail, Lung Rushue created a small gap for her to escape using the golden flame. Whoosh! Lung Rushue turned into a shooting star as she escaped into the area filled with gray mist. Her face was extremely pale. Third time. The third time is my limit. If I were to cast the golden flame a fourth time, I would definitely die. Lung Rush's body trembled. However, she was still a distance away from the passageway. Jian Wushuang did not stop as he followed her into this area covered in black mist. Jian Wushuang realized something was different the moment he stepped foot into the area covered in black mist. This area is different from the outside world. The restrictions of heaven and earth are not as powerful here. Jian Wushuang's face turned slightly pale. With weaker restrictions of heaven and earth, the experts from the ancient past, including the beautiful woman, could use a greater portion of their power. This was not good news for Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he noticed two figures walking out of the passageway slowly. Chapter 22, 81 Insanity. There were two people who stepped out of the passageway. The first was a smiling bald man in a white cloak. He was bathed in sunlight as there was white lights that were sparkling around him. It gave people the impression that he was a gentleman. The other woman was in crimson cloak. She looked ordinary, but she had an incredibly cold aura. It was as though everyone had to worship her, and she was out of reach. Jian Wushuang's irises constricted when he saw the two experts. He had seen these two people before. He had seen them in the ancient display inside the gigantic head. In the ancient display, the owner of the head, the bold man who could battle the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings, had been forced into a desperate situation by trillions of divine demons. There were three people in the lead, and two of them were these two figures who had appeared. These two led trillions of divine demons with another man. The other man was an unmatchable demon king. He rode a crimson dragon and penetrated the heart of the bold man with a spear. These two were definitely masters of the Holy Land. Hee Syria, you really value this disciple of yours. Not only did you ask both of us to help you open this passageway, you also paid a huge price for both of our consciousness embodiments to descend upon this world. The bald man in the white cloak laughed heartily. Is this your precious disciple? White hair with gray irises. Haha. She has the same unique constitution as you, the woman in crimson clothes said casually. Even though both of them spoke normally, their voices were heard not only within the area covered by the black mist, but across the entire battlefield. The beautiful lady squinted her eyes and said with a deep voice, "Stop wasting time. Save my disciple." Naturally, the bald man smiled. "Leave it to us," the woman in crimson clothes said confidently. They were masters of the Holy Land. They were absolutely confident in their own abilities. The bald man in white clothes and the lady in crimson clothes looked over at the space where Jian Wushuang and Long Rushue were. Long Rushue had just escaped into the area covered in black mist. She was trying her best to get close to the passageway with Jian Wushuang hot on her tail. He was closing in on her quickly. Long Rushue could have been faster than Jian Wushuang given how eerie her martial art movement was. It should have been difficult for Jian Wushuang to catch up to her. However, after casting the golden flame 3 times, Long Rushue was severely injured. She lost most of her fighting power. Of course, her speed would be slower as well. However, Long Rushue saw hope. She saw the 2 figures who appeared at the edge of the passageway. Without a doubt, her master had asked both of them to help her. "Stop." The bald man smiled as he said indifferently. He did not move at all. He only opened his mouth and told Jian Wushuang to stop. Right after he said these words, Jian Wushuang felt an unbelievable amount of power pressuring him. This power did not have any substance to it. It was neither aura nor pressure. It was purely to suppress one's will. It was pure willpower, yet it was incredible and absolute. Under this pressure, Jian Wushuang was tempted to kneel. The desire to stop flashed across his mind. Immediately, a ray of killing intent flashed across his irises. It is just will. How can it stop me? Jian Wushuang's face turned red as he roared. He stopped for a split second before continuing to dash towards Long Rushue. Huh? This little one has such a strong will. The bald man was surprised. Having a strong will is one thing. More importantly, the restrictions of heaven and earth here are far too powerful. You can barely use your willpower. The woman in crimson clothes smiled. That is true. The bald man laughed silently before his eyes turned cold. No one should go against my will. Since this little one has gone against it, he shall die. Once the bald man finished speaking, a brilliant white light lit up the space around him. This light was extremely bright and warm. It lit both him and the area covered in black mist up. One could feel at peace simply by looking at him. However, Jian Wushuang's irises constricted when he was covered by the white light. He clearly saw a white spear appear in front of him, threatening to pierce through his divine body. This power, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He could feel that the power within this white spear was far stronger than that of a chaotic realm expert. It was probably near the peak power of a divine demon. Even though Long Ruksha's master was also a master of the Holy Land, her attacks were not nearly as powerful. Of course, this didn't mean that the bald man was much more powerful. It was because the bald man was standing within the black mist. Here, the restrictions of heaven and earth were much weaker. The area covered in black mist was where the eternal chaotic world met the absolute beginning divine world. Here, the restrictions of heaven and earth were the weakest. Now that the passageway was open, the restrictions of heaven and earth were further weakened. This enabled the 2 masters of the Holy Land to be much more powerful within this area. Jian Wushuang was sure that the 2 masters of the Holy Land could at least use the power of a divine demon, maybe even more. The power that Jian Wushuang could use was also at the level of a divine demon, but he felt his power was far weaker than that of the bald man in white clothes. There was no way Jian Wushuang could beat him when both his power and techniques were far inferior. Jian Wushuang instantly felt that his life was in danger when he saw the white spear. I cannot be stopped by these 2 masters of the Holy Land. If I am, Jian Wushuang fixed his eyes on Long Rushue, who was still trying her best to escape his chase. He was extremely close to Long Rushue. He would be able to catch up to her and suppress her almost instantly, given that she had no fighting power left. If he was stopped by this spear, Long Rushue could use the time to dash beside the 2 masters of the Holy Land. Jian Wushuang would not stand a chance against them. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned bloodshot when he thought of this. Madness was written all over his face. He made a headstrong decision. Instantly, star power started to boil within his body. Chapter 2282 Soul. Jian Wushuang cast his strongest trump card, Secret Skill of Star Palace. Once he had cast the third scripture of the secret skill of Star Palace, star power surrounded his body as his overall power skyrocketed by 1,000 times. His power indeed increased by 1,000 times. Of course, without the support of Emperor 13th's blood essence, he could only use this power for a single attack. However, this single attack was more than sufficient for Jian Wushuang. Get lost! Jian Wushuang roared as he swung his sword fiercely. This sword formed a vast ocean of sword essence. Under the frenzied assault of the ocean of sword essence, the white light that lit up the area covered in black mist disappeared. The white spear that was headed for Jian Wushuang was also deflected. What? No! The bald man and the woman in crimson clothes turned pale. The bald man was especially shocked. He was a master of the Holy Land. Within the area covered with black mist, the restrictions of heaven and earth were much weaker, and he could use the power of a divine demon. Under these circumstances, he attacked an expert in the chaotic realm. No matter how unbelievable an expert in chaotic realm might be, the bald man, though the expert, would be stopped easily. He had not taken Jian Wushuang seriously. He had never expected that Jian Wushuang could deflect his attack head-on. After deflecting the white spear, Jian Wushuang did not stop at all. He continued chasing Long Rushue as he appeared behind her almost instantly. Now it was impossible for even the two masters of the Holy Land to stop him. Damn it! Long Rushue turned pale. She could see that Jian Wushuang had made a majestic mountain using the sword in his hand. At the bottom of the mountain, there was a dark hole that had a large amount of secret restrictions. The mountain was headed for her. She had already cast Golden Flame thrice. With her current condition, there was no way she could do anything to resist Jian Wushuang. She was about to be completely suppressed. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang, look at this. Long Rushue turned around as a unique ball of light appeared out from her body. This ball of light appeared in front of her, and she held it tightly in her hands. When Jian Wushuang saw the ball of light, his irises constricted. His actions stopped for a brief moment. He stared at that ball of light. He sensed a familiar aura that he had been dreaming of for a very long time. A soul was within the ball of light. Don't you want the soul of your wife? I shall give it to you, catch. Long Rushue roared as she threw the ball of light into the space at the side. At the same time, a gray energy burst forth from her other palm, heading for the ball of light, trying to destroy it and the soul of Long Rushue. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang turned pale. He forgot about suppressing Long Rushue as he dashed towards the ball of light, trying to catch it. The moment he caught the ball, Jian Wushuang's heart trembled slightly. He blocked the gray energy with his divine body. Jian Wushuang stood there looking at the ball of light in his hands, sensing the soul within it. It really was his wife's soul. Wushuang, I have finally found you. Jian Wushuang felt an excitement and joy like never before. It was a pity that Long Rushuang's soul was in deep slumber. She could not detect Jian Wushuang's presence and had no reaction at all. Jian Wushuang was not worried. As long as he had Long Rushuang's soul, he could find a way to wake her up from her slumber. It would not be difficult for him to find her another body. Under her veil, Long Rush's face was extremely cold as she looked at Jian Wushuang, who was overjoyed. Unless absolutely necessary, she would never give Long Rushuang's soul up. After all, Long Rushue and her had originally been one. They were still connected in many ways and had yet to completely separate from one another. If Long Rushuang's soul were to die, or to leave her body, there would definitely be effects on her unique constitution and foundation. This was why after so many years, Long Rushue had kept Long Rushuang's soul safe from all harm. When she broke through to the level of an almighty, Long Rushuang's consciousness evolved into a soul. Long Rushue planned on returning to the absolute beginning divine world to ask her master for help to cut the connection between her and Long Rushuang. This way, removing her from her body would not have any negative effects on her anymore. But now, she had been forced by Jian Wushuang to break her connection with Long Rushuang's soul. If she did not do this, she might be suppressed by Jian Wushuang. If not, she would be at risk of being suppressed by Jian Wushuang. Once she had been suppressed by Jian Wushuang, her life and death would be controlled by Jian Wushuang. Do you think both of you will have a happy ending when you rescue her soul? I won't allow it, Lung Rushue said coldly. She turned to the two masters of the Holy Land and said, Lords, please kill him. I would have done it even without you asking. The bald man wiped the smile off his own face. The woman in crimson clothes also looked at Jian Wushuang coldly. Jian Wushuang had almost managed to suppress Lung Rushue due to their mistake. They felt ashamed as Jian Wushuang had managed to suppress someone whom the both of them, as masters of the Holy Land, wanted to protect. Jian Wushuang's actions angered both of the masters of the Holy Land. Young one, you are too cheeky. The bald man looked at Jian Wushuang before dashing forward. Jian Wushuang saw a flash of white light. Before he could react, the bald man appeared beside him. What kind of speed is this? Jian Wushuang was shocked. He knew that he achieved his goal by getting Long Rushuang's soul. He did not know if he could leave here safely. Chapter 2283 Annihilation. Die, young one. The bald man said coldly. He pointed his right index finger at Jian Wushuang. From the tips of his fingers, a ray of brilliant white light erupted and headed for Jian Wushuang's heart. Jian Wushuang could not react when the bald man was at such a close distance, and the light was traveling at a terrifying speed. The white light pierced through his heart and destroyed his heart. Jian Wushuang could not even resist before his divine body started to crumble. Not too long after his divine body had crumbled, a large amount of divine power gathered as Jian Wushuang's divine body reformed at a space not too far away. After his divine body had reformed, he started dashing out of the area covered in black mist without any hesitation. Too powerful. 30,000 years ago, the Blood Emperor shook heaven and earth with the opposing blood formation which allowed him to have the power of a divine demon. The two masters of the Holy Land could use even greater amounts of power compared to the Blood Emperor. They must be at least 10 times stronger. Jian Wushuang was terrified. During the battle against the Blood Emperor, he had used the blood essence given to him by Emperor 13 and casted the secret skill of Star Palace for a long time. This had enabled his combat power to be 1,000 times more powerful, yet he barely been evenly matched. He had finally killed the Blood Emperor using the Mountain River map and with the help of his master, Xian Yi. Now, there were two masters of the Holy Land who were 10 times more powerful than Blood Emperor. Jian Wushuang had no way of beating them. More importantly, he could not cast the secret skill of Star Palace like he had back then. He did not have Emperor 13's blood essence. Escape. Escape. Jian Wushuang was trying his best to escape. His eyes were fixed on the area outside where the dark mist didn't reach. He knew that both masters of the Holy Land would only have such an insane fighting power inside an area covered in dark mist. Once they had left the area covered by dark mist, their fighting power would be around the same as that of Emperor 13 and Lung Ruxue's master. Even though they would still be more powerful than Jian Wushuang at that power level, it would be too difficult to kill him then. This meant that Jian Wushuang would survive if he could escape to the area not covered in the black mist. The bald man knitted his eyebrows when he saw Jian Wushuang reform his body and continue to try and escape. He muttered to himself, "Is that the body of Undying?" The bald man did not chase after Jian Wushuang as he noticed that the woman in crimson clothes had disappeared. Jian Wushuang continued to escape and was already at the outermost area of the black mist. He was about to exit this area. Suddenly, "Little one, where are you rushing off to?" He heard a mocking voice. Jian Wushuang realized that the lady in crimson clothes was standing in front of him. This speed, Jian Wushuang shook his head. He thought that the speed the bald man had was already incredible. He could not even react when the bald man attacked him at that speed. Now, he realized that this woman was even faster than the bald man. Haha. A mere expert in the chaotic realm has the body of Undying and such an abundance of divine power. I am interested in you. How about this? I lack a male servant. I will soul control and bring you to the absolute beginning divine world and find out all of your secrets. The lady in crimson cloak smiled. Her smile seemed magical. The woman did not move, but a wave of terrifying soul power crashed towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt as though there was a vast ocean of soul power crashing towards him. It was too vast and overbearing. Jian Wushuang thought that his soul power was already very powerful after taking so many soul elixirs. Compared to this ocean of soul power, his soul power was nothing. This soul power rushed towards his sea of consciousness. "You want to soul control me? Dream on!" Jian Wushuang yelled. Power started rushing out from the 5-gem armor and the soul-swallowing pearl within his body as they tried to defend against the ocean of soul power. At the same time, Jian Wushuang formed many layers of defense using his soul power within his sea of consciousness. Boom! Under the impact of such a powerful wave, Jian Wushuang started to tremble before he spat out a mouth of blood. However, his eyes were still burning with determination. "I failed? Then so be it. Since I cannot control you, just die." Rays of beautiful crimson light were emitted from the woman as they formed sharp crimson swords. They immediately descended upon Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang tried to deflect them using the Blood Mountain sword. However, these crimson swords avoided his blade easily before piercing his divine body. Countless crimson swords pierced numerous holes in Jian Wushuang's divine body. His body crumbled quickly. Just as Jian Wushuang was about to reform his divine body, the woman in crimson clothes stared at him with her iris. Immediately, waves of crimson divine power swept out and formed a vast ocean of red. This ocean of red divine power wrapped around the divine power left behind by Jian Wushuang as they tore it apart. "Be annihilated," the woman in crimson clothes said softly as the ocean of red divine power started to hunt down what remaining divine power that Jian Wushuang left behind. This is bad. Even though Jian Wushuang's divine body had crumbled, he could still think clearly. He wanted to reform his body. He was shocked that the amount of divine power he had was shrinking under the effects of the ocean of red divine power. If this continued, all of his divine power would be destroyed. If that happened, he would definitely die. "Is this the end?" Jian Wushuang muttered to himself, unwilling to resign himself to his fate. Of course he was unwilling to be resigned to this fate. Since the day he started cultivating, he had broken through countless barriers and gone through countless hardships to get to where he was today. Now, he had finally got back his wife's soul. Before he could take it out safely to awaken her, he was going to die. They would not have a proper reunion. How could he be willing to resign himself to his fate? No matter what he was feeling, there was nothing he could do as his divine body had already crumbled and he could not even reassemble it. Chapter 2284. Reincarnation Passage. Is Jian Wushuang finally going to die? Lung Ruxue was pale, and her aura was extremely weak. She watched what was happening extremely coldly. An expert in the chaotic realm who has the body of undying is indeed unique. However, having the body of undying does not mean one cannot be killed. Back in the absolute beginning divine world, there were many undying saints who had the body of undying who died. During the battle against 7-star Black Sect alone, many undying saints passed on. The bald man smiled lightly. Indeed, just like this bald man had said, having the body of undying did not mean that one would never die. Within the absolute beginning divine world, there were many ways to kill an undying saint. Out of the many, there were 3 very popular ways. The first way, when there is a great difference in power level and divine power, one could destroy the other's divine body and cover it up using their own divine power to annihilate them. The second way, trap the person you want to kill and destroy his divine body and force him to reform his divine body over and over again. When he runs out of divine power, he'll be dead. As for the third and most simple way, use a soul attack. Body of undying only meant the divine body could be reformed. It did not mean that their soul power could be. If one's soul died, the body of undying could not help them. The method the woman in crimson clothes used to try and kill Jian Wushuang was the first method. She was a master of the Holy Land. The power she could use within this area covered in black mist was the peak of divine demons. On the other hand, the power that Jian Wushuang could use was that of the weakest divine demon. The gap in divine power was extremely big. Furthermore, Given the amount of methods she had as a master of the Holy Land she could annihilate Jian Wushuang easily. No matter if it was the woman in crimson clothes, the bald man, or Lung Rushue, they thought that Jian Wushuang was definitely dead in this situation. In reality, that was true. Even Jian Wushuang thought that he was dead meat. Just then, an abnormality occurred. The ocean of red divine power annihilated everything there was, including Jian Wushuang's divine body and divine power. Even the treasure that Jian Wushuang had on him was annihilated. Only the 5-gem armor and the Blood Mountain sword survived the annihilation. Jian Wushuang's Qian Kuren ring could not withstand the power and broke apart. Boom! His Qian Kuren ring broke apart as all of the treasures within his ring spilled out into the open. These were treasures obtained from all of the experts that Jian Wushuang killed. There were numerous treasures. If they had appeared in the eternal chaotic world, countless experts would have died to have them. However, to a master of the Holy Land, these were trash. The woman in crimson clothes could not be bothered by it and allowed the ocean of red divine power to annihilate these treasures as well. Countless treasures turned into dust. What she did not know was that there was a unique treasure within his Qian Kuren ring. This treasure was the reincarnation pearl, given to him by one-star man 3,900 years ago. Reincarnation pearl contained a miniature reincarnation within it. It was extremely beneficial for Jian Wushuang to meditate to understand reincarnation rules of order. Jian Wushuang used this pearl to greatly deepen his understanding of reincarnation. He had even created an extremely powerful sword skill called Samsara. Jian Wushuang never doubted the purpose of this pearl. He thought it could only be used to help him understand reincarnation rules of order. Under the destructive power of the woman's ocean of red divine power, the reincarnation pearl broke. A unique energy swept forth. This energy was purely reincarnation rules of order. A miniature reincarnation had originally been contained within the reincarnation pearl. Now, it had appeared in this heaven and earth. Once it appeared, it stirred the surrounding power of heaven and earth as the miniature reincarnation soon enlarged into a complete reincarnation passage. Yes, a complete reincarnation passage had been formed. It was completely different from the passageway that the masters of the Holy Land had opened. The passageway they opened led to absolute beginning divine world. This reincarnation passage led to Samsara. Reincarnation passage? What? Why would a reincarnation passage appear here? The faces of the woman in crimson clothes and the bald man turned dark. This was completely beyond their expectations. When the reincarnation passage was finally complete, is it finally time? A deep and magical voice was heard. When this voice echoed out, everyone stopped and looked. No matter if it was the woman in crimson clothes, the bald man, Lung Rushue, Lung Ruxue's master, Emperor 13, one-star man, Bing Shan, Emperor Bai, Elder Shihua, and Saint Sol, all of them stopped what they were doing and looked over. They were searching for the source of the voice. Even in the space far away, the great emperors from the eternal chaotic world looked over. There, right below the beautiful picture scroll world, a blurry figure appeared. It was a well-built man in white clothes. He looked gentle and smiled lightly. His smile made people feel at peace. He stood there and radiated no aura at all. It was as though he was of air. However, once these experts looked at him, they could not take their vision off him anymore. It is him. The great emperors from the eternal chaotic world managed to recognize this man immediately. During the final battle against the three emperors' world, it had been this man who had appeared at the final, critical moment and helped Jian Wushuang kill Blood Emperor. They all knew that this mysterious man was Jian Wushuang's master. He is here. It is finally starting. When Emperor 13 and one-star man saw who it was, they were overjoyed. Even Emperor 13, who was usually cold and quiet, got extremely emotional. It was as though his eyes were shooting rays of excitement. Chapter 2285 Space-Time Reversal. In contrast to Emperor 13 and one-star man, the beautiful woman, the bald man, and the woman in crimson clothes stared right at the man. All three of them were enraged and in disbelief. "Old man, it is you." The beautiful woman roared with shock in her eyes. There was also a hint of fear in her eyes. Yes, fear. As a master of the Holy Land, she was already on an equal level to heaven's will. By rights, there should be nothing in this world that she would fear. However, Xin-Yi was an anomaly. Damn it, you should already be dead. How are you in this world? Roared the woman in crimson clothes. Yes, he is dead. This is probably a consciousness incarnation. If I am not wrong, he has been scheming in this heaven and earth for a long time. This passageway should also be part of his plan, the bald man said. You are smart. I indeed have died. Even though my divine body was destroyed, my will was not. As he spoke, the aura that Xianyi had completely changed. He was originally a gentle, ordinary man who had a warm smile. Instantly, he turned into the most powerful man in the world. He stood there coldly. It was as though he was a mountain of ice. His eyes seemed so deep it was as though they contained trillions of stars. There was a will within his eyes that made the heaven, the earth, and all sentient beings bow down to him. No one could compare to him, even masters of the Holy Land. It felt like he could take on the heavens, fight the earth, and dominate all sentient beings. Even heaven and earth would submit to him. If Jian Wushuang had still been awake and seen Xianyi, he would have been shocked. The aura that Xianyi had now was the exact same as the bold man Jian Wushuang had seen in the ancient display within the gigantic head. The bold man who could battle the heavens, fight the earth, and dominate all sentient beings. Even heavens will backed off when facing him. That's right. Xianyi was the bold man. He was the owner of the gigantic head around the green fire world. He was the protagonist of the great battle of the ancient past eons ago. In the space around heaven's horizon, within the area covered in gray mist, a passageway and a reincarnation passage had opened. The entire heaven and earth fell silent. All of the experts present widened their eyes and stared at Xianyi. Countless experts felt compelled to bow down to Xianyi, even though it was just a consciousness incarnation. A consciousness incarnation was different from a consciousness embodiment. A consciousness embodiment had a portion of the person's fighting spirit. The beautiful woman and the other two masters of the Holy Land sent their consciousness embodiments here. On the other hand, a consciousness incarnation was mere will. Under normal circumstances, it would not possess any power at all. Even so, countless experts felt compelled to worship Xianyi's consciousness incarnation, and the three masters of the Holy Land shuddered in fear. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures appeared beside Xianyi. They were Emperor 13 and One Star Man. After so many years of hard work, we have finally reached where we are today, Emperor 13 said coldly. Even so, one could clearly see the excitement in his eyes. Yes, I had forgotten how long we have planned and prepared for this day. Luckily, everything is going as planned. There have not been any major screw-ups. Of course, I have to thank both of you for this, Xianyi said with a deep voice. Both of us know what we should be doing. As long as the plan can come to fruition, our sacrifices will be worth it, no matter what we have to do. However, can we actually realize the plan? Emperor 13 knitted his eyebrows and said, I have no idea. However, this is our last chance. Xianyi said. Emperor 13 and One Star Man fell silent. Just like Xianyi said, this was indeed their last chance. It was the last hope for the 7-star Black Sect and this heaven and earth. Xianyi stopped talking. The picture scroll world that was fused into heaven and earth turned back into the small picture scroll world and appeared in his hand. He then looked at the area covered in black mist where Jian Wushuang died. There was only a large reincarnation passage there. No figures nor auras could be felt. All of Jian Wushuang's divine power had been annihilated under the ocean of red divine power. Jian Wushuang died. He had indeed died. Everyone saw it unfold before their very eyes. Xianyi also knew that Jian Wushuang had died. He started to radiate a unique energy. Xianyi pointed at where Jian Wushuang was with his right index finger. The unique energy instantly filled the entire space. Space-time reversal, Xianyi said softly. Instantly, changes started to occur to the space-time in that area. The entire space-time, apart from the reincarnation passage, started to reverse. Within moments, the space-time showed the moment that Jian Wushuang was annihilated by the ocean of red divine power. At this moment, a ray of excitement flashed through Xianyi's eyes. Freeze! Two rays of light glowed in the reversed spacetime. The two rays of light were two souls. One of them belonged to Jian Wushuang, while the other belonged to Leng Ruxue. Come here. Xian Yi waved his hands as the two souls flew into Xian Yi's hand. The entire process occurred within moments. The three masters of the Holy Land watched the entire process unfold before their eyes, yet they could not do anything to stop Xian Yi. Even if they wanted to, they could not. Space-time reversal was such an incredible technique that even they would have needed certain conditions to have pulled it off back in the absolute beginning divine world when they were at their primes. There was no way they could pull it off or cast this technique in this heaven and earth with the presence of the restrictions of heaven and earth. If they tried to stop Xian Yi by force, their consciousness embodiments would crumble instantly. Hence, all they could do was watch Xian Yi cast space-time reversal to reform Jian Wushuang and Leng Ruxue's souls. Chapter 2286 Awaken Part 1 Cast Space-Time Reversal to Revive That Little One? The beautiful lady stared at Xian Yi and said, "It looks like your consciousness incarnation cannot completely revive him. You can only revive his soul. I am curious. What are you trying to achieve?" The three masters of Holy Land could not guess the purpose behind Xian Yi's actions. Wait, in your current condition, it is not easy to cast space-time reversal. After you cast it, your consciousness incarnation will disappear immediately. Even so, you still chose to revive this little one. Before this, you also opened a reincarnation passage. Are you trying to send this little one's soul into samsara? The bald man turned pale. Send him into samsara? The beautiful lady and the woman in crimson clothes were stunned. Indeed, you are the smartest among the few masters of the Holy Land. Xian Yi smiled coldly before he fell silent. He continued after a few moments, I have to thank all three of you. If the three of you had not paid a hefty price to open the passageway, it would not have been possible for this reincarnation passage to appear as well. Xian Yi spoke the truth. The reason why the reincarnation passage was able to appear was all thanks to the three masters of the Holy Land. You planned all of this from the start. You even planned for us to open the passageway, so that you could open the reincarnation passage? Why are you doing this? The beautiful lady said as she shook her head. She clenched her teeth tightly as she was utterly surprised. Even though that little one is talented, what exactly is it about him that would make you be willing to pay such a hefty price and plan over all these eons just to send him into samsara? The beautiful lady and the other two masters of the Holy Land were confused. What was the point of sending an expert in the chaotic realm into samsara? Was he hoping that this little one could become one of the strongest men in the absolute beginning divine world, or even save this heaven and earth? Was that possible? Haha, you guys will never guess. Xian Yi smiled and did not elaborate at all. Humph, we do not need to guess what you are planning. However, I know that no matter what you want to do, the three of us will give our all to stop you. You want to send him into samsara? We will stop him outside of the reincarnation passage and destroy his soul once again. I want to see if you can still cast space-time reversal again in that condition. The beautiful lady said coldly. Do you think the three of you can stop me? Xian Yi said coldly in a condescending tone. We shall see, the bald man spoke. The three masters of the Holy Land were prepared to stop Xian Yi. Even though they were mere consciousness embodiments, Xian Yi had it worse. He was only a consciousness incarnation. He should not have had any fighting power at all. Only Emperor 13 was near the same power level as them. It was almost impossible for him to send Jian Wushuang's soul into the incarnation passage. When Xian Yi saw this, he fell silent. He then shook his head. It is useless. You underestimated me. I have been planning for this date for eons. How can I not have a perfect plan thought out? The three masters of the Holy Land turned pale. All of a sudden, Xian Yi looked up and said with a majestic voice, People of the Seven-Star Black Sect, awaken. This majestic voice was not very loud. However, it fused into the restrictive formation within this heaven and earth. His voice could be heard across the entire eternal chaotic world. It was strange as the ordinary people and countless cultivators who were considerably weak could not hear this voice at all. Even the extremely powerful people like great emperors or almighties who were close to the realm of great emperors could barely hear it. His voice was transmitted to every single corner of the eternal chaotic world, including ancient Mystery Land and the respective ancient battlefields. Instantly, the ancient battlefields started to shake. The most important battles of the Great Battle of the ancient past had taken place around the ancient battlefield around the Green Fire world. Ever since this ancient battlefield had been found, many Almighties began to go there and explore all year round. After all these years, countless opportunities and treasures had been found. However, no one had found the true secrets hiding beneath this ancient battlefield. At the center of the battlefield was a unique place. It was a gigantic volcano. This volcano stretched across numerous mountains. At the center of the battlefield, there was a sea of fire. The flames within this sea of fire were extremely terrifying. Many Almighties ventured there and wanted to go deeper into the sea of fire to explore. However, they could only step foot into the outermost area of his sea of fire before they would be forced out. They had no way in. The outermost flame could easily burn any expert in the chaotic realm into ash. Even great emperors could not take the heat. After all these years, no one knew what was inside the sea of fire. No one dared or had the ability to explore. Just then, people of the 7-star Black Sect awaken. The majestic voice was heard there through the restrictive formation. Instantly, the sea of fire that lit up the mountains started to weaken at an incredible speed. The sea of fire started to weaken and disappear. All that was left was the earth, glowing amber. At the center of this place, the center of the sea of fire, stood a figure 3 meters tall. He was wearing crimson armor. His helmet, boots, and even his skin were crimson red. He radiated no aura at all. It was as though this 3-meter-tall figure was like a battle puppet. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. The moment his eyes opened, a blazing flame was lit and started to burn within his eyes. It was as though he could burn everything with a single thought. This crimson-red figure raised his head and looked into the sky above. There, heaven and earth stirred as a huge space tunnel was formed. The crimson-red figure took a step and disappeared instantly inside the tunnel. Chapter 2287 Awaken Part 2 Ever since the First Era, countless experts had ventured into the ancient Mystery Land. Over time, most of the opportunities and treasures had been found. After the ancient battlefield around the Green Fire world was found, most of the experts chose to go there to explore. The ancient Mystery Land had started to become quiet. At a humble corner within the ancient Mystery Land was a barren hill. This hill was extremely large. However, there was no life on this hill at all. It was a completely barren hill. Over the years, many experts had passed it, but they had never noticed it. Even though there were some who had noticed it, stayed and searched the place, nothing was ever found. It was a completely normal, barren hill. That is, until Xianyi's voice was heard there through the restrictive formation. The barren hill started to change. Large amounts of rocks collapsed rapidly. It was as though the barren hill was stripped of its outer clothes before its true features were seen. It was not a hill, it was a human, a giant who was incredibly big. The giant sat there cross-legged. The hill had been formed because he had not moved for trillions of years. At the next instant, the giant opened his eyes. His irises radiated fierceness, just like those of a savage beast. He then stood up and used his hands to tear the air above him. Under his force, heaven and earth was torn apart as a giant space tunnel big enough to fit him inside appeared. The giant entered the space tunnel without any hesitation. 8th layer. At the bottom of a river found within the dark region, there was a hidden standalone space. The giant crystal palace stood quietly above the back of Long Qi. A giant coffin floated at the center of the crystal palace. A man lay peacefully within the coffin. This man with black hair was over 5 meters tall. He wore a long golden cloak. He had a gentle look. He was so handsome that he seemed bewitching. People of the 7-star Black Sect, awaken. Xianyi's majestic voice was heard. At that instant, the handsome man sleeping peacefully within the coffin opened his eyes. He had deep, shiny eyes. They looked like sparkling gems. Crack, crack. Cracks started to form on his coffin before it finally crumbled. The beautiful man landed on the ground softly. Whoosh! A figure appeared so fast he seemed to have teleported. He appeared beside the handsome man. This figure was a strange old man who had a long, golden tail. This old man was Long Qi. At this moment, his eyes were burning with excitement and fanaticism as he looked at the beautiful man with black hair. "Master, you are finally awake," Long Qi said, trembling. "Yes." The handsome man with black hair nodded his head before he commanded, "Long Qi, follow me." The handsome man waved as a gigantic space tunnel appeared. The handsome man and Long Qi disappeared into the tunnel. Similar events were happening throughout the eternal chaotic world, one after another. Heaven's horizon, in front of the passageway and the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi stood there calmly, holding two souls in his hands. Even when he was standing against three masters of the Holy Land, Xian Yi was calm and composed. He seemed absolutely confident. The three masters of the Holy Land knitted their eyebrows tightly. They knew that Xian Yi has always been unpredictable. He had been this way back when he was alive, and even as a consciousness incarnation after death. Right when everyone was wondering what would happen, boom! A giant crack appeared in heaven and earth. A crimson figure stepped out from within the crack. He wore crimson red armor, helmet, and boots. Even his skin was crimson red. The moment he appeared, an unprecedented wave of scorching heat swept out in all directions and shrouded the entire battlefield. All experts present felt as though they were in the middle of a sea of fire. It was not any ordinary sea of fire. To them, the 3-meter-tall man in crimson armor was not a cultivator, but a flame that could burn everything in this world. When he appeared, he drew the attention of every single expert there. That man, Bing Shan, who was standing behind the masters of the Holy Land, was shocked. "It's him, one of the 7 stars of the 7-star Black Sect, Fire God Zhu Yuan." Bing Shan roared in a low voice. "One of the 7 stars?" The 3 masters of the Holy Land frowned. When the 7-star Black Sect had been around, the 7 stars had been 7 top-tier experts who were all extremely well known throughout the absolute beginning divine world. The most powerful of them all was Emperor 13, who could go even against masters of the Holy Land. Even though the other 6 were not as powerful as Emperor 13, they were of similar power levels. In this heaven and earth, under the powerful restrictions of heaven and earth, an expert with the fighting power of that of one of the 7 stars was still a threat to the 3 masters of the Holy Land. To make matters worse, the appearance of Fire God Zhu Yuan was only the beginning. The space was soon torn apart again. A giant who was hundreds of feet tall walked out of the torn space-time. This giant was extremely fierce, just like a savage beast. "Xiongju, one of the 7 stars." Bing Shan cried out once again. The space was repeatedly torn apart and figures walked out of their own space tunnels. Within moments, 8 people appeared on the battlefield. These 8 people each radiated an overbearing aura. Oh my! Out of the most well-known 7 stars from the 7-star Black Sect, 3 of them have appeared, including the most powerful Emperor 13. A total of 4 of them are gathering here. The remaining 5 are divine Punisher elders from the 7-star Black Sect. Many of the experts from the ancient past trembled in fear. Even the 3 masters of the Holy Land looked grim. They know exactly how powerful the 7 stars from the 7-star Black Sect were. They were only inferior to an expert in the realm of Master of the Holy Land. As for divine Punisher elders, back in its prime, the 7-star Black Sect had had a divine punishment palace. Within the divine punishment palace, there had been a total of 10 divine punishment elders. All of these divine punishment elders were top-tier experts. Even though they were weaker than the 7 stars, their fighting power was not too far off. 1-star man was one of the divine punishment elders. During the battle of the ancient past, no matter if it was the 7 stars or these divine punishment elders, they were the most powerful people from the 7-star Black Sect. Now, 8 of the most powerful people from the 7-star Black Sect had gathered. Chapter 2288 Help me. Are these the only people from the 7-star Black Sect who managed to awaken? Emperor 13 looked at the 8 people indifferently. Too many experts died during the great battle of the ancient past. Even divine punishment elders and the 7 stars. Not many people survived. All of these experts went into slumber over the eons. Many died in their sleep, while others found it difficult to awaken. There were only a few people who heard Xian Yi, awakened and rushed over. There is one more. He should be here soon, Xian Yi said. As he finished speaking, another gigantic crack appeared in the dark space in front of him. The crack in space-time was much bigger than the 8 before it. The power was even more terrifying. Under the gaze of all of the experts present, a gigantic thing appeared from the crack. It was trillions of feet long, and its body was covered in golden scales. It had a gigantic dragon head. Dragon turtle. It was a gigantic golden dragon turtle. If Jin Wushuang was there, he would definitely have recognized it. This golden dragon turtle that was trillions of feet long was Long Qi, who he had met in the 8th lair. While everyone was amazed about its size when Long Qi appeared on this battlefield, they also noticed a handsome man who was stood on Long Qi's back. When the Divine Punishment Elders saw the man, their faces were painted with respect. As for the 3 masters of the Holy Land and Bing Shan, they were in disbelief. Xian Yin. The 3 masters of the Holy Land stared right at the man who had just appeared solemnly. Divine Punishment Palace Master. It is the Divine Punishment Palace Master from the 7-star Black Sect. Oh my God. It's him? This is a real master of the Holy Land. Reportedly, he is of equal standing with the 7-star sect master. He is alive? The experts from the ancient past trembled in fear when they recognized the handsome man. The 7-star Black Sect was the most powerful overlord in the absolute beginning divine world. Even the 3 big holy lands could not match him. There were numerous top-tier experts within the 7-star Black Sect. Anyone part of the 7 stars, or the Divine Punishment Palace, could run amok within the absolute beginning divine world without worry. They had 2 masters of the Holy Land. The first man was the sect master of the 7-star Black Sect. He was an incredibly old and powerful man. The second was the palace master of the Divine Punishment Palace, Xian Yin. These 2 were in the realm of master of the Holy Land. There were people like Emperor 13 who had the fighting power of a master of the Holy Land, but his realm was not there yet. As for Xian Yi, he was a special case. He was so special and unique that no one knew what realm he was truly in. No one knew if he was part of the 7-star Black Sect. Back in the ancient past, when the 7-star Black Sect had been at its prime, Divine Punishment Palace Master Xian Yin had been there. Now Xian Yin had awakened and stood before everyone on top of the golden dragon turtle. Many people held their breaths. Greetings, Palace Master. Greetings, Divine Punishment Palace Master. The experts from the 7-star Black Sect who were present, such as the Divine Punishment Elders, and the experts who were part of the 7 stars, greeted him. Even the leader of the 7 stars, Emperor 13, greeted him with respect. The beautiful man who stood on top of the golden dragon turtle looked down and scanned the crowd. His eyes looked as though they contained trillions of stars. He nodded his head at the Divine Punishment Elders and the 7 stars. Soon, he locked his vision on one man. The man who he locked his vision onto was Xian Yi. Xian Yi. The handsome man with black hair looked at Xian Yi coldly, rage burning in his eyes. Anger. Xian Yin was extremely furious. Xian Yi was the reason why he was so furious. Xian Yin, it has been a long time. Xian Yi smiled lightly and gently. The overbearing aura Xian Yi had was gone. It was the same gentleness he had when he spoke to Jin Wushuang. You dare to appear in front of me? You have the guts to awaken me? Xian Yin clenched his fists. It was as though he was about to explode in rage. The experts present felt odd when they saw this scene. They were curious. Wasn't Xian Yi part of the 7-star Black Sect? Then why did the Divine Punishment Palace Master Xian Yin look like he hated him so much and seem as though he was about to kill him? Shouldn't they be on the same side? The 3 masters of the Holy Land watched everything unfold coldly. The 3 masters of the Holy Land knew the reason behind the great battle. They understood why Xian Yin would be enraged and seemed to hate Xian Yi so much when he saw him. Xian Yin, I know you still blame me for that great battle. You created the 7-star Black Sect with Xian Yu over many eons and through great effort. You made this sect become the overlord of the absolute beginning divine world. However, The seven-star Black Sect took an unprecedented and disastrous hit because of me. I understand that you are angry. However, no matter how much you hate me or complain about me, it has already happened. I am trying to fix everything. Hence, he stopped before he looked into Xian Yan's eyes and said, the reason why I woke you from your sleep is because I need the help of you and every other expert here to send this little one into samsara. Please help me. Xian then bowed down to Xian Yan and the experts from the seven-star Black Sect. After he bowed down, he remained in that posture. In front of Xian Yi, Xian Yan and the other 8 top-tier experts from the seven-star Black Sect knitted their eyebrows tightly and fell silent. They knew who Xian Yi was and how incredible his techniques and fighting powers were. Without a doubt, he was an extraordinary expert. He could battle the heavens, the earth, and all sentient beings. He had never bowed down to or begged anyone before. Today, however, he had bowed down to them in front of numerous experts from the ancient past and requested their help. They have never thought that Xian Yi could put down his pride. Even Xian Yan was caught by surprise. Chapter 2289 Escort to Samsara. The earth fell quiet. Dead quiet. The pinnacle experts of the seven-star Black Sect were all looking at Xian Yan on the golden dragon turtle. Xian Yan pondered for a long time before finally saying, Xian Yi, they'll trust you one last time. Thank you. Xian Yi heaved a sigh of relief and slowly stood up. Xian Yan on the golden dragon turtle shifted his gaze towards the 3 masters of Holy Land. You 3 can scram now. Xian Yan's cold cry reverberated across the lands. Insolence. The 2-meter-tall beauty, the white-robed bald man, and the crimson-robed woman were instantly furious. Scram? Simple words were enough to display how much he looked down on them. When had the 3 masters of Holy Land ever been looked down upon? Xian Yan, you think things are still the same? The white-robed bald man asked coldly. You were stronger than us in the beginning, but not by a lot. So many years have passed since, and you were only sleeping, whereas the 3 of us have improved immensely. Under these conditions, you dare ask us to scram? The crimson-robed woman said as well. If you all don't scram, it'll simply destroy the consciousness embodiment of yours. Xian Yan was determined. Long Qi, let's go. An angry roar was made by the golden dragon turtle. Long Qi was only but a mount under Xian Yan. His power was enough to go against a divine Punisher Elder. Its large body pounced with great might towards the 3 masters of Holy Land. The elite experts of the seven-star Black Sect followed right behind Xian Yan. Go as well, Xian Yi said. Understood. Emperor 13 and 1-star man nodded. The 2 of them moved out at once. War broke out. The 3 masters of Holy Land looked unsightly upon realizing what was coming for them. They may have been highly reputable masters of Holy Land, but they were going against the 7-star Black Sect experts, 2 of them with Master of Holy Land fighting powers, the rest close to that. If it had been at their pinnacle period, they would not have feared them at all, but under the restrictions, they were still stronger, but not by much. Their fighting power had decreased immensely. Hong, hong, hong. An earth-shattering force exploded upon impact from both sides, leaving the eternal chaotic world great emperors dumbfounded. To those great emperors, the chaotic divine demon ancient era experts were already extremely terrifying, but now they were nothing against those elite experts. Upon contact, the 3 masters of Holy Land were immediately put at a disadvantage and suppressed. Under those circumstances, Xian Yi made his move. He gradually stepped out towards the reincarnation passage. The Master of Holy Land trio sensed Xian Yi making his move, but had no way to intervene with the 7-star Black Sect experts in the way. There was no way they could get help from absolute beginning divine world experts either. They had already paid too high a price for their consciousness embodiments to come down. If they sent experts over, they would have to sacrifice their own lives. That obviously would not happen. They could stare at Xian Yi approaching the reincarnation passage. Xian Yi opened his palm and revealed 2 intact souls floating, but neither awakened. Xian Yi stared at Jian Wushuang's soul peacefully and stretched out his index finger, allowing for boundless information to enter Jian Wushuang's soul. Xian Yi smiled and tossed his hand out. Go, little guy. With Xian Yi's guidance, Jian Wushuang's soul made its way towards the reincarnation passage and disappeared. He threw the Mountain River map and Blood Mountain sword along as well. Afterwards, Xianyi looked at Long Rushuang's soul. Might as well send the other. I hope you both can find each other on the other side, Xianyi said as he tossed Long Rushuang's soul into the reincarnation passage as well. In the blink of an eye, both souls entered the reincarnation passage. Xianyi finally revealed a relieved smile. The reincarnation passage began to slowly dissipate. Within a moment, the large reincarnation passage had disappeared as well. Did we do it? Emperor 13, One-Star Man, and the others were overjoyed. The Master of Holy Land Trio's faces, on the other hand, turned extremely ugly. We let him succeed. What was the reason behind Xianyi doing all of this, sacrificing so much just to send him into the tunnel? The 2-meter-tall beauty asked. Who knows? But the kid has secrets. It's a pity we did not block it, the white-robed bald man said. Forget it. There is no point staying here anymore. Let's go, the crimson-robed woman said. The Master of Holy Land Trio reached an agreement. Without hesitation, the 3 consciousness embodiments went straight for the link passage and left. Xianyan, Emperor 13, and the rest did not stop Shan, Lung Rushue, and the others from leaving either. As the ancient era experts left, the link passage disappeared. The peace at Heaven's Horizon was restored. In the dark void in front of the Heaven's Horizon, the 7-star Black Sect experts gathered in front of Xianyi. Xianyi's figure was gradually turning transparent. After so many years, your will is finally collapsing? Emperor 13 asked Xianyi calmly. Xianyi smiled. He knew his condition. He had died a long time ago, back at that ancient battlefield. Only his willpower was left. His willpower had survived for so many years, and after completing his purpose, he was now finally collapsing. The super-existence that had stirred heavens and multiple worlds was about to meet its end. Chapter 2290 Legend, Xianyi. The black-haired man on the golden dragon turtle looked at Xianyi with mixed feelings. Indeed, Xianyan hated Xianyi to the core. 7-star Black Sect had met its doom mainly due to Xianyi. But at the same time, they were best friends, blood-forged brothers. Xianyan's heart felt heavy at the sight of Xianyi's willpower collapsing. I have no regrets after sending that lad into the reincarnation passage. Xianyi smiled with no regard to his own thinning body. I've made all the preparations. All that's left is for the boy to understand it. It's time for me to leave, Xianyi said as he looked at Xianyan. Xianyan, my brother, goodbye. Xianyi finally disappeared without a trace. The heaven-shaking super-existence was finally gone. Xianyan was heavy at heart and said nothing as Xianyi gradually disappeared. After some time, he heaved a long sigh. Forget it, he's gone. No reason to hold any more grudges. Xianyi, so long. After sighing, Xianyan tore through space and left. The other 7-star Black Sect experts all sighed. Soon the 7-star Black Sect experts, such as Emperor 13 and One-Star Man, left. The restrictions on the Earth were too great that if they stayed for any longer, the environment would have a detrimental impact on their health. Now that Xianyi's plan had succeeded, they would continue to sleep. They would all spend their remaining time in slumber, Emperor 13 included. In a moment, the experts at Heaven's Horizon all left, all except for the Eternal Chaotic World experts headed by Emperor Bai. Emperor Bai, Abysmal Saint Master, and many more fell quiet. After some time, Ancestor Tianqian asked, "Is it over?" "Yes, it is. Those that desired to return have done so, those who did not have gone back to sleep. The Eternal Chaotic World will not see any ancient era experts for a long time. Peace is finally restored." The great emperors around looked at each other, but were not happy at all. Peace had indeed been restored at Eternal Chaotic World, but after the battle, the great emperors were full of awe and longing for the absolute beginning divine world instead. Unfortunately, that would not be possible now. They lived in a restricted land that protected them from absolute beginning divine world experts. But similarly, they could never leave. Sword Emperor should have survived, right? Abysmal Saint Master frowned. He did, Emperor Bai nodded. He had died, But his master Xian Yi took great efforts to revert space-time and revived his soul, and sent it down the reincarnation tunnel. If I am not wrong, he sent him to the reincarnation tunnel towards absolute beginning divine world. They had all guessed it. Xian Yi's intention was to use the tunnel to send Jian Wushuang to the absolute beginning divine world. But with the lands completely under the control of those absolute beginning divine world experts, he could not rely on the link passage to send him towards the absolute beginning divine world. He used all means to send him there via the reincarnation passage instead, turning back time and sending him into the reincarnation passage. How powerful was that man? Is that what the absolute beginning divine world experts can do? Amazing! We may be great emperors of this earth, admired by many, but we are no more than frogs trapped in a well. Our trapped vision will never let us see the vast lands of the absolute beginning divine world. I wonder when we can go there. The great emperors all longed for the place, but they could not go to it. Unless the expert Xian Yi revived and built another reincarnation passage for them, it was impossible. Listen up. Emperor Bei's gaze turned solemn. Nothing about today can be divulged to the outside world. Absolute beginning divine world must never be mentioned within the eternal chaotic world. The great emperors flinched but nodded. They understood Emperor Bei's purpose. Absolute beginning divine world was too vast. Even the great emperors had no chance to interact with it, much less the normal cultivators. It was better to hide it and let the eternal chaotic world cultivators live in bliss and ignorance. As for Sword Emperor, Emperor Bai paused and said, "You can inform his parents and his close friends about what really happened to Sword Emperor, but publicly, Sword Emperor died during the battle between the Sanctuary Alliance and Ancient Era experts. Understood?" Understood. The great emperors nodded once again. Although the Sword Emperor is no longer here, his achievements and sacrifices for the Sanctuary Alliance and the eternal chaotic world can never be surpassed. No one will ever lay their hands on his hometown green fire world and lineage of stars. Anyone who does that will be the enemy of the Sanctuary Alliance, an enemy of me. Emperor Bei's voice was stern as he stared at those great emperors. Those words were for the great emperors in front of him. The green fire world and lineage of stars were powerful by themselves. No one would have dared touch it without the help of a great emperor. Emperor Bai had to deter the great emperors from thinking otherwise. The great emperors looked at each other. They dared not think otherwise with Emperor Bai and Jian Wushuang's remaining influence around. Let's go. The great emperors soon left. Word of the Sword Emperor collapsing spread like wildfire across the eternal chaotic world. Countless cultivators sighed for the loss of such a genius, a legend. Once one has collapsed, no matter how glorious his past was, he would eventually be forgotten and become no more than a legend. Sanctuary Alliance great emperors knew that he was not dead. Perhaps one day Jian Wushuang would return, but that would be many, many years later. Chapter 2291 Incineration Moon City. 9 years of snow, the core of the earth, the absolute beginning divine world. Incineration Moon City, a normal city in the absolute beginning divine world. It was an afternoon of early summer. The skies were supposed to be clear, but instead, snow was falling all over the city. Snow fell from the sky like goose feathers, coating the entire Incineration Moon City in a layer of silver. Strangely, the snow did not fall for only a day or two. It had started a long time ago and had not stopped since. The streets were crowded. Despite the harsh weather, people wore thin layers of clothing, not one bit afraid of the cold. Occasionally, armored soldiers would walk past and melt the accumulated snow on the streets with their pure divine power. Thank the heavens for those soldiers. Without them, the city would have long been buried in snow. In a tavern, many cultivators gathered for drinks and laughs. What is wrong with this weather? Ever since I entered this city, the snow has not stopped. A burly man with a battle saber complained as he watched the snow fall from the comfort of the tavern. "Haha, you must be new." A purple-haired elder looked over and said, "Stay a while longer and you'll get used to it." "Get used to it?" The burly man was confused and asked, "Brother, what do you mean? It's early summer now. How can it be snowing for days?" "Days? Haha, wrong. The snow has been falling for years, the purple-haired elder replied. Years? You're kidding, right? The burly man was shocked. Am not. I've been here for the longest time. The snow has been falling for about 10 years. 9 years and 9 months, to be specific, and it has never stopped, the purple-haired elder said. How is that possible? The burly man was amazed. Perhaps there is an elite expert behind the snow? Artificial snow? To him, that was the only logical explanation. No snow could possibly go on for 9 years and 9 months naturally. Haha, I knew you would think that way. But I can assure you that the snow is natural. Sure, it's weird, but there's a reason behind it. The purple-haired elder laughed heartily. Reason? What reason? The burly man asked continuously. The other cultivators gathered as well. They knew that the snow had lasted for 9 years and 9 months, but no one knew why, and they all wanted to know. The reason, the purple-haired elder was baiting them. The burly man took out 2 bottles of good wine from his Qian ring and placed it in front of him. Brother, tell us. The purple-haired elder smiled at the sight of wine. It's a rumor around the city. I cannot confirm the legitimacy of it either. He continued, apparently, when our incineration moon governor Zhui Yunfeng's wife had her 3rd child 9 years ago. The snow started and has never stopped since. The burly man frowned and said, Brother, this is obviously fake. How can someone being pregnant have anything to do with the snow? It is simply a coincidence. The other cultivators felt similarly, but the purple-haired elder smiled. What if the child has yet to be born till now? What? That unsettled everyone. Pregnant for 9 years, till now? It couldn't be. That's the rumor. Ever since Zhui Yunfeng's wife Luo Xinqin fell pregnant, the snow has fallen. 9 years and 9 months have passed, and yet the child is still unborn. No coincidence there. The purple-haired elder smiled. The burly man and the other cultivators in the tavern nodded in agreement. It was indeed weird. The snow was weird. The unborn child was weirder. It could not be a coincidence for both to happen concurrently. People are saying it's a demon. It's been long rumored in the incineration moon city that Luo Xinqin is pregnant with the devil, a monster, the purple-haired elder added. The others agreed. An unborn creature for 9 years and 9 months had to be a monster. But at the absolute beginning divine world, where power triumphed over all, a monster could be a good thing instead. After all, monsters would have their advantages, and many sects in the absolute beginning divine world would undoubtedly want one under their wing. Governor Zhui Yunfeng had a good reputation in the city as well. Even though people were talking about Luo Xinqin and her child, no one pointed it out and had no contempt or disgust for it. The burly man felt content after paying 2 bottles of fine wine for an interesting story. After some ruckus, the crowd dispersed. Incineration Moon City, within the governor's palace. Governor Zhui Yunfeng was a man of his word, and a very fair man as well. He was deeply respected within the city. In the conference hall of his huge manor, a silver-robed, powerful middle-aged man with a little stubble was discussing issues with a guard commander under him. He was Zhui Yunfeng. A maid hurried in. Sir. The maid shouted for him as she ran in. Zhui Yunfeng frowned and asked, What is the rush? The maid saw the guard commander and realized that Zhui Yunfeng was discussing business, and so she apologized. Speak. What is it? Zhui Yunfeng asked calmly. Sir, ma'am is about to give birth, the maid replied. What? Zhui Yunfeng flinched, then rushed over towards Luo Xinqin's room excitedly, disregarding the guard commander. Chapter 2292 Taoist priest Xian Shun from outside the incineration moon city. A green-robed, white-haired elder walked over slowly, barefoot. The weathered elder was holding a piece of cloth, with the words Tong Shun, all-powerful, and Swan Ming, fortune-telling. When he reached the incineration moon city's entrance, he paused for a moment to see the snowfall in the city. An unfathomable smile appeared on his wrinkled face. This day has finally come. After pausing, the barefoot elder walked into the city. It was the middle of the night, but the governor's mansion was well lit, with large hordes of people moving back and forth hurriedly. In the inner courtyard, a number of people stood there anxiously. Governor Zhui Yunfeng was pacing around. It's been so many hours, The rascal still does not want to come out? Zhuo Yunfeng scolded as he paced around. Father, there's no rush. You have already waited for 9 years and 9 months. What are these few hours to you? The cold young man, 16 or 17 years of age, replied with a smile. He was Zhuo Yunfeng's eldest son, Zhuo Peng. Zhuo Yunfeng had a son and a daughter, but the daughter was not in the city at the moment. What do you know? It's because he's been inside for so long, Zhuo Yunfeng replied. Zhuo Peng smiled but did not say anything more. At that moment, a servant hurried in. Sir, a Taoist priest is outside waiting to see you, the servant said. What time is it already? Just refuse him. Zhuo Yunfeng waved his hand. He was in no mood to meet an irrelevant Taoist priest. Sir, the man is named Taoist priest Xianshan. He said you would definitely meet him if you heard his name, the servant replied. Taoist priest Xianshan? Zhuo Yunfeng flinched for a moment. Even Zhuo Peng was shocked. Taoist priest Xianshan was a big shot at Anjiao Commandery. Even Anjiao Commandery's governor had plenty of respect for him. Anjiao Commandery had a lot of clans and families and were all powerful experts. Many even guessed that Taoist priest Xianshan was a super expert. No governor could afford to offend such a big shot. He could visit such people in his daily life. But now this Taoist priest Xianshan had come down personally. It's really Taoist priest Xianshan? Zhuo Yunfeng was somewhat unsure. That's what he said, the servant replied. Send him in, Zhuo Yunfeng said, then waved his hand. No, they'll bring him in myself. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng rushed towards the main gates. The two soon reached the entrance and indeed saw a smiling, green-robed, barefoot elder holding a piece of cloth. Zhuo Yunfeng determined that the man looked exactly like the famed Taoist priest Xianshan, and he could not see through him, as if the man was a vast ocean, but he could only interpret a droplet of him. It's definitely Taoist priest Xianshan, Zhuo Yunfeng was sure, and bowed. Greetings, Taoist elder, Zhuo Yunfeng at your service. You're too kind. I should be paying my respects instead. Governor, Taoist priest Xianshan bowed as well. May I ask what brings you here today? Zhuo Yunfeng asked humbly. He would have asked him to come in for tea on a usual day, but that day was no usual day. He was too anxious to have any small talk with him. Governor Zhuo, truth be told, am here for the soon-to-be-born kid. Taoist priest Xianshan smiled. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng were shocked. The servants and maids beside them were dumbfounded as well. Zhuo Yunfeng had given orders for no news to be spread regarding his wife Luo Xinqin's long pregnancy. Furthermore, the news about Luo Xinqin going into labor could only be known by some people within the governor mansion. But Taoist priest Xianshan, like a prophet, knew that the child was about to be born. Governor Zhuo, you not going to let me in? Taoist priest Xianshan smiled. Zhuo Yunfeng immediately reacted. How could I refuse? Please. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng soon brought Taoist priest Xianshan to that door in the inner courtyard. Thinking of what was happening inside, Zhuo Yunfeng could no longer calm himself down and started pacing around. Taoist priest Xianshan smiled. No rush, governor. Nothing's wrong with the child. It's simply not time yet. Zhuo Yunfeng stopped and looked towards him. Elder, then when will my child be born? At the latter part of the Z hour, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., Taoist priest Xianshan smiled. The surrounding people frowned. How can you be so sure, Taoist elder? Zhuo Yunfeng asked. Even though others regarded Taoist priest Xianshan like a deity, Zhuo Yunfeng had to see it to believe it. I observe the weather. This snow that has been going on for 9 years and 9 months will eventually stop at the later part of the Z hour, making it 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days. 9 is a good number. 3 nines make it an excellent progression. The little boy will come out then, Taoist priest Xianshan said. Zhuo Yunfeng's suspicions grew further. Zhuo Peng directly asked, Elder, that's too abstract, don't you think? What 3 nines? So if the child is born another 9 hours later, would that not make it 4 nines? Also, how do you know the child will be a boy? Don't be rude, Peng, Zhuo Yunfeng scolded, but deep inside he felt the same. Taoist priest Xianshan's words were too abstract for him to believe. Taoist priest Xianshan simply smiled. Watch and see, he said. Time passed. Sir, it's the Z hour now, a servant said. Okay, Zhuo Yunfeng nodded. Another hour passed by. Sir, it's the latter half of the Z-hour now, the servant said again. But before he could finish his sentence, wah! A refreshing wail of a baby resounded across the room. Chapter 2293. Sword from the Heavens, Jin Wushuang. The wail was like the rising sun. As he wailed, the snow that had been falling for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days suddenly stopped. Incineration Moon City's snow melted instantly, and the bitter cold that once could be felt at every corner of the city was no more. The snow really stopped? The people in the inner courtyard were shocked. As the door opened, an old woman walked out with a baby wrapped in her arms. "Congratulations, Governor. It is a healthy boy," the old lady said with a smile. "Bring him over," Zhuo Yunfeng said. The old lady brought it over for Zhuo Yunfeng to check. "It really is a boy?" Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng gulped. Everything the Taoist priest Xian Shan had said was correct, from the time, to the snow, and even down to the gender of the baby. "Elder, you are godlike indeed. I atone for my insolence." Zhuo Yunfeng immediately apologized to Taoist priest Xian Shan. "Elder Xian Shan, please forgive us," Zhuo Peng apologized as well. They only knew about the Taoist elder's reputation but had never seen him perform. But now they knew that he was a God-sent prophet. He was beyond man. Zhuo Yunfeng could be sure that Taoist elder Xian Shan was an all-knowing almighty. At least his rules of fate were at astonishing levels. "It's nothing much, no need to worry." Taoist priest Xian Shan smiled without any malice. Zhuo Yunfeng took a deep breath, looked at the baby, and asked the Taoist priest Xian Shan, "Taoist elder, please bestow a name for our little guy." "A name?" Taoist priest Xian Shan raised his eyebrow. "I'm here not just to bestow a name. I need to change his surname as well." "Surname?" Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng were shocked. He was born in the Zhuo household, Zhuo Yunfeng's son. But Taoist priest Xian Shan wanted to change his surname? "Governor Zhuo, your son is special. His surname has been predestined," Taoist priest Xian Shan said. Zhuo Yunfeng frowned, but still said, "Please do so." "No rush, wait," Taoist priest Xian Shan said as he looked up towards the dark void. Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng looked up, confused, but he did not see anything. "It's coming," Taoist priest Xian Shan said. Right after he said that, the black void rumbled as the darkness retreated to make way for a streak of light. The streak of light gradually lit up the place and was increasingly glaring as it approached the earth. Shio. Like an asteroid, the streak of light struck the inner courtyard. A huge hole was blown up. Everyone in the inner courtyard, including Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng, were dumbfounded. As the dust settled, they saw a sword in the ground. The sword was 4 about 1.3 m, tall with no scabbard. The blade itself was crimson red as if it was drenched in blood. "This is..." Zhuo Yunfeng and the others stared at the sword. The long sword looked ordinary, but Zhuo Yunfeng saw an incomprehensible hell within it. Countless bones and endless streams of blood flowed within that hell. It was a sword of death. "What a terrifying sword," Zhuo Yunfeng murmured, but he was even more appalled. Because the sword had come from the heavens. From the heavens? "Governor Zhuo, your kid was born by the sword and should take up the surname Jin, meaning sword, for his name, because he was in your wife's womb for 9 years, 9 months, and 9 days, unparalleled in this earth. Name him Wushuang." "Wushuang will be his name," Taoist priest Xian Shan exclaimed. "Jin as a surname, Wushuang as his name. Jin Wushuang?" Zhuo Yunfeng flinched, but quickly responded, "Unparalleled on this earth, with a sword in hand, a good name." "Thank you for bestowing the name," Zhuo Yunfeng thanked. Taoist priest Xian Shan laughed. "I am here for his name only. Now that that's settled, I shall be on my way." Taoist priest Xian Shan did not turn away immediately, but instead looked at the baby. The baby's eyes were already wide open, staring at Taoist priest Xian Shan. "Little boy, we will meet again." Taoist priest Xian Shan made his way out of the mansion. "Thank you, elder," Zhuo Yunfeng and Zhuo Peng bowed as he left. "Haha." Taoist priest Xian Shan laughed casually as he disappeared from the view of others in a matter of moments. "Taoist priest Xian Shan really is something else," Zhuo Yunfeng exclaimed. "Father, are we really going to name him Jin Wushuang?" Zhuopeng asked. Of course, this is the name Taoist elder gave. You yourself saw the sword descend from above. The name is but a tag. We can call him Jian Wushuang. We can also call him Zhuo Wushuang. It's the same, Zhuo Yunfeng laughed. Of course, Zhuopeng nodded. They both were extremely excited about the newborn baby. Oh yes, let us show your mother, Zhuo Yunfeng said as they headed into the room. What the duo did not notice was that the baby's black eyes had a glimpse of shock within them. His gaze never shifted from the direction Taoist priest Xian Shun had left in. Who was that Taoist priest? Jian Wushuang shouted in his heart, but he could not form any words. All that came from him were the wails of a baby. Jian Wushuang had yet to understand what had happened. He only remembered obtaining his wife Lung Rushuang's soul at Heaven's horizon and being chased down by two masters of Holy Land. He was dying, but the moment he woke up, everything had changed. Chapter 2294 The Reason Behind Everything Part 1 Jian Wushuang was placed on the bed beside a dignified woman. She was Luo Xinqin. Mother, look, brother's nose and mouth look exactly like yours, Zhuopeng said by the bed. Luo Xinqin smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang with love. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. Am a baby? Is this reincarnation? Jian Wushuang thought. But soon, a message entered Jian Wushuang's mind. The message was from his master Xian Yi. He finally knew what had happened to him. So I see, I was dead. Master did a space-time reversal to revive my soul and sent me down the reincarnation passage, Jian Wushuang thought. He did not know that his wife had been sent down the reincarnation passage as well. Xian Yi left him more than that message. Jian Wushuang started reading about everything that was happening. Disciple, you should have reincarnated at the absolute beginning divine world by now. You will continue to grow there, and you should know why. As your master, you should have guessed it, but am the guy with the huge forehead back at Green Fire World, the man you saw in your head in that ancient display. He had already guessed Xian Yi's identity. When he saw that ancient display, he had guessed that that man that fought against the heavens was likely his master. In the absolute beginning divine world, the man had been forced into a corner during an ancient battle and then did something to crumble the earth. That should have been the restriction formation at eternal chaotic world, sealing it away from the absolute beginning divine world. When eternal chaotic world fought against the three emperors' world, Xian Yi could control it with a flick of his hand. Xian Yi was naturally the owner of that formation. Jian Wushuang read on. I was born in the absolute beginning divine world as a unique, perfect chaotic life form, taking a purpose with me since day one. I had to fulfill my purpose no matter how tough it was. I was a sworn brother of the two founders of the Seven-Star Black Sect, and I was so close to fulfilling that purpose with the help of the Seven-Star Black Sect. But at the final moment, a mutiny happened, 3 big holy land, 4 big holy tribes, 8 big holy sects, and countless absolute beginning divine world experts, interest-driven, slaughtered their way into the 7-star divine realm. I was powerful, but there were too many of them. We had to retreat. The 7-star Black Sect faced elimination because of me. I had to seal the 7-star divine realm out of desperation to protect the 7-star Black Sect from a total wipeout. Jian Wushuang understood everything so far. He had only known how the ancient battle had been fought and ended previously. Now he knew why. It was because of Xian Yi. His master as a unique, perfect, chaotic life form had been born with a mission. The 7-star Black Sect had simply helped him fulfill it. But at the final moment, absolute beginning divine world opposing forces had stopped it. He could understand why that mysterious 7-star Black Sect expert at the 8th layer was so angry with his master. The battle had started because of his master Xian Yi, leading to the end of the 7-star Black Sect. It was normal to have hatred for him. But what was a perfect chaotic life form? As a perfect chaotic life form, what purpose did he have? Jian Wushuang kept on reading. After that battle, before I died, although I sealed up the 7-star divine realm, it took too much blood essence and divine power from so many experts. It drew 99% of the 7-star divine realm's spiritual influence of heaven and earth as well, leading it to becoming a basically barren land. As the restriction formation continued to operate, The demand for the spiritual influence of heaven and earth increased, leading to worse cultivating environments for the first era and second era experts. That was how the restriction on the earth was created. Under those circumstances, the remaining 7-star Black Sect experts had to sleep. I may have lost my body, but not my willpower, and that was active the entire time, thinking about how to solve that sticky situation. The 7-star Black Sect and I may have lost then, but many experts were always indignant about it. We all wanted to fight our way back into the absolute beginning divine world. But how tough was that? Jian Wushuang paused and sighed. Indeed, the 7-star Black Sect had lost badly in that war. The 7-star divine realm had only been preserved due to that restriction formation. Without that, 7-star divine realm and the 7-star Black Sect would have become history. Xianyi's formation had given them a slim fighting chance, but it was too slim. It had protected the 7-star divine realm, but it had turned it into barren land, incapable of breeding experts. The 7-star Black Sect experts could only sleep to retain their powers. Under those circumstances, how could they fight their way back into the absolute beginning divine world? Chapter 2295 The Reason Behind Everything Part 2 Jian Wushuang read on. I had thought of everything, but nothing would work. I could not even restore the 7-star divine realm's spiritual influence of heaven and earth. If I wasn't dead, maybe I could have. But because of that, I had a thought. I needed to create another me, another perfect chaotic life form. Jian Wushuang was taken aback. According to Xian, the perfect chaotic life form was created naturally, and there had only been one from the birth of the absolute beginning divine world till now. To create such a life form artificially? Was that possible? Even I thought that the idea was crazy. But no matter how crazy it was the 7-star Black Sects and my own last hope. I started to research. First, to create the perfect chaotic life form, he needed to be optimized at every aspect of a cultivator. From that ancient battle onwards, I tried countless times, and finally created a brand new cultivating system. It was inverse cultivation. Jian Wushuang was shocked. Inverse cultivation. Inverse cultivation was indeed created by his master. He had created it after countless failures to form a perfect chaotic life form. So is the ultimate goal of the inverse cultivation the perfect chaotic life form? Jian Wushuang murmured as he read on. The inverse cultivation system starts off with the perfect foundation, then the perfect chaotic holy body, finally the perfect chaotic life form. The creation of this system was the first step to my plan. There was hope, but I did not realize the cultivating requirements were too strict. Countless guys from the first era could not even perfect the perfect foundation. I was in despair, but a lucky fellow cultivated the perfect foundation. He was Emperor Bai. He had heard Emperor Bai mention Xian teaching him inverse cultivation before. He did not know Xian was testing him amongst countless other experts, but only he made it to perfect foundation. I thought of countless ways to help him improve, and he did not disappoint. He passed the inverse cultivation test and made it to the perfect chaotic holy body. But unfortunately, I realized he could never become the perfect chaotic life form. I could tell. He lacked something from birth. My experiment ended in failure. But that did not bring me down. I saw hope. I realized from Emperor Bai that the deficiency came from birth. You could only rectify it if you changed the factors of the birth and before it. The first era experts under the barren spiritual energy all came with that deficiency to reach perfect chaotic life form. So, I formed a whole new environment. That environment is where my head was at that battlefield. My head is the source of all power. It is the origin. Even though I had collapsed, it was still the head of the perfect chaotic life form. With countless tries, I reformed whatever power was left from it and created the green fire world. Jian Wushuang could no longer control himself. Indeed, the green fire world had been created from that head, from Master's remaining energy and life. Jian Wushuang was stunned. I am the perfect chaotic life form, and all those that are born from that world will, therefore, be my offspring. cultivators from there naturally will be able to become perfect chaotic life forms, making up for that deficiency. Next, just as I had expected, the green fire world started to prosper with more cultivators. I passed down the inverse cultivation via many channels, and finally, the first inverse cultivation expert from the green fire world, Emperor Qing, was born. Although she made up for the deficiency, she was not able to combine all her perfect factors together. To mitigate that, I created a seasoner, the Universal Tao Scripture. Jin Wushuang was taken aback once again. The Universal Tao Scripture is indeed special. Jin Wushuang had known that it was very unique from the very beginning. He had even suspected that he was able to absorb quickly due to it. Looked like he was right. Not only was it extraordinary, but it was also part of the inverse cultivation. Only when one had cultivated the Universal Tao Scripture would one able to combine all the perfect factors learnt from inverse cultivation to become truly perfect. Emperor Bai could not become the perfect chaotic life form due to his deficiency. Emperor Qing had collapsed too soon without combining the factors. Next, soon after I created the Universal Tao Scripture, the second inverse cultivation expert from Green Fire World was you. Chapter 2296 The Reason Behind Everything Part 3 Soon after I created the Universal Tao Scripture, the second inverse cultivation expert from Green Fire World was you. Jin Wushuang read on. This time, with my 2 attempts behind me, I was confident. I prepared myself and handed you the Universal Tao Scripture personally. Long before you were born, when that inverse cultivation pearl landed at the ancient worlds where you were born, I was waiting for you already. So as to prevent suspicion from others, I joined the ancient sect as an eternal realm cultivator and took in 3 lineal disciples. I only took the 3 in because I like them. I helped them too, but their achievements were completely based on their own effort. After waiting for tens of thousands of years, you were born, and soon stepped into the path of inverse cultivation. The next bit was obvious. After you arrived at Green Fire Palace, I took you in as the ancient sect Sword Palace Master and passed you the Universal Tao Scripture. As you grew, I passed you the Blood Mountain Sword and Mountain River map as well. As the Jin Kingdom problem appeared, I had to do something about it, but that would have exposed a lot about me, so the logical decision then was to disappear in front of you. I split my willpower into 2, one disappeared in front of you, the other hid inside the Mountain River map and watched you grow. I could save you when needed that way. Xianyi did not mention it, but Xianyi had helped him multiple times when he was at the brink of death back at the Eternal Chaotic World. Like at the 8th lair, against countless Star Demon clansmen, Xianyi had secretly passed secret skills of Star Palace's powers to that standalone space for Long Qi to discover and help Jin Wushuang. Like at the Buddhist Demon Sea, against Acheron Palace, at the brink of death Xianyi secretly released Mountain River Map's powers out, awakening Old Monster Jiao and One Star Man. One Star Man had even passed Jin Wushuang an opportunity because he had sensed Xianyi's aura. At the ancient battlefield near Green Fire World, at the chilly Wind Valley where Jin Wushuang had first met Emperor 13, not only had he not killed him, but he had left a mark on him as well, and that was because he could sense Xianyi's consciousness within the Mountain River map. Your growth was faster than expected. When you reached perfect chaotic holy body, my consciousness in the Mountain River map could sense that you were different from Emperor Qing and Emperor Bai. You had everything needed to become a perfect chaotic life form. I knew you were the one I'd been looking for. But, to become the perfect chaotic life form, there would be one more step. Inverse cultivation's 8th step. Reincarnation. Only with that move can you truly be born into the absolute beginning divine world as a perfect chaotic life form. I started making preparations. When the eternal chaotic world fought against the 3 Emperors' world, I appeared not only to help you suppress Blood Emperor, but also to send Emperor 13 a message. I got him to make preparations, to prepare a small-scale reincarnation. The small-scale reincarnation was in the Reincarnation Pearl. Emperor 13 used One Star Man to pass it to you, to let you think it was a simple treasure used to understand reincarnation rules of order, but it was the key to everything. After that, I heard that the Masters of Holy Land from the absolute beginning divine world were about to open a link passage at Heaven's horizon. Just in time. After all, even though the small-scale reincarnation had been set up, it still needed to link to the absolute beginning divine world. It was hard for even Emperor 13, One-Star Man, and the others to link due to the restrictions. But if they opened it from the other side, that would be a whole new story. Thus, the perfect plan was formed. While they opened the link passage, I would open the reincarnation passage for you. But there was a catch. I could only send your soul in, not your body. The soul that enters the reincarnation passage must be at peace as well, with no signs of resistance. The best way was for your soul to sleep first, but it would be difficult for you if your soul was not hurt. There was only one way to do it. You would die, and I would revive your soul via space-time reversal. Jin Wushuang did not know how to feel. At the same time, the many questions he had were resolved. That's the reason his master Xian Yi, in order to release 7-star divine realm from its predicament, had created the inverse cultivation system to find the second perfect chaotic life form. The birth of Green Fire World and everything before it had been for that one motive. Emperor Bai and the other inverse cultivators in the eternal chaotic world were simply failed products of Xian Yi's. And there were 8 steps in inverse cultivation. Jin Wushuang had already reached the pinnacle 7th step, but the last step needed reincarnation, leading to the deliberate plans made by Xian Yi, Emperor 13, and One-Star Man. Their calculations had even taken into account the use of the power of the 3 Masters of Holy Land to open absolute beginning divine world's reincarnation passage, sending Jin Wushuang over. This had been Xian Yi's motive from the very beginning, since the ancient era. Chapter 2297 Wait for me. After understanding everything, Jin Wushuang could not help but admire and respect him. He had full respect and admiration for his master. His master was dead, but had used his willpower to continue to rule the lands. He had created a whole new inverse cultivation system and created the second perfect chaotic life form artificially. How insane was that? Xian Yi may have made it sound easy, but Jin Wushuang definitely knew it was not. Xian Yi had prepared for it since the ancient era. He had only perfected it 2 years later. How many years had that taken? It must have been insanely long from the ancient era to the first era, then from the first era to the second era. He did not know how long it was, but he knew that Green Fire World had been formed 40 million years ago, and Green Fire World was obviously born in the second era. Add that to the ancient era and first era, Xian Yi had spent billions of years. Billions of years? Jin Wushuang was dumbfounded. From his cultivation till now, even after reincarnation, barely 100,000 years had passed. He could not understand the concept of a billion years. But Xian Yi had spent so many years and experienced so many failures, all for the second perfect chaotic life form to emerge. Jin Wushuang respected him for that. Furthermore, he had not done it for himself. He had done it for the 7-star divine realm and for the many life forms trapped within 7-star divine realm's restriction formation. He had been creating a chance for the living to escape, and he had done it. Jin Wushuang knew that he probably did not possess such determination and patience. He could not even fathom a plan that would last billions of years. But Xian Yi had done it. Master was impressive, Jin Wushuang said. Jin Wushuang read on. Disciple, sending you down the reincarnation passage was the last I could do for you. Now that that's done, I can finally rest. It's all up to you now. You can only use your own strength to grow within the absolute beginning divine world. You must at least reach Emperor 13's abilities to use the boundless divine power given to you by your perfect chaotic life form. Use special abilities to unlock the formation and help the countless 7-star divine realm cultivators and 7-star black sect experts to escape. But once you have chosen to do it, you must be prepared to go against much absolute beginning divine world forces. Of course, by then, the 7-star black sect experts will definitely help you. I set up a space-time formation at the battlefield where your hometown is. It will slowly restore the spiritual influence of heaven and earth at that area, hitting near pinnacle 7-star divine realm levels. The 7-star black sect experts at that battlefield will restore to pinnacle levels. They are strong, and they will help you. As for the mission behind the perfect chaotic life form, you will know for yourself. Lastly, they'll pass you an opportunity. These are the 5 strongest secret skills of 7-star Black Sect's pinnacle period, the complete ones. It includes my self-created Heaven Slaughter skill. Learn them. Take care, lad. The message disappeared. 7-star Black Sect's 5 strongest secret skills, along with the Heaven Slaughter skill, were all ingrained in Jian Wushuang's mind. Jian Wushuang felt heavy after learning everything. He knew that his master's willpower had most likely disappeared after sending that message, meaning to say, his master was truly gone. Despite his master having collapsed in the ancient era, his willpower remained. But now, that willpower was gone as well. Master, leave it to me. Jian Wushuang, in fetus form, still managed to show a tinge of resolution in his black bright eyes. He had been born in the 7-star divine realm, in Xian Yi's forehead-formed green fire world. Xian Yi had spent so many years, along with the effort of countless experts, and had finally sent his soul to the reincarnation passage towards the absolute beginning divine world, creating the second perfect chaotic life form. He now carried the burden and responsibility of the 7-star divine realm. He needed to reach the formation seal and lead the countless 7-star divine realm cultivators back to the absolute beginning divine world. He also needed to fulfill the mission given to him as the perfect chaotic life form. My parents, my brothers, my friends, they are all trapped there. I am their final and only hope. I cannot let them down. A fire was burning within Jian Wushuang. A flame of resolution. Wait for me, guys. Jian Wushuang howled. Of course, he knew that it would not be possible in the short term in his condition. He needed time to improve his abilities. He was sure of what had happened, the situation he was in, and what he needed to do next. Like Master said, I have succeeded at reincarnation. I should be at my inverse cultivation 8th step. I'm a perfect chaotic life form now. But how is that different from other ordinary life forms? Jian Wushuang checked his body curiously. As an infant, he had absolutely no power, but his soul power followed him and had not diminished at all. Chapter 2298, Perfect Chaotic Life Form. Using his soul power, he checked every part of his new body, organs, bones, veins, cells. Perfect, it's perfect. Jian Wushuang was shocked. He couldn't complain about anything regarding his body. Regardless of if it were his organs, bones, veins, or cells, they were all fine. If you could tell someone's talent from his body, Jian Wushuang would be perfect. No hairline cracks or faults could be found. That was what it meant to be a perfect chaotic life form. At the absolute beginning divine world, determining someone as an expert would be done via his physical qualities, abilities, understanding, and so on. Having 1 or 2 beyond average human levels was enough to be crowned as a genius. But Jian Wushuang was perfect from every angle, every factor, to a point where he no longer could improve further. No, even though my body is perfect, I'm afraid I'm not a perfect chaotic life form yet. From his master's message, a perfect chaotic life form was unique and born a chaotic divine demon. Like his master Xian Yi. Although Jian Wushuang had become a perfect chaotic life form under his master's guidance, he was but a baby and was no chaotic divine demon. He was like the others, powerless, and needed to retrain all over again. Jian Wushuang had to recover his pinnacle abilities one step at a time. Only when I restore my powers and reach the 8th step of the inverse cultivation, meaning to say I reach the chaotic divine demon level, will I become a perfect chaotic life form, Jian Wushuang thought. After reincarnation, his priority was now to restore his pinnacle powers. In terms of that, Jian Wushuang's soul power was released slowly, covering the entire governor mansion. Indeed, absolute beginning divine world is different. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth is so rich, way beyond eternal chaotic world levels, Jian Wushuang murmured. He could sense that the spiritual influence of heaven and earth at absolute beginning divine world was tenfold or even 100-fold stronger than in his own hometown green fire world. At a place with such rich spiritual influence over heaven and earth, Jian Wushuang's work would be much easier. After all, He had reached chaotic divine demon levels before. His understanding of Taoan rules were still intact. All he needed was time and sufficient spiritual influence of heaven and earth, and he would recover in a short period of time. As a perfect chaotic life form, I should be absorbing the spiritual influence of heaven and earth way faster than before. It'll take me 30 years tops to restore my pinnacle abilities. Even faster if I have some treasures, Jian Wushuang smiled. 20 or 30 years were nothing to him compared to the 100,000 years he had lived in eternal chaotic world. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang felt something, and the soul power that covered the entire mansion disappeared. On his bed, Zhuo Yunfeng was frowning slightly. Husband, what is it? Luo Xinqin on the bed looked over. Nothing. I just felt a strong soul power. It was like someone was peeking, but now it is gone. The other party withdrew it, Zhuo Yunfeng said. Probably an expert passing by, sweeping randomly. No ill intent, I suppose, Zhuo Peng said. Probably, Zhuo Yunfeng nodded and looked back towards the newborn baby. The little boy in Luo Xinqin's arms was in shock at that moment. What observant skills! He noticed my soul power immediately. He's my new father? Jian Wushuang had his eyes wide open as he started at Zhuo Yunfeng. He noticed Luo Xinqin and Zhuo Peng as well. My new parents and a brother? Jian Wushuang thought. He had his own parents back at the eternal chaotic world. But after reincarnation, he was another family's son. Looks like my days at absolute beginning divine world won't be too lonely after all, Jian Wushuang murmured. At the same time, he recalled a beautiful figure. It was Lung Rushuang. He knew that Lung Rushuang had been sent here as well, meaning to say, Lung Rushuang was probably born into the world as well. But he dared not wonder if Lung Rushuang had retained her memories or not. Shuang, I have a gut feeling that we'll meet soon. They'll recognize you then. Jian Wushuang was full of anticipation. Over the day, news of the second son being born into the governor's mansion spread across the entire Incineration Moon City. Incineration Moon City was even more lively. For the 9 years and 9 months, the governor's wife Luo Xinqin had been pregnant. The snow had not stopped for even a moment. But now that he was born, the snow had entirely dissipated and the skies were clear. Everyone knew it was no coincidence. Furthermore, the sword that had descended from above was shocking. Many people sensed it despite it being late at night. Many servants and guards of the governor's mansion saw it as well. It could not be hidden for too long. Soon, news of the sword, the arrival of Taoist priest Xian Shun, and the name Jian Wushuang spread across the entire Incineration Moon City. Word spread like wildfire. It did not take long for most of Anzhou Commandery to catch news of it as well. Everyone knew that this newborn son of the Incineration Moon City was determined to live an extraordinary life. Chapter 2299. Different 8 years passed by in a flash. Jian Wushuang was 8 years old. Incineration Moon City, Governor's Mansion, within a study. A green-shirt Jian Wushuang was sitting down on a chair as he read a jade bamboo strip. Jian Wushuang had grown much during those 8 years, but his childlike appearance was something even Jian Wushuang himself could not get rid of. The gap between absolute beginning divine world and eternal chaotic world was too big, Jian Wushuang murmured. The jade bamboo strip he held onto was no secret skill, but a simple chronicle. It contained information about absolute beginning divine world, along with its myths. Jian Wushuang had read many such chronicles over the past 8 years, learning much more about the absolute beginning divine world than before. Without a doubt, absolute beginning divine world was completely different from the eternal chaotic world. Although eternal chaotic world had once been part of the absolute beginning divine world, ever since his master had placed the seal breaking it away, the eternal chaotic world had turned into something completely different. The difference had manifested in many ways. For one, the spiritual influence of heaven and earth, cultivators' born abilities, physical qualities, powers, were all different. But after reading chronicles for 8 years, the biggest difference Jian Wushuang had inferred was that the eternal chaotic world had already broken away from the natural cycle of life, the heaven way. The heaven way could not be challenged. By rights, as long as you were born onto that land, you would be controlled by heaven way. But in reality, the restriction formation that his master Xianyi had placed had allowed Eternal Chaotic World to break away from the Heaven Way, or at least blocked Heaven Way's willpower from influencing it. The cultivators from Eternal Chaotic World should feel the Heaven Way as well, even understanding the power of Heaven Way and its rules, but it was much more difficult than doing it at Absolute Beginning Divine World. It has its pros and cons. The disadvantage was that cultivators had a hard time understanding the Heaven Way powers. The land was not stable, allowing for strong cultivators to wreak havoc and wipe away voids in the blink of an eye. The advantage was that cultivators could survive better without Heaven Way restrictions, meaning to say, the cultivators there could live much longer. Many cultivators of the Eternal Chaotic World, even the sector gods and real gods, could survive for hundreds of millions of years. Ancient almighties like Emperor Bai had even survived from the first era to the second era. Their longevity was uncontrolled. As long as the land continued to exist, they could live on forever. That could never have happened at the Absolute Beginning Divine World. Jian Wushuang knew that the Absolute Beginning Divine World was under the complete control of the Heaven Way. All things abided by the laws of nature that they were in, making Heaven Way extremely terrifying. Under those circumstances, it was impossible to go against Heaven Way. There were restrictions to the longevity of living beings in Absolute Beginning Divine World as well. Chaotic Realm experts could live on forever at the Eternal Chaotic World, but in the Absolute Beginning Divine World, they could only live for 10,000 years. Chaotic Divine Demons could only live for 100,000 years. Compared to the Eternal Chaotic World, it was really short. But because of this, the balance of Absolute Beginning Divine World could be maintained, preventing the world from being overloaded with experts. Heaven Way. As Jian Wushuang was murmuring, he remembered the ancient display he had seen in Xianyi's head. Xianyi had not only faced experts and masters of Holy Land, he had also faced the willpower of Heaven Way. Maybe, the Heaven Way did not allow for a perfect chaotic life form to exist. Dong, dong. There was a knock. Jian Wushuang looked up and said, "Enter." A maid walked in and bowed. "Young lord, your father has requested you to be at the training field." "Training field?" "Understood." The maid bowed slightly and left. He placed the jade bamboo strip down and made his way over. The training field at the mansion was not big, but it was enough for normal cultivators to duel in. There were many standing there at the training field. Amongst those people was his father Zhui Yunfeng, some guards and servants, and a handsome middle-aged man with a sword. The handsome middle-aged man had some stubble on him and was looking lively. "Father," Jian Wushuang appeared in front of Zhui Yunfeng. "Shuang, come, let me introduce you to my good friend from the Lin clan. You should call him Uncle Lin Yi. He's very good at sword cultivation." Zhui Yunfeng smiled, but obviously emphasized the word sword cultivation. Sword cultivation? Jian Wushuang understood why Zhui Yunfeng had called him over. "Greetings, Uncle Lin Yi," Jian Wushuang said, but could not really be bothered by him. His powers had not been fully restored, but his soul was not damaged. He could tell that Lin Yi was only a peak chaotic realm expert. Peak chaotic realm meant an average great emperor at the Eternal Chaotic World. First stage or third stage. Now it meant all the same to Jian Wushuang. In the Eternal Chaotic World, only chaotic divine demons were worthy opponents. He did not care much about anyone below that. Compared to Lin Yi, his father Zhui Yunfeng was actually stronger. His father had already reached half-step divine demon and would not take long to reach chaotic divine demon. "I have heard about the young lord born with the sword that descended from the sky. What an amazing fellow," Lin Yi said with a gentle smile on his face. Chapter 2300 Learning the Sword. Don't be so polite. Those are all exaggerated compliments. This boy has been beside me for 8 years. I don't see anything special about him, Zhui Yunfeng laughed. Lin Yi smiled but paused to say, "Brother Yunfeng, I know why you have invited me today, but forgive me. The young lord was born by the sword, his name bestowed by the great Taoist priest Xian Shen. In terms of sword principle, I'm afraid no one in the entire Anzhou commandery can compare to him. How do I guide such a sword principle genius?" Lin Yi was self-aware. He was decent at sword cultivation and sword principle and would have no problem teaching any ordinary boy, but teaching a sword principle genius or a monster would not be very realistic. Haha, you're too humble, Brother Lin Yi. Your understanding of sword principle is amongst the top 30 in Anzhou Commandery. No matter how talented Shuang is, he's only a boy. Having you as his guide will be more than enough. I only need you to lead him to the gates of sword principle. After that, they'll think of a way to get him to train at some ancient sects, Zhui Yunfeng said. I see, Lin Yi understood. He did not have the confidence to teach Jian Wushuang continuously. But if it was just to help Jian Wushuang, the boy who had yet made contact with sword principle, enter the threshold, he would not refuse such a simple request. Brother Yunfeng, you said that the boy had no contact with sword principle? Lin Yi asked. Yeep, and he's only 8 years old. His mother dotes on him a lot and restricted him from training until he was 10. I simply brought the training 2 years forward. In terms of sword principle, he's only watching others practice swordsmanship. He himself has never touched a sword, Zhui Yunfeng said. Jian Wushuang was laughing from the bottom of his heart. He had indeed not performed much swordsmanship over the past 8 years, but who said sword principle understanding needed one to possess a sword? Jian Wushuang could understand it from breaking a twig on the floor. Jian Wushuang even shook his head at the thought of Zhui Yunfeng getting Lin Yi to coach him. It was not that Jian Wushuang underestimated Lin Yi. Lin Yi was really just not good enough for Jian Wushuang. A peak chaotic realm whose sword principle could only make the top 30 within Anzhou Commandery, how strong could he be? Lin Yi himself had probably only entered the threshold of sword principle. Of course, Jian Wushuang kept those thoughts to himself. How about this, Brother Yunfeng? I'll demonstrate a swordsmanship skill and get the boy to repeat it. We'll see how talented he is, Lin Yi said. Okay, Zhui Yunfeng nodded. With a flick of his hand, Lin Yi was holding a normal longsword. It was a performance, after all. He only required a normal sword. Boy, are you ready? Lin Yi smiled and watched Jian Wushuang. Shuang, watch closely, Zhui Yunfeng instructed. Okay, I will, Jian Wushuang responded quickly. Lin Yi started his performance. As the sword moved, a faint echo of a sword could be heard as the sword's shadow cut across the void. It's Lin Clan's sword principal Bei Ming. Zhui Yunfeng raised his eyebrow as he recognized the swordsmanship. A faint smile could be seen on his face. He knew that the sword principal Bei Ming Lin Yi was performing was the most appropriate one. It was too high level, and it was not considered simple. Using such swordsmanship to test a person's sword principle talent may have been too harsh on others, but Jian Wushuang's fame demanded nothing less from him. Evidently, Lin Yi truly wanted to guide Jian Wushuang. Within a moment, the swordsmanship was performed. There were 9 moves in the sword principle Bei Ming. It covered attacks and defense, a considerably comprehensive swordsmanship indeed. After he was done, Lin Yi looked over at Jian Wushuang. Boy, you caught that? Yep, I did, Jian Wushuang nodded. Do you understand it? Lin Yi asked. I do, Jian Wushuang nodded. Lin Yi and Zhui Yunfeng were elated. Jian Wushuang was confident, and that raised their hopes. Come, boy, try doing the same. Lin Yi passed the sword to Jian Wushuang. Shuang, follow what Uncle Lin Yi says, Zhui Yunfeng instructed. Jian Wushuang laughed awkwardly and took over the sword as he walked forward. Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Yi stood side by side. Brother Lin Yi, how do you think he'll perform? Zhui Yunfeng asked casually. I dare not say, but the boy looks confident. I think he'll understand at least 20% of the hidden secrets of the sword principle Bei Ming, Lin Yi said. 20%? So high. Zhui Yunfeng was startled. All swordsmanship had hidden secrets within. Sword principle Bei Ming contained deeper, more profound mysteries than simple sword principles. If Jian Wushuang could perform 20% of it, he would be considered an extraordinary genius. Brother Yunfeng, you underestimate the young lord. His name was bestowed by the Taoist priest Shun himself. Unparalleled in sword principle. That's a name not everyone can own. 20% is if I'm being conservative. Perhaps even 30% or 40%, Lin Yi replied. Haha, I'm not expecting that much. Even 10% would make me content. If you could watch a performance once and understand even 10%, I'd hail that person as a genius. Zhuo Yunfeng smiled, his gaze full of expectation. At the training field, Jin Wushuang was beginning to practice his swordsmanship. Chapter 2301 Disappointment Hum. When Jin Wushuang started to cast his sword skills, a soft hum could be heard. Zhuo Yunfeng and Lin Yi's eyes lit up as they were pleasantly surprised. Jin Wushuang then practiced the sword principle Bei Ming that Lin Yi had just taught him one style at a time. When they saw the first style, Zhuo Yunfeng and Lin Yi had normal expressions. When they saw the second and third style, they started to frown. When he reached the fourth, fifth, and other subsequent styles, their frowns got deeper. When all 9 styles of the sword principle Bei Ming had been cast by Jin Wushuang, Zhuo Yunfeng and Lin Yi no longer had anticipatory looks. Their faces were dark. "Father, Uncle Lin Yi, I have finished the drill." Jin Wushuang walked up to Zhuo Yunfeng and returned the sword to Lin Yi. Zhuo Yunfeng looked sharply at Jin Wushuang before he said with a low voice, "Wushuang, I thought you said you understood the sword skills that Uncle Lin Yi just showed you?" "Yes, I did." Jin Wushuang nodded his head and replied, "Bullshit. You only showed the form of this sword skill. There was no essence or complexity at all. And you say you understood? As long as the person is not an idiot, anyone could show the form in these 9 styles. This is the talent you have for the sword doctrine?" Zhuo Yunfeng stared at Jin Wushuang with anger burning within his eyes. Jin Wushuang knitted his eyebrows. Lin Yi, who was standing to one side, spoke, "Brother Yunfeng, please don't blame your son. It might be my fault, as I should not have used sword principle Bei Ming to test this little one." "Brother Lin Yi, this has nothing to do with you. You did what you could. Sword principle Bei Ming is a good way to test his talent in the sword doctrine. It's just that this little one is too disappointing," Zhuo Yunfeng said. Lin Yi heard this and nodded his head. Indeed, he had been trying his best to get Jin Wushuang to learn about sword doctrine. Sword principle Bei Ming was the most suitable sword principle to test Jin Wushuang's talent. The results. Jin Wushuang was disappointing. When he saw how confident Jin Wushuang was and thought of how famous Jin Wushuang was, he thought Jin Wushuang would have been able to understand and showcase 20, 30, or even 40% of the essence. The results. It contained no essence when Jin Wushuang did the drill. It had the form but no substance. At this level, it did not match the expectations he had had for Jin Wushuang given how famous he was. Unrivaled in the sword doctrine. I heard that Taoist priest Xian Shun was the one who gave him the name. A divine sword even fell from the sky on the day he was born. It seemed like the things people said about him were false, and the Taoist priest Xian Shun that everyone talked about was probably fake. His talent in the sword doctrine is not extraordinary. On the contrary, it is extremely ordinary. Lin Yi too was disappointed. He knew why Zhuo Yunfeng had invited him over. He was also looking forward to teaching a genius of the sword doctrine to start his journey. In the end, it was not going to happen. "Brat, go and practice the sword skills again. If there still isn't any essence in your drill, I will break your legs." Zhuo Yunfeng yelled, "I have already shown you the sword skills that I understood. Even if I do it again, it will be the same," Jin Wushuang said calmly. "Bastard." Zhuo Yunfeng was enraged. Lin Yi could not take it anymore and said, "Brother Yunfeng, your son might not have seen what the true sword skills really meant and cannot understand the true essence of the sword doctrine. There is no point forcing him to do this. How about this? We can just leave things as they are. We can find him some cultivators whose expertise is in sword doctrine to teach him the basics. I will come and visit again after a period of time." "Thank you very much, Brother Lin Yi," Zhuo Yunfeng said. "No problem. With this, I shall take my leave." Lin Yi turned and left. "I will send you off, Brother Lin Yi," Zhuo Yunfeng stood up and said. Jin Wushuang remained in the middle of the training field. He looked at Lin Yi's back view and shook his head. "Looks like I overestimated him. As a peak chaotic realm expert from the absolute beginning divine world and one of top 30 in his understanding of the sword doctrine in the Anzhou prefecture, I thought that he would at least be a beginner in the sword doctrine realm. He should have seen the true essence of the 9 styles I just practiced." The results. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. In reality, it was not that there was no essence in the drill that Jin Wushuang had just done. On the contrary, he had made the extremely complicated, complex 9 styles into simple, ordinary sword swings. However, these ordinary 9 styles were very powerful. It was a pity that Zhuo Yufeng and Lin Yi could not see it. Even though Zhuo Yufeng was a half-step divine demon, his expertise was in using his fists to beat foes. His expertise was not in the sword doctrine, hence it was normal that he could not see through the 9 moves Jian Wushuang had just done. Lin Yi also could not fully understand his drills. Jian Wushuang now knew that Lin Yi had yet to step foot into the true sword doctrine realm. If he had been in the sword doctrine realm, he could definitely have seen from Jian Wushuang's drill how extraordinary the 9 styles were. Someone who has yet to step foot into the sword doctrine realm wants to instruct me, who has already reached initial success and is close to the profound realm in sword doctrine? Jian Wushuang felt odd. Zhuo Yunfeng returned to the training field soon after. You brat, you really dragged my reputation today. Zhou Yunfeng roared in anger before coming into view. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He was not afraid at all. Zhuo Yunfeng appeared behind Jian Wushuang. Brat, starting today, for the next 3 days, you will stay within your room and will not leave. Stay inside and reflect upon your actions. Zhuo Yunfeng stared at Jian Wushuang. Even though he was scolding him with anger in his eyes, he was not delivering a harsh punishment. Zhuo Yunfeng was a person who would speak harshly to you but still love you more than ever. He looked like he was about to scold and hit Jian Wushuang. In reality, in the 8 years since Jian Wushuang had been born, he had never punished him before. Even though Zhuo Yufeng felt embarrassed and disappointed in Jian Wushuang, he knew that talent in sword doctrine was something one was born with. Hence, he merely told Jian Wushuang to go and reflect in his room. Jian Wushuang would spend most of his time in his room on exploring and studying different types of books written on jade bamboo strips. To him, this was no punishment. Yes. Jian Wushuang answered before going back to his room obediently. Chapter 2302. I am not going. Even though Zhuo Yufeng was disappointed in Jian Wushuang and questioned Jian Wushuang's talent in the sword doctrine, he did not give up. He invited 4 experts who cultivated the sword doctrine to teach Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang cooperated obediently. Even Lin Yi, who was an expert in peak chaotic realm and ranked in the top 30 in his understanding of the sword doctrine within the Anzhou prefecture, could not see how skilled Jian Wushuang was. How could these ordinary experts in the chaotic realm see through it? They all thought that Jian Wushuang had only just started learning how to use a sword. Jian Wushuang would fool these experts and Zhuo Yunfeng by showing how much he improved every now and then. Jian Wushuang lived and regained his power in peace. Time flew. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. Jian Wushuang was 10 years old. Every century, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion will recruit disciples. Wushuang, this is a perfect chance for you to become a powerful expert. I have already arranged for you to go and try out the recruitment test with a few other young disciples from the Lin family, Zhuo Yunfeng said. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion? Jian Wushuang raised his gaze. Over the 10 years since he had been reborn in the absolute beginning divine world, Jian Wushuang would read the news to know more about the domain he was living in. Jian Wushuang knew about the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. The Misty Rain Sword Pavilion had been created by an extremely powerful chaotic divine demon who excelled at the sword doctrine 100,000 years ago. Initially, it had been a small pavilion. When the creator broke through into a whole new power level, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion also became a top-tier clan that was located around the Anzhou prefecture. It was extremely well known even in the Wuxia Barren region. To any cultivators who practiced the sword doctrine, the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion would definitely be a good choice if they decided to go there. Father, I do not want to go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Jian Wushuang rejected his father's suggestion. All Jian Wushuang was thinking of now was to stay here and recover his power peacefully. When he finally got back to his prime, he could venture out and join a clan of choice. Even if he were to join a clan, it would not be Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. It was not that Jian Wushuang looked down on the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion on purpose. Once he got back his prime power, he would be a chaotic divine demon. Furthermore, he was a perfect chaotic life form. Hence his fighting power would easily be top tier amongst the chaotic divine demons. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion did not have the ability to guide him. He felt that the Wuxia Barren region was too small a place for him. Jin Wushuang had already made plans for himself. However, when Zhui Yunfeng heard what he said, he glared at Jin Wushuang and questioned, "Brat, what did you say?" "I said, I am not going to join the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion," Jin Wushuang said. You, Zhui Yunfeng was enraged. He pointed at Jin Wushuang and roared, "Brat, do you know what the Misty Rain Pavilion is like? That place is a clan that focuses on the study of sword doctrine. There are numerous experts inside. The number of chaotic realm and divine demon experts that are there are like the number of strands of hair on a cow. There may even be an expert in a realm higher than a divine demon. This is a good learning opportunity for you. And now you're telling me that you will not go there?" All of the geniuses in the sword doctrine in the Wuxia Baron region desire to enter the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion to cultivate. Now you have the chance to do so. You are telling me that you will not go? Other people might want to go there, but I am not interested, Jin Wushuang said directly. Bastard, are you trying to make me mad? Rage burned within Zhui Yunfeng's eyes. He quickly contained his anger before he said in a sincere and earnest tone, "Wushuang, I told you before that this world is not as calm and peaceful as you think. On the contrary, the absolute beginning divine world is filled with danger. You are only 12 years old. You may not feel it now as you have been by your parents' side since the day you were born. One day, we will leave you. At that point in time, only you will be able to help and protect yourself. You will need power to do that. Power is the key to survival in this world. Wherever you go, people will only respect the powerful, just like your older sister and brother. They understand this. This is why your sister left 100 over years ago, when she was 14, and entered a clan to cultivate. She will return once in a while. The last time she returned around 20 years ago, she was already at the chaotic realm. You have not met your older sister before, so let us talk about your older brother, Zhuopeng. Soon after you were born, he joined a clan to get stronger so that he could protect himself in the future. Zhui Yunfeng thought that Jin Wushuang was young and did not understand how dangerous the world was. He was trying to educate Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang heard this and was speechless. Before Zhui Yunfeng could finish speaking, Jin Wushuang interrupted and said, "Father, I understand what you are saying. However, I really do not want to go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. I just want to stay at home quietly. Won't it be the same as those 4 uncles who teach me about the sword doctrine every day?" Of course it is not the same. The 4 uncles are only in the chaotic realm. They are not proficient in their sword skills compared to the experts from the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion. Father, no matter what you say, I will not go to the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, Jin Wushuang pursed his lips and said. What a defiant child. Zhui Yunfeng was enraged. Luo Xinqin, who was sitting to one side, said, Husband, since Wushuang does not want to go to the Misty Rain Pavilion, let him be. After all, he is still so young. Why not let him join a clan after a few years when he is as old as Zhuopeng was when he left? That is not a good idea. Wushuang is extremely talented. The more talented you are, the earlier you should start cultivating under the guidance of powerful experts. This will allow one to get even more powerful in the future. Zhui Yunfeng said, Now that Wushuang is not willing to go, what can you do? Are you going to force Wushuang to do the recruitment test? Luo Xinqin glared at Zhui Yunfeng. Jin Wushuang then muttered quietly, Even if you force me to go, I will not take the recruitment test seriously. I will not get accepted. Hearing this, Zhui Yunfeng laughed bitterly and felt helpless. Chapter 2303 Lin family Zhui Yunfeng gave up trying to get him to join the Misty Rain Sword Pavilion after multiple rejections from Jin Wushuang and with Luo Xinqin's protection. However, Zhui Yunfeng did not give up on trying to get Jin Wushuang to join a clan to get the best teachers. He felt that Jin Wushuang would only get the best training if he entered a clan. No matter which clan he introduced to Jin Wushuang, he would be rejected firmly. Zhui Yunfeng felt extremely helpless. He scolded Jin Wushuang many times on how he had never made any effort to improve. Jin Wushuang ignored all of the scoldings. Time passed quickly and soon, Jin Wushuang was 12, and he was still living in the governor's palace within Incineration Moon City. Jin Wushuang was 12 years and 6 months old. It was wintertime and snow was falling from the sky like the feathers of a bird. The entire incineration moon city was covered in a lining of white. Within the governor's palace, Jan Wushuang sat under a tree, holding a jade bamboo strip in his hands. A sword skill had been recorded on the jade bamboo strip. This sword skill was not difficult, but it was also not easy. Jin Wushuang had been studying this sword skill for around 3 months. Jin Wushuang finally put down the jade bamboo strip. After 3 months, I finally understand this sword skill. It is a pity that this sword skill is too low level. Even though it contains space-time rules of order, it is far too little. It does not help me in my understanding of the space-time rules of order. Jin Wushuang sighed lightly. Over the past few years, Jin Wushuang had stopped studying the events and myths of the absolute beginning divine world. He had been studying secret skills and honing his sword skills. Zhuo Yunfeng was in the half-step divine demon realm. He was considered a powerful expert within the Anzhou prefecture. After all, there were not many divine demons within the Anzhou prefecture. On top of that, Zhuo Yunfeng was the governor of a city and had good relations with the Lin family. Their foundation was solid as there were several types of secret skills and sword skills within the governor's palace. During the past few years, Jin Wushuang had already browsed and studied all of the secret skills and martial arts skills. The sword skill that Jin Wushuang had just put down was one of the sword skills he was interested in. 12 years. I still need some time before I can get back to my prime. As for my understanding of the sword doctrine and rules of order, I have improved. However, this speed is far too slow. If I have sword skills of an even higher level for me to study or meditate on, I will improve faster, Jin Wushuang muttered. The quiet governor's palace suddenly became noisy. Many footsteps could be heard from the front yard. Many of the maids and servants were rushing out. Xiaoman. Jin Wushuang stopped one of the maids who was rushing out. Prince. The maid stopped and greeted Jin Wushuang. What is happening? Where are all of you rushing? Jin Wushuang asked. Prince, we received a message from the master that an important guest is here. Master is already on his way. He told us to prepare as well, the maid replied. An important guest? Who is it? Jin Wushuang asked curiously. It seems like the head of the Lin family is here, the maid replied. Head of the Lin family? Jin Wushuang nodded his head and understood why there was a ruckus. Anzhou Prefecture was just one of the many prefectures within the Wuxia Baron region. Even though it was only a single prefecture, it was gigantic. The size was about the same as the Green Fire World. Within the Anzhou Prefecture, the most powerful was the governor of the prefecture, who was also a top-tier divine demon. Below the governor, there would be 6 top-tier families within the Anzhou Prefecture. Each of these families was like an overlord within the Anzhou Prefecture. Each family would have around 2 or 3 divine demons. The most powerful 2 families now had 4. The Lin family was one of the 6 top-tier families. As the head of the Lin family, he was the main pillar of support and was definitely an important figure. He was much more powerful than a small city governor like Zhou Yunfeng. The reason why the head of the Lin family was there at the governor's palace of the Incineration Moon City was because of Jin Wushuang's father, Zhuo Yunfeng. They were extremely good friends. Back when the head of the Lin family had still been in the chaotic realm, he had ventured out together with Zhuo Yunfeng. They were brothers who had experienced life and death situations together. Hence, Zhuo Yunfeng was on very good terms with the Lin family. It is my father's 1600th birthday tomorrow. The head of the Lin family must be here to celebrate the birthday with him. Jin Wushuang could guess the reason why the head of the Lin family was here. The Lin family and Zhuo Yunfeng were brothers who went through thick and thin together. Every time something good occurred within Zhuo Yunfeng's home, the head of the Lin family would send over a generous gift. For example, when Jin Wushuang was born, the head of the Lin family had sent a very generous gift. The head of the Lin family had been free around this time and came down to attend Zhuo Yunfeng's birthday celebration personally. Birthday. Back in the eternal chaotic world, everyone lives for a very long time, and hence people tend to forget their birthday. In the absolute beginning divine world, a cultivator will celebrate his birthday once every 100 years. Jin Wushuang smiled to himself. As the head of the Lin family was there, his parents and the entire governor's palace treated this seriously. He did not care. He whipped out another jade bamboo strip and started reading. A figure in green clothes walked in from outside the garden. Jin Wushuang looked up at the figure. It was a teenage boy who was around 14 or 15 years old. He wore expensive clothes and looked naive. When the teenage boy stepped into the garden, he instantly spotted Jin Wushuang, who was sitting under a tree. "Hi, little one. Where is Prince Jin Wushuang?" The teenage boy in green clothes asked directly. Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. Back in the eternal chaotic world, he had lived for nearly 100,000 years, and people had called him an old monster. However, the teenage boy was around 14 years old. Even Zhua Yunfeng, who had lived for 1,600 years, was far younger than Jin Wushuang. And this teenage boy was calling him little one? Jin Wushuang took a deep breath and replied without looking at the teenage boy, "Are you looking for something?" "Of course. I heard that he was born because of swords. When he was born, a divine sword came down from the heavens. I am also an expert of the sword doctrine and am unconvinced of how talented he is. Since I have finally received a chance to come to Incineration Moon City, I want to duel with him," the teenage boy in green clothes said. Chapter 2304 Duel. Duel? Jin Wushuang smiled bitterly. "Little one, if I am not wrong, you are Jin Wushuang." The teenage boy stared at Jin Wushuang and said, "Yes, I am." Jin Wushuang nodded his head and said, "Haha, that is great. Jin Wushuang, I am Lin Yin. I hereby challenge you. Come, fight me." Lin Yin said as he took out a sword. Jin Wushuang was not interested in this battle, even though Lin Yin was hyped up about it. "Sorry, I reject your challenge." Jin Wushuang shook his head and said, "Reject? Haha, you won't be able to reject my challenge. Watch out." Lin Yin smiled in an eerie way. Lin Yin attacked. A sword light lit up as the snow seemed to stop falling. Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. He would not feel threatened by Lin Yin no matter what he did. However, he was surprised when he saw the sword skill that Lin Yin used. He could see that the sword skill was of a high level, much higher than the sword skill he had been studying previously. It was a pity that such an incredible skill had such a poor effect when Lin Yin used it. Jin Wushuang sat on a stone bench. He simply moved to the side and dodged the sword easily. "Oh, did you dodge it?" Again, Lin Yan's eyes lit up in excitement. Lin Yan started to cast another attack. "Lin Yan, what are you doing?" A deep voice was heard as Lin Yan stopped what he was doing. Jin Wushuang looked over at the entrance of the garden. He saw a fierce middle-aged man in silver clothes walking in alongside Zhua Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. This middle-aged man in silver clothes was the head of the Lin family, Lin Taifeng. "Father." Lin Yin became obedient when he saw his father. "What is happening?" Lin Taifeng placed his hands behind his back and looked over. Zhua Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were also wondering what was going on. "Nothing much. I heard that Uncle Zhua's son is Jin Wushuang, and that he excels in the sword doctrine. I am excited to have a duel with him," Lin Yin said. "Is that the case?" Lin Taifeng raised his eyebrows. "Haha, nephew is only 2 years older than Wushuang, and they are peers. It would be normal for them to have a duel." Zhua Yunfeng smiled. "So how did the duel go?" Lin Taifeng asked. "We had only just started our duel when you came in." Lin Yin then turned to Jin Wushuang and said, "Jin Wushuang, now both of our fathers are here. Fight me head-on. I want to see if you are really talented." Lin Taifeng, Zhua Yunfeng and the others smiled at this, and they did not seem like they intended to step in. Zhua Yunfeng was hoping that Lin Yin would fight Jin Wushuang to teach him a lesson. If you were weak, you would be bullied and there would be nothing you could do about it. This could serve as a wake-up call so that Jin Wushuang would no longer reject his offers of going to a clan to cultivate. Jin Wushuang saw everyone's expressions and smiled. "Okay, I will have a duel with you. However, it will be too boring if it is a normal duel. Let us add a bet." "You want to make a bet?" "Sure. What do you want to stake?" Lin Yin was excited. "Simple. I want the sword skill that you just cast," Jin Wushuang said directly. "My sword skill?" "That sword skill is Sword Principle Snow Congelation. Only certain core disciples within the Lin family can learn it. No outsiders are allowed to learn this." Lin Yin frowned and said. Lin Taifeng smiled. "Brother Yunfeng is a brother to me. Wushuang is not an outsider. He can learn the Sword Principle Snow Congelation." Hearing this, Lin Yin nodded his head. All right. My father has agreed to let you learn it. If you lose, I do not need sword skills from you. How about this? You will stay with me for a year and become my sword boy. A sword boy was a servant dedicated to another to refine their sword skills. Lin Yin was the son of the head of the Lin family. He had his own personal sword boys at home. However, how could they compare to Jin Wushuang? Lin Yin got extremely excited thinking of the idea that the famous Jin Wushuang would become his sword boy. Ling Taifeng knitted his eyebrows tightly and said, Lin Yin, don't be disrespectful. He was thinking that if the son of his brother became his own son's sword boy, things would get complicated. Okay, Jin Wushuang said this. Ling Taifeng was shocked. Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin also raised their eyebrows. They had never thought that Jin Wushuang would agree. Didn't that mean that Jin Wushuang would become a sword boy if he lost? Where does this little one get his confidence from? Lin Yin is incredibly talented in the sword doctrine, and he is 2 years older than Wushuang. Zhuo Yunfeng knitted his eyebrows and said, Husband. Luo Xinqin looked over. Don't panic. Let's watch. Zhuo Yunfeng signaled Luo Xinqin. Lin Taifeng also noticed the change of mood in Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin. He said, Brother Yunfeng, Lin Yin is just messing around. Please do not take it seriously. If I am not wrong, seeing how confident Wushuang is, I am afraid that the sword principle snow congelation will become his. Lin Taifeng was speaking the truth. He had heard of Jin Wushuang before. He knew that Jin Wushuang was extremely talented in the sword doctrine. Even though Lin Yin was 2 years older than Jin Wushuang, he had no confidence in his own son. Hearing this, Zhuo Yunfeng smiled bitterly. Brother Lin might not know of this, but actually, Wushuang is not as talented as the outside world has claimed. Wushuang is talented at sword doctrine, but he is definitely not as powerful as Lin Yin. Oh! Lin Taifeng was stunned. Brother Lin knows about this as well. You can ask him, Zhuo Yunfeng said. Lin Yi. Lin Taifeng waved his hand and Lin Yi walked up to him. Clan Master, City Governor Zhuo is speaking the truth. He asked to guide the little one on the path of the sword doctrine 4 years ago. I agreed and came here to test how talented he is in the sword doctrine. He is not very talented. During the test, he also seemed very confident, Lin Yi said. Really? Jin Wushuang's name was given to him by Taoist priest Xin Shun himself. There shouldn't have been any mistake. It doesn't matter anymore. Let's watch them, Lin Taifeng said. Chapter 2305. The fight under the gaze of the Zhuo Yunfeng couple, Lin Taifeng and the rest, Jin Wushuang and Lin Yin walked to the center of the garden. When they reached the center of the garden, Lin Yin held his sword up and told Jin Wushuang, Draw your sword. Sword? Jin Wushuang smiled. Everyone was confused when they saw him walk over to the tree at the side and pick up a tree branch about 30 centimeters long. This is my sword, Jin Wushuang waved at Lin Yin and said. Jin Wushuang, are you trying to humiliate me? Lin Yin exploded with rage. The spectators knitted their eyebrows in confusion. They thought that Jin Wushuang was being arrogant. Even if Jin Wushuang had a terrifying talent in the sword doctrine, he had been tested for it, and he was facing a child who was 2 years older than him. How could he beat him with just a branch? Wushuang is usually a thoughtful kid. Why is he doing all these nonsensical things when it comes to swordplay? Does he really want to become a sword boy? Luo Xinqin said. Humph. Who knows? I realized he has been under my protection all along and has never tasted failure before. If he loses to Lin Yin today, I will definitely send him over to the Lin family to become a sword boy, thought Zhuo Yunfeng as he clenched his fists tightly. Everyone thought that Jin Wushuang was being too arrogant and had underestimated Lin Yin. The only people who would not think so were those who knew who he really was. Jin Wushuang was an old monster who had lived for around 100,000 years. He would be making a joke of himself if he were to use the Blood Mountain sword in a duel with a kid around 14 years old. However, Jin Wushuang felt that he was bullying Lin Yin as by even using a branch. If he wanted to humiliate the Lin family, he could beat Lin Yin even without a branch. Humph. Since you want to become a sword boy so badly, I will fulfill your wishes. However, since I am 2 years older than you, I will be in a higher realm compared to you. To be fair, I will not use my divine power at all. We will only compete in terms of our sword skills, Lin Yin said through clenched teeth. That is no need for that. Just use all the power you have. That way, you will be convinced about your eventual defeat. You are in the early stage of transformed God realm. I have also reached this stage. Jian Wushuang smiled. As he said this, a wave of divine power surged from his body. Huh. Lin Yin was shocked. From the aura that was radiating from Jian Wushuang, he could sense that Jian Wushuang was as powerful as him. Early stage of transformed God realm? He has reached this stage and he is only 12? Lin Taifeng and Lin Yi looked over in surprise. Even Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were stunned. The type of cultivation done in the eternal chaotic world was different too in the absolute beginning divine world. Hence the stages of cultivation were also named differently. Within the absolute beginning divine world, a cultivator would start as a practice god. In this realm, there were a total of 13 steps. Each step was a huge breakthrough. With how abundant spiritual energy was in the absolute beginning divine world, any genius could finish the 13 steps quickly. After practice god was transformed god. A transformed god was equal to a universe god back in the eternal chaotic world. A universe god would turn all of the spiritual energy he accumulated into pure divine power. This was the same in the transformed god realm. The only difference was that one had to pass the universe god trial to become a universe god, while there wasn't a trial to become a transformed god. What came after the transformed god realm was the pure sun realm, which was also the equivalent of a real god. After the pure sun realm was the chaotic realm, then the divine demon realm. The divine demon realm was also referred to as a chaotic divine demon. Under normal circumstances, a cultivator would become a transformed god by the time he turned 18. People like Lin Yin would be considered geniuses as he was a transformed god at the young age of 12. But now, Jian Wushuang had also shown that he was in the early stage transformed god realm. Based on the aura, Jian Wushuang's divine power seemed purer that of Lin Yin. Husband, do you know when Wushuang entered the transformed god realm? Luo Xinqin asked. Nope. This little one never reveals too much about himself. Even though I did take note of his cultivation base. Based on my judgment, I thought he was in the 10th or 11th step of the practice god realm. I never thought that he had become a transformed god. Zhuo Yunfeng shook his head and said. He was pleasantly surprised. Yes, he was pleasantly surprised. Even though he did not know how good Jian Wushuang's sword skills were, at least his cultivation base was good. Humph, your cultivation base is not weak. It is a pity that we are competing with our sword skills. Lin Yin stared at Jian Wushuang and said, Come, attack me as you like. Jian Wushuang smiled casually. Lin Yin attacked without hesitation. He dashed forward and swung the sword he held in his hand. A cold sword light was seen as the snow froze in the air. He was still using sword principle snow congelation. He did not hold back anymore after finding out that Jian Wushuang was not a weakling. Jian Wushuang also moved when Lin Yin attacked. Hum. A soft hum was heard. The cold sword light was nowhere to be seen. The surrounding snow continued to fall to the ground. The entire garden was completely silent. Lin Yan's eyes widened in surprise. He stood there as a branch was pushed up against his chest. You lost. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. Silence. The entire garden was silent. Everyone was speechless. Even Lin Taifeng and the adults who stood around him were quiet. Lin Yi, your understanding of the sword doctrine is the deepest among us. Did you see what Jian Wushuang did? Lin Taifeng asked with a deep voice. Lin Yi stuttered. He shook his head and before he finally said, No, I did not see what Jian Wushuang did. What? Lin Taifeng and Zhuo Yunfeng were shocked again. Neither of them were experts in the sword doctrine. It was understandable that they could not see what Jian Wushuang had done. On the other hand, Lin Yi specialized in the sword doctrine and his understanding of the sword doctrine should have been in the top 30 within the Anzhou prefecture. Even he did not know how Jian Wushuang attacked. Chapter 2306. A duel with sword skill, are you kidding? Zhuo Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin looked at each other in disbelief. Impossible. Another roar was heard. Lin Yin took 2 steps back before he attacked again. This time, He used the strongest sword skill he had mastered. The sword light traveled very quickly and mercilessly as it targeted Jian Wushuang. The sword light seemed as though it was about to tear Jian Wushuang into two. Watch closely. Lin Taifeng, Zhui Yufeng, and the other adults used their soul powers to track Jian Wushuang's movement. When Lin Yin attacked, Jian Wushuang was ready. He took a step forward. Before Lin Yin could land his blow, the branch hit Lin Yan's wrist at lightning speed. A loud slap could be heard as Lin Yin felt a stinging pain in his wrist. His attack crumbled instantly as he dropped his sword to the ground. You still want to continue the duel? Jian Wushuang smiled at Lin Yin. Lin Yin was completely taken aback. Wow, the little one can see the flaw in Lin Yan's sword skills easily. Furthermore, he didn't even use any sword skills. He only used the most simple sword moves, and he still defeated Lin Yin easily. A flash of excitement was seen in Lin Taifeng's eyes as he looked over at Lin Yi. Lin Yi, can you easily defeat Lin Yin using a branch, without the use of sword skills? Lin Yi was taken aback. He answered honestly, if I can use sword skills, I will be able to defeat Lin Yin easily. If I don't use sword skills, I can still defeat Lin Yin, but I won't be able to do it as easily and smoothly as this little one did. Furthermore, there is no way I could detect a flaw in Lin Yan's sword skills, make a decision and strike so accurately. This also means that his understanding of the sword doctrine is deeper than yours? Lin Taifeng squinted his eyes and asked. Lin Yi fell silent. As much as he did not want to admit it, it did seem like Jian Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine surpassed his. Humph, and you said so confidently that this little one had no talent in the sword doctrine? His talent is not as terrifying as the people outside claim it to be? And you said you personally tested his talent in the sword doctrine? Lin Taifeng scolded. This? Lin Yi knitted his eyebrows. He did not reply. Instead, he walked up to Jian Wushuang. At that moment, the battle between Lin Yin and Jian Wushuang had stopped. Lin Yin was not stupid. After losing to Jian Wushuang twice, he knew that Jian Wushuang's sword skills were far superior to his. He would not attack a third time. That would make him seem like a sore loser. Little one. Lin Yi came up to Jian Wushuang and asked in a deep voice, 4 years ago when I tested your talent in the sword doctrine, did you take my test seriously? Or did you hide your true power? Lin Yi thought this was what had actually happened. He felt that it would be unbelievable if Jian Wushuang had a greater understanding of the sword doctrine than him at this young age. Jian Wushuang had to be insanely talented in the sword doctrine for that to be true. But with this talent, how is it possible that Lin Yi did not see any essence when Jian Wushuang practiced the sword principle Bei Ming 4 years ago? Hearing this, Jian Wushuang shook his head slowly and said, No, I did the drill seriously. Then why was there no essence in your drill? Is it because I made it too complicated and you could not understand initially? Lin Yi asked curiously. I understood it and did the drill properly. It was you who did not understand my drill, Jian Wushuang said. I did not understand you drill? Lin Yi was stunned before he asked, What do you mean? Why don't I show it to you? We shall have a duel with sword skills right here, right now. I will use the sword principle Bei Ming that I learned 4 years ago. As for Uncle Lin Yi, you can use whatever sword skills you like, Jian Wushuang said indifferently and confidently. You want to have a duel with me? Lin Yi raised his eyebrows before he turned back and looked at Lin Taifeng. Lin Taifeng nodded his head in approval. Okay, little one, are you going to use a branch in this duel with me? Lin Yi looked at Jian Wushuang as he drew his sword. For me, anything can become a sword. The sword skills that I use when I hold a branch are not much weaker than when I use the same skill when I am holding an actual sword, Jian Wushuang smiled. What an arrogant one. I want to see if you can really beat me with your branch. Lin Yi smiled. Attack me. Jian Wushuang held his branch with one hand and placed the other behind his back. He stood there and waited calmly. I am starting. Lin Yi dashed forward and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. He swung his sword in an eerie manner as it headed for Jian Wushuang's throat. It was so fast that the spectators could only see a blurred shadow of the sword. Husband. Luo Xinqin looked worried. She knew this strike was powerful, and she was afraid that Jian Wushuang would get injured. Don't worry. Brother Lin Yi knows his limits. He has suppressed his divine power and is only using the power at the level of the early-stage transformed god. Jian Wushuang should be able to deflect this attack given his understanding of the sword doctrine, Zhuo Yunfeng said, trying to calm his wife down. Zhuo Yunfeng severely underestimated Jian Wushuang. When Lin Yi attacked, Jian Wushuang moved as well. He smiled lightly. A soft hum that came from a sword could be heard. Jian Wushuang swung the branch he held in his hands. This swing was extremely ordinary and seemed as though it did not contain any essence at all. From the sword momentum, it did seem like this sword skill was one of the styles from Sword Principle Bei Ming. This ordinary swing collided with the sword light from Lin Yi almost instantly. When the two blades struck each other, the long sword in Lin Yi's hands turned slightly from the force from the branch. What? Lin Yi was shocked. Lin Taifeng, Zhuo Yunfeng, and the others were in disbelief. Even though Lin Yi had suppressed his own divine power to the level that Jian Wushuang was at, Lin Yi's strike should have been more powerful given that he was using an actual blade and not a tree branch. The results: Lin Yi was overpowered by Jian Wushuang. The branch then went around the long sword before stopping on Lin Yi's chest. Chapter 2307 Initial Success in the Sword Doctrine Realm. Whoosh. Lin Yi took a few steps back after the branch collided with him before he steadied himself. After he regained his balance, he was stunned and speechless. I lost. Lin Taifeng, Zhuo Yunfeng, and the other spectators were in disbelief. An expert in the peak chaotic realm, whose understanding of the sword doctrine was in the top 30 within the whole of Anjou Prefecture, had lost to a kid who was only 12 years old and who used a branch in a duel. He had lost after one move. He was completely suppressed and had no way to fight back. Lin Yi's thoughts were disrupted. He knew that the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just cast was indeed Sword Principle Bei Ming. However, the sword skill that Jian Wushuang had just used contained no essence at all. It was an ordinary, dull strike. And it was this very ordinary and dull strike that had defeated him. How did this happen? Lin Yi was confused. Just then, Lin Taifeng's face turned serious as he said, "That little one, that sword skill was not ordinary. On the contrary, it was extremely exquisite and skilled. Even though it seems ordinary, it was extremely complex. It's just that Jian Wushuang cast it in a clean and smooth way. Under normal circumstances, only those have reached a peak in their understanding of this Sword Principle Bei Ming could cast this sword skill in such a simple manner. Reach the peak? But Wushuang only saw brother Lin Yi demonstrate this sword skill once 4 years ago. Back then, it also seemed that it was ordinary and simple when Wushuang did the drill. He watched it once, and he managed to fully understand this sword skill? Zhuo Yunfeng was surprised. It is highly likely. Ling Taifeng nodded his head. Lin Yi was completely speechless. It seemed like Jian Wushuang had understood the Sword Principle Bei Ming 4 years ago and had done the drill perfectly. Because Wushuang's understanding of this sword skill was far above Lin Yi's, Lin Yi thought that Jian Wushuang had not understood the essence of this sword skill. In reality, Wushuang's talent was far greater than he could ever imagine. Brother Zhuo, if I am not wrong, your son has stepped into the sword doctrine realm and is at least at the initial success stage, Lin Taifeng said. Initial success in the sword doctrine realm? Zhuo Yunfeng widened his eyes. Husband, Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine is so much deeper as compared to Lin Yi. He is only in the initial success stage of the sword doctrine realm? Luo Xinqin frowned as she asked, "What do you think?" The initial success in the sword doctrine realm that Brother Lin mentioned is the true sword doctrine realm. It is completely different from the normal sword doctrine everyone is talking about. With Brother Lin Yi's understanding of the sword doctrine, and being in the top 30 within the Anjou Prefecture, he has yet to meet the criteria to break through into the sword doctrine realm. Zhuo Yunfeng looked over at Zhuo Xinqin and said in a serious tone, "Even Lin Yi has yet to meet the criteria necessary to enter the sword doctrine realm?" Luo Xinqin was stunned. She was only in the chaotic realm. She was unlike Zhuo Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng, who understood more about the division of power. Lin Yi, who she thought had a very good understanding of the sword doctrine, had yet to even meet the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. It is not easy to meet the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. There are countless experts in the sword doctrine within the Anjou Prefecture. However, the number of these experts who are in the sword doctrine realm is limited, and Lin Yi is not one of them. As for initial success in the sword doctrine realm, it requires an even higher level of understanding of the sword doctrine compared to just meeting the criteria to enter the sword doctrine realm. As far as I know, there is only one person within the entire Anzhou prefecture who has reached this level. That man was the previous head of the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yun. He has decided to shut himself off from the world. Zhuge Yun? Isn't he a chaotic divine demon? Does this mean that Jin Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine is comparable to a chaotic divine demon's? Luo Xinqin was surprised. Yes, and most chaotic divine demons who use the sword might not even have as deep of an understanding of the sword doctrine as Jin Wushuang. Lin Taifeng nodded his head heavily. Hearing this, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin sucked in a cold breath. Jin Wushuang had stayed quietly beside them for 12 years. They only found out today that their son's understanding of the sword doctrine was at such a level, unrivaled in the sword doctrine. Looks like the name that Taoist priest Xian Shun gave Jin Wushuang was correct. Jin Wushuang being at initial success in the sword doctrine realm at the age of 12 is really incredible. I have never heard of anyone else who has achieved this, Lin Taifeng exclaimed. This brat. We cannot let his talent in the sword doctrine go to waste. We should send him into those powerful clans where he can develop properly. Zhui Yunfeng clenched his fists tightly and thought to himself. Jin Wushuang walked over with Lin Yi. Lin Yi was looking at Jin Wushuang as though he was a freak. Lin Yin, do not forget our bet, Jin Wushuang looked at Lin Yin and said. Lin Yin was already speechless. He had never thought that Jin Wushuang's understanding of the sword doctrine could be even deeper than that of Lin Yi. Was he really just a 12-year-old child? Lin Yin trembled slightly as he looked at his dad when he heard what Jin Wushuang said. Haha, don't worry, little one. The people of the Lin family keep their words. If it is okay with you, you can even come with me back to the Lin clan. You can choose and read a wide variety of secret skills and martial arts skills within our library. Lin Tifeng laughed heartily. Oh! Jin Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Brother Lin, you cannot do that. There are numerous secret skills within your family's library. Those were obtained through the blood and sweat of your ancestors. How can my son just go in and do what he likes? It is already an honor for him to get the sword principle snow congelation from you, Zhui Yunfeng said. Brother Zhua, we are brothers. Furthermore, Wushuang is incredibly talented. If he is brought up well, he will be very successful in the future. I fear that the library in my house will be too small for my dear nephew, Lai Taifeng said. He was speaking the truth. Lin Taifeng was a chaotic divine demon and the head of the Lin family. He was like an overlord, but after seeing how talented Jin Wushuang was, even he was shocked and in disbelief. He knew that if he told the outside world what he had seen today, everyone would be shocked as well. Countless clans would fight over this kid who was so incredibly talented in the sword doctrine. The Lin family was only powerful within the prefecture. It was impossible for them to guide Jin Wushuang far. All he could do was try his best to help his dear nephew. Chapter 2308. Enter the Lin mansion, Brother Lin. I thank you for your goodwill. However, Wushuang is a very stubborn boy. I tried my best to send him into a clan so that he could get the best teachers. He always rejects my offer. Now that you want him to go with you back to the Lin mansion, Zhui Yunfeng said. Okay, I will go to the Lin mansion, Jin Wushuang interrupted Zhui Yunfeng and said. What? Zhui Yunfeng was stunned as he looked at Jin Wushuang in disbelief. This brat. He had never wanted to leave the incineration moon city. What had happened to him today? Had he changed his mind? Haha, that is great. Lin Taifeng was elated. The Lin family would be honored if a kid as talented as Jin Wushuang would stay at their mansion for even a short period of time. How about this? We will celebrate your father's birthday tomorrow and we will leave the day after. Lin Taifeng said. No problem. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. The reason Jin Wushuang had agreed to go to the Lin mansion was not only because he could get access to the secret skills within their library, but he could also come back and visit anytime he wanted to. He would not be able to do so if he joined a clan, as there were many restrictions. Just like his older brother Zhuopeng and his eldest sister, who he had never met before, they would only come back once in a while. However, he could leave the Lin Mansion whenever he wanted to. Furthermore, the Lin Mansion was closely located to the Incineration Moon City. Seeing that Jian Wushuang agreed so readily, Zhui Yunfeng was also happy. He was happy that Jian Wushuang was leaving home. Now that he was going to the Lin Mansion, even though the Lin Mansion was not as well known as some other clans, it was a big family and there was a system in place to train and develop disciples. It also had a lot of resources necessary for cultivation. Zhui Yunfeng believed that Jian Wushuang would not be treated unfairly given his close relations with Lin Tifeng. Jian Wushuang would be able to train and cultivate in a better environment. Everyone started preparing for Zhui Yunfeng's birthday celebration. The birthday celebration went smoothly, and everyone was extremely happy. After the birthday celebration, Jian Wushuang left with Lin Taifeng for the Lin Mansion. Lin Mansion. The Lin family was one of the 6 top-tier families and had an extremely solid foundation. The Lin Mansion occupied thousands of square feet, and it looked very majestic. Jian Wushuang entered the Lin Mansion under the guidance of Lin Taifeng. Lin Taifeng gave the order that Jian Wushuang could go enter the secret skill pavilion as he liked and could study any martial art skills or secret skills he wanted. Furthermore, they were planning to give Jian Wushuang 3 times the amount of resources that their core disciple had. A core disciple in the transformed god realm would get 1 god transformation elixir, but Jian Wushuang would get 3. There was a ruckus within the Lin Mansion when everyone found out the treatment Jian Wushuang was getting. Jian Wushuang lived in a well-designed house which only an important guest could stay in. Jian Wushuang sat on a stone bench at the center of the garden with a jade bamboo strip in his hands. The contents of the jade bamboo strip was a copy of one of the secret skills that Jian Wushuang had seen in the secret skill pavilion. It was Sword Principle Snow Congelation. This sword skill can make even snow freeze in the air. There is a trace of space-time rules of order within this sword skill. Jian Wushuang smiled. The space-time rules of order was extremely complex and complicated. If one mastered this sword skill and had a good understanding of the space-time rules of order, everything in this world would freeze in place when this sword skill was used. This was an incredible sword skill. Even though this sword skill is good, I do not have the ability to learn it yet. However, I can learn many things just by studying it and applying it to the time-space sword principle. Jian Wushuang started to focus on the content on the jade bamboo strip. Before long, Brother Wushuang. A loud voice was heard as 2 figures stepped into the garden. Jian Wushuang looked up. One of the 2 was Lin Yin. After Jian Wushuang had defeated Lin Yin a few days ago by using purely his sword skills, Lin Yin had no longer been arrogant and had stopped trying to compete with Jian Wushuang. Lin Yin was a straightforward man. After getting close to Jian Wushuang, he had started to treat Jian Wushuang as a brother. There was a young girl standing behind Lin Yin. She was around 12 or 13 years old. She looked pale and yellow and seemed delicate. Without a doubt, she was pretty. Prince Yin, is something up? Jian Wushuang asked, his eyes fixed on the jade bamboo strip in his hands. Haha, today is the day that the Lin Mansion gives out elixirs. I know that you will drown yourself in studying the sword doctrine. Hence, I have brought over the 3 god transformation elixir for you. Lin Yin opened his palm, and Jian Wushuang saw 3 light purple elixirs. God transformation elixir? Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. To any expert in the transformed god realm, this elixir would be extremely useful as it would make it easier for them to accumulate divine power. However, Jian Wushuang had reincarnated. He was already at the level of a chaotic divine demon. All he had to do was accumulate divine power. The god transformation elixir was not very useful for him. After all, he was a perfect chaotic life form. The amount of spiritual influence of heaven and earth he required for each stage of his cultivation was far too much. Furthermore, the speed at which he absorbed the spiritual influence of heaven and earth was insanely fast. He could absorb equal amounts of divine power within the 3 god transformation elixir within 1 day. This elixir was almost useless for him. You wouldn't be so nice unless you have something to ask me, so what do you want me to do for you? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yin and said, Haha, you saw through my plan. Lin Yin gave an awkward smile. He pulled over the young girl and said, Brother Wushuang, this is my cousin. She is about the same age as you and practices the sword doctrine. She is facing difficulty in one of the sword skills she is practicing. Hence, you want me to guide her? Jian Wushuang looked over and sighed. Yes. Lin Yin nodded his head before he said to Lin Qingqing, Cousin, tell Brother Wushuang about the problems you face. He can definitely solve them for you. Lin Qingqing knitted her eyebrows. She did not say anything and looked at Jian Wushuang with suspicion. Jian Wushuang was around the same age as her. How could one blame her for suspecting whether or not Jian Wushuang had the ability to guide her in her sword skills? Furthermore, even the experts in the pure Sun realm and chaotic realm within the Lin Mansion could not solve her problem. Chapter 2309. Guidance. Jian Wushuang noticed that Lin Qingqing was questioning his ability. Jian Wushuang did not mind and said, Which sword skill does she have problems with? Hazy Sword Principle, Lin Yin said. Do you have a copy of the Hazy Sword Principle? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Lin Yin brought out a jade bamboo strip. Jian Wushuang took the jade bamboo strip and started reading it. Lin Yin and Lin Qingqing stood to the side and waited. Brother Yin, he is the person you talked about that can solve the problem I face in my sword skills? Lin Qingqing asked softly. Yes, it's him. Do not underestimate him. Even though he is young, his understanding of the sword doctrine is incredible. If anyone in the Lin Mansion can solve this problem, it will be him. Lin Yin smiled. Really? Lin Qingqing was still suspicious. Lin Yin smiled and did not continue to explain himself. The people of the Lin Mansion knew who Jian Wushuang was, but only Lin Taifeng, Lin Yi, and Lin Yin knew what he was capable of. Lin Yin knew that there shouldn't be anyone in the Anzhou prefecture who could compete with Jian Wushuang in their understanding of the sword doctrine, much less someone from the Lin Mansion. If even Jian Wushuang could not solve the problem Lin Qingqing had, there shouldn't be anyone in the Lin Mansion who could solve it. After half an hour, Jian Wushuang finally put down the jade bamboo strip. Show me your sword skills, Jian Wushuang said. Go, Qingqing, Lin Yin said. Even though Lin Qingqing was suspicious of Jian Wushuang, she still listened to Lin Yin and started doing a drill of the Hazy Sword Principle. Jian Wushuang smiled as he saw each style of the sword skill being performed by Lin Qingqing. Before long, Lin Qingqing finished the drill. She seemed more pale than ever and even started coughing slightly. Brother Wushuang, do you know what is wrong? Lin Yin asked. Yes. It is simple. She is not fit to cultivate this sword skill, Jian Wushuang said up front. Uncle Linny told me this before. Looks like I have to give up on this sword skill and learn other sword skills. Lin Qingqing looked at Jian Wushuang and shook her head. It was obvious that she was trembling. She had been practicing the Hazy Sword Principle for 2 years and had put in hard work to reach where she was today. Of course, she would be greatly affected when she had to give it up. Jian Wushuang then smiled again. Actually, there is a way for you to not give up on this sword skill. Huh? Lin Qingqing looked over at Jian Wushuang, surprised. Brother Wushuang, stop keeping us in suspense. What is the solution? Lin Yin asked. The reason why the Hazy Sword Principle is not suitable for her is because 3 of the styles in this sword skills are too overbearing and deadly, which causes waves of violent aura. Your cousin is a delicate young girl. She has yet to toughen up and hone herself in the outside world. After she grows up and ventures out, she will be able to control the violent aura when she becomes a more resolute lady. Then she will be able to use this sword skill without any repercussions. Of course, she cannot do that now. All she needs to do is to stop practicing those 3 styles within the sword skill, then she will be all right. That is it. Lin Yin understood Jian Wushuang's explanation. Lin Qingqing was still suspicious of Jian Wushuang. Brother Wushuang, which 3 styles contain the violent auras? Lin Yin then asked. The 4th, 9th, and 13th style, Jian Wushuang said. Qingqing, follow what Brother Wushuang said. Do a drill of the Hazy Sword Principle, but leave out those 3 styles, Lin Yin said. Lin Qingqing followed her cousin's instructions. But this time, she skipped the 3 styles Jian Wushuang talked about. Soon, she finished the drill and stood there, shocked. She realized she was not hurt after leaving out those 3 styles. Were my problems really caused by those 3 styles? Lin Qingqing stared at Jian Wushuang and asked. Jian Wushuang then smiled and said, now the problem is solved. Haha. Thanks a lot, brother Wushuang. Lin Yin was overjoyed. Thank you, older bro. Lin Qingqing also thanked Jian Wushuang, but she did not finish her sentence. She wanted to call Jian Wushuang her older brother, but then she realized Jian Wushuang was younger than her. No problem. Just call him older brother. If he doesn't mind, even I will call him older brother. Lin Yin laughed. Jian Wushuang smiled and waved at both of them. The two of them left. Jian Wushuang dove right back into studying the sword skill he was holding. News of this incident soon spread among the higher-ups in the Lin mansion. The experts in the sword doctrine were stunned. Many of them had known of the problem Lin Qingqing had, but none of them had had any way to solve it. All they could do was to tell her to change to another sword skill. However, a 12-year-old kid had solved it. After they asked around, they were even more shocked when they knew that the 12-year-old kid was the famous Jian Wushuang. Many of these experts went to find Jian Wushuang for a duel. The results were even more shocking. Even though Jian Wushuang was young, his understanding of the sword doctrine was beyond their wildest expectations. Li Yi had the deepest understanding of the sword doctrine, and he was nowhere near Jian Wushuang's level. After these experts who cultivated the sword doctrine found out how incredible Jian Wushuang was, many of them put down their pride and asked Jian Wushuang for guidance. Jian Wushuang did not reject them. He was a guest in the Lin mansion. The Lin mansion treated him well by allowing him to browse any secret skills or martial art skills that could be found within their library. These skills were very beneficial for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang guiding these experts in the sword doctrine was his way of repaying the Lin family. Chapter 23. Tin Snow Cleave. Time passed in the blink of an eye. Jian Wushuang had been staying in the Lin mansion for 3 months. In the house that Jian Wushuang was staying in, just as Lin Yin was about to enter the garden, 2 people walked out from inside. They were 2 experts in the chaotic realm. They were chatting as they walked. I had never thought that there could be an expert in the Lin mansion who would have such an incredible understanding of the sword doctrine. What is more amazing is that he is a child aged 12. Little friend Wushuang is really incredible. His talent in the sword doctrine is unmatched. Taoist priest Xian Shun is amazing. With this level of talent, he should be given 10 times the amount of resources of a core disciple. The 2 of them chatted casually. Lin Yin could hear what they were saying clearly. Both of you. Lin Yin smiled. Prince Yin. The 2 experts in the chaotic realm looked over and greeted. Did both of you seek Brother Wushuang's guidance in the sword doctrine? Lin Yin asked. Yes. Both of us have learned a lot from him, one of the experts said. Yes, a lot. The other man nodded his head in approval. Brother Wushuang is a guest here at the Lin mansion. He also needs to focus on his own cultivation. You can come and ask him once in a while, but please don't come and bother him consistently, Lin Yin said. Of course. We have already benefited greatly from a single session. How could we be greedy and want more? The 2 experts in the chaotic realm said. That's right. Carry on. Lin Yin waved his hands, and the 2 experts in the chaotic realm left the place. Lin Yin then entered the garden that Jian Wushuang lived in. After he reached the garden, he saw Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang stood in the middle of the garden with his eyes closed. He held an ordinary sword in his hands. Uncle Lin Yi, what is Brother Wushuang doing? Lin Yi asked softly. Looks like he is going to practice with a sword. Practice? Lin Yin raised his eyebrows. He realized that even though Jian Wushuang had been there for 3 months, he had only studied sword skills. He had never practiced at all. This was the first time Lin Yin had seen Jian Wushuang use a sword for practice. Lin Yin stood to the side quietly as he did not want to disturb Jian Wushuang. Spring was about to come, and this was the last snow this winter. Snowflakes filled the entire sky as they fell to the ground slowly. The floor of the entire garden was already covered with snow. Jian Wushuang held a sword with one hand and stood at the center of the garden. He opened his eyes all of a sudden. Killing intent could be seen clearly in his eyes. The sword in his hand moved. He thrusted the sword out like a beam of light. It seemed like an ordinary thrust. However, ripples could be seen in the surrounding space. It was as though the space bent because it was so affected by the sword essence. In reality, it was not space which bent. It was space-time. Before the thrust landed, Jian Wushuang swung his blade out in a horizontal swing. This horizontal swing was the sword skill that Jin Wushuang was trying to cast. A sword light could be seen at the corner of his eyes. It was beautiful and stunning. People could lose themselves within it. Even though the sword light seemed extremely small, it filled the entire garden, including the space right in front of Jin Wushuang. As the sword light dimmed, peace returned to the garden. Jin Wushuang sheathed his sword. What sword skill was that? I am completely lost. Lin Yin knitted his eyebrows. He could not understand the essence of the sword skill that Jin Wushuang had just done. However, he could feel how terrifying the move was. Uncle Lin Yi, do you understand what just happened? Lin Yin looked over at Lin Yi and asked. I could not understand it completely, but I realized something, Lin Yi said. What did you realize? Lin Yin asked. Have you not realized that the amount of snowflakes around our dear friend Wushuang has become more dense? Lin Yi said. Oh yes, that's true. What happened? Lin Yi asked curiously. If I am not wrong, Wushuang sliced all of the snowflakes falling from the sky in half. This created the illusion that the snowflakes on the ground became denser. The sword light is incredibly powerful, and the snowflake is extremely frail. It will melt easily. However, he managed to slice all of the snowflakes in half without melting them. How incredible is his control of the sword essence and power of that sword skill? He is that incredible? Lin Yin widened his eyes in shock. That sword swing, that swing! Lin Yi clenched his fists and closed his eyes as the scene where the snowflakes were sliced in half played repeatedly in his mind. Uncle Lin Yi, what happened to you? Lin Yin asked. Do not disturb him, Jin Wushuang said as he walked over. It seems like he has managed to learn and understand something new. Learn something new? Lin Yin nodded his head and stood there quietly, waiting for his uncle. After a few minutes, Lin Yi opened his eyes. He looked extremely happy. He took a deep breath and bowed to Jin Wushuang before turning and leaving. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang smiled and said, Looks like the Lin family is finally going to have an expert who meets the criteria for the sword doctrine realm. Lin Yin also realized that Lin Yi was going to have a breakthrough in his understanding of the sword doctrine. That was why Lin Yi had left without saying anything. He was going into isolation to train. Brother Wushuang, what is the sword skill that you just cast? It looks foreign to me, Lin Yin said. That sword skill is called Snow Cleave. I created this style after fully understanding and mastering sword principle snow congelation, Jin Wushuang said. He had been studying the sword principle snow congelation for 3 months. He had managed to master this sword skill completely. He had created Snow Cleave after gathering the essence from sword principle snow congelation and combining it with the power of space-time. I finally created my own style in the space-time sword principle after I did the same for the reincarnation sword principle. Jin Wushuang smiled. His understanding of the space-time rules of order and reincarnation rules of order was profound. He had a better understanding of reincarnation rules of order due to the miniature reincarnation, which allowed him to create a style in the reincarnation sword principle. Samsara. Jin Wushuang had never been able to perfectly combine his understanding of the space-time rules of order and the sword doctrine to create a new sword skill. He had finally managed to do so today by creating Snow Cleave. Chapter 23:11 Taunting. In terms of sword principle, I have the sword principle Xian Luo that is capable of attacking and defending. In close combat fights, that would be sufficient. However, the sword principle Xian Luo is too ordinary. Although it could eliminate my weaknesses, I won't have much of an advantage either. Therefore, I have to create the most appropriate ultimate move for killing. The space-time sword principle and reincarnation sword principle could perfectly infuse the rules of order. I can follow through with it to the very end. Jin Wushuang had plans for his own sword principles. Long ago, when he was still in the eternal chaotic world, he had thought of taking the paths of time-space sword principle and reincarnation sword principle. However, he had barely gotten in touch with the space-time doctrine and reincarnation doctrine and had not reached the level of the rules of order. Although he had come out with several sword principles, they weren't infused with the rules of order. And now, Wu Yu had left those sword principles aside completely. Instead, he had combined rules of order with the sword principles perfectly in his creation. When he had been in eternal chaotic world, He had made a breakthrough in reincarnation sword principle and come out with samsara. Now that he was in absolute beginning divine world, the birth of Snow Cleave gave him a foundation in space-time sword principle. Regardless if it was the space-time sword principle or the reincarnation sword principle, I have created the first move. Moving ahead, it would be constant improvements together with the ordinary sword principle Xian Luo. Only then could I really move towards perfection in my sword principle, Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Moving ahead, I have to work harder. Jian Wushuang continued his silent sword cultivation in the Lin Mansion. Time passed quickly. Soon, Jian Wushuang was 16. He had been in the Lin Mansion for over 3 years. In his room, Jian Wushuang sat on his bed with his legs crossed. The 16-year-old Jian Wushuang no longer had the childlike features of his youth. Instead, he looked cooler and handsome. As for his appearance, he had intentionally made himself look similar to how he had been in his previous life. Jian Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly. At that very moment, a dense and powerful divine power emanated from his body. Middle stage pure sun realm. Just as expected, without a limitation on the realm, all I need is to accumulate divine power. This has made cultivation a lot quicker, Jian Wushuang mumbled with a faint smile. Pure Sun Realm was the equivalent of the real God stage in the eternal chaotic world. As for middle stage Pure Sun Realm, it was the same as the second stage of Real God, the eternal real God. He wasn't too far away from the chaotic realm. Judging from this speed, in another 4 years, or when I'm 20, I should be able to reach the chaotic realm. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. The chaotic realm still wasn't his previous pinnacle. Now that he had reincarnated as a perfect chaotic life form, once he returned to the chaotic realm, his fighting power would be substantially stronger. Furthermore, once he reached the chaotic realm, he could also start cultivating some secret skills he knew in the eternal chaotic world. He would also be qualified to start with the few secret skills that his master, Xian Yi, had left in his mind. At that time, he would likely stand at the top of the Anzhou prefecture. No hurry. One step at a time. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. All of a sudden, he was alarmed. The extended soul power had detected people walking towards the room he was in. Jian Wushuang walked out of the room instantly. Brother Wushuang. From afar, Jian Wushuang could see Lin Yan approaching. Lin Qingqing was following him. Jian Wushuang could see a tinge of bloodlust gleaming in the eyes of Lin Yan. What happened? Why are you looking so furious? Asked Jian Wushuang. In the 3 years that he had spent in Lin Mansion, Lin Yan had often paid him visits. After several encounters, they had become quite close. Although Jian Wushuang still didn't see Lin Yan as a brother he could go through life and death with, he did see him as a friend. He was also the first friend he had made in absolute beginning divine world since he reincarnated. Brother Wushuang, I would like to ask for your help, Lin Yan said solemnly. Help? Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Speak. What happened? It's the Zhuge family. They are here with their number 1 figure of the younger generation, Zhuge Hong. This guy constantly provoked the disciples of our Lin Mansion and even announced he wants to challenge every single one of the younger generation in Lin Mansion. Lin Yan was fuming as he spoke. Jian Wushuang understood instantly. A conflict within the younger generation. Zhuge family and Lin family were both among the 6 elite families in Anzhou Prefecture. Moreover, they had always been sworn enemies. Conflicts were common throughout the year. This wasn't limited to just the higher management. Conflicts and fights between younger generation disciples were equally common. However, going to the Lin Mansion directly to taunt was probably a little overboard. What's the matter? Isn't there anyone in the younger generation that is a match for Zhuge Hong? Asked Jian Wushuang. Lin Yan's expression changed a little and he answered, Brother Wushuang, I'll be frank here. Zhuge Hong isn't ordinary. Not only is he exceptionally talented, he also entered the Dongzhou sect at a young age as a core disciple. His master is a very powerful and frightening chaotic divine demon that isn't any weaker than the commandery governor of Anzhou Prefecture. Under the tutelage of his master and grooming of Dongzhou sect, Zhuge Hong's strength isn't something that the disciples of our Lin Mansion can match. Even though I wouldn't like to admit it, I have to say I'm not just a notch weaker than him. Since you can't defeat him, just bear with him. Or perhaps you could ask the higher management of your Lin Mansion to teach that Zhuge Hong a lesson, Jin Wushuang said nonchalantly. In his previous lifetime, he had lived for close to 100,000 years in the eternal chaotic world. He had seen far too many conflicts between families and even sects and were numb to them. Since the younger generation disciples weren't a match, they could only bear with them. Finding help externally wouldn't be a wise decision. Jin Wushuang had no intention of being implicated in the long conflicts between the two families. This was because he wouldn't be helping Lin Mansion. Rather, he would be doing harm. If they couldn't win, enduring was their only option. When they made improvements, they could find their pride. That was what big families should do. If Zhuge was just taunting, we could just put up with him. However, he went over us over and over again. More importantly, he even humiliated Qingqing in the past. Lin Yin gnashed his teeth as the bloodlust surrounding him intensified. Oh! Jin Wushuang was taken aback. He took a glance at Lin Qingqing and saw she was looking extremely bitter. Brother Wushuang, Qingqing was only able to continue practicing the hazy sword principle because of your guidance. Subsequently, Qingqing followed your instructions to have more trials in the outside world. However, Qingqing suffered a blow in a recent trial. She was severely injured, and a Lin Mansion's disciple that accompanied her even died. At that time, the Lin Mansion's disciple wanted to escape and look for help for Qingqing. Qingqing was severely injured then, and that was the only option. Chapter 23:12 Sounding O. By the time Qingqing came back with help, that disciple was already dead. This left Qingqing extremely remorseful, and she blamed herself for the incident. We had a hard time helping Qingqing get back on her feet. However, Zhuge brought up the incident today again. He even humiliated Qingqing directly and accused her of abandoning her comrade. In the end, Qingqing cried. Lin Yin said coldly. Jin Wushuang took a glance at Lin Qingqing. His impression of her had always been of a gentle and adorable girl. However, he could now see signs of crying. From her eyes, he could tell she was still carrying strong guilt and self-hatred. It isn't just that. For Qingqing, those who know about the incident have never told others about it. There weren't any other people around then either. Logically speaking, no one should know about it. Yet, Zhuge knew. Coupled with the fact that I heard Zhuge happened to be in the vicinity then, if I'm right, they were probably aware Qingqing was in danger then. Furthermore, there's a high chance that this was the doing of Zhuge. As he spoke, killing intent oozed from Lin Yin. Brother Wushuang, although Qingqing isn't my biological sister, she's even closer to me than a real one. I only blame myself for being incapable and unable to teach Zhuge a lesson for Qingqing. I could only come to seek help from you. Jin Wushuang was also moved. Regardless of the taunts thrown out in a quarrel between the younger generation, they could be explained as a fit of anger. However, exposing one's wound in the public and piling on insults, and even resorting to unscrupulous means would be a little much, Jin Wushuang remarked. All right, we'll go take a look with you. Great. He's at the drill ground in our Lin Mansion. Let's hurry there. Lin Yin perked up with joy. Soon, with Lin Yin taking the lead, Jin Wushuang arrived at the drill ground. The drill ground was congested with a large number of younger generation disciples. Also, many Lin Mansion experts had gathered there. In front of these experts, an unruly young man in a black robe was standing there. He had a mocking smile across his face while looking at the crowd from Lin Mansion disdainfully. Although there were numerous Lin Mansion disciples and experts, they didn't amount to anything in his eyes. Jin Wushuang could tell that the young man in the black robe was Zhuge. However, he wasn't paying attention to Zhuge. Instead, he was staring at an old man in a gray robe behind Zhuge. The old man in the gray robe was squinting his eyes and had hidden his aura perfectly. Nonetheless, Jin Wushuang could tell with a single glance that this was a true chaotic divine demon. Chaotic divine demon would definitely be experts at the top of the pyramid in Anzhou Prefecture. The divine demon expert is following Zhuge personally, and yet he has showed no intention of stopping Zhuge. Rather, he appears to be doing so on purpose. Jin Wushuang smiled gently. Lin Yin, if I got it right, Zhuge purpose isn't simply taunting the younger generation disciples. He is most likely trying to sound you guys out. Sound us out? What do you mean? Lin Yin was puzzled. Lin family has always been in conflict with the Zhuge family. The hatred between both sides runs deep and both parties will want to annihilate the other completely. The only shame is that none of the parties have the absolute strength needed to crush the other. But now Zhuge family is probably thinking of taking action against your Lin family. Therefore, they sent Zhuge Hong over. He looks like he was just provoking you guys, but, in fact, he's trying to sound out the strength of your Lin family, explained Jian Wushuang. Even so, how is he going to do that? Lin Yin was still confused. He definitely couldn't do so alone. However, did you notice the old man in gray robe behind him? That gray-robed old man is a chaotic divine demon. It is just that he is great at hiding his aura and did not attract the attention of others. Zhuge Hong is acting so arrogantly now. If the younger generation disciples can't stop him, the experts will then be needed. Once an expert shows himself, the gray-robed old man will make a move instantly. His ultimate objective is to force the chaotic divine demon in the Lin Mansion to step in, Jian Wushuang said. Divine demon? That old man is a chaotic divine demon? Lin Yin was astounded. Damn it. My father suffered serious injuries when he fought another chaotic divine demon more than a decade ago. He hasn't recovered fully from it yet. As for the other chaotic divine demon of our Lin family, he has been roaming the outside world for a long time and has yet to return. If the Zhuge family take actions now, that must be it. Zhuge family definitely knows about your family's predicament. His trip this time was definitely to force your father into stepping out, so they could assess how much strength your father still possesses. Or perhaps they are trying to find out if the chaotic divine demon that is out has returned. Once they get an answer, the Zhuge family will definitely make a move, said Jian Wushuang. He had lived close to 100,000 years in his previous lifetime and had seen countless situations. He could see through Zhuge family's plot with a single glance. This won't do. I have to inform my father immediately, Lin Yin said. That's not necessary. Your father had probably seen through the motives of the Zhuge family. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Through his soul power, he could sense that Lin Taifeng and the 3 half-step divine demons of Lin family had hidden together. It seems like the family head of Lin family has no intention of revealing his current fighting powers. Instead, he probably intends for the 3 half-step divine demons to intercept the other party. However, with just 3 half-step divine demons, they will likely not be able to stop that gray-robed old man. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. Divine demon and half-step divine demon might seem really close, but the difference was enormous. Moreover, Jian Wushuang could tell that the gray-robed old man wasn't an ordinary chaotic divine demon. He was definitely powerful. It wouldn't have been realistic to expect just 3 half-step divine demons to hold up against the gray-robed old man. In the end, Lin Taifeng would likely have to step in to knock him back. If that were the case, the other party would be able to tell how much strength Lin Taifeng had left. Brother Wushuang, what should we do? Asked Lin Yin. Simple. I just have to step in and dispatch Zhuge Hong. As long as a younger generation disciple can defeat Zhuge Hong directly, that gray-robed old man won't have an excuse to make a move. Their attempt this time won't achieve their objectives. However, if this is the case, I will probably be implicated in the conflicts of the two families, said Jian Wushuang. Brother Wushuang this? Lin Yin furrowed his brows. It's all right. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and chuckled. Your father and mine are brothers of life and death. If Lin family is in danger, my father will definitely not sit back and do nothing. He would definitely step in and I too would be implicated. Since the outcome is the same, there's nothing to worry about. Let's go. All right. Lin Yin nodded his head heavily before walking forward with Jian Wushuang. Chapter 23:13 Using the finger as a sword. When the crowd saw Lin Yin, the smile on Zhuge Hong deepened. Isn't this the young master of Lin Mansion? So the representative of the younger generation in Lin Mansion is finally willing to show himself. Zhuge Hong mocked. Zhuge Hong, you were just relying on your identity as the core disciple of Dongzhuo sect. What's there to be cocky about? Haha, I just like to. So, are you not happy about it? If you aren't, we can just have a fight here. It isn't that I'm belittling you. However, when it comes to trash like you, I wouldn't even be bothered if 3 to 5 of you guys teamed up, Zhuge Hong sneered. Lin Yin was infuriated, but there was nothing he could do. At this moment, Jian Wushuang finally spoke. To deal with someone like you, there's no need for Lin Yin to do it himself. Huh. It was then that Zhuge Hong noticed Jian Wushuang. Judging from his appearance, Jian Wushuang would at most be 15 or 16 years old. At this age, Zhuge Hong wasn't concerned about him. Lad, who are you? Zhuge Hong asked solemnly. I'm just a sword boy under Lin Yin, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Sword boy? Lin Yin and the crowd from the Lin Mansion were astounded. Lin Yin especially. Back in Incineration Moon City, he had the intention to take Jian Wushuang on as his sword boy. However, after a quick fight, Jian Wushuang's understanding of sword principle had far exceeded his imagination. This had dispelled his thoughts of doing so. Over this period, Jian Wushuang had remained in the Lin Mansion and was absolutely a distinguished guest. Many experts in Lin Mansion who specialized in sword principle held utmost respect for him. In fact, they even sought guidance from him often. How could he be a sword boy? However, since Jian Wushuang had said so, no one could say otherwise. A meager sword boy, and yet you dare to be rude before me? Scram. Zhuge Hong berated. Hee. Young Master Lin Yin is of exceptional status. He isn't someone that an average Joe can challenge at will. If you want to challenge him, you should at least be able to defeat me. If you aren't even a match for me, it'd be better for you to scram first, Jian Wushuang laughed. That's right. If you don't even dare to fight with a sword boy, you aren't qualified to challenge young Master Yin. Zhuge Hong, I think it would be better if you just run along back home. The majority of the crowd from Lin Mansion knew about Jian Wushuang's identity and started chiming in. Zhuge Hong was furious, and his expression turned icy cold. He glanced at Jian Wushuang and said, All right, let me teach you a lesson first before crushing your young master. Upon hearing Zhuge Hong, Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow. Although Zhuge Hong was rather talented, he was too young. To put it bluntly, he lacked experience. Young Master Yin, how would you like me to teach him a lesson? Jian Wushuang whispered. That goes without saying. Humiliate him utterly. The more ruthless, the better. Lin Yin gritted his teeth. All right, they'll just crush his confidence and make him doubt himself forever, Jian Wushuang answered. Lin Yin was astonished but still nodded. All right, but be careful. Although Zhuge Hong has a crude personality, he is strong. Moreover, there are rumors that he's exceptionally close to the Pure Sun Realm. Close to the Pure Sun Realm? Jian Wushuang chuckled. Nope, he's already at the Pure Sun Realm. What? When he said the words, it wasn't just Lin Yin who was shocked. Everyone in Lin Mansion was astounded as well. As for Zhuge Hong, he glanced coldly at Jian Wushuang and commented, Your eyes are pretty sharp. When he finished his words, Zhuge Hong no longer attempted to conceal his power. His divine power and aura rose to the level of a Pure Sun Realm rapidly. Pure Sun Realm. He's really at the Pure Sun Realm. Oh gosh, isn't Zhuge Hong just 20 years old? A 20-year-old Pure Sun Realm? The crowd at Lin Mansion was astounded. The spiritual influence of heaven and earth was too dense in the absolute beginning divine world. Cultivators that were born in this environment would naturally have greater talents. Even so, a 20-year-old Pure Sun Realm was an exceptionally rare talent. He would be considered a top-class talent in the entire Wuxia Baron region, let alone the Anzhou Prefecture. It was not surprising that Dongzhou sect would place such a high emphasis on Zhuge Hong. Is Pure Sun Realm that incredible? Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter sounded. Immediately after, a divine power that was no weaker than Zhuge Hong's started rising around Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was undoubtedly at the Pure Sun Realm as well. What? How could this be possible? This time, even Lin Yin and many others who knew Jian Wushuang were stupefied. Jian Wushuang was just 16 years old. A 16-year-old at Pure Sun Realm. Brother Wushuang, how did you cultivate so quickly? 3 years ago, when I first saw you in Incineration Moon City, I was the same realm as you. Lin Yin mumbled. What he didn't know was that in order to not draw the attention of people, Jin Wushuang had only revealed the strength of early-stage Pure Sun Realm. However, he had already reached the middle-stage Pure Sun Realm. As a perfect chaotic life form, Jin Wushuang didn't require the divine power of a Pure Sun Realm to deal with a small lad like Zhuge Hong. Even with ordinary transformed God's cultivation base, he could defeat him easily. However, he would appear to be too insane then. Facing an early-stage Pure Sun Realm with early-stage Pure Sun Realm would be the best. Thanks. I did not expect the Lin Mansion to have a cultivation talent. However, even if you could match me in cultivation base, it wouldn't matter. One's cultivation base wouldn't be a complete representation of one's fighting powers, Zhuge Hong snorted. As he flipped his palm, a faint purple saber appeared in his hand. The blade was extremely thin and had an eerily cold vibe. Lad, show your weapon, shouted Zhuge Hong. Weapon? Jin Wushuang tittered. The next instant, he lifted his right hand and stuck out his index finger. Against you, all I need is a finger. Brazen. Zhuge Hong was infuriated. Even the crowd of Lin Mansion was staring at Jin Wushuang, feeling awestruck. Although he was comparable in cultivation base, Zhuge Hong came from Dongzhou sect and had a powerful master. The various secret skills and means he possessed weren't what the Lin Mansion disciples could compare with. This was especially so for his compelling saber skills. It was said that he had a grasp of the saber principle. Yet, Jin Wushuang hadn't retrieved his sword and wished to fight with just a finger? Was that possible? Many Lin Mansion doubted I. However, those who truly knew Jin Wushuang's understanding of sword principle could understand. It was especially so for the powerful experts in Lin Mansion who specialized in sword principle. Lin Yin was one of them. In the past, Jin Wushuang had defeated him easily with just a branch. He had even done so against Lin Yi. Now, using a finger as a sword against the insignificant Zhuge Hong wouldn't be a challenge. Chapter 23:14 Crush Brat. Since you want to die, I'll grant your wish. Intense bloodlust rose from Zhuge Hong. Just come at me with all you got. On the other hand, Jin Wushuang was still maintaining a gentle smile. He even taunted Zhuge Hong by wiggling his index finger intentionally. Zhuge Hong darted forward instantly. Intense divine power surged from all parts of his body as he morphed into a bolt of lightning. The bolt of lightning shot out abruptly and left afterimages on the drill ground. How quick! This speed is insane. Several Lin Mansion disciples couldn't help but exclaim. That ferocious bolt of lightning reached Jin Wushuang in no time, and Zhuge Hong slashed down his faint purple saber towards Jin Wushuang. The saber glow was eerie and about to split Jin Wushuang into two. Just before the saber glow was about to connect, Jin Wushuang took a step out. At the same time, he lowered his stance slightly and swung up his finger in momentum. A simple swing carried with it immense secrets which no one on the field could decipher. However, they could see Jin Wushuang was intending to use his index finger to clash with Zhuge Hong's saber. How bold! Watch how I sever your hand off. Zhuge Hong berated and increased his strength in his saber skills. The next moment, Jin Wushuang's right index finger clashed with that eerily cold saber glow. The surrounding crowd was staring deadly. Most of them believed Jin Wushuang's finger would be sliced off by that eerie saber in the clash. However, dang, they heard sounds of metal clashing instead. Zhuge Hong was astonished and felt a barbaric and powerful strength exerted on him. The next moment, something unbelievable happened before everyone. That eerie faint purple saber cracked upon contact with Jin Wushuang's right index finger and eventually broke into two. How is this possible? Zhuge Hong stared in disbelief. Although his saber wasn't some frightening divine weapon, it was a true terrestrial treasure with high value. Its toughness was easy to imagine. Using all his strength, he clashed with Jin Wushuang's index finger directly. In the end, Jin Wushuang's index remained unscathed, but his saber had cracked and broken? What kind of joke was this? Just as Zhuge Hong was still reeling in shock, Jin Wushuang swung his finger once again. This swing triggered some unique energies in the space and easily break through Zhuge Hong's defense. The next instant, Jian Wushuang's index finger was on Zhuge Hong's chest. Immense divine power shot out and pierced Zhuge Hong's chest, leaving a bloodied wound. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang didn't go for the kill. Otherwise, this strike would definitely have extinguished Zhuge Hong's life completely. Zhuge Hong spat out blood and flew back like a kite that was not held back by a string. The gray-robed old man, who had been behind him all along, dashed ahead and caught Zhuge Hong. "You have lost." Jian Wushuang stood on the drill ground and said nonchalantly. Silence shrouded the drill ground. Death-like silence. After some time, the crowd in the drill ground finally reacted to it. "Won. We won. Isn't Zhuge Hong supposed to be incredible? How did he get defeated so easily then?" Using a finger as a weapon, Zhuge Hong's terrestrial treasure weapon was crushed in a single tap. In the next tap, Zhuge Hong was severely injured. Strong. Too strong. Terrifyingly strong. The shocked gazes of the crowd gathered on Jian Wushuang. Even those experts of Lin Mansion were incomparably astounded. Some of them knew Jian Wushuang had an extremely high understanding of sword principle and might be able to defeat Zhuge Hong. However, they had never expected Jian Wushuang would crush Zhuge Hong so utterly. Even Lin Yin was dumbfounded. Previously, he was still reminding Jian Wushuang to be careful. Now, that was just a hilarious act. Although Zhuge Hong was powerful, he was nothing before Jian Wushuang. As compared to the astonishment and joy of Lin Mansion, Zhuge Hong, who was defeated by Jian Wushuang, was dazed. His eyes were empty and couldn't believe what had happened. Indeed, he had never expected Jian Wushuang to defeat him before the battle, let alone crushing him so utterly. He was a true talent that even the Dongzhou sect had high regard for. This made him extremely prideful, and he had always looked down on some cultivators of his age. But today, the pride in him was ruthlessly trampled by Jian Wushuang. Just like what Jian Wushuang had said to Lin Yin, he was going to crush Zhuge Hong's confidence and make him doubt himself forever. And now, Jian Wushuang probably succeeded. Before the watchful eyes of the crowd, the prideful and arrogant Zhuge Hong was crushed by Jian Wushuang. Moreover, Jian Wushuang was using his finger as a sword and broke his weapon with a single tap. This made him realize the humongous gap between them that could never be bridged. More importantly, Jian Wushuang was younger than him. Much younger. This made it harder for him to accept. A blow like this was undoubtedly huge for Zhuge Hong. With this blow, Zhuge Hong's future would likely be affected unless he could find back his confidence within a short period and stood back up. Otherwise, Jian Wushuang might even become the heart demon that he could never shake off in this lifetime. That young master of the Zhuge family had probably snapped when he couldn't accept the fact he had lost to me so completely. For his good, it would be best if you bring him back as soon as possible. Jian Wushuang looked at the gray-robed old man and said with a faint smile. The gray-robed old man gloomed upon hearing. However, seeing the empty eyes of Zhuge Hong, he knew this attempt to sound out Lin Mansion couldn't continue. The most pressing thing to do was to send Zhuge Hong back and help him regain his consciousness. Without hesitation, the gray-robed old man carried Zhuge Hong and left. Before he left, he even looked daggers at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang felt helpless over this. He knew he would definitely be dragged into the conflict between the Zhuge family and Lin family after he stepped in this time. In fact, that gray-robed old man and Zhuge Hong might even pay more attention to him. However, he didn't mind. After all, his father, Zhui Yunfeng, had a close relationship with the Lin family. There was no way he would stay out of this. Different situations call for different actions. I have even faced 3 masters of Holy Land. An insignificant Zhuge family is nothing compared to a master of Holy Land. Jian Wushuang chuckled. Chapter 23:15 Lin Mansion. When the gray-robed man left with Zhuge Hong, everyone in the Lin Mansion crowded over. Brother Wushuang, that's amazing. Lin Yin was overjoyed. Brother Wushuang, I'm impressed. Really impressed. You really live up to your name. Today's a good eye-opener for all of us. Zhuge Hong could be considered an elite class talent in the entire Anzhou prefecture, or even the Wuxia Baron region. Yet, the difference between him and you is larger than one would expect. Many experts from Lin Mansion joined in praising, expressing gratitude, or even paying respect to Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang was just 16 years old, the strength he displayed in the battle against Zhuge Hong was something that no one in the field would overlook. Moreover, his potential was even greater. "Everyone, you guys are too courteous," Jian Wushuang also responded with a smile. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Several figures landing on the drill ground. They were none other than Lin Taifeng and the 4 half-step divine demons who had remained hidden and watched over the entire series of events. When they saw Lin Taifeng, the experts and disciples of Lin Mansion shut their mouths instantly. "Nephew Wushuang." Lin Taifeng walked to Jian Wushuang and said, "We have troubled you this time. If it wasn't for you, the Lin Mansion would be utterly embarrassed." "It was just a simple act," replied Jian Wushuang. "Haha, your simple act did help my Lin Mansion greatly. If I'm not wrong, the Zhuge family was probably trying to sound out the strength of our Lin Mansion today. Or rather, they are trying to find out the extent of my recovery. If you did not defeat Zhuge Hong and let him press the issue, I would most likely be forced to step in." Jian Wushuang kept his smile. He knew Lin Taifeng would be able to see the true intentions of Zhuge family since he could be the family head. "Oh right, Wushuang, I saw you broke Zhuge Hong's weapon with just your finger. Zhuge Hong's weapon was most likely a terrestrial treasure. Yet, you were able to break it. Considering that both of you are at similar cultivation bases, I guess your understanding of sword principle has probably reached the level of great achievement?" Lin Taifeng turned to Jian Wushuang abruptly and asked, "Great achievement in sword principle?" Several Lin Mansion experts who specialized in sword principle had now turned to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang only responded with a casual smile and didn't answer directly. However, his smile could be seen as a wordless sign of consent. "Just as I expected." Seeing Jian Wushuang did not mention otherwise, and Lin Taifeng was astounded. He was able to tell from the battle previously. In the absolute beginning divine world, the classifications of one's cultivation base, weapons, elixirs, and various aspects were different from those in the eternal chaotic world. In the eternal chaotic world, the most powerful weapon was just Chaos Divine Treasure. However, Chaos Divine Treasure was just a blurry concept. Many experts that stood at the top of the eternal chaotic world owned Chaos Divine Treasures. Yet, their might differed greatly. Together with the immense restrictions of heaven and earth, even those great emperors that stood at the pinnacle would find it hard to maximize the real strength of some Chaos Divine Treasures. It was also because of that the classification of Chaos Divine Treasures was blurry. However, the classification of weapons in absolute beginning divine world was much clearer and defined. There were ordinary weapons, terrestrial treasures, heavenly treasures, divine treasures, and others. Terrestrial treasures were already hard to come by. Even chaotic divine demons would be extremely interested in them. However, Jian Wushuang was able to forcefully destroy a terrestrial treasure class saber with just the strength of his finger. This would only be possible if he possessed an extremely frightening sword essence. That sword essence was something that couldn't be found in those with only initial success in sword principle. It was because of that Lin Taifeng believed Jian Wushuang had likely achieved great achievement. And for great achievement in sword principle, not a single person in Anzhou Prefecture had reached this level. This lad's talents in sword principle are truly astonishing. Lin Taifeng thought to himself. "Uncle Lin." Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Taifeng and said, "I have been troubling you and the Lin family for more than 3 years. It's about time and I should be returning to Incineration Moon City." "You are going back?" Lin Taifeng furrowed his brows. The surrounding crowd, including Lin Yin, Lin Yi, and many experts were also shocked. If it was possible, they would of course want Jian Wushuang to remain in the Lin Mansion. With an expert that had achieved great achievement in sword principle to guide cultivators that specialized in sword principle, it would be even better than having a chaotic divine demon guiding them. However, they also knew Jian Wushuang wasn't from the Lin Mansion after all. He was just a guest that resided in the Lin Mansion temporarily. Now that Jian Wushuang wished to return to the Incineration Moon City, they naturally wouldn't have any reason to stop him. "I've been away from home for too long, and I should be heading back," Jian Wushuang said with a smile. All right. Lin Taifeng didn't plan to get him to stay. In that case, it's already late today. I'll get Linny to send you back personally the next morning. Thank you, Uncle Lin Yi. Jin Wushuang turned to Lin Yi. You are being too courteous, Linny responded warmly. Soon, Jin Wushuang returned to his room and started packing. Although Lin Mansion was in chaos when Zhuge Hong arrived, peace returned after Zhuge Hong left. Soon, the night fell. In a luxurious restaurant of a city that was a short distance away from Lin Mansion, an old man in a gray robe was standing in the room with his hands behind his back. Your Honor, this is the information from the Lin Mansion. A man in a silver robe entered the room and handed the gray-robed old man a jade bamboo strip. The gray-robed old man took a quick glance at it as his murky eyes suddenly lit up. It's him. The gray-robed old man mumbled to himself before waving his hand. You may take your leave first. The man in the silver robe bowed and left the room. The gray-robed old man brought the jade bamboo slip to the inner room of the restaurant. Zhuge Hong, who had been defeated by Jin Wushuang in the Lin Mansion previously, was sitting in the room. This is the information we got from Lin Mansion. You can take a look. The gray-robed old man handed the jade bamboo strip to Zhuge Hong. Although he was a chaotic divine demon and definitely an elite expert or overlord class existence in Anzhou Prefecture, he was still rather humble before Zhuge Hong without any pretension. He wasn't from the Zhuge family and obviously wasn't a senior family member to Zhuge Hong. However, he was from Dongzhou sect and had been arranged by Zhuge Hong's master to be here. His objective was to make things easier for Zhuge Hong. By this point, Zhuge Hong had recovered his vitality. However, he still looked a little defeated and down. Clearly, the battle had been an overly huge blow to him. His pride and confidence had been ruthlessly trampled, and it would have been difficult for him to recover immediately. Nonetheless, he still took the jade bamboo strip and glanced at it. Chapter 23:16 Eliminating early. After a quick look through the contents of the jade bamboo strip, the demoralized and defeated Zhuge Hong jumped up abruptly. It's him. It's him. No wonder he could defeat me so easily. So he's that Jin Wushuang. Zhuge Hong clenched his fist tightly and his body shivered with anger. The contents on the jade bamboo strip were undoubtedly the identity and origins of Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang's identity wasn't a secret in Lin Mansion. The Zhuge family and Lin family had been competing for many years. It was only natural they had some spies in the Lin Mansion. All they needed was to mobilize them a little to find out. Zhuge Hong also understood Jin Wushuang wasn't just some sword boy of Lin Mansion, but the famous unparalleled talent in sword principle in Anzhou Prefecture. Zhuge Hong finally felt enlightened. At the same time, the defeated looks had vanished completely. For him, if he lost so utterly to an ordinary sword boy, the blow would undoubtedly be huge. In fact, he might not ever recover from the mental devastation. However, if he was defeated by an exceptional talent, there would be nothing to feel down about. Jin Wushuang was undoubtedly an exceptional talent. When I first came to Anzhou Prefecture, I heard about Jin Wushuang as well. All along, I wasn't concerned about it and thought that the others were just exaggerating things. Now, it would appear that he is indeed extraordinary to be able to break your terrestrial treasure saber with his finger when both of you are at the same cultivation base. His understanding of sword principle might have reached the level of great achievement. In Anzhou Prefecture, it is unlikely that there will be anyone who is a match in this aspect. Even the previous family head of Zhuge family, Zhuge Yun, wouldn't be, said the gray-robed old man. That is to be expected. Jin Wushuang had his name given personally by Taoist priest Xian Shan, answered Zhuge Hong. Taoist priest Xian Shan? The gray-robed old man was baffled. Elder Chen, you have always been in Dongzhou sect and just arrived in Anzhou Prefecture. It's expected that you aren't aware of Taoist priest Xian Shan. However, he was extremely famous in Anzhou Prefecture in recent years. He's a mysterious expert with unimaginable abilities. Although I have not seen him, I have heard about him. My father and many experts in the Zhuge family have the utmost respect for Taoist priest Xian Shan. In fact, even the strongest man in Anzhou Prefecture, the commandery governor, is reverent and respectful before him. In fact, some even said the commandery governor wishes to follow Taoist priest Xian Shun, even if it was to be a servant. It is just that Taoist priest Xian Shun has rejected him, said Zhuge Hong. Oh! The gray-robed old man was astounded upon hearing Zhuge Hong. He knew about the commandery governor of Anzhou Prefecture, and he was rather well known in the Wuxia Baron region. That was an elite divine demon and much stronger than him. In Dongzhou sect, those who could possibly match up to him could be counted with a single hand. An elite divine demon like him would willingly be a servant to Taoist priest Xian Shun? From this, it was easy to tell how amazing the Taoist priest Xian Shun was. Taoist priest Xian Shun is a man of great capabilities and might be an elite in the absolute beginning divine world, and yet he visited Jian Wushuang's family and gave Jian Wushuang his name personally. There's no way Jian Wushuang would be a pushover. There's nothing to feel bad about in losing to him, remarked Zhuge Hong. It's great that you were able to get over it. Elder Chun finally heaved a sigh of relief. Previously, he had been worried that Zhuge Hong would never get back up on his feet. If that was the case, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Zhuge Hong's master when they returned to Dongzhou sect. Now, this wouldn't be necessary. Get over it? Zhuge Hong snorted. I have to admit my talents aren't as great as his. However, this doesn't mean I will let him trample over me. He humiliated me before the watchful eyes of the crowd and foiled our Zhuge family's plan. There's no way I will let him off easily. Moreover, his father is the governor of Incineration Moon City. From what I know, Zhui Yunfeng and the family head of Lin Mansion, Lin Taifeng, are brothers of life and death. They are extremely close. Once our Zhuge family start a war with the Lin family, Zhui Yunfeng will definitely extend the greatest help he can. As for Jian Wushuang, he will definitely become an enemy to our Zhuge family. An enemy who is widely deemed to be unparalleled in sword principle and has exceptional talents should be removed as soon as possible. Elder Qin nodded his head and agreed. From what he had displayed earlier in the day, Jian Wushuang's potential was unquestionable. Even a talent like Zhuge Hong was several levels below him. For a super talent like him, it would be best to form good relationships with him. However, if he was on the opposing side, it would be best to eliminate him before he fully grew up. Didn't our intel say that Jian Wushuang would be leaving Lin Mansion for Incineration Moon City tomorrow? That would be the opportunity, said Zhuge Hong. Could it be you are thinking of intercepting and killing him on his way back to Incineration Moon City? Elder Qin looked over. Can't we do that? That's plausible. However, I couldn't do it personally. Now that we have stirred up a storm in Lin Mansion, the Lin family will definitely be able to tell. Moreover, despite the fact that we have left Lin Mansion, we are still in the vicinity. The Lin Mansion has definitely dispatched experts to watch us in the dark. All our actions will likely be seen by their eyes. Therefore, if we want to make a move, we can only arrange for other experts to do it, Elder Qin analyzed. This won't be an issue. Zhuge family still has some experts that we can mobilize within our territory. I will send my family head a message now to dispatch a batch of experts immediately. After all, there will only be a peak chaotic realm escorting Jian Wushuang back to Incineration Moon City. It would still be easy to kill him with just this level of protection. Soon, Zhuge Hong sent a message to the family head of Zhuge family. When the family head of Zhuge family received the message, he could sense the immense potential of Jian Wushuang as well. Similar to Zhuge Hong, he would want to eliminate this threat as soon as possible. Therefore, he started preparing immediately. The next morning, Jian Wushuang was ready to move on from the Lin Mansion. Brother Wushuang, he'll go look for you in Incineration Moon City soon, Lin Yan said. Haha, that's not necessary. Most likely, he'll be in Lin Mansion before you know it, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. He was speaking the truth. Since he had deciphered almost all the secret skills and secret manuals in Lin Mansion, there was nothing left that he would miss about this place. However, Lin family would have a battle with the Zhuge family soon. His father would definitely extend a helping hand then. It would be obvious that Jian Wushuang would follow along. Great. I wish you a pleasant journey, Lin Yan remarked. After waving goodbye, Jian Wushuang and Linny headed towards Incineration Moon City under the eyes of numerous Lin Mansion's experts. Chapter 23:17 Targeted with Heaven's Will in Control. the space of absolute beginning divine world was a lot more stable than the eternal chaotic world. When he was in eternal chaotic world, releasing all his powers without restraints would easily destroy an area and space of 100,000 to 1,000,000 miles. In the absolute beginning divine world, unless you were a supreme expert that stood above it all, it wouldn't be that simple to destroy the world. Obviously, with the space being so stable, it would be harder to open up a wormhole. As such, many places in absolute beginning divine world didn't have a wormhole. For example, Anzhou Prefecture. Only a few ancient sects within the Wuxia Barren region might have some wormholes. Therefore, cultivators in absolute beginning divine world would often have to travel on their own or rely on some flying-assisted treasures like flying ships. From Lin Mansion to Incineration Moon City, it wasn't too far. Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi were running throughout. With their speed, it would probably take 10 days for them to reach Incineration Moon City. On the journey, Uncle Lin Yi, how long have you been out of closed-door practice? Jian Wushuang asked casually. It has been 3 months since my cultivation base stabilized, answered Lin Yi with a smile. 3 years ago, Lin Yi was struck with inspiration after seeing Jian Wushuang demonstrating the snow cleave. Immediately after, he had gone into seclusion until 3 months ago. He had made a breakthrough in sword principle and would be classified as reaching the minimum threshold. Congratulations. If incorrect, you now probably have the fighting strength equivalent to a half-step divine demon, right? Asked Jian Wushuang. Not exactly. A half-step divine demon isn't just about one's understanding of weapons. It also requires more concentrated divine power. More importantly, I will have to grasp some rules of order. It isn't that easy to grasp some rules of order. Lin Yi sighed emotionally. However, Jian Wushuang didn't feel the same way. With heavens while controlling the absolute beginning divine world, the rules of heaven and earth were extremely dense and couldn't be compared with the eternal chaotic world. In the eternal chaotic world, grasping some rules or order would be truly difficult. It would still be relatively easy to do so in the absolute beginning divine world. Nonetheless, it wasn't an easy task either. My little friend Wushuang, I have you to thank for this breakthrough. If it wasn't for your guidance previously, I wonder how much longer I would have taken to reach the minimum threshold of sword principle. Lin Yi was sincerely grateful and behaved extremely humbly before Jian Wushuang. He was from the same generation as Jian Wushuang's father and had an extremely good relationship with him. Interactions with Jian Wushuang's father were like those of equals. However, when he was before Jian Wushuang, he was more like a junior. The main reason why you can reach the minimum threshold for sword principle is because of your hard work and ability to grasp concepts. However, don't get too overjoyed just yet. The threshold of sword principle is only the beginning to the path of swords. The sword principle is deep and profound. The road ahead is still long. I can understand. However, I don't have that ambition. My only goal would be to be like you, reaching great achievement in sword principle. That would be sufficient for me. However, I wonder how long it will take with my talents to reach that level. Perhaps I might not reach it in this lifetime, Lin Yi sighed. He wasn't a demon-like talent at sword principle like Jian Wushuang. Reaching great achievement in sword principle would be an extremely high level for him. As for Jian Wushuang, he had attained that level at just the age of 16. As long as you are willing to work hard, you will reach it, answered Jian Wushuang. Both of them were chatting along the journey. Just when they were crossing a mountain range, Wang! Jian Wushuang stopped abruptly and squinted his eyes. What's the matter, pal? Lin Yi looked over, feeling baffled. Uncle Lin Yi, it seems like it won't be easy for us to reach Incineration Moon City safely, said Jian Wushuang. What do you mean? Lin Yi furrowed his brows. We are being targeted. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi was astounded. He upped his vigilance immediately and spread his soul power out without reserve. Just as expected, at the deepest point of the mountain range, there were several extremely faint auras. Noticing that they had been discovered, the owners of these auras didn't attempt to hide further. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. 5 figures shot up into the sky and appeared before Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Among the 5, 3 were men while the rest were women. All of them had varying levels of aura. Jian Wushuang was able to tell the strength of these 5 people by just extending his soul power through them. Among the 5, 4 were Chaotic Realm, of which 2 were middle-stage Chaotic Realm, and the other 2 were early-stage Chaotic Realm. There weren't any at the Chaotic Realm. Jin Wushuang and Lin Yi weren't concerned about these 4 at all. However, the red-haired old lady with a dragon head truncheon had an especially strong aura. This aura was the level of a half-step divine demon. Because of her, Lin Yi looked extremely gloomy. "Who are you guys? Why did you block us off?" Lin Yi asked loudly. "Uncle Lin Yi, that's not necessary. All 5 of them must be from the Zhuge family," said Jian Wushuang. "Zhuge family?" Lin Yi turned solemn. "When I defeated Zhuge Hong yesterday, I expected the Zhuge family to come looking for me. I just didn't expect them to act so quickly," Jian Wushuang mumbled. "Hee, lad, you were pretty smart. However, you got something wrong. We aren't from the Zhuge family. We are just helping them," the red-haired old lady answered. This was the territory controlled by the Lin family, after all. Although the Zhuge family had lots of experts within their territories, it was still a little hard to mobilize experts that could definitely kill Lin Yi and Jian Wushuang. Therefore, the Zhuge family had paid a price to hire the red-haired old lady. "So that's how it is. I know all half-step divine demons of the Zhuge family and yet didn't recognize you. So you aren't from the Zhuge family," Lin Yi said coldly. "You should know who we are. If you work for Zhuge family today, you will offend Lin family completely. Our Lin family will definitely hunt you down, and there won't be a place for you in Anzhou Prefecture anymore. Why don't you guys stop here and be friendly with our Lin family?" Lin family knew the threat of the 5 people before him. Therefore, while sending a message to Lin Mansion requesting reinforcements secretly, he was trying to convince the red-haired old lady to stop. Even if he couldn't convince her, he wanted to buy as much time as possible. "Stop here? Wishful thinking. I have taken benefits from the Zhuge family and am here at their request. It's only natural that I keep my word. As for how your Lin family will want to pursue us in the future, we aren't from the Anzhou Prefecture to begin with. After this, we will leave Anzhou Prefecture for good. Your threats do not mean anything to us at all. Therefore, you 2 can just sit tight and wait for your deaths obediently." Chapter 23:18. Ambush. "Therefore, you 2 can just sit tight and wait for your deaths obediently." Her cold voice reverberated in the air. Just as she finished her words, the red-haired old lady pointed the dragon head truncheon towards Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Despite being at a distance, a dense stream of devilish aura gushed out from the dragon head truncheon. The devilish aura filled the atmosphere and morphed into a giant demonic dragon in the blink of an eye. The demonic dragon was entirely black and emanated a frightening aura. It let out a deafening roar before rushing towards Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Before the demonic dragon approached, a stifling pressure swept across Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang was unmoved. He had seen too many half-step divine demons in his previous lifetime. Now that he was facing one again, he was still as calm as ever despite not recovering fully. However, Lin Yi wasn't able to be as composed as Jian Wushuang. "Damn it!" Lin Yi cursed. Before the demon reached him, he drew the sword from his back. Powerful sword essence erupted into the sky. Since he had reached the minimum threshold of sword principle, Lin Yi's sword essence was clearly way stronger than before. Lin Yi took a big step forward and swung his sword decisively, just like a streak of sword light that was about to split the heavens. The strike was blurry but had unwavering dominance. In the next instant, he struck the head of the giant demonic dragon. Demonic mist tumbled around the demonic dragon. Despite having a powerful aura, it was split into 2 by the sword light and dissipated into the atmosphere. "Huh?" The red-haired old lady with the dragon head truncheon was astonished and turned to the other 4 chaotic realms. "Didn't your Zhuge family say the one escorting the lad was an ordinary peak chaotic realm? Yet, he sliced my demonic dragon in a single strike. His strength is probably not any weaker than a half-step divine demon's." This, the 4 chaotic realm experts couldn't answer at that moment. From the intelligence gathered by the Zhuge family, Lin Yi was indeed an ordinary peak chaotic realm. Although his sword principle was pretty good, it wasn't too extraordinary. However, just like the red-haired old lady had said, he was really strong. It looks like our Zhuge family's intelligence was erroneous. Although Lin was much stronger than we expected, he shouldn't be beyond the range your honor could handle, right? One of them asked. Yeah, I can still handle him, but the difficulty is a lot higher. The promised remuneration has to increase by 30%, said the red-haired old lady. 30%? The four chaotic realm experts turned solemn. However, after communicating with their consciousness, they nodded their heads in unison. As long as your honor is willing to stick to your end of the deal, 30% should be acceptable. All right, leave Lin Yi to me. However, you guys will have to finish off Jian Wushuang personally, the red-haired old lady said. Not a problem, the four chaotic realm experts agreed decisively. They only found Lin Yi to be a slight issue. As for Jian Wushuang, a mere pure sun realm wasn't something that would bother them. Once they had reached an agreement, the red-haired old lady made the first move. You are Lin Yi? To be able to slice my demonic dragon in a single strike, you are pretty strong. However, even if you can slice one, can you deal with 5? The red-haired old lady stared at Lin Yi. Divine power surged from her, and an intense devilish aura gathered. Soon, 5 demonic dragons had formed. Shit! Lin Yi was flabbergasted. His all-out strike could destroy a demonic dragon. However, he had to deal with 5 at the same time now. Lin Yi was plunged into exceptional danger instantly. Pal, run away now. Lin Yi shouted. Sword essence surged as he charged towards the 5 demonic dragons. Powerful sword light flickered as Lin Yi tackled the 5 demonic dragons. However, it was clear that Lin Yi was in an absolutely disadvantageous position. He would be able to barely keep himself alive, and couldn't possibly care for Jian Wushuang at this juncture. He only hoped Jian Wushuang would be fortunate to escape from this. What he had never expected was that Jian Wushuang wouldn't attempt to flee at all. When he heard Lin Yi shouted, Jian Wushuang remained rooted to the ground. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The 4 chaotic realm experts from the Zhuge family had already surrounded him. Seeing that Jian Wushuang remained unmoved, they scoffed. Hee, brat, are you so afraid that you have become dumb? Lin Yi ordered you to flee immediately, and yet you choose to remain behind? Although you have frightening talents, you are still too young and haven't been through many ordeals. In a life and death situation, you have become paralyzed in fear. It's good that way. You will have a quicker death and won't suffer as much. The 4 chaotic realm experts chatted casually and weren't concerned by Jian Wushuang at all. However, what they didn't notice was when they were mocking Jian Wushuang, contempt was gleaming in Jian Wushuang's eyes. That half-step divine demon expert is held up by Uncle Lin Yi. There isn't even a peak chaotic realm among the 4 of them. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He wasn't silly and he wasn't paralyzed in fear. In his previous lifetime, he had been through numerous setbacks. In the most pressing danger, he could still remain calm while searching for a glimmer of hope. His current encounter wouldn't even have been considered a small wave. The reason why he didn't heed Lin Yi's advice to flee at the first instance was because only 4 chaotic realms weren't qualified to make him flee. In the air, Jian Wushuang stood peacefully. He flipped his palm and a red sword appeared in his hand. The sword was 4 feet long and didn't have a sheath. The red body made it look as though it was submerged in fresh blood. When it appeared in Jian Wushuang's hand, it instantly attracted the attention of the 4 chaotic realms. They stared at the sword. At first glance, the long sword looked ordinary. However, it seemed to have been to hell and back. Corpses were scattered everywhere, and the sea of blood was vast and boundless. Great sword. That's definitely a terrestrial treasure. Moreover, it's a peak terrestrial treasure, or even a heavenly treasure. Without a doubt, this was a stunning killing sword. This sword was none other than the Blood Mountain Sword, the sword that had descended from the sky when Jian Wushuang was born. Chapter 23:19 One strike. Old pal, it's been a long time since I last fought with you. Jian Wushuang ran his fingers through the body of the Blood Mountain Sword while feeling the icy cold sensation from it. The Blood Mountain sword was the closest comrade Jian Wushuang had ever had. Although it had only been 16 years since he had held the Blood Mountain sword and gone on a killing spree, it felt like a lifetime. The difference of a lifetime was undoubtedly long. Now that Jian Wushuang had taken out his Blood Mountain sword again, it symbolized that the infamous Sword Emperor of the previous lifetime was about to use his Reaper sword once again. As for the Blood Mountain sword, it could also pick up the killing intent from Jian Wushuang that it had been missing for a long time. The body of the sword started trembling violently. Thanks. Although this kid is still young, he has a pretty good sword. I heard when this kid was born, a divine sword descended with him. It was also because of that the name he was given suggested he would be unparalleled in swords. That divine sword that descended with him is probably the one he is holding on to currently. Such an incredible sword in the hands of a pure Sun Realm kid would be such a waste. It's better for it to be with us to show its true might. To prevent unexpected events from happening, let's kill him right now. Kill. After a short conversation, all four of them struck at the same time. Logically speaking, they were all at the chaotic realm while Jian Wushuang was just at the pure Sun realm. Any one of them could have easily killed Jian Wushuang. Yet, they had chosen to strike at the first instant together. This was because they wouldn't want to give Jian Wushuang even the slightest opportunity. Moreover, they coordinated well. One of them was using a saber and was like the embodiment of the god of thunder as he charged towards Jian Wushuang with flickering lightning surrounding him. Another one used a black spear. Through the emptiness of space, he silently lunged towards Jian Wushuang's head. A girl was using a red long whip that moved like a giant python and was circling around Jian Wushuang swiftly. The most stunning of them all was a burly bald man. As he pushed out his palm, a giant hand formed that shrouded the space before Jian Wushuang. They had completely cut off any path of escape for Jian Wushuang. The next instant, the saber sliced open Jian Wushuang's body. That black spear penetrated Jian Wushuang's skull. That long red whip crushed Jian Wushuang's body. And the final large palm from the burly bald man destroyed everything that Jian Wushuang had been using initially. Everything was so smooth and fluid. However, the four chaotic realm experts that struck felt something wasn't right. This was because all of them could feel their attacks weren't connecting with a material body. Whoosh! Unknowingly, Jian Wushuang had appeared in the middle of the quartet. In the same space, Jian Wushuang utilized space-time rules of order and arrived in the middle of the quartet silently. The next moment, Jian Wushuang struck with his Blood Mountain sword. Wong! As the sword moved through, ripples reverberated through the surrounding space as though something heavy was being thrown into a calm lake. The swing from Jian Wushuang was like a heavy object while the surrounding space was like a peaceful lake. A sword glow lit up the space and intoxicated the rest. It was just a small ray of sword light, and yet the entire space was shrouded in it. For a moment, time and space seemed to have stopped. It was as though the four figures were frozen solid and not moving an inch. Jian Wushuang put away his sword slowly and walked through the quartet without taking a look back. At this very moment, the frozen quartet was filled with fear. It wasn't that they didn't want to move. They couldn't have even if they wished to. Moreover, they could feel a sharp pain in their necks. From there, blood started flowing out. A thin, minuscule sword mark had been left on their necks. However, this sword mark had neatly sliced through their necks. The quartet could clearly feel their vitality slipping rapidly from their bodies. Before death, they were filled with astonishment and disbelief. When Jian Wushuang walked out of the middle of the quarter, four heads flew off. In a single strike, the four chaotic realm experts from the Zhuge family had been killed. At the other end, Jian Wushuang could hear angry roars from time to time. Those were from the 5 demonic dragons. The 5 demonic dragons were extremely powerful, and just one of them was sufficient to suppress a peak chaotic realm. When the 5 of them coordinated, even half-step divine demon would have to go all out against them. Lin Yi's fighting strength was just barely comparable to a half-step divine demon's. After an intense battle, he had crushed one of the demonic dragons relying on his sword principle. However, he had also suffered some injuries while battling the demonic dragons. As for the red-haired old lady with the dragon head truncheon, she stood in the air. When Lin Yi was battling the demonic dragons, she would search for opportunities to attack. Lin Yi's injuries had been caused by her directly. Although both of them were in battle, they were also paying attention to the situation at the other end. Lin Yi was initially flabbergasted when he saw Jian Wushuang not heeding his warning to leave at the first instant. There was nothing he could have done. Subsequently, Lin Yi felt despair when he saw the Chaotic Realm Quartet strike decisively towards Jian Wushuang with their killer moves. He had not thought Jian Wushuang would have any chance of survival under the besiegement of the Chaotic Realm Quartet. Just as the thought went through his mind, the tiny and intoxicating sword light illuminated the space. That strike, Lin Yi was completely mesmerized by Jian Wushuang's strike. He could tell from a single glance that the strike was the snow cleave that Jian Wushuang had created 3 years ago. He had only gained enlightenment and made a breakthrough in his sword principle after seeing it go into cultivation and seclusion for 3 years. This strike was definitely the most amazing and mysterious that Lin Yi had ever seen. It wasn't just him. Even that red-haired old lady was mesmerized by that strike. The next instant, something unbelievable happened before the red-haired old lady and Lin Yi. After that single strike, the Chaotic Realm Quartet from Zhuge family couldn't put up a struggle at all and had their heads severed directly. Impossible! A strange light glittered in the eyes of the red-haired old lady as she stared deadly at Jian Wushuang. How could this have happened? Lin Yi was stupefied. He would admit Jian Wushuang's sword principle was exceptionally amazing and no one in Anzhou Prefecture was a match for him. However, regardless of how incredible his sword principle was, he was merely a pure sun realm. Chapter 2320. Water Fairy Island, a pure sun realm, had killed 4 chaotic realms in a single strike? Was this possible? Who would believe it if someone told others? However, that had really happened before his eyes. Moreover, the Chaotic Realm Quarter wasn't just at the early stage Chaotic Realm. 2 of them were at the middle stage Chaotic Realm. As for Jian Wushuang, he was just at the middle stage Pure Sun Realm and not even the peak Pure Sun Realm. The difference in realms was so huge, and yet he could swiftly kill them? Lin Yi and that red-haired old lady couldn't believe their eyes. However, Jian Wushuang was able to do it so easily and casually. After he killed the Chaotic Realm Quartet, he was still casual and composed. For him, killing 4 chaotic realms was indeed nothing. When he was in the eternal chaotic world and before he had completed his perfect chaotic life form, he had been able to rely on the uniqueness of being an inverse cultivator to challenge and even kill chaotic realm as an eternal real god. And now that he had been reincarnated into a perfect chaotic life form, he was even more frightening than an inverse cultivator. Moreover, his understanding of the rules of order, sword principle, and many other aspects were way beyond the ordinary chaotic realm. As such, killing an ordinary chaotic realm was just like a walk in the park. Even if he were to face a true peak chaotic realm, he would stand a good chance. In the air, Lin Yi and the red-haired old lady had stopped. Both of their gazes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. Haha, Jian Wushuang. I finally understood why the Zhuge family would pay such a high price to kill you. At such a young age, your understanding of swords is already so deep. You are even able to easily kill chaotic realms when you are just a pure sun realm. If such a demon-like talent like you were given time to grow, the entire Anzhou Prefecture, or even the entire Wuxia Barren region would be trampled under your feet. In fact, you could even go beyond the Wuxia Barren region to a more glamorous region. For you, reaching Divine Demon was a given. As for going beyond Divine Demon and becoming an undying saint, you probably have a high chance as well. It is not surprising why the Zhuge family would feel uneasy about having such a talent standing against them. The red-haired old lady laughed coldly while staring fervently at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was indifferent and didn't take in a single word from the red-haired old lady. As for Lin Yi, he was awestruck. Previously, he had known that Jian Wushuang had extremely high talents and great potential. Now, he felt he had only seen the tip of the iceberg. The potential that Jian Wushuang had displayed was even greater than any talent he was aware of. Just like the red-haired old lady had said, becoming a divine demon was a given for Jian Wushuang. He also had a high chance of becoming a superpower existence of Undying Saint, the level beyond Divine Demon. Looking across boundless absolute beginning divine worlds, an Undying Saint would be considered a top-notch expert. Jin Wushuang, am here this time because of Zhuge family's invitation to kill you. However, after seeing your talents, I have changed my mind. The red-haired old lady stared at Jin Wushuang and said, truth be told, my name is Yin Kei, and am from the Water Fairy Island. Water Fairy Island? Lin Yi was astonished. Jin Wushuang also lifted his head to glance at the red-haired old lady. Jin Wushuang knew about the Water Fairy Island. Although large families were the most common in the Wuxia Barren region, ancient sects were numerous as well. Moreover, these sects were extremely powerful and controlled large areas in the Wuxia Barren region. Misty Rain Sword Pavilion, which Shui Yunfeng wanted Jin Wushuang to join, and Dongzhou sect, which Zhuge Hong was in, were both rather strong sections. However, they were miles apart from Water Fairy Island. Water Fairy Island was definitely one of the most elite sects in the Wuxia Barren region. In fact, they would be ranked in the top 10 among the numerous sects of Wuxia Barren region. It was said that there was more than 200 chaotic divine demon in Water Fairy Island. As for experts beyond that level, there were more than a few of them as well. A powerful sect like this was definitely feared by various families in the Wuxia Barren region. I have heard of Water Fairy Island, but what does it have to do with me? Jin Wushuang's eyes were still as cold as ever. Hee. I told you about my background because I wouldn't want such an absolute talent to be killed here. Therefore, I would like to give you an opportunity. If you are willing, follow me back to Water Fairy Island, and I'll personally refer you. With your talents and potential together with my referral, it will be more than sufficient to get you a slot as a core disciple of Water Fairy Island. If you are lucky, our island master, or even those elders that are above the chaotic divine demon level might want to take you as their disciples, said Yen Quebec. She had indeed come to kill Jin Wushuang. She had also taken the benefits from the Zhuge family. However, the potential that Jin Wushuang had displayed had aroused her interests. It wasn't that she was appreciative of talents, but because she knew clearly if she could refer a talent like Jin Wushuang into Water Fairy Island, the experts in Water Fairy Island would definitely reward her handsomely. These rewards would be way more than what Zhuge family had promised her. You wanted to kill me moments ago, and now you want me to join the Water Fairy Island? Heh, you definitely changed quickly. However, the meager Water Fairy Island isn't qualified for me to join. Jin Wushuang was cold and didn't hesitate for a moment. Jin Wushuang, you have to think this through. Even if it wasn't for your future, you would have to consider your current predicament. Following me back to Water Fairy Island will be your only chance of survival. Otherwise, Yin Kei squinted her eyes. Otherwise? Truth be told, I'm really not interested in your Water Fairy Island. As for you, a meager half-step divine demon is nothing before me. I don't feel that my current situation is perilous. On the other hand, you should think about how you are going to get out, Jin Wushuang said coldly. The chaotic realm quartet from the Zhuge family has died. It will be your turn next. Arrogant. Yin Kei was infuriated. Jin Wushuang, you only killed some chaotic realm trash. Do you really think that's incredible? Forget it. I've allowed you to live, and yet you reject me. Don't blame it on me. A stifling killing intent emanated from Yin Quebec. She was finally going to use her full strength. Chapter 23-21. Execution. From the beginning, although Yin Kei had made his move as well, he had only suppressed Lin Yi with his demonic dragon. But as a genuine half-step divine demon that had already understood some rules of order, he had more up his sleeve. Finally, Yin Kei was giving it his all. Little Wushuang, watch out. Half-step divine demon experts are strong, Lin Yi reminded him. Lin Yi had some grudges. Why couldn't Jin Wushuang simply agree to Yin Kei's request? From Lin Yi's perspective, many geniuses are rushing to join big sects like the Water Fairy Island, but Jin Wushuang had discarded the opportunity. During such a crisis, if he had agreed, there would have been no more trouble. But now, they had to go against a half-step divine demon expert giving his all. We can only hope that the Lin clan experts reach us in time, Lin Yi clenched his fists. He had already transmitted for help when they were intercepted, but reinforcements needed time to arrive. A half-step divine demon is indeed strong, but with my own powers and the help from little Wushuang, we should be able to hold on, Lin Yi thought. But at that moment, Jin Wushuang looked at Lin Yi. Uncle Lin Yi, I cannot handle a half-step divine demon. I'll leave it to you. Leave it to me? Lin Yi was stunned and thought, if you knew you couldn't handle him, why were you so arrogant? Jin Wushuang naturally knew what Lin Yi was thinking and smiled. Don't worry. Is only a half-step divine demon. With your abilities, you can kill him easily. Lin Yi was even more furious. Killing a half-step divine demon? Easy? What a joke. Jin Wushuang whispered something. Uncle Lin Yi, listen to me. Just demonstrate your deadliest sword move. Lin Yi looked at Jin Wushuang, confused, unaware of his motives. He only wanted to tangle with Yin Ke for a while longer while reinforcements came. He needed to preserve divine power. But Jin Wushuang wanted him to use his strongest sword move? He had his doubts, but he made a decision and chose to listen to Jin Wushuang. Let's try it then. If I can't fight it, I can still escape, and it is Jin Wushuang that will die. Lin Yi hesitated no more. Wang. A powerful sword essence swept the area as the shapeless sword essence formed a huge sword essence storm. Lin Yi was at the center of that storm, turning into a sharp sword himself. The swordsmanship had not been performed yet, but the sword momentum was there. Lin Yi squinted his eyes as he looked extremely cold. The void around him turned chilly. Such a great sword essence, it'll be strong. Jin Wushuang smiled. He could feel that Lin Yi's sword move was going to be extraordinary, and thus he made preparations as well. Jin Wushuang did not move, and nor did his blood mountain sword. But in his mind, a great soul power was precipitating. After reincarnation, even though Jin Wushuang had had to retrain his cultivation base, his soul was intact. His soul was not damaged, and its power was still at chaotic realm pinnacle levels, perhaps even half-step divine demon. As long as his cultivation base was restored to chaotic divine demon levels, his soul power would ascend accordingly. Half-step divine demon soul power was being mobilized by Jin Wushuang. In the void, Lin Yi's sword was finally formed and charged. A bright sword light could be seen, so glaring and dazzling people could not help but close their eyes. The move was so powerful it could have split the earth. After it left Lin Yi's hand, the sword cut through the void and appeared in front of Yin Quebec. The huge sword essence storm followed the sword light as well. It was a powerful sword. From Jin Wushuang's perception, it was as strong as a half-step divine demon's full blow. It should have been easy to kill peak chaotic realm experts, but not half-step divine demons directly. At least to Lin Yi, his direct blow could not do much. Yin Ke laughed in disdain as he saw Jin Wushuang make his move as well. A firefly like you dares to contend with the light of the sun? Yin Ke said coldly and released his divine power, preparing to destroy Lin Yi's sword. But at that moment, Jin Wushuang in the void had a sudden murderous intent in his eyes. Soul secret skill, 3 divine lights. Show. A golden beam completely precipitated from soul power and rushed over at an incredible speed. The golden beam was murky. No one could have spotted it if one did not look closely. It was demonstrated slower than Lin Yi's sword, but before the sword struck, the murky sword light had already struck Yin Quebec. The soul power within that golden beam struck Yin Ke's soul directly. Yin Ke was a half-step divine demon with strong soul power, but without any precautions, his soul was deeply hurt as well. A painful scream was let out by Yin Ke as the divine power he had gathered now dissipated. Yin Ke's eyes were in a frenzy, hands over his head. It was obvious that the person was in great pain. Yin Ke was no longer able to dodge Lin Yi's sword light. Hong. The terrifying sword light struck Yin Ke's holy body without obstruction. Yin Ke was a half-step divine demon, but without demonstrating any ways to block it, it was impossible to block such a terrifying sword directly. Yin Ke's holy body blasted open and started collapsing. After a moment, the half-step divine demon from Water Fairy Island was dead. Chapter 23-22, his words, dead. He's dead? Lin froze there completely. He could not believe that the half-step divine demon Yin Ke had died under his sword. No matter how strong his sword was, the half-step divine demon expert could not have stood there and simply absorbed the hit without any resistance. But that had just happened. It's a soul attack. Yin Ke was stuck with a terrifying soul attack, and it came from, Lin looked at Jin Wushuang. It was because Jin Wushuang's soul attack had immobilized Yin Ke, giving him the opportunity to kill him. How? Little Wushuang is only a pure sun realm. How did he manage to do such a terrifying soul attack? Lin was shocked. What he did not know was that Jin Wushuang was indeed a pure sun realm expert in terms of cultivation base, but his soul power was stronger than that of a peak chaotic realm like him. A sudden golden light scripture from the three divine lights performed by Jin Wushuang was what caught Yin Ke by surprise. It's a pity that the soul-swallowing pearl did not follow me through reincarnation. If not, that soul attack would have done much more than injure, Jin Wushuang said quietly. In his previous life, his soul attacks had been extremely powerful and had had his soul-swallowing pearl to complement it. The soul-swallowing pearl was powerful and had helped with Jin Wushuang's soul attacks immensely. Unfortunately, when his master had sent him down the reincarnation passage, only his soul, the Blood Mountain Sword, and the Mountain River map had followed. Even now, he had no clue where the Mountain River map was. Other treasures like the 5-gem armor, the soul-swallowing pearl, the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, and more, were all left back at the eternal chaotic world. Uncle Lin Yin Ke's dead, but he's a half-step divine demon, after all. Check the Qian Kuan ring, Jin Wushuang said. Qian Kuan ring? Lin's eyes lit up. A half-step divine demon from a big sect like the Water Fairy Island was bound to possess lots of treasures. But Lin frowned immediately and said, Little Wushuang, I did not do much in killing Yin Quebec. It was your soul attack. The items in Yin Ke and the other 4 chaotic realm experts' Qian Kuan rings should belong to you. No, I'm only a pure sun realm. I cannot kill a half-step divine demon. Yin Ke was killed by you only. The other 4 as well, you understand, Uncle Lin? Jin Wushuang looked at Lin right in the eyes. Lin understood what Jin Wushuang was trying to do. Jin Wushuang did not want too much attention. After all, a pure sun realm taking down 4 chaotic realm experts with 1 sword, and seriously injuring a half-step divine demon with 1 soul attack, would bring attention not only from Anzhou Commandery but from the entire Wuxia Baron region. Jin Wushuang had already gained much attention within the Anzhou Commandery for his name. If word of what had just happened spread, countless experts would have their eyes on him. Understood. I know what to do. I won't spill a word about what happened today. Even if the Lin family head asks, they'll insist I did it alone, Lin said. Jin Wushuang had helped his sword principal achieve a breakthrough previously. Lin was grateful to Jin Wushuang. He knew that Jin Wushuang was in a tough spot, of course, and he would help Jin Wushuang wherever he could. Thank you, Uncle Lin. Jin Wushuang smiled. For Yin Ke's and the other 4 experts' Qian Kuan ring, the items inside all belong to you. If I could have some elixir that boosts divine power, or some natural treasures, that would be great. No problem, Lin nodded. Immediately, he searched through the Qian Kuan rings. He sorted them out with Jin Wushuang. Experts from big clans like the Water Fairy Island Yin Ke indeed possessed much richer treasures. There were 3 nature treasures in total. Lin was elated upon its discovery, but Jin Wushuang could not have cared less. Jin Wushuang only wanted the elixirs that improved divine power. Soon they sorted out the treasures. Little Wushuang, let's wait. The reinforcements will arrive soon, Lin said. Okay. Jin Wushuang nodded. They waited quietly along the mountain range. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless flowing lights arrived at amazing speeds and appeared in front of Jin Wushuang and Lin. Head, Lin said. Lin, what happened? Weren't you being intercepted by Zhuge family experts? Where are they? Lin Taifeng asked. Head, we were indeed intercepted. The opponents were 4 chaotic realms and 1 half-step divine demon. But the half-step divine demon was not as strong as I thought. The enemy was too reckless and died under my sword, including the 4 chaotic realms, Lin said directly. Those were the words he had thought of previously. Without a doubt, Lin Taifeng began questioning him. You mean you killed the half-step divine demon? Lin Taifeng would believe he had killed those 4 chaotic realms. But Lin Yi alone, taking down a half-step divine demon? He could never believe that. Yes, Lin Yi replied. He knew Lin Taifeng would not believe it, but he said it anyway. Jian Wushuang added, Uncle Lin, the half-step divine demon indeed died by Uncle Lin Yi's hand. He achieved a breakthrough in sword principle after the meditation, crossing over the threshold of sword principle. He already has half-step divine demon powers. The opponent underestimated Uncle Lin Yi from the very beginning. Although he had his doubts, as Lin Taifeng looked across the battlefield, the void had been filled with Lin Yi's sword essence. Along with Jian Wushuang's testimony, Lin Taifeng finally managed to believe some of it. Chapter 23-22 His words, dead. He's dead? Lin Yi froze there completely. He could not believe that the half-step divine demon Yin Ke had died under his sword. No matter how strong his sword was, the half-step divine demon expert could not have stood there and simply absorbed the hit without any resistance. But that had just happened. It's a soul attack. Yin Ke was stuck with a terrifying soul attack, and it came from. Lin Yi looked at Jian Wushuang. It was because Jian Wushuang's soul attack had immobilized Yin Ke, giving him the opportunity to kill him. How? Little Wushuang is only a pure sun realm. How did he manage to do such a terrifying soul attack? Lin Yi was shocked. What he did not know was that Jian Wushuang was indeed a pure sun realm expert in terms of cultivation base, but his soul power was stronger than that of a peak chaotic realm like him. A sudden golden light scripture from the 3 divine lights performed by Jian Wushuang was what caught Yin Ke by surprise. It's a pity that the soul-swallowing pearl did not follow me through reincarnation. If not, that soul attack would have done much more than injure, Jian Wushuang said quietly. In his previous life, his soul attacks had been extremely powerful and had had his soul-swallowing pearl to complement it. The soul-swallowing pearl was powerful and had helped with Jian Wushuang's soul attacks immensely. Unfortunately, when his master had sent him down the reincarnation passage, only his soul, the Blood Mountain Sword, and the Mountain River map had followed. Even now, he had no clue where the Mountain River map was. Other treasures like the 5-gem armor, the soul-swallowing pearl, the 5-fire godly spirit mirror, and more, were all left back at the eternal chaotic world. Uncle Lin Yi, Yin Ke's dead, but he's a half-step divine demon, after all. Check the Qian Kuan ring, Jian Wushuang said. Qian Kuan ring? Lin Yi's eyes lit up. A half-step divine demon from a big sect like the Water Fairy Island was bound to possess lots of treasures. But Lin Yi frowned immediately and said, Little Wushuang, I did not do much in killing Yin Quebec. It was your soul attack. The items in Yin Ke and the other 4 chaotic realm experts' Qian Kuan rings should belong to you. No, I'm only a pure sun realm. I cannot kill a half-step divine demon. Yin Ke was killed by you only. The other 4 as well, you understand, Uncle Lin Yi? Jian Wushuang looked at Lin Yi right in the eyes. Lin Yi understood what Jian Wushuang was trying to do. Jian Wushuang did not want too much attention. After all, a pure sun realm taking down 4 chaotic realm experts with 1 sword, and seriously injuring a half-step divine demon with 1 soul attack, would bring attention not only from Anzhou Commandery but from the entire Wuxia Baron region. Jian Wushuang had already gained much attention within the Anzhou Commandery for his name. If word of what had just happened spread, countless experts would have their eyes on him. Understood. I know what to do. I won't spill a word about what happened today. Even if the Lin family had asks, I'll insist I did it alone, Lin Yi said. Jian Wushuang had helped his sword principal achieve a breakthrough previously. Lin Yi was grateful to Jian Wushuang. He knew that Jian Wushuang was in a tough spot, of course, and he would help Jian Wushuang wherever he could. Thank you, Uncle Lin Yi, Jian Wushuang smiled. For Yin Ke's and the other 4 experts' Qian Kuan ring, the items inside all belong to you. If I could have some elixir that boosts divine power, or some natural treasures, that would be great. No problem, Lin Yi nodded. Immediately, he searched through the Qian Kuan rings. He sorted them out with Jian Wushuang. Experts from big clans like the Water Fairy Island Yin K indeed possessed much richer treasures. There were 3 nature treasures in total. Lin Yi was elated upon its discovery, but Jian Wushuang could not have cared less. Jian Wushuang only wanted the elixirs that improved divine power. Soon they sorted out the treasures. Little Wushuang, let's wait. The reinforcements will arrive soon, Lin Yi said. Okay. Jian Wushuang nodded. They waited quietly along the mountain range. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Countless flowing lights arrived at amazing speeds and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and Lin Yi. Head, Lin Yi said. Lin Yi, what happened? Weren't you being intercepted by Zhuge family experts? Where are they? Lin Taifeng asked. Head, we were indeed intercepted. The opponents were 4 chaotic realms and 1 half-step divine demon. But the half-step divine demon was not as strong as I thought. The enemy was too reckless and died under my sword, including the 4 chaotic realms, Lin Yi said directly. Those were the words he had thought of previously. Without a doubt, Lin Taifeng began questioning him. You mean you killed the half-step divine demon? Lin Taifeng would believe he had killed those 4 chaotic realms. But Lin Yi alone, taking down a half-step divine demon? He could never believe that. Yes, Lin Yi replied. He knew Lin Taifeng would not believe it, but he said it anyway. Jian Wushuang added, Uncle Lin, the half-step divine demon indeed died by Uncle Lin Yi's hand. He achieved a breakthrough in sword principle after the meditation, crossing over the threshold of sword principle. He already has half-step divine demon powers. The opponent underestimated Uncle Lin Yi from the very beginning. Although he had his doubts, as Lin Taifeng looked across the battlefield, the void had been filled with Lin Yi's sword essence. Along with Jian Wushuang's testimony, Lin Taifeng finally managed to believe some of it. Chapter 23-24, Returning to Incineration Moon City. Incineration Moon City, the governor's mansion. Zhuo Yunfeng, Luo Xinqin, and many guards and servants had received news of Jian Wushuang's return and were waiting for him at the gate. Father, mother, Jian Wushuang bowed to the parents of his current life. Haha, it's been almost 4 years, boy. You've grown taller. Zhuo Yunfeng looked at Jian Wushuang and smiled. Not just taller, more mature. Luo Xinqin smiled as she squeezed Jian Wushuang's cheeks. Jian Wushuang was comforted. Regardless of the Zhuo Yunfeng couple of this life, or the Jian Nantian couple of his previous, they were all his closest family. Brother Lin Yi. Oh, Brother Lin Ao is here as well? Zhuo Yunfeng noticed the 2 Lin family experts that had escorted Jian Wushuang. Thank you so much. No problem. The young lord has helped the Lin family quite a bit during this period of time. It's natural we return the favor. Orders from our head, Lin Ao said. You're too kind, Zhuo Yunfeng replied. Brother Zhuo. Lin Yi's gaze turned solemn. To be honest, I was the only one escorting him back today. But little Wushuang was intercepted by Zhuge family experts. Luckily, we survived. Lin Ao followed us afterwards as a safety precaution. Intercepted? Zhuo Yunfeng's face changed. Intercepted by a half-step divine demon. It was serious, Lin Ao said. Zhuo Yunfeng's frown grew deeper. Luo Xinqin beside asked Jian Wushuang worriedly, Shuang, are you okay then? Of course, thanks to Uncle Lin Yi. Jian Wushuang smiled. We are grateful, Zhuo Yunfeng thanked them once again. After they exchanged greetings, Zhuo Yunfeng wanted to invite Lin Yi and Lin Ao to stay for a few days, but Jian Wushuang dragged them to a corner. I have something I would like the 2 of you to help with, Jian Wushuang asked humbly. No problem. Lin Yi was impressed by Jian Wushuang's skills and agreed immediately. The both of you should leave the Incineration Moon City immediately, but don't go too far. Come back quietly at night and hide within the Incineration Moon City, Jian Wushuang said. Little Wushuang, you mean? Lin Yi and Lin Ao looked at Jian Wushuang. They understood Jian Wushuang's intentions. If the Zhuge family tried to kill me once, they will try again. Although I'm safe with my father at the Incineration Moon City, as a safety precaution, I hope both of you will stay for a month, no longer than that. If the Zhuge family does not make their move by then, they probably will not anymore. If they do, at least you can help me, Jian Wushuang said. Understood. Lin Mansion should be safe by the end of the month anyway. Well, stay in the city for a month, Lin Ao said directly. Thank you both, but please be careful, Jian Wushuang said. Understood, Lin Yi and Lin Ao replied and left. Soon, under the gaze of many, they left the city openly. But not long after, they returned without a trace. Within the governor's mansion, the Zhua Yunfeng couple and Jian Wushuang gathered together. Shuang, how have you been these 4 years? Zhua Yunfeng asked. Not bad, they took care of me well. I ate well, slept well, Jian Wushuang smiled. Rascal, who asked you about that? How's your cultivation? Zhua Yunfeng laughed as he scolded him. As his father, Zhua Yunfeng was most concerned with Jian Wushuang's abilities and speed of growth. Luo Xinqin could not have cared less for those, as long as Jian Wushuang was happy. My cultivation base improved quite a bit, and my sword principle as well, Jian Wushuang said as a divine power aura was released from him. This is pure sun realm? Zhua Yunfeng was shocked. How could it be? When you left, you were only an early transformed god, but you reached pure sun realm levels in 4 years? What Zhua Yunfeng did not know was that Jian Wushuang had concealed his divine power, releasing only early pure sun realm levels. If Zhua Yunfeng knew he had already reached mid-pure sun realm levels, he would have been even more shocked. I got lucky, Jian Wushuang said casually. Rascal, you surprised me by the day. If you didn't show your divine power aura, even I could not have guessed. What kind of aura concealment skill did you learn? Zhua Yunfeng asked. I learned it a long time ago within the mansion, but I forgot what skill was it. It's good though, Jian Wushuang smiled. Is it? Zhua Yunfeng had his doubts. The secret skills within the mansion were all his, but he did not recall one with such powerful aura concealment skills. Jian Wushuang did not explain further. He had roamed the world for 100,000 years in his past life, learning countless skills, the aura concealment skill included. Even true divine demons would not be able to tell if he did not reveal his aura himself. Forget it, I will not ask too much. But what happened on the way back? Why was there a half-step divine demon going after you? Zhua Yunfeng frowned. Luo Xinqin looked over as well. Jian Wushuang briefly recounted what had happened at the Lin mansion without concealing anything, including the part where he had defeated Zhuge Hong. That's what happened, huh? Zhua Yunfeng's face darkened. The Zhuge family and Lin family had been fighting for years. Now that the Zhuge family is finally slightly stronger than the Lin family, along with Zhuge Hong, I think they are about to finally make their move. Chapter 23-25. Chaotic Realm. As a half-step divine demon expert, Zhua Yunfeng had seen much of the world. He knew in an instant what the Zhuge family was planning. Shuang, you did right this time, Zhua Yunfeng said. Lin Taifeng and I are blood-sworn brothers. If the Lin family is in trouble, I would help no matter what. You did the right thing defeating Zhuge Hong there. Jian Wushuang shrugged his shoulders. He knew his father well. If I'm not wrong, the Zhuge family will make their move soon. If they dared to attack me, it means that they were prepared. Even if you help the Lin family, father, I'm afraid it won't change much, Jian Wushuang said. And if they come, you may die along with the Lin family. Looks like I need to restore my own powers as soon as possible. My cultivation base should at least be at the chaotic realm level in order to fight the Zhuge family. Jian Wushuang knew clearly that without his soul attack, he would struggle against a peak chaotic realm expert. Zhuge family could simply send a half-step divine demon to kill him. He could not influence the battle with his fighting power. But if he restored his chaotic realm cultivation base, things would be different. If I train normally, it'll take me 4 to 5 years to go from middle pure sun realm to early stage chaotic realm. But with the elixirs and natural treasures by my side, I should improve fast enough. I can only hope it'll be faster than the Zhuge family. Jian Wushuang's gaze flashed with a ray of fine light. Afterwards, Jian Wushuang stayed in the governor's mansion, improving his divine power with the elixirs and natural treasures. At the same time, Lin Yi and Lin Ao remained hiding within the incineration moon city in case anything happened within the governor's mansion. A month passed, and the mansion remained peaceful. Guess the Zhuge family is not so stupid after all. Jian Wushuang sat in his room, reading a jade bamboo strip. He had guessed that the Zhuge family would not attack him for a second time after the first failure. It would be too difficult for them. But as a safety precaution, Jin Wushuang had still requested that Lin Yi and Lin Ao stay for an extra month, but it was obviously in vain. After a month passed, Lin Yi and Lin Ao naturally left the Incineration Moon City and returned back to the Lin Mansion. Jin Wushuang remained peaceful and continued to improve his divine power cultivation base. Time passed. In a flash, 3 years passed. Jin Wushuang became 19 years old that year. In the absolute beginning divine world, that made him an adult. In a secret room within the governor's mansion, Jin Wushuang sat alone with his eyes shut as strong divine power surrounded him. The divine power was converging towards him wildly, striking the barrier within his own body. In 2 hits, the barrier collapsed. He had had a breakthrough. Jin Wushuang's divine power and holy body had begun to change. Chaotic realm, am finally here. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes, evidently surprised. He now possessed early-stage chaotic realm powers, equivalent to Asur gods, but Jin Wushuang was still far from his pinnacle cultivation base. But it was enough to delight him. The leap between the pure sun realm and the chaotic realm was a big one. Crossing it meant Jin Wushuang's abilities would leap forward as well. More importantly, he could now learn many secret skills. I thought it would take me 3 to 4 years, and indeed it took exactly 3 years. Faster than I had imagined, Jin Wushuang thought with a smile. If he allowed Zhuo Yunfeng to know his cultivation base, he would be shocked. Jin Wushuang had shown him an early pure sun realm cultivation base, but if he were to jump to chaotic realm just 3 years later, the cultivating speed, it would be mind-blowing. The entire Anzhou Commandery, or even the Wuxia Baron region, had not heard of anyone reaching chaotic realm levels before the age of 20. But now Jin Wushuang had done it. Of course, Jin Wushuang could reach those levels only because his own cultivation base had long ago reached divine demon levels. He was simply restoring divine power. As long as he had enough divine power, he could break through without any trouble. In terms of the accumulation of divine power, the absolute beginning divine world's spiritual influence of heaven and earth was rich, in addition to his perfect chaotic life-form body absorbing them at terrifying speeds, along with more elixirs and natural treasures. Reaching chaotic realm at the age of 19 seemed normal. If he continued to recover at that speed, he would restore his chaotic divine demon levels within a decade. But after he stepped into divine demon levels, his cultivating speeds would slow down. In the previous life, as an inverse cultivator, when I first stepped into chaotic realm levels, my divine power was strong enough to fight against peak chaotic realms. Along with the explosive power granted by my bloodline of ancient clan, my powers were even stronger than those of peak chaotic realm experts. But in this life, although I no longer possess the bloodline of ancient clan, as a perfect chaotic life form, my divine powers, Jin Wushuang murmured as he clenched his right fist, accumulating an explosive power. Jin Wushuang punched the nearby void. Pong! A violent wind-crackling sound could be heard as the space within the void rippled subtly. This power should be good against a half-step divine demon. Jin Wushuang was pleased. He had just stepped into the chaotic realm, but his divine powers now rivaled a half-step divine demon? How? And am not a complete perfect chaotic life form yet. When I reach my pinnacle state as a chaotic divine demon, I wonder how terrifying it'll be. Jin Wushuang clenched his fists in anticipation. Chapter 23-26, 5 Great Secret Skills, Part 1. Upon reaching chaotic realm levels, Jin Wushuang's power went through dramatic changes. If he encountered the half-step divine demon Yin Ke, even without Lin Yi, he could easily kill him with his own power. After all, with his rules of power along with his sword principle understanding, as long as his divine powers could demonstrate half-step divine demon levels, he could easily kill Yin Quebec. After reaching chaotic realm levels, he could start training many secret skills as well. The secret skills referred to the 6 great secret skills his master had left in his head after he had been reincarnated. The most powerful secret skill of the 6 was his master's Heaven Slaughter skill. As the first perfect chaotic life form, how powerful would Xian Yi's self-created Heaven Slaughter skill be? He dare not speculate before he trained it. The qualifications for the Heaven Slaughter skill were too high. He needed to reach chaotic divine demon levels first. So, he could only train the 5 great secret skills from the 7-star Black Sect. They were the secret skill of 7 stars, 9-star armor, Punisher God, Exquisite Pagoda, and the Body of Eternity. The 5 great secret skills had had a great reputation during 7-star Black Sect's prime. All 5 secret skills were extremely powerful, and countless experts craved it. But as the 7-star Divine Realm perished and the remaining experts stuck at the 7-star Divine Realm, the 5 great secret skills were no longer to be seen on the absolute beginning Divine World. But Jin Wushuang now possessed all 5 of them. In the secret room, Jin Wushuang started analyzing it. He had analyzed it before, so he already understood most of it. First was the secret skill of 7 stars. He was most familiar with this secret skill. The secret skills of Star Palace he had trained in the eternal chaotic world had originated from this secret skill of 7 stars and had depended heavily on it to escape from life and death situations. But the secret skills of Star Palace and the true secret skill of 7 stars were obviously different. The secret skills of Star Palace had been passed down in the eternal chaotic world after his master Xian Yi's modification. The eternal chaotic world lacked the willpower of Heaven Wei, and therefore the balance of much could be disrupted. With the secret skills of Star Palace, the first scroll increased his fighting power 10-fold, the second scroll 100-fold, the third scroll 1,000-fold. The secret skill was unbelievable. But in reality, the secret skills of Star Palace could only be demonstrated in the eternal chaotic world. In the absolute beginning divine world, with Heaven Wei around, there was no way a secret skill could increase one's power by 100 times. No secret skill was capable of such a thing. Although the complete secret skill of 7 stars was impressive, it was not as amazing as the one he had learned back at the eternal chaotic world. The true secret skill of 7 stars concentrated star power as well, but the star power would instead concentrate into the person's holy body, merging perfectly with their divine power and blood essence. The star power would improve the person's own cultivation base. The secret skill of 7 stars had 3 scrolls as well. The first scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by half a realm. The second scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by a full realm. The third scroll elevated anyone below an undying saint by 2 realms, and elevated anyone beyond an undying saint by half a realm. Jin Wushuang was left speechless as he read through the information related to the secret skill of 7 stars. Within the absolute beginning divine world, even though the secret skill of 7 stars was not as outrageous due to Heaven Wei, it was still terrifying. It could directly elevate one's own cultivation base. The 3 scrolls would help one immensely, especially the third scroll. Once that was learnt, anyone below an undying saint would be elevated by 2 realms. Say, if an early-stage chaotic realm expert were to learn that third scroll, he could reach the peak chaotic realm in an instant. That was the elevation of 2 realms. Elevating half a realm above the undying saint was even more impressive. An undying saint was one of the strongest experts in the absolute beginning divine world. Even a little improvement meant a lot to an undying saint, and was very hard to achieve. Now, if they knew they could be elevated by half a realm instantly with the help of the secret skill, many undying saints would kill for it. Thanks, it is indeed one of the strongest secret skill the 7-star Black Sect has to offer. It may not be as good as the secret skills of Star Palace, but in the absolute beginning divine world, this would help immensely, Jin Wushuang said in admiration. He was very content with it. Of course, as a chaotic realm, it was hard to learn all 3 scrolls in one shot. He could only learn the first. Even so, his powers would improve immensely. Next, Jin Wushuang read the 9-star armor. He had seen Emperor Bai demonstrate the 9-star armor before, and knew how powerful it was. It was also one of 7-star Black Sect's strongest secret skills. But after reading its details, Jin Wushuang shook his head. An early-stage chaotic realm could indeed train it, but one needed lots of resources. More importantly, one needed to create their own life armor. The life armor was different from any other armor. The life armor needed to be created with the cultivator's own blood essence, linking the armor to the host itself. If the life armor got damaged, the host would be injured as well. and the life armor could only be used by the creator. The 9-star armor was a secret skill that complemented the life armor. The resources required for the 9-star armor cultivation were nothing, but creating a life armor will be a different matter, Jian Wushuang murmured. Chapter 23-27, 5 Great Secret Skills, Part 2. He had learnt from Emperor Bai back in the eternal chaotic world that it took him a huge amount of time and resources to master the 9-star armor. He now knew it was due to the life armor. It's not easy creating a life armor, Jian Wushuang said. Creating a life armor not only required blood essence, but also resources suitable for the armor. Those resources were considered extremely valuable in the absolute beginning divine world as well. At least his Zhua Yunfeng and the Lin Mansion would definitely not be able to obtain it. Maybe a big sect in the Wuxia Barren region would be willing to sacrifice that much. Next, life armor still needed a master smelter to be created. In the Wuxia Barren region, there were only so many master smelters in the region. Jian Wushuang would not be able to reach them at that moment. Without materials or someone to help smelt it, he could not master the 9-star armor anyway. They'll put the 9-star armor on hold for now, Jian Wushuang said to himself. The 9-star armor was powerful. Jian Wushuang would never give up on it. He simply put it on hold. Next, Jian Wushuang read the Punisher God. He had seen Emperor Bai demonstrate the terrifying Punisher God before. When Emperor Bai was in full drive, the 99,000-foot-tall Golden Emperor Shadow improved his powers immensely. The Punisher God also had some tricks up its sleeve, like the Punisher's Hell. Jian Wushuang was relatively envious of Emperor Bai then. But even if Emperor Bai had handed him the secret skill in the eternal chaotic world then, it would have been too hard for him to learn. But things were different now. The Punisher God only needs sufficient spiritual influence of heaven and earth and some supplementary treasures to help. Not easy to find in the eternal chaotic world, but easy enough over here. I can do this, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. He was in a better position than Emperor Bai to learn the Punisher God. There were levels to the cultivation of Punisher God as well. The levels could be seen from how tall the shadow one could precipitate was. The first level would form a 100-foot tall shadow. The second level, 1,000 feet. The third level, 10,000 feet. The fourth level, 100,000 feet. The fifth level, 1,000,000 feet. Jian Wushuang remembered when Emperor Bai had demonstrated the Punisher God in the eternal chaotic world. The shadow reached 99,000 feet high. In terms of levels, Emperor Bai should have been one step away from the fourth level. But in reality, that was not the case. Although Emperor Bai formed a shadow 99,000 feet high then, the secret skill he learnt had always been flawed. It would be easy to keep going, but its true power cannot be released. Even if he had obtained the complete skill afterwards, head pale in comparison to those who had the full skill from the very beginning, Jian Wushuang said. According to the Punisher God information, it was not easy to cultivate it. The third level of Punisher God already required a top chaotic divine demon to master. The only reason Emperor Bai had reached the peak of the third level was because the skill he had learnt was flawed from the very beginning. With my abilities and some time, I should be able to learn the first level of Punisher God, forming a 100-foot tall shadow. This way, my powers will improve too. Jian Wushuang smiled. Of the 5 great secret skills in the 7-star Black Sect, the secret skill of 7 stars, 9-star armor, and Punisher God were all secret skills that improved fighting power. He could learn 2 of the 3 for now. As for the remaining 2, Exquisite Pagoda, Body of Eternity, these are defensive secret skills, Jian Wushuang read on. The Exquisite Pagoda was a soul defense secret skill. After a cultivator reached chaotic realm levels and his consciousness morphed into a soul, the soul would become particularly important. As one's powers grew stronger, the more important his soul would become. Once someone has reached Undying Saint levels and gained the body of Undying, the soul would be their root power. Therefore, soul defense was particularly important. Many experts in the absolute beginning divine world would give up everything in order to improve their soul defense abilities. And as the 5 great secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect, The exquisite pagoda was the top 5 soul defense skills in the absolute beginning divine world. It was definitely a soul defense skill countless experts would kill for. After I reincarnated, without my soul swallowing pearl, my soul defense dropped quite a bit. I can make use of this exquisite pagoda, Jian Wushuang smiled. He knew that in order to free the people in the 7-star divine realm and meet his closest family and friends on the other side, he needed to prioritize his life. The exquisite pagoda would help him with that immensely. Besides the exquisite pagoda, there was the body of eternity, an equally strong protective secret skill. But Jian Wushuang had no intention to learn it. After all, he already possessed a more suitable protective secret skill. The body of eternity can be considered the top 10 protective secret skills in the absolute beginning divine world, but the immemorial celestial body of the ancient clan is probably stronger, Jian Wushuang murmured. Chapter 23-28, about to start. The immemorial celestial body was from the ancient clan. The ancient clan was one of the 4 big holy tribes in the absolute beginning divine world, powerful in both close combat and preservation techniques. The immemorial celestial body was the ancient clan's trump card. When comparing the immemorial celestial body and the body of eternity, most would likely agree that the immemorial celestial body was slightly stronger, for it increased the strength of the holy body as well as one's own divine power. The only flaw was that it could only be cultivated by someone that possessed the bloodline of ancient clan, the ancient clan. Therefore, although the secret skill was powerful, it was not very popular in the absolute beginning divine world. Because even if absolute beginning divine world cultivators were to obtain the secret skill, they could not learn it. Jian Wushuang had possessed the bloodline of ancient clan in his past life, and the immemorial celestial body had helped him immensely. But after reincarnation, he had lost everything except his soul. Naturally, he had lost the bloodline of ancient clan as well. However, Jian Wushuang soon realized that he could still practice the secret skills of the ancient clan. The ancient clan secret skills all required the bloodline of ancient clan, but Jian Wushuang could perform them easily. Jian Wushuang then realized that as a perfect chaotic life form, he was the origin of all living beings. Therefore, he had the bloodline of ancient clan somewhere within him as well. And it does not stop there. Even if the other 3 holy tribes had secret skills that needed their unique bloodline power, as long as Jian Wushuang had the secret skill, there was no stopping him. The body of eternity was impressive, but Jian Wushuang would definitely prefer the immemorial celestial body if he could learn it. The 5 great secret skills. I can learn the secret skill of 7 stars, Punisher God, exquisite pagoda. Add the immemorial celestial body into the mix, and I should have enough to roam these lands freely, Jian Wushuang murmured. After making a decision, Jian Wushuang started making his move. In addition, he went directly to his father Zhui Yunfeng for his help at searching some cultivating resources. Zhui Yunfeng had high hopes for Jian Wushuang and naturally did his best after learning that those resources would do good for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang did not waste time either and soon started his training. In the blink of an eye, 2 months passed. Jian Wushuang was still cultivating the secret skills, but he had to stop. The Zhuge family was about to make their move. Governor's mansion, within the hall. Brother Lin has sent a message to me. I'll make my way to the Lin mansion tomorrow to assist them, Zhui Yunfeng said solemnly. Luo Xinqin beside him frowned worriedly. They're finally making their move? Jian Wushuang squinted and said, Father, they'll follow you to the Lin mansion tomorrow. Nonsense, Zhui Yunfeng berated him. You think this is a game? The Zhuge family is determined to exterminate the Lin family this time. Any misstep would lead to dire circumstances. Even I may not survive then. How could you help? You'll be seeking an early death. Father, the Zhuge family have had their eyes on me since I returned 3 years ago. They even sent a half-step divine demon to kill me. Even though they failed, they will not give up. The reason why they have not made their move since is that you are still here. The moment you leave and the Zhuge family hears the word of it, do you think Mother and I will be safe in the mansion? Jian Wushuang said calmly. Zhui Yunfeng flinched. He remembered that Jian Wushuang had once been chased down by the Zhuge family. As for what Jian Wushuang said, if he left the governor's mansion and the Zhuge family assassins came, Okay, for your safety, follow me to the Lin Mansion tomorrow. But when we reach it, follow our arrangements. If the Lin Mansion can no longer be defended, I will arrange someone to help both of you escape. Do not hesitate at that time, Zhui Yunfeng said solemnly. That moment will not come, father. Even if it does, we can escape, Jian Wushuang replied. Okay, Zhui Yunfeng nodded. He did not notice how determined and cold Jian Wushuang's gaze was. Jian Wushuang had long known that his father was prepared to die with the Lin family. If the Lin family could no longer fend off the Zhuge family, Zhuge Yunfeng would definitely fight to the death alongside Lin Taifeng. That was not what Jian Wushuang wanted. Unfortunately, it's only been 2 months since I made a breakthrough to chaotic realm levels. Besides the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body, I have not mastered the rest. The odds are not good, Jian Wushuang murmured. He had wasted no time training those past 2 months, but he needed more time. The resources he needed for Punisher God had not arrived like his father had promised. Although he had cultivated the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body, it had not boosted his powers immensely. But he remained confident that he could go against normal chaotic divine demons. Regardless, I will not let anything be done to my parents. Not the past life, not now. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist as a hint of murderous intent swept through his gaze. The Zhuge family tried to take my life. I had no grudges, but if they dare mess with family, they will have to get through me first. The next day, Jian Wushuang and his parents, along with some chaotic realm guards, left for the Lin Mansion. They arrived smoothly a few days later. At the Lin family, the head was waiting at the gate. Under normal circumstances, a half-step divine demon would not have been worthy of the Lin family head to welcome personally, but Zhui Yunfeng was different. Everyone in the Anzhou commandery knew that Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng were sworn brothers. Even though some experts would hesitate or even reject Lin family's pleas for help, Zhui Yunfeng did not hesitate and was instead the first to arrive. Chapter 23-29 Lin Tao, Thunder Sound Sect, Haha, Brother Zhua. Lin Taifeng smiled broadly as he greeted his guests. Brother Lin, it's been a few years. How have you been? Zhui Yunfeng smiled as well. Thank you for coming this time, Lin Taifeng said solemnly. We are brothers. Why the formalities? Zhui Yunfeng complained. Lin Taifeng was left speechless and smiled. He looked at Luo Xinqin and Jian Wushuang at the side. Both of them have decided to come too? Yes, Zhui Yunfeng replied. The Zhuge family tried to kill Shuang before. I could not leave them back at the mansion without fears of an assassination. Is that so? Lin Taifeng nodded and said, Rest assured, Brother Zhua. Even if the Lin family was at the brink of extinction, I would do whatever I could to make sure they escape safely. Thank you. Zhui Yunfeng heaved a sigh of relief. Brother Zhua, over here. Lin Taifeng waved his hand. The Zhua family headed inside the Lin Mansion. Many Lin Mansion experts around them were talking amongst themselves. That's the governor of the Incineration Moon City? I have heard of the good relations between Governor Zhua and our head. I guess that was true. Those experts who are on good terms with the Lin family all refused to help us, but now Governor Zhua is the first one here, with his entire family as well. Looks like they are ready to fight and die alongside us. Oh, did you notice the young man beside him, Jian Wushuang? Of course. He crushed Zhuge Hong's divine weapon 3 years ago with his fingers, saving face for the Lin family. The experts had nothing but respect and admiration for Zhui Yunfeng and Jian Wushuang. A friend in need was a friend indeed. There was no doubt regarding Zhui Yunfeng's intentions. Once they had settled down in the Lin Mansion, Zhui Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng went into discussion. Jian Wushuang stayed in the courtyard that he had lived in before. Soon, 2 figures rushed over. They were Lin Yin and Lin Qingqing. Haha, Brother Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could hear Lin Yan's hearty laughter from far and walked out of the room with a smile. Young Lord Wushuang, Lin Qingqing said, her eyes full of respect for Jian Wushuang. In the past 3 years, Jian Wushuang had stayed at the Lin Mansion. He had impressed many with his proficiency with the sword principle. After Jian Wushuang had defeated Zhuge Hong, countless more Lin Mansion disciples had looked at him in admiration. 3 years had passed, but that sense of admiration had never subsided. Young Lord Yin, young Qingqing, it's been some time. Jian Wushuang greeted them with a smile. Haha, brother Wushuang. Have you changed much these past 3 years? Lin Yin looked at Jian Wushuang. Same as you, not at all, Jian Wushuang smiled. Lin Yin was considered his first friend in his current life. His character was similar to that of his best buddy Wang Yuan, loud, straightforward, and carefree. Jian Wushuang was pleased to make such friends. Are you prepared for what's to come? Jian Wushuang smiled as he asked Lin Yin. Of course, I've improved quite a bit these past 3 years, you know. If the Zhuge family dares to come, we'll let them have it, Lin Yin replied coldly. Oh. Jian Wushuang lifted his brow. He could tell that Lin Yan's abilities had improved, but he was not at pure sun realm yet, a mere pinnacle transformed god. He was nothing in the war between the Zhuge family. Of course, it's good to have such fighting ambitions. As Jian Wushuang, Lin Yin and Lin Qingqing were talking casually, a Lin Mansion disciple ran in hurriedly. Brother Yin, I knew you would be here. The disciple's eyes lit up the moment he saw Lin Yin. Reminiscing with Brother Wushuang. What's the matter? Lin Yin frowned. Brother Tao's back, the disciple replied. Oh. Lin Yin flinched, then immediately displayed great joy. So did Lin Qingqing. Brother Tao? Lin Tao? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. He had learned a bit about the Lin Mansion people in the 3 years he stayed there. He had not met Lin Tao personally, but Jian Wushuang had heard of him. Lin Tao was supposedly the best genius the Lin Mansion had had in centuries. He made the breakthrough to pure sun realm by the age of 20, better than that Zhuge Hong. He had then entered the chaotic realm at the age of 27, and entered a sect called the Thunder Sound Sect, and never returned since. But Lin Tao was back this time. Brother Tao is back? Come, let's go see. Lin Yin was obviously excited and even dragged Jian Wushuang along towards the Lin Mansion gates. Soon they arrived. Sure enough, a few figures stood surrounded by crowds of Lin Mansion disciples and some experts. The man that stood in the center, the handsome young man, was Lin Tao, Lin Mansion's first genius. He smiled and greeted the Lin Mansion experts as the disciples looked at him with admiration. That kind of admiration was different to how they had looked at Jian Wushuang. Their admiration now had frenzy added to the mix. Jian Wushuang was gifted and had defeated Zhuge Hong, but he did not belong to the Lin Mansion in the end. But not for Lin Tao. He was the young disciple's idol. Is that Lin Tao? Jian Wushuang gave Lin Tao a slight glance, but what he really noticed were the 4 behind him. 3 males, 1 female, all young. Jian Wushuang could tell that the 3 men were already at half-step divine demon levels. The woman was stronger, a real chaotic divine demon. 1 chaotic divine demon, 3 half-step divine demon experts. Not only did he rush back himself, he even got help. Jian Wushuang smiled. Chapter 2330. Humility. A half-step divine demon was a rare asset to come by for the fight against the Zhuge family. A chaotic divine demon would certainly help the Lin family even more. Now, Lin Tao brought over a chaotic divine demon and 3 half-step divine demons. Haha, Brother Tao. Lin Qingqing and Lin Yin rushed towards Lin Yin at the first moment they could. Oh, Yin? Qingqing? It's the 2 of you. Lin Tao recognized both of them. It's been over a decade since we last met. You have all grown so much. Lin Tao had left for the Thunder Sound sect at the age of 27. 12 years had passed, and he was already 39. They made some small talk. Come, Brother Tao, let me introduce you to a sword principle genius, Brother Wushuang. My father said his gifts in sword principle were the best in the Anzhou Commandery, and perhaps even in the entire Wuxia Baron region, Lin Yin said as he pointed at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang flinched and smiled bitterly. Lin Yin was not a good talker. It would have been fine if he had said that to others. But Lin Tao was a genius, and there were definitely many other geniuses in Thunder Sound sect that were proficient in sword principle. Lin Yan's statement would certainly attract unnecessary attention. Indeed, Lin Tao and his 3 half-step divine demons, and even that divine demon beauty, shifted their gazes towards Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said humbly, "Greetings to all, I'm Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang. Lin Tao stared at him curiously. Unparalleled in sword principle, what a powerful name. I wonder if your sword principle cultivation base lives up to your name. A black-robed man behind Lin Tao smiled widely with his teeth showing. He had a long sword behind his back, stating the obvious that he was into sword cultivation. The name was given to me by my parents. In terms of sword principle cultivation base, it's not as exaggerated as young Lord Yin claimed. Am considered ordinary compared to you all from the Thunder Sound sect, Jian Wushuang replied. Modest too, Lin Tao nodded. The black-robed man with the long sword shrugged his shoulders. He had no intention to go after Jian Wushuang after he had put himself down. Yin, you can say that within the Lin mansion, but not outside. Don't make trouble for him, Lin Tao instructed. But Lin Yin only wanted to say how gifted Jian Wushuang was, but Jian Wushuang pulled his sleeve. Young Lord Tao is right. There are countless talents around. Am really nothing much compared to the Wuxia Baron region, Jian Wushuang smiled. He did not want to cause any trouble. Lin Yin naturally did not say much. It's nice to see someone with modesty, Lin Tao nodded. Even if the Lin family head said Jian Wushuang was the best in sword principle in the entire Wuxia Baron region, he would take it with a pinch of salt. After all, his worldview had changed the moment he entered the Thunder Sound sect. He knew that the land was unfathomable, and geniuses could be anywhere and everywhere. Even in the Wuxia Baron region, the strongest sword principle genius had dared not claim to be the best in the Wuxia Baron region. Lin Taifeng was a chaotic divine demon, but his worldview was limited to only the Anjiu commandery. His judgment naturally could not mean much then. After some chit-chat, Lin Taifeng and the Lin family top experts welcomed him as well. Lin Taifeng and the rest were naturally excited when they saw the 4 experts Lin Tao being brought over. After a while, everyone congregated at the Lin Mansion's conference hall, including the experts that the Lin Mansion had invited. Zhui Yunfeng was there as well. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, hid at a small corner with Lin Yin. Lin Taifeng sat at the front, then stood up and bowed to the crowd in front of him. Thank you all for providing the Lin family with much-needed assistance during dire circumstances like these. Especially the 4 experts from the Thunder Sound sect, led by Fire Fairy. Thank you. You're too kind, Head. The chaotic divine demon beauty from the Thunder Sound sect, Fire Fairy, said, Lin Tao is one of the core disciples of the Thunder Sound sect. If his family is in trouble, we will naturally help him. But because we had an agreement amongst clans to not interfere in every single clan or family feud, we can only send over some core disciples here. Please forgive us. Nonsense. We are already eternally grateful for your assistance. Lin Taifeng smiled. There were many sects in the Wuxia Baron region. Some of the clans controlled regions, but most did not. As time passed, the sects had an agreement to not interfere too much in family feuds within the region. Even if they had disciples in that family, the clan could only send a small number of experts to help. Lin Taifeng knew all that and naturally understood. The Thunder Sound sect can't help us completely, and neither can the Dongzhou sect help the Zhuge family too much. They will at most send a chaotic divine demon and some half-step divine demons. The remaining forces will simply be Lin versus the Zhuge family. Lin Taifeng's voice was clear and echoed within the hall. The Zhuge family have been fighting with us for years. We know each other well. We are about equally as powerful. How much stronger can they be? The only reason they dare challenge us is that one half-step divine demon recently ascended into divine demon levels. Even then, it won't be that easy to decimate us. After hearing what Lin Taifeng had to say, the hall was filled with whispers. Many experts invited by the Lin Mansion nodded. The Lin family and Zhuge family had fought for so many years. Even if they had one more person that ascended to chaotic demon levels, even if they had Dongzhou sect's help, they could not destroy the Lin family. After all, the Lin family had the Thunder Sound sect behind them and had invited experts to help at all costs. Chapter 2331. In 10 days, Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd strangely as they whispered amongst themselves. Lin Taifeng gave them a pep talk. Jian Wushuang smiled. Lin Yin beside him, on the other hand, was visibly moved by what Lin Taifeng said. He felt that the Lin family could face the Zhuge family without fear. But in reality, Jian Wushuang knew that the Zhuge family had researched the Lin family's actual strength, and they probably knew that the Thunder Sound sect would help as well. Even then, if the Zhuge family dared to make a move, it meant that things were not as simple as they seemed. But he did not know who was backing the Zhuge family. Everyone, please do not leave the premises for now. If I am not wrong, they will attack in 10 days, Lin Taifeng said. 10 days? So fast? Immediately, there was a commotion in the hall. Brother Lin, how could you be so sure? Zhuo Yunfeng frowned. Truth be told, the Zhuge family finished their preparations 3 months ago. They delayed their plans till now as a big shot arrived at Anzhou Commandery 3 months ago, Lin Taifeng replied. The big shot had the Commandery governor come down to welcome the person himself, and I assume all of you know the Commandery governor's style. The Commandery governor has his own job to do. Normally, he would turn a blind eye to feuds within the Anzhou Commandery, but if the Commandery governor himself had to greet this big shot, and the Zhuge family attacked at that time, it would bring great shame to the Commandery governor. Everyone finally understood. Although the Commandery governor was only a chaotic divine demon, his title was indeed worthy of some respect. After all, the Commandery governor not only settled administrative affairs within the Commandery. If there were experts in the Commandery, he would recommend them to the sects himself. Normally, the Commandery governor would provide the genius with options. But if one sect were to offend him, they would likely never receive any genius from that region. The Commandery governor would not bother. So, unless necessary, the sects within the Wuxia Baron region dared not offend the Commandery governor. If even the sects did as such, the Zhuge family would not dare to offend the Commandery governor. The Zhuge family dare not make their move while the Commandery governor entertains his guest, but according to our information, that person will leave the Anzhou Commandery in days. With the Commandery governor's character, he will likely continue to retreat back to his own abode, disregarding the feuds within the Anzhou Commandery. The Zhuge family will make their move then, Lin Taifeng said. I see. The people in the hall nodded. So, please make your preparations. The enemy will be here in days, Lin Taifeng said solemnly. Rest assured, head. We will do our best, the experts in the hall all replied. At that same moment, the Zhuge family was making their preparations as well. In an exquisite attic, many experts from the Zhuge family gathered, along with some people from the Dongzhou sect. However, as Lin Taifeng had said, the Dongzhou sect did not dare send too many experts to join the battle. Only one chaotic divine demon and 4 half-step divine demons were present. The chaotic divine demon was the gray-robed elder beside Zhuge Hong, Elder Chun. According to news from the Lin Mansion, the experts from the Thunder Sound sect have arrived. The Lin Mansion has paid a hefty sum to invite lots of experts as well, a Zhuge family elder said. Haha, we predicted this a long time ago, a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with some stubble replied. He was the Zhuge family head, Zhuge Yuanchong. He had a white-haired elder beside him. He was the previous Zhuge family head, Zhuge Yun. He was the chaotic divine demon that had reached initial success at Sword Principle, recognized as the top sword cultivator in the Anzhou Commandery. Of course, he had not yet encountered Jian Wushuang at that time. Who was the chaotic divine demon the Thunder Sound sect sent? Elder Chen asked. Fire Fairy, Zhuge Yuanchong replied. Her? Elder Chen's brows lifted, and he showed a playful smile. That Fire Fairy was only a Thunder Sound sect disciple 20 years ago. She made it to chaotic divine demon levels through sheer luck. She's a normal 3rd-grade divine demon, small fry. According to what I heard, the divine demon that had been training outside has returned to the Lin Mansion. The Lin Mansion head Lin Taifeng is pretty strong as well, a peak 3rd-grade divine demon. He could go against you, Elder Chen, Zhuge Yuanchong said. The last time I followed young Lord Hong to the Lin Mansion, although Lin Taifeng did not show himself, I could feel him. He was injured then. I wanted to lure him out, but that plan was messed up by a nobody junior, Elder Chen said. That Jian Wushuang. Once we wipe out the Lin family, he will have nowhere to escape, Zhuge Hong said coldly as he sat on one of the chairs. That Jian Wushuang is gifted, so he must be killed. That has me thinking. Did the Lin Mansion not kill a half-step divine demon from the Water Fairy Island? Why has the Water Fairy Island not acted upon it yet? Zhuge Yuancheng frowned. Chapter 2332. I Want to Allow It. Water Fairy Island was one of the clans that was ranked in the top 10 in the Wuxia Barren region. Both the Dongzhou sect and the Thundersound sect were less powerful than the Water Fairy Island. If the Water Fairy Island wanted to destroy the Lin family, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Zhuge family head, you might not know this, but there are more than 200 chaotic divine demons in the Water Fairy Island and countless extraordinary disciples. Even though Yin Ke is a disciple of the Water Fairy Island, she is an ordinary disciple and is not an influential person. She is not close to any of the other disciples or elders within the Water Fairy Island. Hence, the Water Fairy Island might not even care at all, Elder Chen said. Even so, she is still a disciple from the Water Fairy Island. If she is killed just like this and the Water Fairy Island does not take revenge for her, won't it be bad for their reputation? Zhuge Yuancheng said. No, the Water Fairy Island will definitely do something for her. After all, she is a disciple from the Water Fairy Island and people cannot just kill her and not pay a price. However, there is no telling when they will take revenge for her. If I am not wrong, there are no disciples or experts from the Water Fairy Island around this area. If one passed by, he would definitely come by. However, knowing the Water Fairy Island, they would just teach the Lin Mansion a lesson. They would not annihilate them to serve as a warning for others, as the Water Fairy Island is already well known by people as a prestigious and powerful clan, Elder Chen said. That is all? Forget it then. We never expected the Water Fairy Island to help us achieve our plan, Zhuge Yuancheng said. All right, everyone, go and prepare. Once that lord leaves the Anzhou prefecture and the commandery governor announces that he is going to shut himself off from the world to cultivate, we will execute our plan. Roger. The experts from the Zhuge family nodded their heads respectfully and left. However, a few chaotic divine demons from the Zhuge family and some of the people from Tianzhou sect stayed behind. Zhuge Hong was one of those who stayed. Soon, the door to the pavilion opened again as a figure fully covered in a black cloak walked in. Greetings, Zhuge family head and the lords from Tianzhou sect. I am Xiang Tua. The figure bowed slightly as he removed his black cloak, revealing his youthful face. I never expected the Xiang family to send you over. Zhuge Hong looked at Xiang Tua with great interest. Xiang Tua was the most talented young man from the Xiang family. He was as talented as Zhuge Hong and a part of a clan. What we are planning to do is too important. My family head is paying much attention to it. Xiang Tua smiled. Do you ask the Golden Cauldron sect for help? Zhuge Hong asked. I did not ask the experts from my clan for help. We should not need their help, right? Xiang Tua asked. Yes. With the help of the Tianzhou sect, the overall power level of the Zhuge family is far above that of the Lin family. As long as the Xiang family is willing to help, we can capture the Lin Mansion easily without asking the Golden Cauldron sect for help. Zhuge Yuancheng nodded his head slightly and said. If the experts from the Lin Mansion heard this conversation, they would be shocked. The Xiang family was also one of the 6 top-tier families within the Anzhou prefecture. It was extremely powerful. They had a total of 4 chaotic divine demons and 10 half-step chaotic divine demons. This lineup made the Xiang family the most powerful family in the Anzhou prefecture. And the Zhuge family had allied with the Xiang family? This time, the Xiang family will send 3 chaotic divine demon, 10 half-step chaotic divine demons. Are you satisfied with this lineup? Xiang Tua asked. Yes, absolutely satisfied. Zhuge Yuancheng's eyes lit up and the remaining people in the room started smiling. The Zhuge family was already more powerful than the Lin family. Now that the Xiang family had provided so many experts, the Lin family would have no way to defeat them if nothing went wrong. Then let us discuss how to split the territory and resources that the Lin family is controlling after we have defeated them. The representatives from both families started discussing. Very quickly, they came to an agreement. Lin Mansion. Brother Wushuang. My father has ordered me to bring you to the Purple Virtue Hall when the experts from Zhuge family attacks, Lin Yan said. Purple Virtue Hall? Jian Wushuang was stunned. He had been living in the Lin Mansion for around 3 years. He was very familiar with this place. The Purple Virtue Hall was located at the outermost area of the Lin Mansion. It was located near the back door of the mansion. Not just the two of us. He has asked me to bring along your mother, Ching, the talented young disciples, and the important family members along. We will gather at the Purple Virtue Hall, and one of the senior brothers will protect us. If the Lin Mansion manages to stop the Zhuge family, everything will be all right. If we cannot, then Lin Yin fell silent. If they fail, your father will ask Brother Tao and one of the senior brothers to escort us to escape this place, right? Jin Wushuang looked at Lin Yin and finished his sentence. Yes. Lin Yin nodded his head heavily. Jin Wushuang could understand why Lin Taifeng had made this call. Lin Taifeng was the family head. Even though he felt that the Lin family could stop the Zhuge family, he was planning for the worst. If the experts from the Lin family could not stop them, the entire Lin Mansion could be massacred. The important people from this family had to escape this massacre immediately. If that were the case, he would order all the experts and disciples from the Lin family to escape. These experts and disciples will cover us and leave the Lin Mansion after we left. The reason why we are still here is because the situation is still under control. Furthermore, the Lin Mansion will be in a mess if we leave now, Lin Yin said. Your father is doing the right thing. Jin Wushuang nodded his head. If these talented disciples and family members left now, it would show the experts that the Lin Mansion had sought help from that the Lin family was not confident in defeating their enemies. Furthermore, if the Zhuge family found out, they would target these disciples and family members. This would result in greater losses. We will follow your father's orders and stay within the Purple Virtue Hall, Jin Wushuang said. Yes. Lin Yin nodded his head in agreement. He then asked, Brother Wushuang, do you think that we will have to evacuate? Nope. Jin Wushuang nodded his head straight away. Why? How are you so confident? Lin Yin looked at Jin Wushuang and asked, Because I will not allow it. Jin Wushuang looked Lin Yin in the eye. He did not elaborate further. In the blink of an eye, 8 days passed. On this day, that lord left, and the commandery governor continued to shut himself away from the rest of the world and cultivate. The Lin family and the Zhuge family received the news at the same time. Chapter 23:33 Attack. In front of Zhuge family's gigantic mansion, many figures were floating. Every one of them had an extremely powerful aura. At the front of the crowd, Zhuge Yuanchong was boiling with killing intent. Everyone, the Lin family and the Zhuge family have fought for many years. Countless cultivators from the Zhuge family have died at the hands of the Lin family. Today, we will bring justice to our fallen brothers. Zhuge Yuanchong said coldly. His voice reverberated in the entire space. Onwards, attack the Lin Mansion. The experts from the Zhuge family and Tian's was sect followed his orders and moved. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Hundreds of figures were headed for the Lin Mansion, and they looked like a nest of bees in the sky. The weakest expert among them was in the chaotic realm. Lin Mansion, within the meeting hall. Family head, we have received intel from the scouts that the people formed the Zhuge family have entered our territory. They will reach the Lin Mansion within half a day. One of the elders from the Lin family said in a serious tone. They are fast, Lin Taifeng muttered to himself. He then commanded, Tell the experts from the Lin Mansion to prepare for battle. Also, open the Purple Virtue Hall and tell Lin Tao to protect that place well. Roger. The elder left to execute the orders. Hundreds of people gathered within the spacious Purple Virtue Hall. Many of the young disciples and the important family members were here. Jin Wushuang and his mother, Luo Xinqin, were part of the crowd. The door of the hall was closed. Lin Tao and a senior brother who had a sword on his back stood near the door. During the time the Lin family and the Zhuge family were battling it out, they would not allow anyone to enter the Purple Virtue Hall. Of course, this meant that the people within the Purple Virtue Hall could not leave either. The people inside the Purple Virtue Hall could only leave after the battle was over and the Zhuge family had retreated. The other case would be if the Lin family lost this battle. Then Lin Shou would open the door and lead everyone to escape the Lin Mansion. Senior brother, Thank you for protecting the Purple Virtue Hall with me, Lin Tao said to the senior brother standing beside him. This is an easy job. I feel uncomfortable that I cannot fight in at the front line with senior sister Hua and the other experts from the Lin family. Lin Tao laughed awkwardly. Don't worry, junior brother. The Lin mansion is not weak. With the help of senior sister Hua, there shouldn't be any problem fending off the Zhuge family, the man in black clothes said. I hope that is the case. Lin Tao nodded his head. Within the crowd, Jian Wushuang sat on the floor with his mother, Luo Xinqi. Jian Wushuang was calm, while his mother knitted her eyebrows anxiously. She was worried for Zhuo Yunfeng, who would be fighting at the front line. Don't worry, mother. Father will come back safely. Jian Wushuang comforted her. Wushuang, you know your father's temper. It will be best if the Lin family can emerge victorious in this battle. However, he will definitely fight with Lin Taifeng to the end. If that is the case, Luo Xinqin clenched her teeth tightly. Do not worry, mother, that will not happen, Jian Wushuang said to her with confidence. Luo Xinqin was still extremely anxious even after Jian Wushuang comforted her. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang sighed lightly. However, his gaze was extremely sharp. Even though he was within the Purple Virtue Hall and not on the front line, he released his soul power. Once the Lin mansion could not handle the enemies, he would step in immediately. They are here. Jian Wushuang irises constricted. His soul power covered the entire Lin mansion. He could sense that a large numbers of figures had descended at the front door of the Lin mansion. The experts from the Zhuge family had arrived. At the door of the Lin mansion, a large number of experts from the Lin mansion stood there. They waited quietly until they saw the figures that resembled a nest of bees appear in the sky. Hundreds of figures appeared in front of them. Zhuge Yuancheng. Lin Taifeng raised his head. Killing intent was burning within his eyes as he glared at Zhuge Yuancheng. Has the day finally come? Haha, Lin Taifeng. I have waited for this day for a very long time. It is finally time. Zhuge Yuancheng bellowed with laughter. Humph. I am not here to speak nonsense with you. You are here today to capture the Lin family. It is a pity that you do not have the ability to do so, Lin Taifeng said coldly. What a joke. We have the ability to do so. How could the Lin family stand in my way? Zhuge Yuancheng sneered. He then waved his hands and shouted, Experts from the Zhuge family, attack. Kill everyone within this place. Boom. Immediately, the hundreds of figures from the Zhuge family attacked. Stop them. Lin Taifeng waved his hands and shouted. The well-prepared experts from the Lin family and those the Lin family had sought help from charged forward. A full-scale battle started. Zhuge Yuancheng. Lin Taifeng shouted with a gloomy look. He radiated a strong devilish aura and a monstrous killing intent which swept over everyone on the battlefield. He glared at Zhuge Yuancheng, wanting to battle it out with him. Humph. Seems like you have completely recovered from your injuries. It is fine though, as we were prepared for this. Zhuge Yuancheng smiled coldly. He then called out, Elder Chun. Whoosh. A figure in gray clothes appeared in front of Lin Taifeng. It was Elder Chun from the Zhuotian sect. The power of the aura that Elder Chun had was on par with that of Lin Taifeng. I have heard that the head of the Lin family has reached the peak of Tier 3 of the Divine Demon Realm. Even though you were severely injured, you fought a Tier 2 chaotic Divine Demon and survived. Today, I will have a taste of your power, Elder Chun said indifferently. Lin Taifeng's face turned dark. He felt pressured when he stood before Elder Chun. He knew that Elder Chun's fighting power was on par with his. If you want to die, don't blame me for killing you. Lin Taifeng roared and attacked. Don't boast about your abilities. Elder Chun smiled in disdain. Two peak Tier 3 chaotic divine demons started their battles, and so did the experts from the Lin family and the Zhuge family. The Lin family was powerful. If not, they would not have been able to compete with the Zhuge family for so many years. The Zhuge family sent every expert they had, 3 chaotic divine demons. They would have 4 chaotic divine demons, including Elder Chun. They also had 10 half-step chaotic divine demons and numerous experts in the chaotic realm. This was an extremely powerful lineup. On the other side, the Lin family was not weak. They had 3 chaotic divine demons, including Lin Taifeng. They also had more than 10 half-step chaotic divine demons. Their experts in the chaotic realm were more powerful than their enemies. Both sides were equally matched, except in terms of chaotic divine demons, as the Lin family had one less. Just then, an extremely violent aura swept out from within the Lin mansion and a figure appeared on the battlefield. Chapter 2334. Injured the newly arrived person. A messy blonde short-haired muscular man showed a beast-like grin and a beaming barbaric craze expression. That's Kwang Shi. It's him. The experts from both sides immediately recognized him. Kwang Shi, an unaffiliated lone divine demon expert in the Anzhou Commandery. However, he was there under the Lin clan's request as he dashed out of Lin Mansion. Hee hee, Kwang Shi giggled with an opened mouth and dashed into the battle the next moment. He began to fight a divine demon expert from the Zhuge clan. Lin clan's divine demons received substantial help from him as the fights between both sides immediately turned more balanced with equal battle prowess and matching abilities. Lin Taifeng, looks like your clan prepared very well this time, huh? You even invited Kwang Shi to be here. I wonder how much you paid him? Zhuge Yuancheng smiled disdainfully. How can I not have some preparations when you made such huge waves coming over? Lin Taifeng humphed coldly. That's also true. However, do you think the Lin clan won't be slaughtered just because you hired Kwang Shi? Perhaps you're underestimating us too much. We are at least 90% confident to win for our clan to dare touch yours. Zhuge Yuancheng grinned mysteriously. It's about time. It's coming. Just as the Lin clan members were wondering what he meant, dozens of figures dashing over from the distant void. In the blink of an eye, they appeared in the void surrounding the battlefield. Among them were 3 leaders, with all of them being chaotic divine demon. Other than that, there were around a dozen pseudo-divine demon realm experts, with the rest being peak chaotic realm. It was a terrifying lineup. Their appearance caused everyone on the battlefield to momentarily stop fighting. Xiangzong. Lin Taifeng gave a deadly stare at one of their leaders, who was a purple-haired middle-aged man. Xiang clan? The Lin clan members were shocked. Xiang clan was one of the top 6 big clans of the Anzhou Commandery. The Lin clan was normally respectful toward the Xiang clan and seldom crossed them. However, why had experts from the Xiang clan shown up? Furthermore, it was obvious they were here to join forces with the Zhuge clan. Clan leader Xiang, the Xiang clan, and Lin clan never had any resentment toward each other. I had never offended you in any way for certain, but why are you here today? Lin Taifeng was trying hard to repress his anger. Haha, Lin Taifeng, you had indeed never crossed the Xiang clan. However, that doesn't mean they won't come looking for you. Zhuge Yuancheng scoffed and laughed. Clan leader Lin, the Xiang clan, has earlier come to an agreement with the Zhuge clan. In addition, we have an inter-clan marriage and also share the same goals with the Zhuge clan. Hence, we'll have to sacrifice the Lin clan for Xiang clan's benefit, said Xiangzong. Sacrifice? Lin Taifeng burst into great anger. Xiang clan, you're shameless. Clan leader Xiang, don't waste time talking to him. Let's work together and immediately destroy the Lin clan, said Zhuge Yuancheng. Those are exactly my plans. Xiangzong nodded before waving his large hand. Move. Many experts from the Xiang clan instantly began rushing into the battlefield like starving beasts. No. This is bad. The experts from Lin clan were horrified. The Lin clan would not be afraid at all were they to fight the Zhuge clan alone. However, when the Zhuge clan collaborated with the Xiang clan, a great number of Xiang clan experts had immediately rushed over and joined the battle, which caused a huge gap between both sides' battle power. The Lin clan experts were immediately suppressed. Inside the Zide Palace, a large number of Lin clan's disciples and family members were gathered together. Some who were at the chaotic realm unleashed their soul powers to check on the battlefield at the Lin mansion's gates. Despair took over the Zide Palace when they saw the number of Xiang clan members arriving. Xiang clan has attacked us? Damn it, is the Xiang clan working with the Zhuge clan? Doomed. The Lin clan is doomed. Lin Tao, who was guarding the entrance of the palace, and his senior brother were both equally shocked. The Xiang clan? Jian Wushuang frowned. He knew earlier that the Zhuge clan had made extraordinary preparations which proved to be true. The only matter Jian Wushuang did not expect was that the Zhuge clan had secretly established an alliance with one of the 6 top clans of Anzhou Commandery, the Xiang clan. The Lin clan was in deep trouble when a large number of the Xiang clan experts arrived. Jian Wushuang's expression shifted as he immediately stood up. Shuanger, what is it? Luo Xinqin immediately looked over. It's father. He's injured, said Jian Wushuang. In the battle outside of the Lin mansion, Jian Wushuang's soul power could see Zhuge Yunfeng crossing hands with the Zhuge clan divine demon expert and had suffered some injuries under the divine demon's attacks. What? Luo Xinqin was shocked. Is he all right? He'll be all right for now, said Jian Wushuang. However, he knew very well that given the situation the Lin clan had been completely overpowered and their defeat was only a matter of time. As soon as they were defeated, perhaps all the experts in the Lin mansion were going to be killed, including his father. Perhaps it's time for me to take action? Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Upon looking at Luo Xinqin before him, who was extremely worried and anxious, he took a deep breath and said, Please don't worry, mother. They'll safely bring father back. You? Luo Xinqin was stunned and immediately said, Shuanger, don't be impulsive. She did not want anything to happen to Zhuge Yunfeng, and neither did she want to see Jian Wushuang injured. Brother Wushuang. Lin Yin and Lin Qingqing beside him both looked over at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and did not say a word as he directly walked toward Zide Palace's gates. At the gates, Lin Tao and his senior brother, the black-robed man with the long sword on his back, were both quietly guarding. Even though the battle outside was fierce, they had no intentions of joining the fight. They had their mission. Jian Wushuang came up at that moment. Open the gates, I need to go out, said Jian Wushuang directly. Go out? Jian Wushuang, you'd better stay here. What's happening outside isn't something you can interfere with, answered Lin Tao. The black-robed man shot a gaze at Jian Wushuang as well. Both of them were responsible to keep Zide Palace safe and would not let anyone out until the battle was over and the Lin clan was safe. The gates of the Zide Palace would only be opened when the Lin clan was defeated and needed to immediately escape. Jian Wushuang did not say more and only pointed a finger outward. Jian Wushuang, what do you think you're doing? Lin Tao stared at Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang suddenly moved. A ghastly shadow abruptly flashed by which caused Lin Tao's eye to widen from his incapability to react. Jian Wushuang's figure had once again reappeared on the same spot. They'll kill you if you dare stop me. Chapter 2335. Jian Wushuang attacked. If you continue to stop me, I will kill you. Jian Wushuang said coldly, and his voice reverberated in the Purple Virtue Hall. The talented disciples and family members of the experts from the Lin mansion looked over at Jian Wushuang, confused. Lin Tao was breaking out in a cold sweat. From his forehead, a few strands of hair fell towards the ground. These few strands of hair would not drop to the ground for no reason at all. Jian Wushuang had cut them off in that instant. If Jian Wushuang had wanted to, he could have chopped off Lin Tao's head. Did I almost die? How can this be? This kid? Lin Tao was trembling as he stared dead at Jian Wushuang. He was in disbelief. Junior brother. The man in black clothes looked at Lin Tao and turned pale. He instinctively reached out towards the sword that was behind his back. Suddenly, a cold pair of eyes looked at him. Rays of killing intent were seen in the pair of eyes. The man in black clothes was frozen in fear. His hand stopped in midair. He looked at Jian Wushuang in fear. Even though Jian Wushuang simply looked at him, he felt that he was lost within endless sword essence. The sword essence was extremely terrifying. If he continued to reach for his sword hilt, he would have died before he had even drawn his sword. How is this possible? The man in black clothes was shocked beyond words. Both of them had met Jian Wushuang before. Jian Wushuang had been a very modest and mild child. Even when Lin Yin had said that Jian Wushuang could be the most talented person in the sword doctrine throughout the Wuxia Baron region, they had never taken his words seriously and had underestimated Jian Wushuang. The door of the hall opened. After the door opened, the aura that Jian Wushuang had completely changed. Based on divine power alone, Jian Wushuang had the aura of an early-stage chaotic realm. This level of cultivation base was nothing. However, a person in this realm changed the perspective of everyone within the Purple Virtue Hall. Everyone looked at Jian Wushuang in fear. It was as though they were looking at an unmatchable killing machine, an overpowering emperor. Jian Wushuang did not say anything else. He looked into the air as he dashed forward towards the battlefield. The experts in the Purple Virtue Hall went into an uproar after Jian Wushuang disappeared from everyone's sight. These people were amazed, in disbelief, and even in fear. "Senior brother, did you feel that?" Lin Tao trembled lightly as he looked at the man in black clothes beside him. "I felt it. At that instant, I felt I would die from his gaze." "You?" The man in black clothes nodded his head solemnly. Both of them were raging with emotion and could not calm themselves down at all. In the crowd, Luo Xinqin looked at Jian Wushuang's back view. She seemed to have thought of something. "Wushuang, Lin Mansion." The battlefield was shifted from the front door of the Lin Mansion to the sky above the mansion. It was a one-sided battle. After the Xiang family joined, the Lin family could put up no resistance. Is it fate that the Lin family will go down today in history? Lin Taifeng was desperate. "Brother Lin, do not give up. There is still a chance." Zhui Yunfeng, who was not too far away, shouted at Lin Taifeng. "Chance?" Lin Taifeng laughed bitterly. He looked over at Zhui Yunfeng gratefully and said, "Brother Zhui, the Lin family has requested the help of many experts. You are the only one amongst them who is helping me wholeheartedly. The rest of them are here for their own vested interests. I am afraid I can only repay you in the next lifetime." "Do not say something so stupid," Lin Taifeng roared in a low voice. Suddenly, a white sword light appeared beside Zhui Yunfeng, and it swept towards his waist. Zhui Yunfeng was shocked. He tried to back off, but the sword light chased him down. The person who had created that sword light was a white-haired elder in white clothes. Zhuge Yun. Zhui Yunfeng turned pale. He was a chaotic divine demon from the Zhuge family. He was also known as the most powerful expert in the sword doctrine within the Anzhou prefecture. There was no way Zhui Yunfeng could stop such a powerful expert. "Watch out, brother Zhui," Lin Taifeng roared in a deep voice. He was preoccupied with Elder Chen and could not help Zhui Yunfeng at all. Zhui Yunfeng had a gloomy look. He gave it his all in an attempt to block the sword light. Just then, "This sword skill is so fast and unique." Zhui Yunfeng widened his eyes. He could only block 3 sword lights out of the many, even though he already tried his best. When the 4th sword light was descending upon him, he felt his life was in danger. The sword light targeted his head. It would have penetrated his head in the next moment. Just then, a formless energy swept forth. The sword light halted in midair. This halt gave Zhui Yunfeng a chance to back off. The sword light missed his head. Soul attack? This soul attack was extremely powerful. It was at the level of a half-step chaotic divine demon. Within the Lin Mansion, there wasn't anyone who could cast a soul attack at the power level of a half-step chaotic divine demon. Who cast it? Zhuge Yun stood there and surveyed the surroundings. What attracted his attention the most was a figure that had appeared out of nowhere. The figure was Jian Wushuang. He appeared beside Zhui Yunfeng. "Father," Jian Wushuang greeted him. "Wushuang." When Zhui Yunfeng saw Jian Wushuang, he was enraged. "What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be with your mother within the Purple Virtue Hall? Go back immediately." "If I leave now, I will never see you again," Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Zhui Yunfeng was stunned. He knitted his eyebrows. "No matter what, you do not have the ability to interfere with this battle. Take your mother and leave the Lin Mansion. Leave Anzhou Prefecture." Zhui Yunfeng said authoritatively. "I know my own abilities best. There is no need for me and mother to leave the Lin Mansion and Anzhou Prefecture." Jian Wushuang smiled lightly as he looked at Zhuge Yun. Chapter 2336. The most powerful sword cultivator in Anzhou Prefecture, chaotic divine demon, sword cultivator. You have reached initial success in the sword doctrine realm. If I am not wrong, you are known as the most powerful sword cultivator in the Anzhou prefecture, right? Zhuge Yun? Jin Wushuang looked at Zhuge Yun calmly. Looks like I am quite famous within the Anzhou prefecture. Any random youngster can recognize me. However, you cannot just call me so casually, Zhuge Yun said coldly. Youngster? I'm sorry. From today, the title of the most powerful sword cultivator in the Anzhou prefecture will belong to the youngster standing before you right now, Jin Wushuang said. Huh. Zhuge Yun was stunned before he mocked. Stop boasting. You are only in the chaotic realm. Even your father is no match for me. What makes you think that you can beat me? He was surprised by the fact that Jin Wushuang was in the chaotic realm. Even though Jin Wushuang had just broken through into the chaotic realm, there was no way he, as a chaotic divine demon, could deal with a mere chaotic realm expert. That would be a joke. Father, watch me, Jin Wushuang said. As soon as he finished his sentence, he attacked. Zhui Yunfeng wanted to say something. However, he realized Jin Wushuang had disappeared. By the time Jin Wushuang reappeared, he was already right in front of Zhuge Yun. This speed, Zhui Yunfeng widened his eyes in surprise. Even he was surprised at the speed Jin Wushuang traveled. Huh. Zhuge Yun was also surprised. The speed Jin Wushuang had was on par with, if not faster, than his. When Jin Wushuang reappeared, a sword light formed. This swing seemed ordinary, as though Jin Wushuang did not put an effort to the swing at all. As a sword cultivator, Zhuge Yun saw that Jin Wushuang's attack was extraordinary. This sword, is it? Zhuge Yun seemed to notice something different. He counterattacked immediately. A white, unique sword light was seen as it shot out like a venomous cobra. Clang! The two swords collided. Sword essences were gushing around wildly. Jin Wushuang tilted his sword and flicked up lightly. The sword in his hands was headed for Zhuge Yun's throat at a speed so fast that he barely had time to react. Shoo! Zhuge Yun sucked in a cold breath. He had to react. He too flicked his sword up to block Jin Wushuang's sword skills. Get lost! Zhuge Yun roared as he slashed at Jin Wushuang with a slash so powerful that it could even split heaven and earth apart. Jin Wushuang simply backed off to the side to evade this attack. You are incredibly fast with the martial art motion you have mastered. You have grasped the space-time rules of order, and your understanding of the sword doctrine is at the level of profound realm? Zhuge Yun looked at Jin Wushuang in disbelief. It was rare to see experts in the early-stage chaotic realm being enlightened to the space-time rules of order. Even though it was rare, there was more than one expert who had managed to do that in the Wuxia Barren region. However, an expert in the early-stage chaotic realm was in the profound realm of the sword doctrine realm? That was absurd. Furthermore, Jin Wushuang was not even 20 years old yet. An expert in his teens was enlightened to rules of order and had reached the profound realm in his understanding of the sword doctrine? Is he a monster? An anomaly? Zhuge Yun exclaimed softly. There were many geniuses in this world, and there were many of them within the Anzhou prefecture as well. For example, Zhuge Hong, Xiang Tuo from the Xiang family and Lin Tao from the Lin family were all geniuses. These geniuses would attract the attention of the clans within the Wuxia Barren region, but they would not go crazy over them. Under normal circumstances, these clans would only go after those unbelievably and incredibly talented geniuses. Zhuge Yun felt that Jin Wushuang was one of the people classified as an unbelievably and incredibly talented genius. He was out of this world. There might not be another man as talented as Jin Wushuang from the Wuxia Barren region. Once the clans from the Wuxia Barren region found out about the existence of such an insanely talented person, they would fight to recruit him at all cost. An intense flame of killing intent lit up in Zhuge Yun's eyes as he thought of this. As the enemy of such a person, it would spell disaster for the Zhuge family in the future. If Jin Wushuang wanted to, he could easily join clans such as the Water Fairy Island or other much more powerful clans. He could give certain conditions to these clans, such as annihilating the Zhuge family, before he would join them. Zhuge Yun believed that these top-tier clans would agree without hesitation and would even break certain agreements with other clans to fulfill Jin Wushuang's conditions. This person must die. Zhuge Yun was boiling with killing intent. A ray of white sword light appeared again. This time, It was brighter and even more shiny. You want to kill me? Jian Wushuang pursed his lips. He looked to the sword in his hand and said, Blood Mountain Sword. Today, we will fight till our heart's content. Hum, the Blood Mountain Sword trembled vigorously, as though it was replying to Jian Wushuang. Die! Jian Wushuang roared with a low voice as he attacked. The two most powerful sword cultivators from the Anzhou prefecture started their battle on the battlefield outside the Lin mansion. It was a fierce battle. Jian Wushuang's understanding of the rules of order and the sword doctrine was much deeper than Zhuge Yun's. His Blood Mountain sword was also at a higher tier than sword that Zhuge Yun used. Jian Wushuang was only lacking in the aspect of power. The divine power that Jian Wushuang had was at the level of a half-step chaotic divine demon. Furthermore, he had cultivated the immemorial celestial body, which had boosted his divine power to even greater heights. Even so, he was still not at the level of a real chaotic divine demon. However, there was more to divine power in a battle. Jian Wushuang went even against Zhuge Yun by using his superior understanding of the sword doctrine and rules of order. Both of them fought fiercely. It seemed as though both of them were evenly matched. Zhuge Yunfeng, who was at one side, was stunned. Wushuang, is that really my son? Zhuge Yunfeng could not believe his own eyes. Wushuang, he is only in the early stage chaotic realm, yet he is going even in a battle against the most powerful sword cultivator from the Anzhou prefecture? Zhuge Yunfeng muttered to himself. No, the fight is not even. Wushuang has a small advantage? Chapter 2337. Shocked. Zhuge Yunfeng was completely stumped. Moments ago, he had declared that Jian Wushuang had no rights to be there with just his chaotic realm cultivation base. He should remain in the Purple Virtue Hall with Luo Xinqin while looking for an opportunity to flee. Immediately after, Jian Wushuang had engaged Zhuge Yun in an intense battle and held his own well. In fact, he had the edge. If Jian Wushuang had no right to participate in this battle, wouldn't he be doing worse? Dang! The sound of metal clashing heavily rang. Jian Wushuang was knocked back several steps, but he regained his footing swiftly. In terms of the intensity of strength, I'm still a notch weaker, Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Junior. Zhuge Yun's haggard face had become extremely hideous. Flames of anger were raging in his eyes. Jian Wushuang's talent had made him feel fear. He was just an early-stage chaotic realm, and yet his grasp of the sword principle was so profound. He was even able to match evenly against a chaotic divine demon with his early-stage chaotic realm cultivation base. This made Zhuge Yun want to kill him even more. Die now! After a deafening roar, Zhuge Yun seemed to morph into a white glowing sword. Dazzling white light illuminated heaven and earth. It was as though there was a white sun that had come out of nowhere. Shocking sword essence swept towards Jian Wushuang with overwhelming momentum. He's using his ultimate move now? Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, but let out a chuckle soon after. Lin family is in a hugely disadvantageous state. I can't play around with them further. It's time to finish him off. Who? That glowing white sword flushed towards Jian Wushuang relentlessly. Endless sword essence sliced through the air and shot expeditiously towards Jian Wushuang. It was so fast that even a real chaotic divine demon could not react to it, let alone a chaotic realm or half-step divine demon. Junior, you should be proud to die for my strongest sword technique. Zhuge Yun's face was twitching and a chilling voice came from him. Shuang. Zhuge Yunfeng's complexion was deathly pale. He saw that Jian Wushuang's body was being pierced by that glowing white light of Zhuge Yun. Subconsciously, he assumed Jian Wushuang had been killed by Zhuge Yun. However, his penetrated figure split into two and dissipated into thin air. What? Zhuge Yun was astounded. He dodged it? How could it be? Even a real chaotic divine demon couldn't avoid my strongest strike. You don't understand? It's really simple. It's because my understanding of the space-time rules of order is way deeper than you imagined. A mocking voice rang in Zhuge Yun's ears suddenly. Zhuge Yun turned around immediately and only saw a brilliant light flashing across. That brilliant sword light was mesmerizing and intoxicating. When he swung that strike, even the void space was affected as ripples reverberated through. The surrounding space-time seemed come to a halt at that moment. That was the space-time sword principle that Jian Wushuang had created, Snow Cleave. Zhuge Yun stood there blankly, only seeing the strike before his eyes. This was the last time he would see anything at all. The sword light sliced through mercilessly as Zhuge Yun's head was tossed into the sky. The publicly recognized #1 sword cultivator and a chaotic divine demon had been killed on the spot. Dead? He's dead? Shuang killed Zhuge Yun? When Zhui Yunfeng saw Zhuge Yun's head before him, he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Several people in the vicinity witnessed this scene as well. How could this be possible? Ancient Elder is dead? It's Jian Wushuang. He killed a chaotic divine demon? Regardless of if it was the Zhuge family, Lin family, Xiang family, or the numerous experts that had been hired by both parties, they were all dumbfounded at this juncture. A chaotic divine demon could definitely be overbearing in Anzhou Prefecture. In fact, he would be a first-rate expert in the entire Wuxia Baron region. In the battle today, chaotic divine demon was undoubtedly the strongest battle force. The intense battle till now had resulted in lots of chaotic realm experts losing their lives. Even several half-step divine demons had been killed. However, all chaotic divine demons were intact and both parties had not seen the death of a chaotic divine demon yet. Even when Lin family was in an absolute disadvantageous state, the 4 chaotic divine demons still didn't pose a life-threatening threat to him. And now, the first chaotic divine demon had fallen, and the one who had killed him was only a chaotic realm. How is this possible? It cannot be. No matter how amazing a chaotic realm talent is, there's no way he could kill a chaotic divine demon in a direct battle. Everyone was in disbelief. However, Jian Wushuang was still composed after killing Zhuge Yun. It was as though killing a chaotic divine demon was an insignificant thing for him. Moreover, he didn't slow down. He moved and charged into the battle beside him. Wang. A figure had moved to the side of a blue-haired lady silently. The blue-haired lady was one of the 3 chaotic divine demons from the Xiang family. She was going all out and was about to kill a half-step divine demon from Lin Mansion when the figure appeared. What? The blue-haired lady got a big scare and didn't care about killing the half-step divine demon anymore. She dodged to one side and thrusted her black spear in the direction Jian Wushuang had charged to. Your reaction is pretty impressive. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Moving his wrist slightly, the sword essence in his hand changed instantly. The silent strike that aimed to slice the lady through her waist changed abruptly into a strike with the overwhelming momentum of a thunderstorm. Pong! The Blood Mountain sword happened to clash with the tip of the long spear and deflect it slightly. Immediately after, Jian Wushuang took a huge stride forward before thrusting his Blood Mountain sword forward. He circled the black long spear and went for the head of the blue-haired lady directly. The blue-haired lady was astonished. However, she was quick to retract her long spear. Before Jian Wushuang could reach her head, she had pulled back the long spear to defend herself against the sword. Dang! A crisp collision sounded, and the blue-haired lady was knocked back several steps. Killing intent gleamed in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Rumble. Terrifying swords explode like collapsing mountains, and endless sword figures emerged and had the blue-haired lady completely surrounded. Shit! The blue-haired lady was flabbergasted. It was then a huge purple staff came from the side. That purple staff crashed in dominantly and smashed Jian Wushuang's countless sword shadows to the brink of collapse. Huh! Jian Wushuang squinted his eyes, moved and dodged to the side. The blue-haired lady recovered her composure and 2 figures appeared beside her at the same time. Those 2 figures were none other than the other 2 chaotic divine demons, one of which was the family head of Xiang family, Xiangzong. Chapter 2338. 1 verses 3. Are you all right? Xiangzong asked the blue-haired lady. Not a big issue. Fortunately, you guys are around. Otherwise, even if hadn't died from that strike, I'd be severely injured. Now, fear was in her eyes as she looked at Jian Wushuang. The earlier strike had indeed been dangerous. You killed Zhuge Yun first, and almost killed a divine demon realm expert from our Xiang family. Brat, although I know nothing about your background, you will definitely still die today. Xiang Zong was solemn and intense, killing intent gleamed in his eyes. Definitely die? By your hand? Jian Wushuang said with contempt. I alone would naturally not be enough. However, what if 3 divine demon realm experts were to team up? Xiang Zong shouted. Team up? 3 against 1. Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows. Xiang Zong took a glance at the 2 people next to him and said, This brat is the greatest uncertainty on the battlefield. Only by finishing him off can we achieve the outcome we desire. Let's team up against him. All right. The 2 divine demon realm experts from Xiang family nodded. The next instant, the trio struck at the same time. The 3 divine demon realm experts turned into 3 bolts of lightning as they charged towards Jian Wushuang. Scumbags! A short distance away, Zhui Yunfeng was infuriated when he witnessed what was happening. 3 divine demon realm experts teaming up against a junior that isn't even 20 years old? The Xiang family is truly embarrassing. Shameless. Shameless. Some experts in the Lin Mansion berated. However, the 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family were unmoved. What a joke. Jian Wushuang had killed Zhuge Yun in a direct clash. Zhuge Yun was widely regarded as the #1 sword cultivator in Anzhou Prefecture previously. Although he had not reached the peak of 3rd grade divine demon, he wasn't weak at all. Lin Taifeng and Elder Chen, who were both elite 3rd grade divine demons, wouldn't be confident about killing him even if they were confident of suppressing or defeating him. Yet, he had still been killed by Jian Wushuang. This was a testament that Jian Wushuang wasn't any weaker than Lin Taifeng or Elder Chen. If they were to deal with an expert of this level, they would likely not end up any better than Zhuge Yun. Teaming up was the wisest decision. However, even though the 3 divine demon realm experts from Xiang family had teamed up, Jian Wushuang didn't feel any fear. When the 3 divine demon realm experts from Xiang family struck, Jian Wushuang made his move as well. He was like a specter, and he utilized his understanding of space-time rules of order to the limits. In the blink of an eye, he clashed with the 3 divine demon realm experts. The family head of Xiang family used a long purple staff. It was filled with overwhelming strength and smashed towards Jian Wushuang. The blue-haired lady was using a long black spear. She was just like a silent, venomous snake, constantly going for Jian Wushuang's openings. The last expert was a burly old man with long hair. He was using a pair of red gloves. When clashing with Jian Wushuang directly, he was like 2 volcanoes that were constantly erupting against Jian Wushuang. Even when facing the powerful and daunting attacks of these experts, Jian Wushuang still appeared exceptionally composed. He put on a perfect display of swordsmanship. Each move looked casual and simple but was fluid and consistent. It was especially so for the unique essence of his sword techniques. Sometimes, he was fast and violent, while at other times he appeared soft and flimsy. This often threw his opponents off their tempo. His movements were even more creepy. With his space-time rules of order, the 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family couldn't keep up with him at all. When Jian Wushuang had fought Zhuge Yun moments ago, he had not shown his sword principle at all. He had been just casually swinging his sword, and yet was evenly matched against Zhuge Yun. In fact, some considered him to have an edge against Zhuge Yun. Now that he was using his full strength, he wasn't in a disadvantageous stage despite facing 3 opponents at the same time. The fighting raged on the battlefield. Jian Wushuang's battle with the 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family was equally intense. The 3 divine demon realm experts used all their strength but still couldn't gain an upper hand against Jian Wushuang. 1 against 3, and they are evenly matched? Is this a joke? Those are 3 divine demon realm experts? When the surrounding people witnessed the battle, they were completely stupefied. The 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family weren't elites among 3rd grade divine demons. The family head of Xiang family, Xiang Zong, was only nearing the top-tier divine demons and was still a little inferior to Lin Taifeng and Elder Chen. However, this was 3 divine demon realm experts teaming up. Even Lin Taifeng and Elder Chun would have been suppressed against their coalition. Perhaps only a second-grade divine demon could deal with 3 of them with ease. And now, the strength displayed by Jian Wushuang. Could he possess the battle strength of a second-grade divine demon? But he's only at the chaotic realm. No one could believe what they were seeing. Indeed, if they had not seen with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed an early-stage chaotic realm could go against 3 chaotic divine demons at the same time. This wasn't possible. However, reality had proven otherwise. There's hope. My Lin family has hope. While Jian Wushuang was clashing with the 3 divine demon realm experts, those from the Lin mansion were feeling overjoyed. Lin Taifeng was especially so. Previously, he had been in despair. He had thought that the annihilation of Lin mansion was inevitable. But now, although Lin mansion was still in grave danger, the appearance of Jian Wushuang had given him a glimmer of hope. Disregarding all others, Jian Wushuang had killed a divine demon realm expert from the Zhuge family. Now, he was able to hold back 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family. This was the same as the other party losing the battle strength of 4 divine demons. Only 3 divine demon realm experts from the Zhuge family and Xiang family were free. This was 1 fewer than in the Lin mansion. The pressure that the Lin mansion had to face had decreased substantially. Quick! Stop them! Stop the attacks of the Zhuge family and Xiang family. Stop them and our Lin mansion will have hope. Lin Taifeng growled like a lunatic. Some experts from the Lin mansion had become extremely excited as well. Initially, the majority of them had seen this as a hopeless situation. Some even thought of fleeing. However, strong battle desires had risen within them once again. They could see hope now. With the divine demon realm experts holding back, they just had to stop experts below the divine demon realm from Zhuge family and Xiang family. This made it a lot more possible for Lin mansion to survive. Kill! Kill! An earth-shattering roar reverberated through the air as the men from Lin mansion started their frantic counterattacks. Seeing this, Zhuge Yuancheng found it hilarious. A last-ditch struggle? How foolish. Kill everyone in the Lin family. Exterminate them. Chapter 2339. False Reincarnation Cleave. Die. The experts from Zhuge family and Xiang family were on a killing spree and clearly in higher spirits than those from the Lin family. Even though the Lin family had reversed her predicament in terms of divine demon realm battle strength, there were still huge differences between both parties' half-step divine demons and chaotic realms. It was especially so since Lin mansion had lost several experts at the beginning of the intense battle. Furthermore, some experts hired by Lin mansion had escaped when they started noticing things weren't going their way. Therefore, the Lin mansion was at a greater disadvantage in terms of half-step divine demons and chaotic realms than expected. In battle, it was common to see 2 to 3 similar cultivation-based cultivators attacking 1 Lin mansion expert. The only advantage Lin mansion had was the additional chaotic divine demon. The Zhuge family had arranged for 4 half-step divine demon to team up against him. This made it impossible for the additional chaotic divine demon to break away. Even though those from the Lin mansion had seen hope and had reignited their fighting spirits, the situation on the ground wasn't changing. Wang. Jian Wushuang was like a bow, and the Blood Mountain sword in his hand was like the arrow as he thrust it out. The razor-sharp sword light clashed against the volcano-like fists of that burly old man. The overbearing force from the collision forced Jian Wushuang and that burly old man a step back. The next instant, Jian Wushuang moved and vanished creepily from sight. When he showed himself again, he was right next to the blue-haired lady and swinging his sword silently towards her. He had shown his mastery in sword principle. Even though he was facing 3 chaotic divine demons, he wasn't losing in any aspect. While fighting, he had seen the situations in other areas. He could tell the huge differences between both parties on the battlefield that couldn't be made up for. In terms of overall strength, the differences are too huge. Even if I kill Zhuge Yun and hold back 3 chaotic divine demons, it will probably not reverse the eventual defeat that awaits the Lin family. There's no other way. I have to take a further step. A cold, ruthless light gleamed in his eyes as he glanced at that blue-haired lady. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang's figure appeared before their eyes once again. The three divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family started out with the intention to kill Jin Wushuang. However, as the battle progressed, they were getting more and more fearful. And now, they weren't even confident of defeating Jin Wushuang in battle, let alone killing him. Is this brat really just an early-stage chaotic realm? The burly old man growled. He had never seen an early-stage chaotic realm that could knock him back with a single sword strike. Regardless, this brat has chosen to stand against our Xiang family. If our Xiang family can't erase him this time, and he takes note of it, no one will be able to save our Xiang family, not even the Golden Cauldron sect. Xiang Zong roared. Kill him. We need a plan to kill him, the blue-haired lady remarked. How do we do it? The burly old man glanced at the blue-haired lady. The blue-haired lady and Xiang Zong quieted down. Yeah, how could they kill him? They weren't even confident about defeating him currently. How were they going to kill him? Moreover, they could tell Jin Wushuang had an extremely profound understanding of the space-time rules of order that even an ordinary third-grade divine demon wouldn't possess. In fact, even second-grade divine demon might not be at this level of attainment. With his grasp of space-time rules of order, no one probably could stop him if he intended to escape, not even with all the divine demon realm experts teaming up. At this juncture, shocking killing intent raged out from the eyes of Jin Wushuang. Immediately after, Jin Wushuang disappeared creepily before their eyes. Yes, he vanished. At the very least, they couldn't see him with their naked eyes. Even if they used their soul powers, they would barely catch a glimpse of an eerie figure. When Jin Wushuang showed himself again, he was next to the burly old man. Moreover, he slashed at the head of the burly old man at a speed that was incredibly fast. Be careful, Xiang Zong shouted as a warning. Brat, don't be too full of yourself. The burly old man erupted, and his scorching red right hand smashed towards Jin Wushuang like an active giant volcano. The direct clash of the volcano and the sword shadow didn't cause any collision of strength. That sword shadow disappeared together with Jin Wushuang before the watchful eyes of the trio. That's an illusion. The burly old man was stumped. An illusion left behind with space-time rules of order? Xiang Zong was equally astonished. However, his expression darkened instantly. Shit. When Xiang Zong reacted, he looked at where the blue-haired lady was. Indeed, Jin Wushuang was right in front of the blue-haired lady. At the same time, Jin Wushuang swung out his sword. Reincarnation sword principle, false. Reincarnation cleave. Wong. A blurry sword light lit up and sliced towards the blue-haired lady. The sword light was unusually fast, to the point that almost no one could react to it on time. However, the blue-haired lady was a chaotic divine demon after all. Although the sudden appearance of Jin Wushuang gave her a huge shock, she reacted immediately. She thrusted the long spear forward and wanted to block the blurry sword light that had been launched by Jin Wushuang. Her eyes were fixed on that sword light. I can make it. I can stop it. The blue-haired lady thought to herself. She could see her spear was in time to block that sword light. Just as expected, the black long spear went before that blurry sword light. Instantly, the blue-haired lady was at ease. Pong! The sword light had sliced her. As a chaotic divine demon, her holy body was extremely tough. However, it wasn't sufficient to stop this attack. In a single strike, her holy body collapsed and her consciousness was fading. Before it had even vanished completely, she was completely lost. Impossible. I did stop it. I stopped that sword strike. The blue-haired lady wanted to scream, but couldn't enunciate her words. Soon, all signs of life deserted her. Even in death, the blue-haired lady couldn't understand how she had been killed by that strike. She had stopped that sword strike. At the very least, that's what she believed. In reality, she hadn't. False reincarnation cleave. Illusory and unfathomable. Jin Wushuang remained scarily cold while staring at the despairing blue-haired lady. It had been 19 years since he had been reincarnated. In those 19 years, he hadn't just been thinking of ways to recover to his cultivation base. In addition, His understanding of rules of order and advancements in sword principle had not lagged behind. On the contrary, they had improved by leaps and bounds. For example, in the aspect of space-time rules of order, he had made significant breakthroughs compared to in his previous life. He was just about able to create illusions using space-time rules of order. Even though they were illusions and some experts could see through them with a single glance, it was more than sufficient to fool an ordinary chaotic divine demon. Moreover, in the aspect of the space-time sword principle, he had created his first move, Snow Cleave. Chapter 2340, Defeat. Jian Wushuang's improvement in the aspect of space-time had been rapid. However, his understanding of reincarnation rules of order in his previous life was even greater. Moreover, he had been through the reincarnation passage and been reincarnated. This had let him experience the mystery of reincarnation and was of unbelievable great help in his understanding of the reincarnation rules of order. As a result, his grasp of the reincarnation rules of order was the greatest it had ever been. His application of reincarnation power was several times stronger than in his previous life. In the aspect of sword principle, he had created the first move of reincarnation sword principle, the Samsara. At 19 years old, he had created the second move. The second move was none other than the false reincarnation cleave. This was a sword principle that infused the reincarnation power. This move wasn't just strong. The more important thing was the illusion within the sword principle. The sword principle was the sword shadow that the blue-haired lady had seen previously. She had thought she could block that sword shadow with her long spear, and she could have succeeded. However, unbeknownst to her, it was just an illusory shadow. The real strike was hidden before the illusion. A completely invisible strike. It was that strike that had killed the blue-haired lady. This blue-haired lady was the second chaotic divine demon that Jian Wushuang had killed in this battle. This time, he had done so when he was going up against 3 chaotic divine demons at the same time. How can this be possible? This, Xiang Zong and the burly old man were shocked. They had seen with their own eyes how Jian Wushuang had killed the blue-haired lady, and yet there was nothing they could do. Now, after killing the blue-haired lady, Jian Wushuang's cold gaze locked down on them. Whoosh! Jian Wushuang struck once again. This time, his target was the burly old man. Wang. A brilliant sword light illuminated the area. That brilliant sword light was mesmerizing and intoxicating. When he swung out that strike, even the void space was affected as ripples reverberated through. The surrounding space-time seemed to have come to a halt at that moment. Space-time sword principle, Snow Cleave. Arg! The burly old man exploded with rage and punched relentlessly. However, the sword light that Jian Wushuang had released was exceptionally strange. It flashed past his fist and landed on his holy body directly. The burly old man was strong in offense and incredible with his holy body. However, after taking this strike, he spewed a large mouthful of blood and his complexion paled instantly. Fortunately, he wasn't killed directly by Jian Wushuang. Retreat. Retreat now. Xiang Zong shouted in a hurry. The burly old man wasn't silly. In the first instant, he retreated frantically and opened up a distance from Jian Wushuang. Moreover, he quickly met up with Xiang Zong. Both of them had fixed their eyes on Jian Wushuang from a long distance away. The burly old man was at a loss for words. Moments ago, he had killed that blue-haired lady with a single swing. Now, he was injured in a single strike? How strong was he? He's too strong? Perhaps his battle prowess has not reached the level of a second-grade divine demon. His sword principle is even more frightening than any second-grade divine demon I've seen, Xiang Zong commented. Both of them were shocked and wouldn't dare to make a move on Jian Wushuang again. As for Jian Wushuang, he stared daggers at them. The next moment, he charged into the battle beside him. The battle between the half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts was reaching a critical stage. Lin Mansion was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. One could even say they were doomed for destruction. Each Lin Mansion's expert had to face 2 or 3 experts of similar level at the same time. For example, Jian Wushuang's father had to face 2 half-step divine demons. Looking at the situation, defeat seemed to be set in stone. However, Jian Wushuang had appeared now. First, he appeared above Zhuo Yunfeng, and a blinding sword light illuminated the area. The half-step divine demons that were engaged in an intense battle with Zhuo Yunfeng couldn't escape in time before the blinding light penetrated their bodies and killed them. Immediately after, Jian Wushuang vanished. Shou, 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 shou. Sword lights were appearing across several battles in the Lin Mansion. Jian Wushuang's movement was extremely unique. Each time he vanished and reappeared, a sword light shot out. No one could stop the sword light. Regardless if it was chaotic realm experts or half-step divine demons, no one could take a strike from Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was killing an expert with each swing. After several dozen cycles of vanishing and reappearing, he swung out several dozen strikes and killed several dozen experts from Zhuge family and Xiang family. All of this happened in several instances and took no longer than a single breath of time. Within a single breath of time, he killed several dozen experts. If this carried on, retreat. Everyone from the Xiang family, retreat immediately. Xiang Zong gave his orders instantly. His face was flushed as he shouted to rush the experts from Xiang family. At the same time, he was filled with fear. Monster. This brat is definitely a monster. He isn't a simple monster and not just a god of death. The speed he is killing at is too fast. In several moments, several dozens of experts have fallen. My Xiangzong accounted for 1/3 of the casualties. If we allow him to carry on slaughtering, our Xiang family will definitely be annihilated by them. Even we might not survive. The burly old man was shocked. If this was the case for the mighty chaotic divine demon, the half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts were probably scared out of wits. When they heard the orders from Xiangzong, those in the Xiang family chose to escape without hesitation. All of them were retreating rapidly, fearing they would be targeted by the god of death. The Xiang family retreated from the battle under the leadership of Xiangzong and the burly old man. This left the remaining Zhuge family completely flustered. Damn it! Damn it! Zhuge Yuanchong roared furiously and couldn't vent the endless anger that was within him. However, as the leader of a family and a divine demon realm expert, he knew what the most important thing was at that time. With Xiang family evacuating, Zhuge family could still have an advantage in the number of half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts. However, as Jian Wushuang continued his indiscriminate slaughtering, this advantage was being chipped away. If they continued like this, Zhuge Yuanchong was certain that the doomsday of the Zhuge family would arrive soon. Evacuate! Evacuate now! Zhuge Yuanchong swung his hand and retreated through the air outside of Lin Mansion. The remaining experts from the Zhuge family and those few from Dongzhou sect didn't hesitate. In just moments, numerous experts that had fought their way into Lin Mansion had been erased cleanly, leaving just their corpses behind. Chapter 2341. Center of attention in the Lin Mansion. Corpses were everywhere and blood stained the entire ground. In fact, even the sky was tinted a shade of red. The pungent smell of blood was nauseating and filled every corner in the Lin Mansion. The blood that was shed could have formed a river. Luckily, the killings had stopped in the Lin Mansion. At the top of a building, 2 chaotic realm experts from the Lin Mansion looked down at the surrounding scene. They couldn't help but pale. Who would have thought that we would survive this time, and that our Lin Mansion would manage to stop the joint attack from the Zhuge family and Xiang family? I couldn't believe it either. When the Xiang family showed up, I thought our Lin family was over. Yet, both of them remained silent, but turned to face the same direction at the same time. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The various Lin Mansion's experts that survived were all looking in the same direction. In the air, a man was standing. A young man who looked way younger than the rest and was carrying a sword. He stood there coldly and the aura around him was kept in check perfectly. He didn't say a word, but the atmosphere froze. Everything around him lost its luster. The entire Lin mansion was shrouded in deathly silence. If there was a sound, it was the trickle of fresh blood that was dripping off the long sword carried by the young man. The crowd felt unprecedented shock and fear. Shock because he had displayed a strength that didn't match his age. Fear because he had committed a massacre within that short period. Everything had happened in a moment. Within 2 breaths of time, over 40 experts from the Zhuge family and Xiang family had died in his hands. In comparison, the total number of experts from the Xiang family and Zhuge family that had died over the entire battle was only 60. Among those that were killed, 2 dead chaotic divine demons were killed by that young man with the sword. He's no different from the god of death, a half-step divine demon exclaimed. However, he shut his mouth for good immediately after. The other experts from the Lin mansion gasped in astonishment. They knew Jian Wushuang. It was also because they knew him that it was so hard for them to accept it. They knew Jian Wushuang was just 19 this year. No matter how talented an ordinary cultivator was, it would be incredible to exchange blows with a chaotic realm. What about Jian Wushuang? Killing peak chaotic realms was like killing chickens to him. Killing half-step divine demons was like slaughtering dogs to him. He had even killed chaotic divine demons. How unbelievable was that? Senior Sister Hua. The 2 half-step divine demons from Thunder Sound sect gathered beside Fire Fairy. One of them wanted to say something, but ended up keeping quiet. I know what you guys are thinking. I'm feeling the same way. It's unbelievable. Fire Fairy commented and felt unprecedentedly astonished by Jian Wushuang. Senior Sister Hua, you are more experienced and knowledgeable about the talented disciples in Thunder Sound sect. Could the few most demon-like disciples in our Thunder Fire sect be a match for him? The person asked. Match him? What rights do our disciples have to compare with him? Fire Fairy forced out a bitter smile. He's an early-stage chaotic realm that has reached great achievement in sword principle, mastering space-time rules of order and reincarnation rules of order. Moreover, his grasp is extremely profound. It is especially so regarding the reincarnation rules of order. If I'm right, his understanding of reincarnation rules of order could even match a first-grade divine demons. More importantly, he could easily kill a chaotic divine demon when he's just an early-stage chaotic realm. Hee. There won't be a second unprecedented monster like him in the entire Wuxia Baron region, let alone our Thunder Sound sect. His talents are just like his name suggests, unparalleled in the world. At the very least, no one in the Wuxia Baron region could be a match for his talents. Fire Fairy was extremely solemn as she spoke. Although this was just her appraisal of Jian Wushuang, she was certain she hadn't exaggerated all. Within the Wuxia Baron region, it was impossible to find a second person that could be compared with Jian Wushuang. Even in the greater absolute beginning divine world, one might not find a similar monster to him, let alone in the Wuxia Baron region. The 2 half-step divine demons from Thunder Fire sect gulped down their saliva upon hearing Fire Fairy. They couldn't keep their composure any longer. Center of attention, Jian Wushuang was undoubtedly the focus of everyone. However, he looked extremely calm before the watchful eyes of the crowd. He had killed lots of people in this battle. One could even say he had started a massacre. However, the number of people he had killed over close to 100,000 years in his previous life easily dwarfed his kills today. A massacre like this was nothing and wouldn't affect his emotions at all. With this, the battle had concluded. He was still looking icy cold and remained exceptionally calm. He put away his Blood Mountain sword and his Qian Kuan ring before looking for his father and went towards him. Father! Jian Wushuang looked at Zhuo Yunfeng and extended his soul power. He realized Zhuo Yunfeng had only suffered light injuries and wouldn't be in any danger. It was then that he felt relieved. As for Zhuo Yunfeng, he was staring blankly at Jian Wushuang. He was feeling a myriad of emotions. There was fear, ecstasy, and disbelief. Was this young man before him really his son? Killing peak chaotic realm and half-step divine demons like he was slaughtering chickens and dogs? Was this young man who killed 2 powerful chaotic divine demons really his son? Since when had his son grown to be so powerful? Father, if you are all right, let's head for the Purple Virtue Hall first. Mother should be feeling really anxious now, said Jian Wushuang. Yeah, you are right. It was then that Zhuo Yunfeng reacted. Let's go. We will look for your mother at Purple Virtue Hall first. Upon finishing his words, Zhuo Yunfeng and Jian Wushuang headed towards Purple Virtue Hall. Brother Zhuo Wushuang, in his tone, that was slight fear and respect. The one who spoke was none other than the family head of the Lin family, Lin Taifeng. Lin Taifeng was an elite third-grade divine demon. However, even he was astounded by the strength Jian Wushuang had shown. Uncle Lin, we are going to see my mother at Purple Virtue Hall first. Let's talk in detail later, said Jian Wushuang. All right, you should. Lin Taifeng nodded and wouldn't interfere. Jian Wushuang and Zhuo Yunfeng left the place. However, those that were part of the intense battle previously were still feeling stupefied. They couldn't react fully to the situation. Chapter 2342. Gratitude Wang. The door to the hall opened and two figures darted in. Those two were naturally Jian Wushuang and Zhuo Yunfeng. Husband, Shuang. Seeing the two approaching figures, Luo Xinqin finally heaved a sigh of relief. She felt joy and rushed over. Xinqin, we are fine. We are fine now. Zhuo Yunfeng hurried forward and put his arms over Luo Xinqin. Before the crowd, Luo Xinqin quickly broke free and walked towards Jian Wushuang. Shuang, are you all right? Mother, rest assured. Although father has suffered light injuries, it shouldn't be a major issue. As for me, I'm not injured, Jian Wushuang replied with a smile. That's great. That's great. Luo Xinqin finally felt at ease. Everyone. Jian Wushuang surveyed his surroundings and still saw many disciples and family members who were anxious and worried. He shouted in a hearty tone, "Those from the Zhuge family are defeated. Lin Mansion is fine now." We are fine now? Did we make it? Yes. The commotion has died down. The battle is over. Haha, I knew it. The meager Zhuge family definitely couldn't do anything to our Lin family. Ecstasy took over and many young disciples even jumped for joy. Since the beginning of the battle, they had been living in fear. They had been fearful that they couldn't take the attacks of the Zhuge family and that their last resort would be to escape from Lin Mansion. However, it appeared that they wouldn't have to go to that stage. As such, they were naturally overjoyed. However, some chaotic realm around knew the series of events of the battle. Therefore, when they looked at Jian Wushuang, they were grateful and respectful. Jian Wushuang took a glance at Lin Tao and the man in black attire. Immediately, they looked over and greeted Jian Wushuang. Thinking back, they hadn't seen Jian Wushuang as anything when they'd first seen him. Although both of them had remained in the Purple Virtue Hall as guards throughout the battle today, they were aware of the entire battle through their soul power. They knew clearly the reason why the Lin family still existed after this battle, and the people in the Purple Virtue Hall wouldn't have to go to their last resort. It was because of this man before them who was even younger than them. To think they had looked down on Jian Wushuang previously. With his own strength, he had forcefully turned the tables around and killed two divine demon realm experts. Moreover, within 2 breaths of time, he had massacred dozens of experts and sent chills down the spines of the experts from the two families. It was because of this that Lin Mansion remained intact now. Regardless of his talents or strength, Lin Tao, the man in black attire whom everyone had seen in the battle with their soul power, was impressed and convinced. Father, mother, let's leave this place, said Jian Wushuang. Yeah. Zhuo Yunfeng nodded his head. Soon, the family of 3 left Purple Virtue Hall and headed for the courtyard in which they were living. As for the rest of the Lin family, they cleaned up the mess of the major battle. Although the Lin family had survived this grueling battle, lots of experts had fallen. The Lin Mansion didn't celebrate wildly. All that was left was a bitterly cold environment. This had nothing more to do with Jian Wushuang. At night, the Lin Mansion went quiet. The corpses of experts and the river of blood that ran through Lin Mansion had been cleaned up. Many experts of Lin Mansion and a few from Thunder Sound Sect, along with some invited experts, had gathered in the meeting hall for a discussion. In the previous meeting, Lin Yin had dragged Jian Wushuang to an inconspicuous corner. In that corner, he hadn't have any rights to speak up. However, In the meeting just a few days later, Jin Wushuang was seated at the very front, next to his father, Zhuo Yunfeng. As for Fire Fairy from Thunder Sound Sect, she sat opposite Jin Wushuang. When Jin Wushuang took his seat, everyone's attention focused on him. This included people like Fire Fairy. They had a deep curiosity for this unbelievable, unprecedented monster. They wanted to know how Jin Wushuang could kill chaotic divine demons when he was just an early-stage chaotic realm. Moreover, he had killed 2 chaotic divine demons. Nonetheless, they kept their thoughts to themselves, and no one dared to take the initiative to ask the question. When everyone had arrived, Lin Taifeng stood up, clasped his fist to his palm, and announced solemnly, "This time, Lin Mansion is grateful for everyone's help in the face of the major crisis. It is because of you guys that we made it out. I'm truly grateful. It is especially so for Fire Fairy and others from Thunder Sound Sect, and also Mad Lion." Lin Taifeng thanked them individually. "You were too courteous. In this battle, our Thunder Sound Sect wasn't of much help," said Fire Fairy. She was just being humble. Although the main credit was owed to Jin Wushuang, her Thunder Sound Sect had contributed greatly. "I've received your fees and naturally have to fulfill your request. Lin Family Head, you just have to give me the remuneration as promised. Anything else will be unnecessary." Mad Lion had a different attitude towards this. "Mad Lion, you can be assured that my Lin family won't give anything less." Lin Taifeng chuckled and looked towards Zhuo Yunfeng and Jin Wushuang. He took a deep breath and became visibly more serious than before. "Brother Zhuo, and my dear nephew, the main reason why my Lin Mansion has survived is because of your help. I, Lin Taifeng, and my Lin family will never forget this gratitude. Please accept my thanks." Upon finishing his words, Lin Taifeng bowed towards Zhuo Yunfeng and Jin Wushuang before the crowd. "Brother Lin, this won't do. Please get up." Zhuo Yunfeng hurried forward to help Lin Taifeng up. "You and I are brothers in life and death. When your Lin family is in danger, it's only natural for me to help out. There's no need for this." "Yeah, Uncle Lin, this is just a small matter. Don't worry about it," Jin Wushuang added. "I won't dwell on this." Lin Taifeng shook his head and added, "From today onwards, my Lin family and I will never hesitate in anything you request as long as it is something within our means." "Brother Lin, you are being too courteous again." Zhuo Yunfeng was visibly a little discontented. "Haha." Lin Taifeng laughed heartily. As for Jin Wushuang, he had a strange expression. "I still require lots of cultivation resources for my Punisher God. Although I asked my father, I still couldn't get everything I needed." As for the Lin family, Jin Wushuang had an idea sprouting in his mind. Chapter 2343. The Invitation from the Thunder Sound Sect in the Meeting Hall. "Brother Lin, what were the losses for this battle?" asked Zhuo Yunfeng. At the talk of losses, Lin Taifeng's expression darkened instantly. After some time, he heaved a sigh and said, "The Lin family's losses this time are huge. Almost half of all half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts have fallen." "Nearly half?" Everyone in the hall gasped, but soon understood the reason. Indeed, this battle had been too brutal. It was so even before Jin Wushuang made a move. The parties weren't equal from the beginning, and the Lin family could only rely on having a greater number of weaker chaotic realms to make up the difference in strength. This undoubtedly increased the losses. If Jin Wushuang had been a tad slower, few half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts would remain. However, this wasn't really the fault of Jin Wushuang, as he had stepped in at a rather early stage. At least, it seemed that way to him. After all, he had lots of considerations to make. His greatest concern was the huge ruckus he knew ahead, because once he got involved. At that time, numerous sects and experts in the Wuxia Baron region had had their eyes on him. This wasn't something that he wanted. If it had just been an ordinary relationship, he wouldn't have stepped in. It was only because he had some connections with the Lin Mansion, and his father was clearly friends of life and death with the Lin family that he had stepped in. However, he had now been pushed into the limelight. Wuxia Baron region is just a deserted and inconspicuous area. It shouldn't be an issue even if I'm a little famous here. The high and mighty masters of Holy Land in the absolute beginning divine world and other supreme experts won't pay attention to a small place like this. Nonetheless, I should keep a low profile. It's a shame that I can't do so even if I want to after this battle. Jian Wushuang thought to himself. In the hall, everyone was feeling sorry about the Lin family's losses. After this battle, my Lin family has suffered greatly. Most likely, we won't recover in a short period. Fortunately, my Lin family did not suffer any losses in terms of Divine Demon Realm experts. As long as we have 2 Divine Demon Realm experts stationed here, my Lin family will still be one of the 6 elite families in Anzhou Prefecture, Lin Taifeng remarked. Also, although my Lin family has suffered huge losses, Zhuge family and Xiang family aren't in much better shape. Their losses won't be lower than ours. Furthermore, both of them have lost a Divine Demon Realm expert each. For them, this is definitely a huge blow. After incurring such losses, they won't attack my Lin family again unless they are putting everything at stake. The surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. Within Anzhou Prefecture, there wasn't just the Lin family, Zhuge family, and Xiang family. The other 3 families had been observing the rest carefully. This time, the other 3 families hadn't made a move during the intense battle between the 3 families. This was because they wouldn't have stood to gain from it. However, with the 3 families incurring huge losses, if their conflict escalated further, the other 3 families would reap the most benefits by keeping out of it. Although the 2 families will start a war with my Lin family in the short term, they will definitely resent my Lin family. Also, Lin Taifeng looked at Jian Wushuang. Nephew Wushuang, this crisis is on my Lin family. However, it's because of your interference that the 2 families went home in defeat. Moreover, their losses are largely your doing. Therefore, the 2 families will definitely pin the blame on you, and will even target you. Jian Wushuang raised an eyebrow, and wasn't surprised by it. On the other hand, Zhui Yunfeng became gloomy. Sensing the change in expression on Zhui Yunfeng, Lin Taifeng said, Brother Zhua, you won't have to worry too much about it. Nephew Wushuang's strength is clear for all to see. Regardless of if it is the Zhuge family or the Xiang family, they will have to think carefully if they want to make a move on Nephew Wushuang. Moreover, you guys are still in my Lin mansion. If the 2 families dare to charge in, my Lin family will fight alongside Nephew Wushuang even if it means death. Even so, Zhuge family and Xiang family have been in Anzhou Prefecture for a very long time. Their backgrounds are extremely deep. Zhuge family is still manageable. The key is Xiang family. That's one of the most ancient and most powerful families in Anzhou Prefecture. If Shuang is targeted by the Xiang family, Zhui Yunfeng frowned deeply. Governor Zhua, this is a really easy thing to handle. I have a solution in mind. The sudden voice came from Fire Fairy, who was opposite of Jian Wushuang. May I know what Fire Fairy has in mind? Asked Zhui Yunfeng. It's really simple. With his talent and potential, all the sects in Wuxia Baron region, including the most elite sects, will be free for him to choose from if he wants to join one. In fact, those elite sects might even be willing to pay a high price to recruit him. He could just join one of them, and all of this would be solved. He could even request that sect to annihilate the Zhuge family and Xiang family on his behalf. I believe those sects won't reject him, said Fire Fairy. Good idea. Zhui Yunfeng's eyes lit up. Everyone in the hall nodded in agreement. Clearly, they felt Fire Fairy was being reasonable. With Jian Wushuang's talents, it couldn't be easier for him to get into some powerful sections. With their protection, the 2 families in Anzhou Prefecture wouldn't be able to do anything to Jian Wushuang. Fire Fairy looked at Jian Wushuang and became humble in attitude and tone. She was a chaotic divine demon and a core disciple of Thunder Sound Sect, but she couldn't put on any airs before Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang, our Thunder Sound Sect might not be an elite sect in the Wuxia Baron region, but we have a long legacy. Over these years, talents have been sprouting up frequently in our Thunder Sound Sect, and our influence in the Wuxia Baron region is getting wider and deeper. If you are willing, I can take you to Thunder Sound Sect personally. Moreover, I can assure you that my sect master will take you in and guide you personally. Once you become a chaotic divine demon, you can even take over as the new sect master of our Thunder Sound Sect. Jian Wushuang, are you willing? Fire Fairy looked at Jian Wushuang in anticipation. The surrounding crowd was stumped upon hearing Fire Fairy. They had to admit that the conditions given by Fire Fairy were truly enticing. Although the Thunder Sound sect couldn't be considered a top-notch sect, Jin Wushuang would be personally taught by the sect master. Moreover, he would be the next sect master once he became a chaotic divine demon and enjoy great powers. It was a really enticing offer. To recruit Jin Wushuang, the Thunder Sound sect sure was willing to pay a high price. Chapter 2344. Jin Wushuang isn't ordinary. Even Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. However, he laughed it off. Fire Fairy, if I'm not wrong, you aren't within the highest level in the Thunder Sound sect and don't have any decision rights. Could you really make the decision for the sect leader of Thunder Sound sect to guide me personally and ensure I will become the new sect leader in the future? Of course I can. Fire Fairy stood up immediately and said solemnly, as long as you are willing to return to Thunder Sound sect with me, you'll get whatever I've offered. In fact, it won't just end here. If you have any other requests, our Thunder Sound sect will also try to fulfill them. For example, if you're furious about Xiang family and Zhuge family, you could request our Thunder Sound sect to annihilate the two families. At that time, even if it meant going against the pact we have with other sects, we would still do it. What Fire Fairy was saying had not received the authorization from the highest level in the Thunder Sound sect. Nonetheless, she wasn't worried she had overpromised. This was because she knew Thunder Sound sect would see Jin Wushuang's talents and agree to do what was necessary. An ordinary talent, or even an ordinary demon-like talent, wouldn't be qualified to enjoy such privileges. However, Jin Wushuang would definitely be worth it. Jin Wushuang was a little surprised. However, he still shook his head and said, I'm sorry. I have no intention of joining any sect at this moment. Therefore, I regret to say I can't take you up on your goodwill. Hearing this, Fire Fairy couldn't help but be a little disappointed. However, she still forced a smile out and said, It's all right. However, I hope you will consider this again. As long as you are willing to return to Thunder Sound sect with me, I can guarantee that we definitely won't mistreat you. Yeah, I will think about it. Jin Wushuang was just paying lip service. This was also clear to the crowd who knew he had no intention of joining Thunder Sound sect at all. Even if the largest sect in the Wuxia Baron region offered him the same terms, he wouldn't be moved, let alone Thunder Sound sect. For him, the Wuxia Baron region was just too minute. In the hall, the group continued discussing things for a while before leaving. At night, Zhui Yunfeng and Luo Xinqin were lying in bed. Both of them were still talking about the battle that had happened earlier in the day. Zhui Yunfeng told Luo Xinqin about Jin Wushuang's performance in the battlefield, including how Jin Wushuang killed Zhui Yunfeng, how he had killed another divine demon realm expert, and severely injured another after he had been cornered by three of them. Luo Xinqin was totally engrossed in the story until Zhui Yunfeng from beginning to end. Shuang killed two divine demons when he's just an early-stage chaotic realm? And he massacred a large number of half-step divine demons and peak chaotic realm experts? Now I understand why those people were looking at Shuang differently today, Luo Xinqin mumbled to herself. She was meticulous and hadn't missed the gazes that others had cast at Jin Wushuang. Yeah, Taoist priest Xin Shan is right. Shuang is truly unparalleled in this world. Among all the talents I know, I have never seen anyone as incredible as our son, Zhui Yunfeng said with a bright smile. Clearly, he was overjoyed with his son's performance. Husband, I don't think Shuang is that simple, Luo Xinqin said seriously. He isn't that simple? What do you mean? Zhui Yunfeng asked. Don't you think that our Shuang isn't that ordinary? Or rather, he's a little too demon-like? Luo Xinqin asked. A little too amazing? Zhui Yunfeng was astounded. Although I have never reached the chaotic divine demon realm and have never gotten into contact with one, I know clearly the impossibly huge difference in strength between a chaotic divine demon and a chaotic realm. If Shuang was a peak chaotic realm and successfully defeated, or even killed a chaotic divine demon, who is just one level higher, I could still understand. However, Shuang is just an early-stage chaotic realm. It's unbelievable. Perhaps our Shuang is unique. I carried him for 9 years, 9 months and 9 days before he was born. Moreover, a divine sword descended from the sky at his birth. You could say there's never been such an incident before. Even so, it's unlikely he could be challenging all our senses of normality. Furthermore, just as you have mentioned, our Shuang's understanding of sword principle isn't simple. In fact, he has even reached great achievement. Moreover, his understanding in rules of order is unusually high, and he has even grasped 2 rules of order. Think about it. Isn't it strange? You know how old Shuang is. No matter how incredible he is, how could he grasp rules of order to this extent that he'd already be so well-versed in sword principle? Asked Luo Xinqin. When you put it like that, it is indeed a little strange. If Shuang's rapid advancement in cultivation base could be explained by his talents, and his understanding of sword principle could be explained by the divine sword that descended at his birth, his grasp of the rules of order is overly high. I heard from Brother Lin previously that Shuang's understanding of the rules of order is even greater than the majority of second-grade divine demons. Zhuo Yunfeng furrowed his brows. Moreover, don't you think our Shuang has always been obedient and sensible since he was born? In fact, I would even say he's overly sensible, Luo Xinqin continued. That's true as well. Other than his constant refusal and stubbornness to not join other sects, he's been extremely obedient. Since he was very young, I have hardly scolded him. He's also a little more knowledgeable than kids of other families. Zhuo Yunfeng nodded as he spoke. He's also way more mature than cultivators of his age. In fact, even you aren't a match for him, Luo Xinqin added. What? This time, Zhuo Yunfeng was truly astounded. Even I'm not a match? How can that be? What? You aren't willing to admit it? Luo Xinqin chuckled. You said it yourself. Shuang went on a killing spree today, and didn't just kill 2 chaotic divine demons. He also killed a large number of half-step divine demons and chaotic realm experts within an extremely short period. Yet, he was exceptionally calm and composed after that. Although I don't know what he was thinking, he wasn't showing any signs that he was affected. Tell me, could an ordinary 19-year-old be so calm after experiencing a frenzied massacre like this? If it had been you, are you sure you could have kept your emotions in check after killing 2 chaotic divine demons? This, Zhuo Yunfeng was at a loss for words. However, he had to admit Jian Wushuang had been a little too composed today. After killing so many powerful experts, he gave off a feeling like he'd just been killing some ants. Zhuo Yunfeng wasn't confident in himself having this level of composure. Chapter 2345. Luo Xinqin's conjecture, Xinqin. Even if what you said is right, that his growth is full of mysteries and his maturity is way beyond an ordinary person's, what would this prove? Zhuo Yunfeng was puzzled. Husband, I heard of a legend. Luo Xinqin looked to Zhuo Yunfeng before continuing. It is said that the super-existence that stood at the top of our absolute beginning divine world is known as the Master of Holy Land. They have amazing means that can even shock the world. With a single thought, numerous experts can be annihilated. With a single sentence, trillions of divine demons will bow down in submission. Some even say they could communicate with heaven's will, reverse space-time, and even resurrect the dead. Besides that, it is said that once someone reaches a certain level of strength and is facing limitations in making a further advancement, they can request the experts at the level of the Master of Holy Land to open up a reincarnation passage. From there, they will be reincarnated and reborn in this world. Reincarnated? Zhuo Yunfeng was stupefied. You are saying our Shuang was sent back to this world by an expert that stands at the top of our absolute beginning divine world? That's just my guess, but I think it's very likely. From what I read in the ancient text, the explanation of reincarnation is that once the process is successful, one will lose all his strength and have to start cultivating from the very beginning. However, one will keep all the memories of the previous lifetime, including the rules of order and understanding of the sword principle that one has mastered. In other words, other than their cultivation base, other aspects of one's strength will remain at their peak state from the previous life. Under such circumstances, one can cultivate extremely quickly. This is because one won't face any bottleneck and just needs the accumulation of divine power. This can also explain why Shuang has been able to reach the chaotic realm in less than 20 years, and why his understanding of sword principle and rules of order is so insanely high. As for why he can kill divine demon realm experts as an early-stage chaotic realm, it's also reasonable. This is because he might be an expert that stands at the top of absolute beginning divine world, and have means that far exceed what we can imagine. Similarly, this might be the reason why he never wanted to join those sects when he was young. Those that you have chosen for him are just known within the Wuxia Baron region, and the strongest is only chaotic divine demon, or an expert above this level. A sect like this won't attract the attention of Shuang, Luo Xinqin said. She was reasonable in her conjecture and extremely close to the truth. For example, it was a known fact that Jian Wushuang wasn't interested in those sections. However, what she didn't know was that Jian Wushuang wasn't reincarnated from the elite experts of absolute beginning divine world. He had only been at the peak chaotic realm in his previous life as well. In the end, he had only made the breakthrough to the chaotic divine demon after he had made his way to the reincarnation passage. Therefore, one wouldn't say he had had a high cultivation base in his previous life. The reason why he was so strong was because of his understanding of sword principle and rules of order. However, more importantly, it was because he was a perfect chaotic life form. No, I still can't believe this. Upon hearing Luo Xinqin, Zhui Yunfeng shook his head profusely. What you have said is just too mysterious. Master of Holy Land? An expert that is resurrected after death? Reincarnation? Those are just legends and might not be real. How can we be sure that Shuang is reincarnated from an elite expert with just these conjectures? This, I can't be sure as well. I'm just basing my conjecture on some observations. As for the aspects of reincarnation, I saw them in an ancient book. However, I'm not sure if the records are true or false. Perhaps I'm just overthinking. Luo Xinqin chuckled but turned serious suddenly. Regardless of if my guess is right or wrong, whether Shuang is the reincarnation of an expert, he's still my son. I carried him for 9 years, 9 months and 9 days before giving birth to him, and he calls me his mother. Yeah, regardless of the secrets surrounding him or if he truly has some incredible background, he's still our child and will always be. Zhui Yunfeng also nodded his head with conviction. Neither of them would doubt their own child. Even if Jian Wushuang seemed a little extraordinary, they would still recognize Jian Wushuang as their child. All right, it isn't early now. Let's get some rest, Zhui Yunfeng said lovingly. You too. Luo Xinqin smiled sweetly, and both of them fell asleep soon after. In a huge mansion, many experts from the Zhuge family had gathered together. However, regardless of if they were experts from Zhuge family or Elder Chun and others from Dongzhou sect, they all looked extremely bitter. We have failed. To annihilate Lin family, our Zhuge family planned meticulously for years. We even hired the Xiang family without regard for the cost. Yet, we returned in defeat because of a brat that isn't 20 years old. Even the ancient elder died in that battle. Zhuge Yuanchong clenched his fist tightly. His razor-sharp fingernails even sunk into his flesh and blood was oozing out. The experts from the Zhuge family exchanged glances and shook their heads. Jian Wushuang. It's all because of Jian Wushuang. Zhuge Hong bellowed. Although he hadn't participated in that battle, he had been watching it from afar. He knew what had happened in that battle. Initially, our Zhuge family was about to annihilate the Lin family with the Xiang family. In the end, Jian Wushuang stepped in and all our efforts went to waste. He even killed the ancient elder. Jian Wushuang must die. Zhuge Hong growled. Don't be rash, Elder Qin interjected. What? Elder Qin, could it be you are saying Jian Wushuang shouldn't be killed? Zhuge Hong looked over. The experts of the Zhuge family, including Zhuge Yuanchong, also turned to Elder Qin. Jian Wushuang had killed Zhuge Yun and numerous experts from the Zhuge family. This had made their efforts over the years to go down the drain. They naturally wanted revenge and to have Jian Wushuang killed. You are right, Jian Wushuang should die. However, that's only if there's an opportunity. It isn't just you guys that want him killed. However, we aren't capable of killing Jian Wushuang now. At the very least, with our strength and even if we can count on the Xiang family, it won't be enough. As for requesting our sect to send more experts, that's not possible. Our Dongzhou sect has a pact with other sects and can't send that many experts in a conflict between families. In other words, we can't do anything to Jian Wushuang now. However, Jian Wushuang has the ability to annihilate the Zhuge family, or even all of us, Elder Chen said solemnly. Chapter 2346. Hatred. Elder Chen's words plunged the experts of the Zhuge family into silence. They didn't want to admit it, but what Elder Chen had said was the truth. If it was just the Zhuge family, killing Jian Wushuang would be impossible. However, if Jian Wushuang wanted to deal with the Zhuge family, it would be too easy. If he joined any sect and requested for the Zhuge family to be annihilated, it would be a nightmare for them. Elder Chen, do you have an opinion? Zhuge Yuanchong looked over. Simple. Your Zhuge family shall forget the hatred you have for Jian Wushuang and never speak of revenge again. In fact, if possible, it would be best for you to head over personally and apologize to Jian Wushuang, Elder Chen said. Apologize? Impossible. Zhuge Hong exploded. Jian Wushuang killed so many experts of our Zhuge family, and our ancient elder even died at his hand. Not seeking revenge is one thing, but now we have to apologize to him. If this gets out, won't our Zhuge family lose all face? Elder Chen squinted his eyes and didn't say another word. As for Zhuge Yuanchong, his views and exposure weren't ordinary as the family head. Hearing Elder Chen, he pondered for a moment before speaking. Forgetting the hatred shouldn't be an issue. Our Zhuge family doesn't have the strength to seek revenge against him as well, and naturally won't go and offend him. However, if we have to apologize to him, we aren't at that stage yet. Family head Zhuge, are you thinking of Xiang family? Elder Chen looked over. Yeah. Zhuge Yuanchong nodded. In this battle, it isn't just our Zhuge family that has suffered huge losses. The Xiang family has as well. Similarly, Xiang family lost a divine demon to Jian Wushuang, and the Xiang family will definitely hate him to their cores. Moreover, different from our Zhuge family, Xiang family is standing at the top of the 6 elite families in Anzhou Prefecture. They are also more overbearing in their actions. Also, the Golden Cauldron sect that is behind the Xiang family is very dominant. From what I understand, a genius from the Xiang family joined Golden Cauldron sect years ago. He's probably an enforcement elder in Golden Cauldron sect by now and happens to be the biological younger brother of the divine demon that Jian Wushuang killed. Summing everything up, Xiang family will definitely not let this rest because of Jian Wushuang's talents. If I'm right, that enforcement elder in the Golden Cauldron sect that is from Xiang family will definitely attend to this personally. An enforcement elder from the Golden Cauldron sect? Elder Chen squinted his eyes. Although the Golden Cauldron sect wasn't the most elite sect in the Wuxia Barren region, it was still stronger than the Dongzhou sect. An enforcement elder in Golden Cauldron sect wouldn't be considered high-level in Golden Cauldron sect, but they would still have a level of authority and status that an ordinary chaotic divine demon could compare with. Moreover, from what Elder Chen knew, an enforcement elder in the Golden Cauldron sect would typically be a second-grade divine demon. In other words, the Xiang family might get a second-grade divine demon to come for Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang is extremely strong. Even when facing the 3 divine demon realm experts from the Xiang family, he still could kill one of them and severely injure another. Among third-grade divine demons, he is likely to be at the very top. However, if he is to compare with a second-grade divine demon, there should still be some distance. If the second-grade divine demon from Xiang family is to go all out, he will very likely be able to kill Jian Wushuang. Also, if I'm getting this right, the half-step divine demon, Yin Ke, that I paid a hefty sum to invite from Water Fairy Island, has probably died at his hand rather than that of the Lin family, said Zhuge Yuanchong. Yin Ke? It can't be. Jian Wushuang was just at the Pure Sun realm then. Zhuge Hong blurted out automatically. He's just an early-stage chaotic realm now, and didn't he kill chaotic divine demons easily? Zhuge Yuanchong took a glance at Zhuge Hong. Zhuge Hong was stunned but forced a bitter smile. If that is the case, the Water Fairy Island will likely have their eyes on him as well. Zhuge Yuanchong smirked and said, in that case, He'll inform Water Fairy Island about Jian Wushuang. I believe they will be very interested in him as well. And once he is targeted by the second-grade divine demon from Xiang family and Water Fairy Island, he will most likely meet a sorry end. At that time, our Zhuge family can just watch from the side. If Jian Wushuang dies, everything will be resolved and our revenge will have succeeded. However, if he survives under such circumstances, we will visit them the very next day to apologize personally. Upon hearing this, the other experts in the Zhuge family exchanged glances and nodded their heads forcefully. Indeed, if the Zhuge family lowered their heads and apologized to Jian Wushuang now, they would lose all face. However, if Jian Wushuang survived the second-grade divine demon from Xiang family and Water Fairy Island, all the other families in Anzhou Prefecture would only see it as a natural thing to do. They wouldn't mock the Zhuge family. This was because Jian Wushuang would truly be someone they couldn't afford to offend then. Let's go with this for now. Relay the message to all experts and disciples in our Zhuge family to be more honest in their actions for now. Zhuge Yuancheng instructed. Yes. Just as Zhuge Yuancheng had expected, the Xiang family was raging with anger. Many experts in the Xiang family were vengeful. This time, the Xiang family had suffered huge losses. It was especially so as a chaotic divine demon had been killed. Even for the Xiang family, this was a huge blow. Family head, we have heard from Xiang Yi. He's currently on dangerous ground with several other divine demon realm experts. He has to finish the mission issue by Golden Cauldron sect before he can return, the divine demon realm burly old man said. Did he say how long he would take? Xiang Zong asked. His sister's death is a huge blow for him. His killing intent is alarming. Once he's finished the mission, he will not return to Golden Cauldron sect. Instead, he will rush here immediately. Also, those divine demon realm experts that were with him for the mission might come along as well. In terms of timing, he said it would take 3 months at the very most. If he is lucky, he could be back at Xiang family within 2 months, the burly old man said. 3 months? All right then. We will wait patiently for 3 months. Once Xiang Yi returns after 3 months, we will kill our way into Lin Mansion and shred Jian Wushuang into 1,000 pieces to appease the experts from our Xiang family that died in battle. However, we must send people to keep an eye on Jian Wushuang, especially those whom he has gotten in contact with. I'm worried he might join some sects in the 3 months. Once he has the protection of a sect, it won't be that easy for us to deal with him. Chapter 2347. Secret Skills Mastered. From this day onwards, the Xiang family paid careful attention to Jian Wushuang's whereabouts. However, shortly after that battle ended, Jian Wushuang shut himself away in cultivation. He was still in the Lin Mansion, but had gone to Lin Taifeng to request some cultivation resources that he required. The Lin Mansion felt sincere gratitude toward Jian Wushuang. Now that Jian Wushuang had requested some cultivation resources, Lin Mansion naturally tried their very best to gather them. After a few days, Lin Mansion completed gathering these resources. Relying on these resources, Jian Wushuang started cultivating the secret skill of 7-star, Punisher God and Exquisite Pagoda. Time passed rapidly, and soon it was 3 months later. Within the meeting hall of Lin Mansion. Over the last 3 months, the Zhuge family has been a lot more honest and not resorted to any underhanded means. Moreover, they have been restricting their disciples and experts, Lin Ao commented. They aren't silly and know that, if they continue in this way, they'll perish with the Lin family, Lin Taifeng sneered. Although the Zhuge family doesn't seem to be doing anything, the Xiang family has been active over this period, Lin Ao reported. Xiang family? Lin Taifeng was surprised. Compared to the Zhuge family, he was more fearful of the Xiang family. After all, the Xiang family had a deep background and was considered to be among the top of the 6 elite families. They were also substantially stronger than the Zhuge family and Lin family. Moreover, the Xiang family had always been domineering. Now that they had suffered under Lin family, it would probably not be possible for them to let this slide. At this moment, swoosh, a figure darted in. Family head, we have got news from the Xiang family that Xiang Yi is back, Lin family's elder reported anxiously. Xiang Yi. Lin Taifeng's expression darkened instantly. Xiang Yi from the Xiang family? Fire Fairy also furrowed her brows. I heard of Xiang Yi previously. He's an enforcement elder of the Golden Cauldron sect and a true second-grade divine demon. Second-grade divine demon? All the experts around gasped in surprise. In a place like Anzhou Prefecture, a chaotic divine demon would be an overlord-like existence. Even within the Wuxia Baron region, they could be considered experts. This was because they were only a handful of experts that were above the chaotic divine demon realm. However, chaotic divine demon realm could also be separated into distinct classifications. For example, the lowest level would be third-grade divine demon. This was the most ordinary divine demon, and divine demon realm experts in various families of Anzhou Prefecture were almost certainly third-grade divine demons. For example, the one in charge of Zhuge family and Lin family would be at this level. Lin Taifeng could barely be considered an elite among third-grade divine demons. As for second-grade divine demons, they were above third-grade divine demons. Their overall strength was substantially stronger as well. As for first-grade divine demons, they were even more powerful. In various sects throughout the Wuxia Baron region, first-grade divine demons were extremely rare. They were all influential figures possessing great authority. Also, there seemed to be a class known as strongest divine demon above the first-grade divine demon. It was just that they were pathetically few and therefore the classification wasn't often used. Without a doubt, a second-grade divine demon would be invincible in a place like Anzhou Prefecture as long as the commandery governor didn't get involved. Xiang Yi is definitely after Jin Wushuang. This is going to be trouble, Lin Taifeng commented solemnly. The experts around Zhuo Yunfeng were equally distraught. Quick, let's inform Jin Wushuang first. Ask him to stop his private cultivation and come out, Lin Taifeng instructed. Jin Wushuang had been in secret room in Lin Mansion for the last 3 months. Although he had his eyes shut, he wore a faint smile. Moreover, within his consciousness see where boundless soul power gathered. A transparent and exquisite pagoda was forming gradually. The pagoda wasn't huge, but had enclosed all of Jin Wushuang's soul power. If there was an incoming soul attack, it would have to break the defense of the pagoda first. However, the defense of the pagoda was extremely tough. The exquisite pagoda is the move that focuses on soul defense among the 5 great secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect. Although this is just the first tier and is only capable of preliminary soul defense, it will be sufficient to deal with soul attacks from some experts. Jin Wushuang opened his eyes and his smile deepened. For cultivators, the soul was the core. The protection of one's soul was naturally an essential thing. In his previous life, he had tried all means to increase the defense of his soul. In the end, he had obtained the 5-gem armor and soul-swallowing pearl. Those had greatly enhanced his soul defense and therefore allowed him to run amok easily. In this life, despite losing his treasures, his soul defense could be considered powerful with just the exquisite pagoda. Other than the exquisite pagoda, I have also mastered the first scroll of secret skill of 7-star with those cultivation resources. In the aspect of Punisher God, I could also form a god statue of 1,000 feet. With both secret skills, my battle strength has increased exponentially. Also, in the 3 months of cultivation, my divine power has become purer and powerful. Jin Wushuang clenched his fist and was feeling the visibly stronger power he possessed. Undoubtedly, he was way stronger than he had been 3 months ago. If he had been feeling some stress facing the 3 divine demons from the Xiang family previously, it would be like a walk in the park now. At this moment, he received a message from his father. Oh, there's news from the Xiang family? Jin Wushuang raised an eyebrow and left the secret room for the meeting hall. In the meeting hall, numerous experts of the Lin Mansion, including some experts that were invited, had gathered. Naturally, a large number of experts had left after receiving the promised remuneration for the battle against Zhuge family. Among them was the Mad Lion. Father. Jin Wushuang walked to Zhuo Yunfeng and greeted him. As for the rest, he simply glanced at them in a gesture of acknowledgement. No one in the meeting hall would find Jin Wushuang to be arrogant. Nephew Wushang. Lin Taifeng was the first to speak. You spent the last 3 months cultivating behind closed doors. Now that you are out, I believe you are a lot stronger than before, right? Everyone in the meeting hall turned towards Jian Wushuang. For an ordinary cultivator, 3 months was an extremely short period. It was impossible to achieve huge improvements within 3 months. However, Jian Wushuang was different. He was an unprecedented, demon-like genius. Although only 3 months had passed, the experts were expecting a surprise from Jian Wushuang. I guess a little? Jian Wushuang answered directly. Only a little? Lin Taifeng was visibly disappointed. Chapter 2348. Come out and die. Lin Taifeng was hoping Jian Wushuang could make some advancements in the 3 months. For example, if he made a breakthrough in his cultivation base to the middle stage chaotic realm, he would have some means to go against Xiang Yi. However, it was clear that he was a little too optimistic. Giving it more careful thoughts, no matter how demon-like a genius was, how great of an advancement could he get through closed-door cultivation within a short period of 3 months without any major chance encounter? Huh? Why is everyone looking so worried? Has something bad happened? Asked Jian Wushuang casually. Nephew Wushuang, we have just received news that Xiang Yi is back, answered Lin Taifeng. Xiang Yi. Jian Wushuang was puzzled and clearly had not heard of Xiang Yi. Shuang. Xiang Yi is a genius of Xiang family that headed for the Golden Cauldron sect a long time ago. He's now an enforcement elder in the Golden Cauldron sect and a true second-grade divine demon, Zhuo Yunfeng explained. I see. Jian Wushuang understood. It was not surprising that everyone in the Lin Mansion would be so concerned about a second-grade divine demon returning. In the previous battle, although Jian Wushuang had been able to kill one of the 3 divine demon realm experts who had teamed up against him, it didn't mean that he was able to match a second-grade divine demon. Is Xiang Yi coming for me? Asked Jian Wushuang. Yeah, it isn't just that. Based on the information we have gathered, there will be several other divine demon realm experts from Golden Cauldron sect that will be returning with Xiang Yi. If things go as expected, they will make a move soon and head for Lin Mansion, Lin Taifeng remarked. Oh, that will really be a little troublesome, Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. A second-grade divine demon would be much stronger than a third-grade divine demon. If he had to face a second-grade divine demon alone, he would experience some pressure as well. Moreover, several other divine demon realm experts from the Golden Cauldron sect would be with Xiang Yi as well. Wushuang, there should be 2 paths ahead of you now. A gentle voice sounded, and it was Fire Fairy who was speaking. First, you can take your parents and leave the Lin family and Anju Prefecture immediately. This is a personal feud between the Xiang family and you after all. Since you have not offended Golden Cauldron sect directly, they won't go after you with all their strength. All you need to do is to avoid them for some time, and they won't do anything to you. Second, you can agree to our Thunder Sound sect's invitation. The conditions haven't changed. I can send a message to the higher management of our Thunder Sound sect to get them to send experts over as soon as possible. Even if they can't make it in time, they'll get our sect leader to send a message to the Golden Cauldron sect to protect you. Although our Thunder Sound sect might not be comparable to the Golden Cauldron sect, they will likely respect us for such a small matter if our sect leader requests for it personally. This would be your final 2 options. Even if you want to join other sects, there will probably be insufficient time. Fire Fairy's analysis was on point, and the surrounding crowd nodded in agreement. From their perspectives, these were the only 2 options left for Jian Wushuang. However, Jian Wushuang shook his head after listening to Fire Fairy. The first option is no different from acting like a defeated dog. As for the second option to join Thunder Sound sect, there isn't such a need there either. Wushuang, Fire Fairy was slightly surprised. Shuang. Zhuo Yunfeng couldn't help but look at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, It's just Xiang Yi. He still can't force me to flee. There's no need for Thunder Sound sect's protection either. If he wants to kill me, he can just come for me. Everyone in the hall was puzzled. Wushuang, this concerns your life. You shouldn't joke about it. Moreover, Xiang Yi is a true second-grade divine demon and is a lot stronger than the third-grade divine demon you fought previously. Fire Fairy tried to convince Jian Wushuang. I understand. However, I know what I'm doing. If I really am not a match for Xiang Yi, it won't be too late to join Thunder Sound Sect then, Jian Wushuang commented casually. But Fire Fairy wanted to say something, but gave up after thinking about it. Since you are so confident, I won't try to convince you otherwise. Family Head. The elder from Lin Mansion entered again and reported, "We have news on the Xiang family. Xiang Yi and a few others from Golden Cauldron Sect are heading our way under the leadership of Xiang Zong." So soon? Lin Taifeng was astounded. He just arrived in Xiang Mansion today, and he's already heading for our Lin Mansion? He gnashed his teeth before continuing, "Relay my orders. Inform all our Lin Mansion experts to get ready for battle." Yes. That Lin Mansion elder sent down the message swiftly. "Nephew Wushuang, this incident started because of Lin Mansion. Our Lin Mansion won't leave you aside. We will definitely stand with you," said Lin Taifeng. "Thank you, Uncle Lin." Jian Wushuang smiled with gratitude. However, he wasn't too concerned. Those that were coming for him were just experts at the chaotic divine demon realm. Jian Wushuang wouldn't care even if he did not have help from the Lin Mansion. In the Lin Mansion, everyone looked extremely solemn. Only the party involved, Jian Wushuang, appeared to be casual and at ease. He sat on the chair, closed his eyes to rest, and didn't seem to be panicking at all. Seeing this, the experts in Lin Mansion could only whisper in secret. Half a day later, "They are here." Jian Wushuang opened his eyes abruptly and looked out to the faraway sky. Through his soul power, he sensed the arrival of several powerful auras. Other experts in Lin Mansion sensed them soon after. "Jian Wushuang, come out and die." An angry roar reverberated through the sky above Lin Mansion. The voice was deafening, and everyone within the Lin Mansion could hear the angry roar clearly. "Who are you? How dare you try to provoke young Master Wushuang?" Young Master Wushuang is someone who can even easily kill chaotic divine demons. Even our family head treats him with the utmost respect. Which unruly and ignorant fool dares to make young Master Wushuang come out and die? Quick, let's go take a look. Numerous experts and disciples of Lin Mansion were alarmed. Many of them moved and appeared in the sky. These experts and disciples from Lin Mansion were all glowering at the few people who had gathered before the Lin Mansion's main doors. Since the huge battle 3 months ago, Jian Wushuang's standing in Lin Mansion had reached an unbelievable level. Almost all the disciples and even experts of the Lin Mansion had the utmost fear and respect for Jian Wushuang. And now, hearing others shamelessly ask Jian Wushuang to come out and die, these disciples of Lin Mansion were naturally enraged. Chapter 2349. Jian Wushuang and Xiang Yi in the air before the Lin Mansion's doors. A total of 8 figures stood upright. Other than Xiang Zong, the family head of Xiang family, and that burly old man, the remaining 6 were all wearing uniform golden robes. At the back of the golden robes and between their 2 sleeves, there was an embroidered picture of a small black cauldron. The small cauldron was the identifying symbol of the Golden Cauldron sect. Clearly, 6 of them were from the Golden Cauldron sect. Moreover, judging from the auras that were emanating from them, they were all chaotic divine demons. It was especially so for an ominous-looking young man with black hair and a bald man carrying a saber. The auras from the 2 of them overwhelmed everyone around. Without a doubt, they were second-grade divine demons. That ominous-looking young man with black hair was none other than Xiang Yi from the Xiang family. There are 2 second-grade divine demons? Jian Wushuang and the other experts of Lin Mansion appeared before the mansion's door. Sensing the powerful auras of the 6 Golden Cauldron sect experts, many Lin Mansion experts paled. Even Jian Wushuang furrowed his brows. If there was only 1 second-grade divine demon, he wouldn't be that worried. However, if both of them teamed up, he would probably be under pressure. Although the remaining 4 were third-grade divine demons, their auras weren't ordinary. 2 of them weren't inferior to Lin Taifeng. Clearly, they were also the most elite third-grade divine demons. This lineup was extremely strong, and it would be easy for them to sweep through any family in Anzhou Prefecture. "This looks like trouble," Lin Taifeng was flabbergasted as he stared deadly at the 8 chaotic divine demons. Although he knew the answer, he still asked, Xiang Zong, what does your Xiang family want? What do I want? He. Xiang Zong replied with a cold smirk. Lin Taifeng, we will put aside the feud between our Xiang family and Lin Mansion. Today, we are here for him. Jian Wushuang. So you are Jian Wushuang? Xiang Yi's eyes were chilling as he turned to face Jian Wushuang. Yeah, I am. Jian Wushuang nodded indifferently. So you are the one who killed my sister? Intense killing intention showed in Xiang Yi's eyes. If you are speaking of the divine demon realm expert that I killed from the Xiang family, you are right. I killed her, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. How dare you kill my sister? If I can't break your bones and burn you to ashes today, then my name's not Xiang Yi. Xiang Yi screeched, overwhelmed with bloodlust. Xiang Yi. Fire Fairy took a step forward and said, there must be a misunderstanding here. Jian Wushuang is a distinguished guest of our Thunder Sound sect. Could you do my Thunder Sound sect a favor today? Do a favor for Thunder Sound sect? Huh. How hilarious. What's your Thunder Sound sect? Xiang Yi scoffed. Even if he's a core disciple of Thunder Sound sect or a disciple of some elders or sect leader, he will have to die since he killed my sister. Moreover, I know he isn't related to the Thunder Sound sect. Fire Fairy, step aside now. Otherwise, they'll kill you as well. Xiang Yi had been blinded by anger and wasn't afraid of Fire Fairy or the Thunder Sound sect behind her. This was important. Although Thunder Sound sect was a respectable sect, there was a huge difference between the Golden Cauldron sect and Thunder Sound sect. Xiang Yi was the enforcement elder of the Golden Cauldron sect. Why would he be bothered by the insignificant Fire Fairy? Fire Fairy's eyes turned icy cold. She took a glance at Jian Wushuang and remarked solemnly, Wushuang, I'm asking you for the last time. Are you willing to come to Thunder Sound sect with me? She had made up her mind. Once Jian Wushuang agreed, she would protect Jian Wushuang at all costs. However, if Jian Wushuang refused, she wouldn't want to be involved in this incident. I'm sorry. I'm not interested in the Thunder Sound sect for now. Jian Wushuang shook his head without even hesitating. All right then. You're on your own for now. Fire Fairy was enraged and no longer cared about Jian Wushuang's life and death. She stepped aside. I'm glad you know what's the best thing to do. Xiang Yi looked mockingly at Fire Fairy before turning to Jian Wushuang. Brat, speak now. How do you want to die? Hee, you think you can kill me? Jian Wushuang scoffed. Spare me the nonsense. If you want to kill me, just come for me. A total of 6 Divine Demon Realm experts have come from your Golden Cauldron sect. Together with the 2 Divine Demon Realm experts from Xiang family, you guys can come at the same time. At the same time? Those who heard him were shocked. Among the 8 chaotic Divine Demons, there were 2 second-grade Divine Demons, 2 elite third-grade Divine Demons, and the remaining 4 weren't weak at all. Jian Wushuang wanted to take them all at the same time? Was he really that confident? Thanks. You aren't qualified for us to team up against you. I alone am enough to kill you. Xiang Yi snorted and charged towards Jian Wushuang. As for those around him, none of them moved. Regardless of if they were from the Xiang family or Golden Cauldron sect, they had absolute confidence in Xiang Yi. In their eyes, Xiang Yi was more than enough to kill Jian Wushuang. It was especially so for those from the Golden Cauldron sect. They could all see that Jian Wushuang was just at the chaotic realm. Although they had heard of Jian Wushuang's strength from Xiang Zong personally, they were skeptical. After all, they had not witnessed it with their own eyes. In the air, Xiang Yi moved like a phantom. In an instant, he arrived before Jian Wushuang. At the same time, he clenched his fist and an explosive power gathered in his hand. This power had the attributes of lightning. All of a sudden, the fist went straight for Jian Wushuang. Terrifying strength exploded in that instant. Completely overwhelming strength. A second-grade Divine Demon wasn't just better than a third-grade Divine Demon in the aspect of rules of order. In terms of divine power, a second-grade Divine Demon's divine power was purer and denser. In terms of pure strength, a second-grade Divine Demon would have an absolute advantage. I wonder how much stronger a second-grade Divine Demon is compared to a third-grade Divine Demon? Jian Wushuang was curious as he swung his fist. Gathering pure divine power in his palm, he lunged ahead violently and his strength exploded violently. Two huge fists collided like two huge meteorites. Pong! Following a loud boom, ripples could be vaguely seen in the atmosphere. At the same time, everyone could hear the strong compression of energy. Immediately after, Jian Wushuang flew back like a cannonball. From the door of the Lin Mansion, he barely stopped even after reaching the center of the Lin Mansion. After stabilizing himself, Jian Wushuang took a glance at his right hand. He could feel pulses of pain in his arm and joints. As for Xiang Yi, he looked perfectly fine. A second-grade divine demon is indeed something. In terms of intensity of strength, he's way stronger than a third-grade divine demon, Jian Wushuang mumbled to himself. Chapter 2350. Hong Jun Divine Rod. A meager, early-stage chaotic realm can take a punch from me and survive? Your talents are indeed incredible. However, the shame is you did something you shouldn't have done and offended someone you couldn't afford to. Now die. Killing intent raged in Xiang Yi's eyes. The moment he finished his words, a dull gold rod surfaced before him. The dull gold rod was long and thin with a mysterious insignia imprinted on its body. This is? Jian Wushuang was surprised. He knew about the dull gold rod. He had even used it personally before, although it was just an imitation. Wang. The dull gold rod moved over a long distance and appeared before Jian Wushuang in a blink of an eye under the control of Xiang Yi's soul power. Immediately after, the dull gold rod was like a majestic and huge mountain that came smashing down on Jian Wushuang ferociously. The power encompassed within the rod was sufficient to throw an ordinary third-grade divine demon into despair. Jian Wushuang was also surprised but still swung out the Blood Mountain sword in his hand at the first moment. A unique sword intention swept across, and the mixed element spirit was used. Dang! That dull gold rod clashed violently onto the Blood Mountain sword, sending terrifying force through the tremors of the Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang staggered back and sank to the ground. However, Xiang Yi didn't just stop there. That dull gold rod grew rapidly before smashing down on Jian Wushuang relentlessly. Strike after strike, he wasn't going to allow Jian Wushuang to catch his breath. Jian Wushuang could only use his sword technique to withstand the relentless attack of the dull gold rod. However, there was a clear difference in strength since the beginning, and the dull gold rod had an emphasis on absolute strength. Under these conditions, Jian Wushuang had a hard time withstanding the attacks. Dang! 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 The numerous violent clashes threw Jian Wushuang into a building within Lin Mansion, destroying everything in the process. However, Xiang Yi didn't just stop there. Die! Die! Xiang Yi's eyes had turned blood red. Brutality and craziness were gleaming in his eyes, and he continued smashing down on Jian Wushuang with his dull gold rod. Terrifying explosions erupted, and everyone could sense the immense power encompassed within the dull gold rod. Shuang. Nephew Wushuang. Zhua Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng were flabbergasted. There was nothing they could do. The duo from the Xiang family and the remaining experts from the Golden Cauldron sect had intercepted them a long time ago. There was no way Zhua Yunfeng and Lin Taifeng could find an opportunity to interrupt. Fire Fairy, is there something you can do? Asked Lin Taifeng. At this juncture, they could only hope the Thunder Sound sect could help Jian Wushuang. Lin Family Head, you should know about the circumstances of our Thunder Sound sect. We extended our invitation multiple times, but Jian Wushuang chose to refuse each time. There's no reason for the Thunder Sound sect to step in. Moreover, even if our Thunder Sound sect were to step in at this juncture, it would be too late. The Golden Cauldron sect has sent 2 second-grade divine demons here. There's nothing I can do, Fire Fairy answered honestly. She really wanted to bring the absolute talent, Jian Wushuang, back to Thunder Sound sect. If Jian Wushuang had accepted the invitation at the beginning, she would have tried her best to come up with something. It was a shame that Jian Wushuang had chosen to reject her offer. Now that Jian Wushuang was in a difficult situation and Xiang Yi clearly wouldn't stop, She couldn't save Jian Wushuang even if he agreed to join Thunder Sound Sect. As such, the only feeling she had for him was pity. An unprecedented talent is going to be wasted here. Fire Fairy sighed emotionally. You can't really blame me for it. He's just too conceited. If he had chosen to join a sect earlier, he wouldn't be in this predicament. At this moment, the relentless attacks from the dull gold rod finally came to a halt. Xiang Yi stood upright and had the dull gold rod beside him. He was looking down to the ground in front of him. At that place, the initial building, including the other structures around it, had been reduced to powder under his crushing divine power. The surface of the ground had been destroyed and replaced by a large pothole. The surface of the pothole wasn't smooth, clearly suggesting it wasn't caused by a single impact but continuous domineering strength. Everyone focused on the pothole. Is Jian Wushuang dead? Many people had this thought in mind. Obviously, many were in shock. He's too strong. Is this the strength of a second-grade divine demon? A second-grade divine demon is way stronger than a third-grade divine demon. Jian Wushuang could kill third-grade divine demon and would be considered really strong. However, the difference between a second-grade divine demon and him is still too huge. Many people were whispering and feeling a little despondent. They were sad to see a true demon-like genius meet his end here. Just as almost everyone was certain that Jian Wushuang had fallen under the barrage of rod attacks. Rumble. Beneath the pothole, debris scattered fiercely and a figure rose from the bottom gradually. Soon, he was standing before Xiang Yi again. How can this be possible? Staring at Jian Wushuang, Xiang Yi was in disbelief. To take revenge for his sister, he was seething with killing intent. Previously, he had gone all out and had maximized the power in each relentless attack. Under such terrifying attacks, even if he managed to survive, Jian Wushuang should at least be severely injured. However, the current Jian Wushuang looked a little wretched with some blood at the edge of his mouth, but his aura had not seemed to weaken at all. Clearly, he had not sustained considerable injuries during the relentless barrage of attacks. The surrounding crowd was equally astounded. In their eyes, even a third-grade divine demon's self-defense mechanism would have given way under that barrage of attacks. However, Jian Wushuang was just an early-stage chaotic realm. Not only had he survived, he had only sustained light injuries. What they didn't know was that although Xiang Yi's attacks were strong, the true impact of them that reached Jian Wushuang was limited. Together with Jian Wushuang's self-defense mechanism, his holy body was way above the level of an ordinary third-grade divine demon even without wearing armor. How could the holy body of a perfect chaotic life form be so easily damaged after mastering the first scroll of the immemorial celestial body? If I'm not mistaken, you are using the Hongjun Divine Rod. Jian Wushuang was staring at Xiang Yi, or more accurately, the dull gold rod before him. The Hongjun Divine Rod was a weapon that shared the same fame as the Hongjun Golden Swords. They could be manipulated with soul power. In his previous life, Jian Wushuang had encountered Long Qi in the 8th layer. From Long Qi, he had obtained an imitation of Hongjun Golden Swords. At that time, in order for him to master the Hongjun Golden Swords, Long Qi had given him the imitation Hongjun Golden Swords to practice with. Chapter 2351. Restraint. The Hongjun Divine Rod emphasized power. It was domineering and extremely powerful. As for Hongjun Golden Swords, they focused on speed. When combined with space-time rules of order, their movements would be unpredictable and extremely creepy. They were similarly made weapons, but their natures were completely different. In his previous life, Jian Wushuang had killed many experts by manipulating the Hongjun Golden Swords. And now, the first second-grade divine demon that he had encountered was able to use the Hongjun Divine Rod. Looks like I have underestimated you. It doesn't matter, though. You are still going to die. Die. Xiang Yi's voice was icy cold, and the dullish gold long rod before him shot out once again. When I got reincarnated, I lost all my treasures, including the Hongjun Golden Swords. Otherwise, I could try using them against the Hongjun Divine Rod, Jin Wushuang mumbled to himself. Seeing the dullish gold long rod striking towards him once again, he was fearless. Boom! The imposing figure of the rod was like the tail of a serpent dragon that swept onto Jin Wushuang's body directly. However, it didn't hit anything material. Clearly, this was just an illusion that Jin Wushuang had left behind after grasping the space-time rules of order. As for the real Jin Wushuang, he had moved away like a phantom. Wang. Just like a phantom, Jin Wushuang covered a long distance and appeared before Xiangyi suddenly. His speed! Xiangyi was astounded and wanted to pull back the Hongjun Divine Rod to defend himself. Will you make it on time? Jin Wushuang scoffed, thrusting his Blood Mountain sword forward. Although the Hongjun Divine Rod was extremely powerful, it was ordinary in terms of speed and agility. These were its weaknesses. Jin Wushuang had once practiced with an imitation of a Hongjun Divine Rod. Therefore, he knew about these weaknesses. When manipulating the Hongjun Divine Rod, Xiangyi would never reach the level of agility that Jin Wushuang had had with the Hongjun Golden Swords. Considering these circumstances and the fact that Jin Wushuang had grasped the space-time rules of order, his advantage in speed and agility was more prominent. Wang. The chilling sword light pierced towards Xiangyi's throat, and Xiangyi clearly couldn't pull back his Hongjun Divine Rod in time to block the attack. However, at this very moment, Xiangyi shouted and flexed. Immediately after, a blurry wall of energy coalesced before him. This wall was shockingly made up of his soul power. The Hongjun Divine Rod had to be used with one's soul power and one's understanding of rod principle to release the greatest might. Since Xiangyi could manipulate the Hongjun Divine Rod to attack, he naturally specialized in the aspect of soul attack. Now, his soul power had quickly gathered to form a headless giant carrying a toothed mace. As it shouted, it smashed towards Jin Wushuang furiously. Following a loud crash, Jin Wushuang's sword strike was neutralized. At the same time, an incredible soul power swept towards Jin Wushuang's soul. However, Jin Wushuang's consciousness sea was guarded by a black, exquisite pagoda. The soul power couldn't shake the exquisite pagoda by the slightest. A meager chaotic realm is so tough in the aspect of the soul as well? Xiangyi furrowed his brows and pointed his finger at Jin Wushuang. Go! The returning Hongjun Divine Rod smashed towards Jin Wushuang once again. At the same time, the headless giant that had been formed from soul power also charged towards Jin Wushuang with the toothed mace. As for Xiangyi, he kept his eyes on Jin Wushuang. He was ready to release a soul attack at any moment to exert pressure on Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang was simply too fast. The Hongjun Divine Rod couldn't even catch the corners of Jin Wushuang's clothes. As for the headless giant, Jin Wushuang could easily make his way around it as well. Jin Wushuang could choose to appear before Xiangyi and engage in close combat with him. If Jin Wushuang had not successfully created the exquisite pagoda, Xiangyi's soul attack might still have been a threat to Jin Wushuang. As for now, he couldn't shake the exquisite pagoda even a little if his soul attack was compelling. In other words, Xiangyi's three greatest tricks: the Hongjun Divine Rod, the headless giant formed from soul power, and his soul attacks were completely ineffective against Jin Wushuang. As for Jin Wushuang, he was a huge threat to Xiangyi with his incredible sword technique. Shio, shio, shio. Several rays of sword light were launched constantly. Jin Wushuang was now totally engaged in battle. Although Xiangyi was a second-grade divine demon, he wasn't well-versed in close combat fighting skills. All of a sudden, he was being pushed back by Jin Wushuang. He gave his all to continue driving the Hongjun Divine Rod and releasing soul attacks. However, they weren't doing anything to Jin Wushuang at all. This was, in fact, the weakness of an expert specializing in soul attack. For an ordinary expert that specialized in the soul, they could only choose to flee if their soul attack couldn't threaten the other party. Xiangyi was in fact really strong. His soul could be used to attack or defend, and could be considered to be close to perfection. Even if he was facing a second-grade divine demon, he could exert considerable pressure with the might of the Hongjun Divine Rod and the combination of the Headless Giant and soul attacks. For most ordinary second-grade divine demons, they could only flee in defeat. However, he happened to be fighting Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang was too fast and could completely ignore the Hongjun Golden Rod and the Headless Giant. He also had a strong soul defense and wasn't afraid of Xiang Yi's soul attack at all. More importantly, Jian Wushuang's close combat ability and sword principle were simply too frightening. As a second-grade divine demon, Xiang Yi had some level of skill in close combat fighting. Moreover, the intensity of his power was a lot greater than Jian Wushuang. Logically speaking, he should have the upper hand. However, the reality indicated otherwise. Jian Wushuang was almost completely overwhelming him in close combat fighting. How can this be? Am completely suppressed by Jian Wushuang? My soul attack can't do anything to him? Xiang Yi's expression darkened. Previously, he had had no regard for Jian Wushuang at all. Even though Jian Wushuang had killed 2 chaotic divine demons, they had only been third-grade divine demons, and there was a huge difference. Now that he was fighting Jian Wushuang personally, he found Jian Wushuang to still be miles from him. Yet, Jian Wushuang was completely countering him. His attacks were rendered useless before Jian Wushuang. While he was completely overwhelmed by Jian Wushuang's close combat abilities, around the battlefield, the numerous experts from Lin Mansion were completely dumbstruck. A second-grade divine demon is getting suppressed? What is this? Wasn't he enjoying a huge advantage previously? Why do I feel that Xiang Yi has become a lot weaker suddenly? Most of the experts in Lin Mansion were weak and couldn't understand the reason. However, a few divine demon realm experts were aware. It wasn't that Xiang Yi had become weaker. Instead, Jian Wushuang was completely countering him, rendering Xiang Yi's various attacks completely useless. Chapter 2352. Increase in Cultivation Realm. In the air above Lin Mansion, a few chaotic divine demons from Golden Cauldron sect were standing in a row. At this moment, they weren't looking great. Although junior brother Xiang Yi's soul attack is extremely powerful and could be used for both attacking and defending, the rules of order he has grasped is inclined towards the steady and heavy earth rules of order. He shouldn't have any issue in attacking or defending. However, he is still lacking in speed and agility. If he encounters someone who specializes in speed and has a great soul defense, he might very well lose in battle. Just like we are seeing, Jian Wushuang clearly hasn't reached the level of a second-grade divine demon. Yet, he is still able to suppress junior brother Xiang Yi, said the bald man carrying a saber. Senior brother Qian Yuan, we have to think of a solution soon. If we let this carry on, senior brother Xiang Yi will be defeated. If a second-grade divine demon loses to an early-stage chaotic realm, it will be a great humiliation. Moreover, this might be a blow to senior brother Xiang Yi's mentality and affect his future growth, a Golden Cauldron sect expert added. I know. That bald man nodded and his eyes turned chillingly cold. Forget it. They'll kill Jian Wushuang personally. Senior brother Qian Yuan? The other experts from Golden Cauldron sect looked over. However, Qian Yuan had already bolted off towards the battlefield before him. In the middle of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang was in a heated battle with Xiang Yi. Jian Wushuang was casually executing his sword technique. Even so, he was forcing Xiang Yi back constantly. I thought the second-grade divine demon, Xiang Yi, could force me to use some of my hidden tricks. It seems like I overestimated him. Jian Wushuang shook his head and smiled. As for Xiang Yi, his face had turned red. He struggled to counterattack and had tried several times. Yet, it was completely pointless. All of a sudden, boom! A terrifying aura descended violently. This aura was also at the level of a second-grade divine demon, but slightly stronger than Xiang Yi's. Jian Wushuang instantly understood that the other second-grade divine demon from the Golden Cauldron sect that came with Xiang Yi had stepped in. His vast aura had Jian Wushuang completely surrounded. Immediately after, the bald man appeared behind Jian Wushuang and swung his saber at him. His saber was coated in blazing flames. As the saber swung, the world was swallowed in flames. More importantly, he released 7 attacks in a single instant. The 7 attacks were released almost at the same time, and each strike was extremely domineering. Sensing the threat behind him, Jian Wushuang turned around immediately. A unique sword intention was released, and his body seemed morph into a huge vortex capable of devouring heaven and earth. Sword Principle Xian Luo, Mixed Elements Spirit. Dang, 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 dang. 7 intense clashes reverberated across the atmosphere. After each clash, Jian Wushuang could feel his arm going a little more numb. After 7 strikes, Jian Wushuang was sent flying. This strength is even greater than Xiang Yi. Xiang Yi specialized in soul attacks and manipulating the Hongjun Divine Rod from a distance to launch his attack. However, this bald man probably specializes in close combat. His saber skills are like blazing flames and are truly incredible. Jian Wushuang looked over once he had stabilized himself. Senior brother Qian Yuan. Xiang Yi appeared beside Qian Yuan and greeted him. Junior brother Xiang Yi, let's team up and kill him. Qian Yuan got straight to the point. Team up? Xiang Yi furrowed his brows. He would rather kill Jian Wushuang personally to avenge his sister. However, after the previous battle, he could tell he couldn't kill Jian Wushuang in a solo battle. In fact, Jian Wushuang could even defeat him. If that were the case. All right. Xiang Yi nodded solemnly. The surrounding crowd from Lin family were flabbergasted to witness it. Scumbags. 2 second-grade divine demon teaming up against an early-stage chaotic realm. Since when did the people from Golden Cauldron sect become so shameless? Lin Taifeng berated. Shuang. Zhuo Yunfeng stared deadly at Jian Wushuang. He could tell the current Jian Wushuang wasn't feeling any fear or trepidation. Instead, he was still as calm and composed as ever. If this had happened in the past, he would definitely have been extremely anxious even if Jian Wushuang displayed the same composure. However, if Shuang is really what Xin Qin guessed and is reincarnated from a supreme expert, the current crisis before him really won't amount to anything. Let's hope this is the case. Zhuo Yunfeng could only pray in his heart. Even Lin Taifeng and other divine demon realm experts couldn't interfere in the battle. He was just a half-step divine demon, and the one facing the danger was his son. There was nothing he could do to help. Nonetheless, Zhuo Yunfeng had got it right. The current Jian Wushuang was fearless. So what if there were 2 second-grade divine demons? This will make things a little more interesting. Jian Wushuang chuckled and wiggled his index finger to taunt Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi. Both of you, show me what you've got. Preposterous. Xiang Yi was infuriated. Brat, you are too brazen. Qian Yuan was also a little enraged. He glanced at Xiang Yi, who was next to him, and said, Junior brother Xiang Yi, let's go with the coordination that we used in that perilous land previously. All right. Xiang Yi nodded his head. Whoosh, whoosh. Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi moved at the same time. Qian Yuan charged towards Jian Wushuang, while Xiang Yi retreated further back. However, as he retreated, he controlled his Hongjun Divine Rod to strike Jian Wushuang with compelling might. One close and one far. One is specialized in close combat fighting, while the other controls the Hongjun Divine Rod from a distance while using a soul attack to complement each other. With 2 second-grade divine demon teaming up and cooperating, it seems like I will have to use some of my tricks. In the next instant, star power gushed out from Jian Wushuang's body. His star power had long fused into his divine power and bloodline. Now that he was triggering them, his divine power was morphing instantly. What others could sense was that the aura around Jian Wushuang had become visibly stronger. Previously, he had been at the level of an early-stage chaotic realm, or, at the very most, the peak early-stage chaotic realm. Now, his aura was rising rapidly to the middle-stage chaotic realm. From that point, he grew a little stronger before stopping. From early-stage chaotic realm to middle-stage chaotic realm. So the first scroll of the secret skill of 7-star can raise half a cultivation realm? This feels pretty good. Jian Wushuang clenched his fist and revealed a sinister smile. Chapter 2353. One close, one far. The secret skill of 7-star could increase one's cultivation realm. Although Jian Wushuang had only mastered the first scroll, it allowed anyone below the Undying Saint to raise their cultivation realm by half a level. One shouldn't underestimate this half a level, as it was extremely important to a cultivator. For example, Jian Wushuang was an early-stage chaotic realm initially. After the increment, he would be at the middle-stage chaotic realm. This advancement was a material improvement to Jian Wushuang's strength. At the very least, he was a lot stronger in the aspects of power and strength. Previously, even with the immemorial celestial body, I was still far from an ordinary third-grade divine demon in terms of power and strength. However, the current me won't be any weaker than an ordinary third-grade divine demon now that I've reached middle-stage chaotic realm. In fact, they'll be considered extremely strong among third-grade divine demons. Jian Wushuang smiled. Regardless of his understanding in sword principle, sword technique, or grasp over rules of order, he was way stronger than a second-grade divine demon. However, his only weakness was the stark difference in his power and strength. Now, with the help of secret skill of 7-star, his cultivation realm had been raised and his power and strength were extensively increased. Although he was still slightly inferior to a second-grade divine demon, the difference was no longer that huge. Let me see how strong a second-grade divine demon really is. Jian Wushuang laughed out loud and his body started flickering. He darted forward and charged towards Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan had been locked onto Jian Wushuang all along. When Jian Wushuang's aura strengthened, he noticed it as well. His aura strengthened? And by a huge amount to the middle stage chaotic realm? This isn't a breakthrough. It's probably due to him casting some unique secret skills. Qian Yuan furrowed his brows. A secret skill that could temporarily increase his cultivation realm? This was uncommon in the entire Wuxia Baron region, let alone Golden Cauldron sect. This brat must be harboring some huge secrets. Qian Yuan confirmed his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, Jian Wushuang clashed with Qian Yuan. Qian Yuan held his saber with both hands, and his saber skills were scorching like fireballs. Once he swung his saber, the terrifying might was enough to plunge a third-grade divine demon in despair. However, Jian Wushuang was fearless. When Qian Yuan swung his saber, he did the same with his Blood Mountain sword. The moment he did, a strong gust of wind swept across. Sword Principal Xian Luo, Blast Rainstorm. Die now. Qian Yuan responded with a scoff. He was a second-grade divine demon and specialized in close combat fighting. Although Jian Wushuang had an extremely high understanding of space-time rules of order and was oddly quick, he was completely inferior in terms of strength and power. Now, Jian Wushuang chose not to dodge Qian Yuan's domineering strike and relied on his superior speed to pester Qian Yuan. Instead, he foolishly tried to clash directly with his sword technique. If this wasn't courting his own death, what was it? However, the moment both of them clashed, what? Qian Yuan was shocked. He could feel a power that was not inferior to his encompassed within Jian Wushuang's sword. Indeed, the power of the strike wasn't any weaker than his. Perhaps he was not a match in the aspect of basic strength. However, Jian Wushuang's technique included his understanding of rules of order, which greatly enhanced the power of his sword techniques. Now, he could face Qian Yuan directly. There's nothing impressive about the strength and power of a second-grade divine demon after all. Jian Wushuang grinned. Thanks. Qian Yuan snorted and swung out his saber 3 consecutive times. 3 scorching hot saber lights slashed out instantly. Ludicrous. Jian Wushuang sneered and swung out 3 sword lights as well. They were ordinary strikes. However, with his understanding of sword principle and application of rules of order, their might was enhanced exponentially. Dang, dang, dang. 3 consecutive clashes pushed Jian Wushuang and Qian Yuan several steps back. However, before Jian Wushuang could stabilize himself, a powerful soul attack swept through his mind. This soul attack had probably been accumulated by Xiang Yi for some time before being released in one go. As a result, it had some effects on the exquisite pagoda within Jian Wushuang's consciousness sea. The exquisite pagoda shook a little, but quickly recovered. Jian Wushuang's consciousness wasn't affected greatly. Wang. A giant, dullish gold rod descended from the sky with overwhelming momentum, seemingly aiming to decimate Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's figure flickered, and the dullish gold rod pierced through his body without even touching the edges of his clothes. He is much faster than before. Xiangyi frowned. He didn't realize that the increment in the cultivation realm wasn't just limited to strength and power. Jian Wushuang's speed had changed accordingly as well. Jian Wushuang, take this strike from me. A deafening scream erupted. Unknowingly, Qian Yuan had raised the saber in his hand. His saber had turned entirely red, and its surroundings seemed to be shrouded in a layer of scorching hot flames. The aura around him bubbled, and even his hair was blown up as the fire raged. Blood fire style. Boom. Terrifying saber light descended all of a sudden. That saber light was blood red and opened up a giant river of blades instantly. As the river of blades swept across in a frenzy, the area it crossed was set ablaze. A giant sea of flames was formed instantly. Within the sea of flames, a flaming saber that spanned over 1,000 feet slashed furiously towards Jian Wushuang. The power in this strike is pretty impressive. Staring at the approaching flaming saber, Jian Wushuang became a little more serious. Immediately after, he thrust his sword forward. This strike looked ordinary and seemed devoid of all strength. However, when the edge of the sword pierced into the air, reincarnation power started spreading. Samsara. Wong. When the edge of the sword clashed with the flaming saber, none of the power spread to the surrounding area. At the moment of contact, the flames on the flaming saber began dissipating at an unbelievable speed. In just moments, the flaming saber was reduced to the most foundational divine power and saber essence. The strongest strike from Qian Yuan had been easily neutralized. As for Jian Wushuang's strike that carried the force of Samsara, it continued lunging forward. The edge of the sword landed on Qian Yuan's holy body. Qian Yuan's self-defense mechanism was pretty impressive. Furthermore, the power behind the sword light had declined extensively after obliterating the flaming saber. This strike only just pierced Qian Yuan's body and didn't do much damage to Qian Yuan. However, Qian Yuan was shocked. How can this be? His strike. Qian Yuan couldn't understand what had happened in the previous strike. How had Jian Wushuang obliterated his flaming saber with a single strike? Chapter 2354. Punisher God. Qian Yuan didn't know the samsara that Jian Wushuang had cast encompassed a unique reincarnation and cycle. It could convert all matter to its primitive state. He had created this move in his previous life. Now, with extensive advancement in the reincarnation rules of order, this move had also grown exponentially more frightening. I still couldn't take him down when I teamed up with junior brother Xiangyi, and I even got injured by him. Qian Yuan's expression darkened. Everyone, kill him together. Together? Hearing this, the surrounding Lin Mansion experts couldn't believe their ears. Even the 4 Divine Demon Realm experts from Golden Cauldron sect were shocked for a moment. However, they recovered quickly and reacted. Together. 4 of them exchanged glances before charging towards Jian Wushuang, while ignoring the disdainful gazes that others were throwing at them. The 6 men that came from Golden Cauldron sect were in fact in the same team and had just completed a mission in a perilous land. Although there were only 2 second-grade divine demons among the 6 of them, the other 4 weren't weak either. At the very least, the other 4 could be considered experts among 3rd-grade divine demons. 2 of them had even reached the pinnacle of the 3rd-grade divine demons. Now that 4 of them had struck together, the battle strength they could release could even bring huge threat to a 2nd-grade divine demon. 6 chaotic divine demons are teaming up against a teenager that isn't even 20 years old? Golden Cauldron sect, do you no longer care how others see you guys? Lin Taifeng berated. How would others see us? Thanks. Xiang Zong replied with a scoff. No matter where you go in this world, it's always the strongest who rule. Who cares about how others look at you? Lin Taifeng was speechless. Although the experts of the Golden Cauldron sect had gotten out of the way, Xiang Zong and the burly old man from the Xiang family were still standing there. Lin Taifeng and the rest couldn't have helped even if they wanted to. However, Jin Wushuang didn't seem flustered despite seeing another 4 Divine Demon Realm experts joining in. As I said earlier, you guys should have come for me at the same time since the beginning. If you did, it wouldn't be as troublesome as now. Jin Wushuang sneered. As he spoke, a boundless divine power started sweeping through his body. This divine power was golden in color. As they gathered in huge amounts, a god statue shadow of over 1,000 feet was formed in the blink of an eye. The god statue shadow that appeared behind Jin Wushuang was blurry, but extremely majestic. One of the 5 great secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect, Punisher God. I have only mastered the first tier and can now form a god statue shadow of 1,000 feet. I wonder how the 1,000 feet tall god statue shadow will enhance my strength? Carrying a little anticipation, Jin Wushuang struck. Wang. His figure flickered with the application of space-time rules of order, making him appear extremely creepy. Before him, Qian Yuan manipulated his saber constantly. Saber light with scorching flames slashed down at Jin Wushuang relentlessly. From afar, Xiang Yi also propelled the Hongjun Divine Rod and smashed frenziedly toward Jin Wushuang. However, Jin Wushuang just needed a slight dodge to avoid all these attacks. His instantaneous speed seems to have gotten even quicker. Qin Yuan was astounded. When Jin Wushuang successfully avoided the attacks from the 2 of them, he rushed towards the approaching quartet of Divine Demon Realm experts immediately. In the blink of an eye, he got right in front of the 4 Divine Demon Realm experts. Be careful, Qin Yuan shouted to remind the 4 Divine Demon Realm experts. The 4 divine demons from the Golden Cauldron sect had also witnessed the strength displayed by Jin Wushuang previously. Naturally, they wouldn't dare to be careless. However, they had absolute confidence in themselves. All 4 of them would be considered extremely strong amongst third-grade divine demons. Moreover, they were familiar with one another and cooperated well. When the 4 of them teamed up, even an ordinary second-grade divine demon would avoid them. They truly weren't afraid of Jin Wushuang. Kill him. Brat, die. You are too full of yourself. 4 divine demon realm experts struck one after another. One waved his long whip that coiled around Jin Wushuang like a huge python. One thrust out a spear ferociously, wanting to pierce Jin Wushuang's entire body. One threw out a palm strike. With vast divine power gathering in his palm, this strike could shock heaven and earth. The last person was using a dagger. His movements were elusive, and he was clearly looking for an opportunity to deal a fatal blow to Jin Wushuang. Seeing this, Jin Wushuang smiled faintly. He bolted ahead and left 2 space-time shadows behind. The attacks from the 4 divine demon realm experts descended but went through the 2 space-time shadows without hitting Jin Wushuang, or even the edge of his clothes, at all. At this very moment, Wang, a brilliant sword light illuminated the area. That brilliant sword light was mesmerizing and intoxicating. The moment it appeared, even the space was affected as ripples reverberated through it. The surrounding space-time seemed to have come to a halt as well. Space-time sword principle, snow cleave. That brilliant sword light zoomed past, and the 4 divine demon realm experts from the Golden Cauldron sect were shocked. The eyes of 2 of them dimmed as they fell to the ground helplessly. Although the other 2 could barely remain standing in the air, they spewed a mouthful of blood and their expressions paled drastically. Impossible. Behind Jin Wushuang, the approaching Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi were flabbergasted. How could he be so strong? Those from the Lin Mansion were equally dumbfounded. In a single strike, he had killed 2 and severely injured another 2 divine demon realm experts. What was this power? What kind of strength did he possess? This is indeed worthy of being one of the 5 great secret skills of the 7-star Black Sect. Although I have only mastered the first tier and can only form a god statue shadow of 1,000 feet, the enhancement to my strength is so massive. Based on my estimation, both the intensity of my power, speed, and many other aspects have doubled. Jin Wushuang's eyes lit up, twice as strong as before. For divine demon realm experts, a 10% to 20% increase in strength would already be considered outrageous. Having a 100% increase would have drastic changes to Jin Wushuang's strength. This is just the first tier. Once I have mastered the third tier and form a god statue shadow of 100,000 feet, I can also use various other attacking means of Punisher God like Punisher's Hell and Punisher God Annihilation. At that time, my battle strength will be even greater. Jin Wushuang was looking forward to it. What he didn't know was that it was impossible for him to form a 100,000 feet tall god statue shadow within a short period. After getting a sense of his own strength, Jin Wushuang looked towards the two Golden Cauldron sect's experts that were severely injured. Die! Killing intent gleamed in the eyes of Jin Wushuang as he darted forward. Retreat! Retreat! The two Divine Demon Realm experts from the Golden Cauldron sect shouted out in horror. Chapter 2355. Clean sweep. They had been intimidated by the strength Jin Wushuang had displayed. 4 of them had teamed up previously. However, in a single strike, Jin Wushuang had killed 2 of them, while also severely injuring the remaining 2. Under these circumstances, clashing with Jin Wushuang again would be no different from courting death. The 2 Divine Demon Realm experts from the Golden Cauldron sect retreated in a frenzy to open up distance from Jin Wushuang. Jin Wushuang, stop! Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi, who were behind Jin Wushuang, berated him. However, Jin Wushuang wasn't going to entertain them. His speed was much faster than that of the 2 divine demons that were trying to escape. Whoosh! Jin Wushuang appeared before a Golden Cauldron sect's expert. He swung out his sword casually, and it was still Snow Cleave. No! After a tragic cry, the expert from the Golden Cauldron sect soon left the world and became a corpse. As for the other, he managed to escape in time and met up with Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi. The sky above Lin Mansion turned completely silent. Deadly silent. Numerous shocked people were staring at the young man holding a long sword with a god statue shadow behind him that was 1,000 feet tall. Qian Yuan, Xiang Yi, and the only one left from the Divine Demon Realm Quartet from Golden Cauldron sect were looking extremely wretched. They had formed the team to complete the mission issued by their sect at the Perilous Land. Through the impeccable coordination, they had survived several hidden dangers lurking in the Perilous Land. In the end, they had even completed the mission issued by their sect. And now, they had only come to take a look because something had happened to Xiang Yi's family. Who would have expected that the 3 of them would fall to an early-stage chaotic realm after they survived in that perilous land? Moreover, the other party still wasn't dead. In other words, the lineup of 2 second-grade divine demons and 4 third-grade divine demons had been swept by a chaotic realm. Jin Wushuang smiled and looked at the 3 surviving people. What a shame. I let one get away. Jin Wushuang was feeling a little regretful. With his current strength, killing third-grade divine demon would only really be easy once he cast secret skill of 7-star and Punisher God. However, it might still not be possible to kill a second-grade divine demon. Therefore, his objective from the beginning was not to kill Qian Yuan or Xiang Yi. Instead, his targets were the 4 third-grade divine demons. He killed 3 of them consecutively. Although Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi were still around, they could no longer threaten him. Didn't you guys say you were going to kill me? Let's continue. Jin Wushuang said mockingly. Jin Wushuang, we admit that we underestimated you. Xiang Yi stared daggers at Jin Wushuang. However, don't get too cocky. Do you think our Golden Cauldron sect will let you off after you killed 3 Divine Demon Realm experts from our Golden Cauldron sect? The Golden Cauldron sect could be considered to be an extremely powerful sect with a long history. 3 Divine Demon Realm experts dying wouldn't have meant much to the entire Golden Cauldron sect. However, the Golden Cauldron sect still couldn't pretend it was fine. Previously, Jin Wushuang had killed an expert from the Xiang family who was the sister of Xiang Yi. This had no direct connection to the Golden Cauldron sect, and therefore the Golden Cauldron sect wouldn't step in. This time, the Divine Demon Realm experts from Golden Cauldron sect had come because they had been on a mission with Xiang Yi and happened to be on the way there. Now, Jin Wushuang had killed 3 Divine Demon Realm experts from Golden Cauldron sect. This was completely different in nature from before. Brat, You dared to even kill the experts from our Golden Cauldron sect. Just wait for your death. Qian Yuan also stared coldly at Jian Wushuang. Now it was impossible for them to kill Jian Wushuang on their own. However, the sect behind them could easily do so. Golden Cauldron sect? Jian Wushuang chuckled nonchalantly. What can a meager Golden Cauldron sect do to me? Jian Wushuang was confident. In his previous life, he had lived for close to 100,000 years. Moreover, he was the second perfect chaotic life form in this world. His knowledge and foresight weren't something comparable to an ordinary man. The Golden Cauldron sect could be considered a large sect in the Wuxia Barren region. However, a sect like this wouldn't even enter the eyes of Jian Wushuang. Previously, he hadn't wanted to cause trouble or attract others' attention. Therefore, he had been keeping a low profile all along. Now, the trouble had come to him. As such, he wouldn't be fearful of it. If it was just a Golden Cauldron sect, Jian Wushuang would just need around 10 years for him to recover to his peak. At that time, he wouldn't have to fear anything at all. Even now, even if he couldn't win and he reached a critical juncture, Jian Wushuang wouldn't be silly. He could just choose to join a sect that was even stronger than the Golden Cauldron sect. He believed once he showed his talents that there wouldn't be a lack of sects coming to recruit him. Now, it was just that he wasn't willing to join these sections. However, if he was forced into a corner and was left with no other option, he wouldn't hesitate to join. All right, all right, all right. Qian Yuan chuckled out of pure anger as he repeated himself. Jian Wushuang, just wait and see. In no time, experts from our Golden Cauldron sect will find you. At that time, I'd like to see if you will still have the same confidence as today. Let's go. Qian Yuan growled, turned around, and left in a hurry. Although Xiang Yi and the two Divine Demon Realm experts from the Xiang family were indignant, they were clearly aware of the current circumstances. Therefore, they could only leave helplessly. However, just as they turned around and were about to leave the Lin mansion, they saw three figures approaching them directly. Seeing the three people, those from the Golden Cauldron sect and the experts from the Xiang family came to an abrupt halt. Qian Yuan and Xiang Yi focused their attention on the approaching trio. Their outfits and auras. They are from the Water Fairy Island. Qian Yuan was the first to recognize them. Why are the people from Water Fairy Island here? Xiang Yi was also confused. The Water Fairy Island was one of the 10 largest sects in the Wuxia Barren region. It was also a lot stronger than their Golden Cauldron sect. Only Xiang Zong was overjoyed when he learnt the approaching trio was from the Water Fairy Island. Haha, the experts from the Water Fairy Island are finally here. Xiang Zong's eyes lit up with excitement. Previously, Xiang family had teamed up with the Zhuge family to eliminate the Lin family. They were also aware of the arrangement between Zhuge family and Xiang family, including inviting an expert from Water Fairy Island to ambush Jian Wushuang. In the end, that expert had died. Zhuge family had long used different channels to inform Water Fairy Island of the matter. It was just that the Water Fairy Island had not taken action, but now their experts were here. Judging from their expressions, they were probably there to avenge the death of the expert from the Water Fairy Island. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.